Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Super Animation Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Tokage rubbed her ear. "Oh there, Rocky, back up. Since when have you even talked to Freckles before today?" "This is rather sudden," Yanagi muttered. "You hadn't indicated a liking to Midoriya before?" Yui shrugged. "Sort of just happened today. Smiled at me a lot. Got a feel of his muscles. Made me feel kinda tingly inside. Figured I'd ask him out. Holy F dash, the girl balls on this girl. Tokage though. I mean, who are we to stop you? If you don't want me to, I won't." Yui shrugged. "You're always around him. One of you is always blushing. To be honest, I figured one of you was dating him, or the two of you were dating each other." Tokage and Yanagi looked at each other in surprise, their reddened cheeks just worsening. "Kodai is quite observant, picking up on all this latent attraction I have for my friends," Yanagi mused to herself. "The only qualified person to tell you whether or not you should date Midoriya is Midoriya himself. None of us three are romantically entangled. Just don't want to step on any toes," Yui shrugged. "See you guys at tomorrow?" As the usually quiet girl left, Tokage let out an awkward chuckle. "Geez, can you imagine statue over there? Thinking we want to get in Freckles' pants? Or our pants?" Yanagi looked over at her friend. And perhaps it was the audacity of the situation, or perhaps because she was spurred by Kodai's own fearless, she answered honestly. "She's not wrong. Not on my part." Tokage's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. "What?" Yanagi shrugged and levitated her backpack over to herself. "I harbor an intense attraction of both a physical and emotional nature to both you and Midoriya. I find myself imaging several romantic and intimate scenarios about either of you." As the silver-haired girl headed for the door, Tokage gaped after her. "You're just going to say that with a straight face and walk away? Pardon my French, but what the F dash, Casper?" Yanagi sighed and turned. "It's not exactly easy to approach one of your best friends since childhood and confess wholeheartedly that you've fallen for both of them. Try to understand my position, Setsuna." Setsuna rubbed the back of her neck. Easier said than done, ghosty." Yanagi tilted her head slightly, though her face didn't betray how hard her heart was hammering in her chest. "What does that mean?" "I'm kind of in the same boat," Tokage said, unsure. She shuffled her feet, uncharacteristically nervous. "Kinda like both of you." "A lot." "Well then," Yanagi stammered. "Certainly not a response I was expecting. What do we do?" "We should probably talk to Broccoli about this. He's about 1/3 of this love triangle that we just turned into some rectangle shape because we just told Kodai to ask him out," Tokage said, slapping her forehead. "Cool." After getting changed, All Might had pulled Midoriya into the principal's office rather discreetly, dropping his transformation. "Everything okay, All Might?" Midoriya asked, taken aback a bit by the sudden talk his mentor had requested. All Might coughed into a tissue, wiping the blood away from his mouth. Once he was done, he gave Midoriya a skeletal grin. "More than okay. I just wanted to commend you on your performance today." "Oh." Izuka laughed, grinning. "Well, part of that was Kodai. I kept wanting to draw big giant things, but she told me I needed to take you by surprise. Well, that's part of why we wanted to pair you two up. Break you out of your comfort zones." All Might chuckled. "You tend to rely on large creations, and young Kodai tends to use something huge on people. It was good to see you combine your quirks effectively. I was a bit worried her quirk wouldn't work on my drawings of living people, but thankfully there were no issues," he sighed. "Otherwise I don't know what we would have done. Truly. But that brings me to my next point. All Might Rangers?" All Might asked, amused. Midoriya blushed. It was a group of spin-offs Tokage and I invented when we were kids. For fun." All Might chuckled. "Well, it certainly gave me a good fight. But I don't want you to think of me as the be-all and all of forces." "What do you mean?" "Well, in order to stop me, you drew more of me. Weird variations of me, but me." All Might explained. "You're my successor, young Midoriya. I want you to surpass me. I was discussing this with Gran Torino the other day too. We're worried you won't surpass me if you think of me to be unsurpassable." Midoriya looked to his feet, mulling the words over. "Well, Gran Torino was always good at seeing right through me. Cutting through your bullshit, he calls it." All Might chuckled, drawing a small laugh from Midoriya too. "Alright," Midoriya said. "He's right. I can't imagine myself ever being as great as you are, All Might. I can. All Might smiled. Easily. That's why I chose you. Midoriya's eyes watered, and he was quick to wipe them. My dash. All Might laughed and clapped Midoriya on the back. Sorry, young Midoriya. Didn't mean to set off those leaky eyes of yours. Head on home and relax. You earned it. All Might certainly hadn't been wrong. Once Midoriya got home, he collapsed onto his head, a wave of exhaustion hitting him. He dozed off, being woken up an hour later by the furious buzzing of his phone. Squinting, he saw that Kendo had started a group chat for the class, and it had blown up between Tokage, Tetsu, and Away's mainly spamming memes. Kendo, if you guys stop for like a minute, can I get a head count on who wants to meet at the mall tomorrow to get camping supplies? The one by UA, at about noon? Tokage, A flurry of other responses had come in as well. It looked like just about every member of his class was going. Midoriya, sorry. Fell asleep when I got home. I'm in. No sooner had he sent his response, did another pop up right below his. Kodai, sure. With a yawn and a stretch, Midoriya sat back up. Better figure out what I need for the camping trip. Are you quite certain about this plan? Yanagi asked, eyebrows raised. Absolutely. Tokage said, grinning. Freckles' birthday is the third day of the camping trip. We tell him we both like him. What better birthday present than two hot babes confessing to you? And making him undergo a complete romantic dilemma like we are? Yanagi sighed, resting her forehead in her palm. Sometimes I wonder what I see in you. You know, if you're trying to date me, you're off to a rough start, Tokage snickered. Yanagi levitated her pillow and threw it at Tokage, who popped her head off her shoulders to dodge. The two scrolled on their phones for a bit, semi-content to just talk this through with Midoriya at the summer camp, but Yanagi kept catching Tokage looking over at her. After about the fifth time, the ghostly girl spoke up. Is something the matter? Tokage rubbed the back of her neck. You wanted to go out and get something to eat? Don't feel like ordering in? Oh, for F's sake, Casper, I'm asking you on a date, Setsuna groaned. Yanagi dropped her phone onto her bed. I thought we were not making any sort of decision until we had a chance to air all feelings out with all parties? Yeah. Decisions? Tokage hopped up, grinning. I'm just asking if you want to go on a date. Just you and me. It can't hurt. After we talk to Freckles, we can probably each go on a date with him too. Yanagi blinked at her. I suppose it couldn't hurt. All right then. Sushi. My treat. She rubbed the back of her neck again. I need to borrow clothes again or we're going in our school uniforms. Yanagi snickered. Truly sweeping me off my feet, Setsuna. Half an hour later, Tokage and Yanagi had walked down to a smaller sushi place not terribly far from Yanagi's apartment. They hadn't gone in a long time, so they relished in seeing a few newer shops and stores that had popped up since the last time they had been there. I totally gotta go back and get that Ankylosaurus shirt at some point, Tokage beamed. Maybe they'll have some cool stuff at the mall tomorrow. Just don't pack anything you'd want to ruin when we depart, Yanagi said. It'd be a shame to tear something right after buying it. But life is short. But we'll definitely need to be ready to get dirty during this trip from what dash, Tokage stopped mid-sentence, her hands popping off her arms and covering her mouth abruptly. Never mind, she said, hands flying back down. Yanagi raised an eyebrow at her. Ooh, you have knowledge about the camp, don't you? Setsuna's face broke out in a mischievous grin. My Abi. If I did, would you want to hear it? I would like to partake in knowledge that could assist me in the coming weeks, yes. Then you gotta hold my hand, Casper, Tokage teased. Information like that doesn't just come cheap, you know? Yanagi smiled slightly and shook her head. Resorting to blackmail to get my affection? Still, she reached over and grabbed Tokage's hand. It felt warm in her usually cold hands and got her heart fluttering. Tokage snickered, though her cheeks tinged with pink. It worked, didn't it? Okay, so let me tell you. By the time Tokage had filled her in on what she had learned, that the wild pussycats were going to be leading the summer camp and training their quirks, they were sitting in the small restaurant across from each other. Spent the last half of the week clearing out some drug dealers out of that forest, Tokage boasted. It's going to be hell, but they have a lot of fun stuff planned too. Work hard, play hard, Yanagi nodded. They seem to embody that sort of mentality, don't they? Yeah, they do, Tokage chuckled. I'd never been more sore in my life after that week, but it was a blast. Honestly? They're like the coolest people. Just don't tell Aunt Nemuri. Yanagi smiled as their food arrived. They both said a quiet thank you to the waitress, and Reiko replied, I've always been a fan of them. That shall be enthralling for sure. Yeah. I don't know much else about what they actually have planned for the camp. They didn't want to give me an unfair advantage, I guess. Tokage shrugged. Which, I mean, bogus. How dare you be plagued with an even playing field? Yanagi smirked. As if, I got looks. I've got brains dash. And so humble. Shut up. And I've got like the hottest girl in our class on a date. She grinned wickedly. Yanagi turned a shade of crimson that might make a salmon jealous. Impossible. Why is that? Because I have the most alluring woman from our class out on a date. Yanagi replied, unable to make eye contact. Tokage shook her head, a pink tinge on her own cheeks returning. You can't just use my own flirts against me, Casper. Gotta get your own material. The two ate and talked, speculating on what would happen at the summer camp, and once they had finished, walked across the street to a park. It wasn't a huge park, by any means, just some swings and an area of grass that could maybe accommodate a game of soccer. Still, the two girls had fond memories of the place from after they had moved to the area, and sat on the swing set as the sun began to set. Remember when we first came here after we moved? Tokage said, kicking off the ground. Yanagi, who instead had taken to twisting herself back and forth in the swing, nodded. Quite. You met some girls, told them I was your albino sister, and we didn't speak for a week. The two chuckled. Yeah, well, you didn't miss much. You needn't tell me twice. Half of them ended up being bullies with you in late primary. Yanagi replied. Don't remind me, Tokage said wistfully. I guess when we came out here, I thought, I could reinvent myself. Stop being the dork who loved dinosaurs. Not sure why I thought that meant I should act like some blonde snot or something. Being a geek to everyone. We all try to find ourselves. We're still young, so it's not set in stone anyway. Yanagi said. Doesn't mean I should have been so mean to you. I dunno. I guess I'm trying to apologize and I'm just really bad at it. Tokage admitted, guiltily. The best apology is changed behavior, which you underwent in middle school. I hold no grudge to you, Setsuna. I wouldn't be here if I did. Yanagi answered, gently, as she released her twist on the swing and spun back and forth for a while. I'm glad you feel that way, Reiko, Setsuna said. She stopped swinging and waited for Reiko to stop spinning before reaching over and holding her hand. You need more iron, your hands are always so cold. I've been told. Sure you have, the reptile lover snickered. You've always known who you are though. What do you mean? Reiko asked, tilting her head. You've been the horror lord since you snuck that DVD of The Ring from your dad and found out how to find all the creepypasta. You've always been yourself. Setsuna answered. Not gonna lie, I was kind of jealous when we were younger. Nothing to be jealous over. Yanagi said with a low chuckle. It's not like I was crawling with friends. I was the weird girl who was obsessed with monsters. I'm lucky I still had your company. Besides, you're one of the only ones who knows I like things other than horror. I can't imagine our classmates' reaction if they knew I enjoyed romantic fanfiction, bad memes, and JRPGs. I'm on my 5th Persona 5 Royal playthrough. She looked down at her crooked hands. Certainly hasn't helped my posture. Setsuna laughed. Come on, we all think the hand thing is cute. And I don't think anyone would care that you like some mushy stuff too, or games that aren't Resident Evil. Maybe. But you're the one who's been close enough to find out. Yanagi smiled. And Izuku. Tokage blushed, thankful that it was beginning to get dark. FNG Casper, making me feel all ga. She took her phone out to check the time. Hate to break up the feels, but we should head back, gotta get ready for the big class outing tomorrow. Alright. The two stood, and Tokage did something either brave, foolish, or both. As Yanagi went to walk away, Tokage pulled her hand back, not letting the silver-haired beauty walk away. As Yanagi turned back towards her, Tokage quickly closed the gap between them and crashed her lips into Yanagi's. It was a little clumsier than she would care to admit. She'd never kissed anyone before, and she was fairly certain Yanagi hadn't either. Still, after the shock wore off, Tokage melted as she felt Yanagi's lips push back in reciprocation. The two pulled apart after a moment, and despite her embarrassment, Tokage couldn't help but giggle at Yanagi's shocked and reddened face. Couldn't help myself, Casper, she grinned. And no apologies necessary, Yanagi muttered, looking at her feet. The two walked back to Yanagi's apartment, hand in hand. Midoriya couldn't help but be a little nervous for the class outing to the mall. He got along with most of his classmates. He thought so anyway. But some of them he'd never so much as had a conversation with, so the thought made him a little nervous. Well, I never really talked to Kodai either, and that went okay. I think. He pushed the anxiety down and saw Kendo waiting with Tetsu. Kaibara, Shiozaki, Tsunatori, and Kodai at the fountain they all agreed to meet each other at. The class president grinned and waved him over. "Hey Midoriya." She glanced down at his t-shirt, which read, "This is my good shirt," and rolled her eyes. "Nice shirt." "Thanks, I've got a million of them," he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. "Are we early?" "Nope, right on time. I probably scheduled this too early for some of the night owls in the class," Kendo admitted sheepishly. "Sometimes I forget not everyone is an early bird like me." Tetsu yawned particularly loudly. "I'll say, I wish I could take a nap." Kodai added, looking a bit drowsy herself. "Hey, since you're here and you're a bit more talkative than Kodai, how did you two manage to beat All Might?" Kaibara asked. "Not gonna lie, that's been bugging me all day, and I only caught a bit of you telling Shishida." "You didn't even bother to ask Kodai," Shiozaki scolded. "That's rather rude." Kodai hummed, neutrally. Kaibara shrank into his seat. It went like this?" Midoriya retold the events of yesterday as the rest of the class began to sleepily filter in. The story seemed to wake up Tetsu, who was on the edge of his seat. Kendo was pretty excited too, though for different reasons. "Oh, what kind of motorcycle did you draw?" Midoriya said. "Oh, I'm not sure. I kind of just drew those big ones you see on TV a lot." Kendo sighed, disappointed. "Oh man, I love motorcycles. I was hoping maybe you were a fan too. I mean, they're definitely really cool, but I don't know anything about them," Midoriya admitted sheepishly, drawing a laugh from the rest of Class 1B. He turned and greeted Tokage and Yanagi, who arrived midway through the story. "Hey guys." To his surprise, they both looked a bit embarrassed and couldn't make eye contact with him. "Hey there Freckles," Tokage greeted, blushing a bit. "Good afternoon, Izuku," Yanagi said quietly. "Alright, so we don't all have to go to each store together, but I was going to get some activewear," Kendo said. "I'm good on everything else. Leave it to you to be prepared." Aways rolled his eyes. "I need everything." Midoriya took out the list he made on his phone as the class began to splinter off into groups. He didn't have a big list. He needed a pack for all of his things and a sleeping bag. As he looked, groups began to splinter off. "Hey Casper, Freckles, I'm going to go with Red to get some clothes," Tokage said. "Let's meet up at the food court later." "Sure thing," he replied as she walked off with the class president. "I'm going to go with Tsunatori and Shiozaki to get sunscreen and bug spray. Would you like to come with us?" Yanagi asked. "Nah, I'm good on that stuff," Izuku replied. "I'm going to head to that store in the back for a sleeping bag. I hear they have cool hero ones." Yanagi chuckled. "An All Might sleeping bag, Izuku?" He blushed and looked down from his phone. "Maybe." She chuckled. "I should have known. One day they'll imprint sleeping bags with your face on them as well. I expect you'll get one," Midoriya teased. Yanagi blushed slightly. "But of course. I'll see you at the food court later." He nodded and the two split off. He'd gone to the hero store at this mall many times. They usually had some good deals and rare finds. After walking about 50 meters away, he realized that Kodai had been walking next to him, wordlessly. "Oh, were you coming too?" She nodded. Cool." Midoriya beamed at her, not noticing the slight pink tinge on her cheeks as he did. "Are you looking for a sleeping bag too?" She shrugged. "Not really. I have one." "Oh, was there something you did need for the trip?" "No," she replied. "We did a lot of camping growing up. I have everything I need." Midoriya was a bit surprised by this. Why'd she come if she had everything? Maybe she's more social than I thought originally? That's cool. I've never really gone. My mom's not a big, outdoorsy person. I'm really excited though. "Same," she replied, flatly. As the two walked to the store in the back of the mall, Midoriya would occasionally make an observation or ask something, and usually get a hum or a one-word answer from the quiet girl. He couldn't help but wonder why she had followed him instead of any of the other students in the first place, but he didn't want to outright ask. That'd be rude, right? He frowned as he looked at the various stalls and vendors in the walkways. All of them were peddling stain merchandise. What was worse, the items were flying off the stands. "I can't believe how much people like a guy who goes around calling himself a hero ender." He looked over and saw Kodai frowning too. He decided to continue. "I suppose I understand part of his whole hero society needs change ideology, but his views are so warped. It's kind of disgusting." "What do you mean?" Kodai asked quietly. He was surprised to have piqued her interest. "Well, you know how lately after his attacks he leaves these messages?" She nodded. "He keeps talking about how Only people like All Might are the right type of heroes. The ones who do it selflessly. That everyone else is just a glory hog like Endeavor, or out for money and deserves to die. He said. Well yeah, Yui said flatly. I followed it. Everyone knows Endeavor is a jerk and All Might's the symbol of peace. Well yeah, but like, think of Best Jeanist. That guy is a saint, does charities, hires the most sidekicks, has a troubled youth program. He does a lot of good, but also uses his heroism to promote his clothing line and makes good money off of it. And Stain wants to skewer him for it, Midoriya rambled on. And it's like, I can understand that there are a lot of heroes who are only in it for money and fame, but is it wrong to want to make a living? Or have recognition? I feel like those expectations are ridiculous as long as they're genuinely improving things. If they're doing more harm than good, it's one thing, but… Yui nodded along. Sorry, am I boring? Midoriya blushed. I kind of mutter and carry on. I like listening to you talk, Yui replied, stoically. Thanks, he said, looking away, blushing. Yeah. I don't know, I just really hate seeing this Stain merch. I guess people just really like a villain with a somewhat understandable conviction. Maybe, Yui mused. Unbeknownst to the two of them, Shigaraki Tamura had been scouting the area, and was walking behind them to listen to the conversation. It had been plaguing him for so long why Stain got so much respect, and he decided maybe being out among the rats and roaches he referred to as the general populace would give him some insight as to why Stain was at the forefront of the villain world instead of his league. He'd barely been able to convince those two dolts, Dabi and Toga, that he could get them to meet Stain, much to his chagrin. He could admit that when he saw Midoriya, he followed him. And he never imagined that the green-haired boy would be the answer to his problems. He stopped following Midoriya, a small grin on his ashen and chapped face. He had a great idea. Midoriya was happy that Hero Plus, the store he was looking for, wasn't peddling cheap Stain merch. He was even happier to find the last All Might sleeping bag and All Might backpack were in stock. As he grabbed them, he saw Kodai had wandered over to some Ultraman merchandise. They even had a few Ultraman sleeping bags. He's your favorite, right? Ultraman? Kodai turned and nodded. I thought so. Your hero suit looks just like the Ultraman show that used to come on, Midoriya smiled. Kodai smiled back. Glad you noticed? Oh, of course. I used to love watching the old Ultraman episodes back when I was little. He's pretty retro. I know some people haven't heard of him, Midoriya smiled. I kind of suspected when I saw your hero costume, but I never really had a chance to ask. My dad had all the old DVDs, Kodai replied. I'm kind of a fangirl. We watched it all the time. Well, no judgment coming from the guy buying an All Might sleeping bag, Midoriya chuckled, feeling a bit relieved that Kodai smiled back. You should get it. Then I won't be the only one at camp with a pro-hero sleeping bag. She nodded. But we'll be otakus together on this one. He laughed. Gee, glad not to be alone. Nerd buddies. The two bought their goods and decided to head back to the food court to meet with the others, though they figured they'd be there alone considering how little they had to buy. Are you hungry? Midoriya asked, feeling some awkwardness creeping back into the silence that usually accompanied Kodai. She shrugged. Spent my money on the sleeping bag. He blushed, guilt overwhelming him. I didn't know that was your food money. I can buy you lunch, sorry. Didn't mean to be a bad influence on you. The worst, she replied, though the slight smirk on her face told him she was kidding. Well, yeah, I'll get you lunch. He scratched the back of his neck. What sounds good? Burger? Oh, okay. That place is pretty good. Burger Shack? Izuku suggested. Once his companion nodded, they walked over to the line. As they waited, Midoriya finally felt comfortable enough to ask what was on his mind the whole time. Hey, Kodai? Why did you tag along with me in the first place? I'm probably the least interesting person you could have gone with today? He asked with a small laugh. That? Kodai muttered. I think you're hot. She looked at his now confused and semi-horrified expression and added, like really hot. And nice too. Midoriya's face turned a deep crimson, and he stuttered something incomprehensible. At his reaction, Kodai just smiled slightly. I like you. By that time, it was their turn to order. Can I get you guys something? The cashier asked the distressed teen and his stoic companion. Burger. Kodai replied. She turned and realized Midoriya was still broken, so she turned back and added. Make it 2 burgers. Combos please? Sure. Coming right up. See, come on Izuku. You have to say something. He thought, staring at his burger. He dared a glance up at Kodai Yui, who had momentarily just confessed to him. What kind of? She said he was hot and nice, which, he figured, was as good of a clarification of romantic interest as any he'd ever heard. The girl in question was just happily munching away on her food. So looked him, he guessed? I gotta say something, right? He thought. If you needed me to clarify, Kodai said between bites. I think we should date. She took a sip of her soda. Not just for looks either. Spending time with you is nice. YUTTTTTT. He stopped and took a drink. You too. Spending time with me? Or do you think I'm hot? Yui asked flatly. Both. Midoriya replied before he could think, immediately wincing. I mean. Yui shook her head. It's okay. I know I kind of ambushed you on this. I know we haven't talked much. I don't think I've talked this much all year. She wiped her mouth. You don't have to decide right now, either. That made Midoriya relax considerably, and he finally took a bite of his sandwich. That's good. I'm really flattered, and I think you're really pretty and nice to hang out with too. We just haven't much and I don't really know anything about you, other than the Ultraman stuff. That's fair. She shrugged. But that would be good for dates. Get to know each other. True, he replied. Sorry, I'm just kind of mind blown. Never been asked out or even been told I'm hot. He froze up as she reached over and touched his hand. That's a shame. You're a snack. He blushed and stared down at his food. Thank you, Kodai. She nodded as she finished her food and looked up. I think some of the girls are coming. I'm gonna hang out with Tsunatori for a while. She wrote down her phone number on a napkin and slid it over to him. Can I have yours too? He looked down at the napkin. Girl number. Sure. He wrote his down on another napkin and slid it over. She gave him a small smile and stood up. See you later. As soon as she was out of sight, Midoriya put her number in his phone, almost afraid it would disappear if he didn't. Once he was done, he jumped as Tokage plopped down where Yui had just been sitting. Hey Freckles, she grinned at him. Can I bum a fry off you? Sure, he replied, sliding a few over. This burger is huge. Thanks dear, she teased, causing him to blush as her hand floated over and pinched his cheek. So reliable. No problem, he shook his head. Tokage's teasing he was at least used to. You're never going to believe what just happened to me. Tokage leaned in and listened as Midoriya confided in her the events of the last few hours, the store, the food, and Yui's confession of sorts. So now I have to figure out what to do with that information, Midoriya sighed, finishing his burger. Are you okay? I thought you'd be giving me a lot more crap for this. He was surprised. Tokage had been listening with a deadly serious look, and almost looked a bit squirmy. But when he made the observation, she shook herself and took on her normal, toothy grin. Well, what have I been telling you all year, Freckles? You're a snack. I've been saying it way before Statue over there said it. I'm surprised you haven't had to fend off girls with a stick. Midoriya shook his head. I guess that's more along the lines of what I was expecting you to say. Am I that predictable? I'll have to step up my game. So what are you going to do, Mop Top? She asked. He shrugged. To be honest? I don't know. I mean, hanging out with her today was nice, but Tokage watched as he paused, his eyebrow furrowed. He usually only looked like that if he was stuck on a drawing, so to see it in this context was actually pretty cute in her opinion. He seemed unable to find the words to voice it, so she guessed. Not sure how you feel? Yeah, that's probably the right way to put it, Midoriya nodded. Well, I mean, the only reason to say no is if you had your eyes or heart set on someone else, Tokage shrugged. So, unless you've been pining on someone from afar? She stopped herself from wincing as she said this. She knew damn well she was fishing for information, but Midoriya was innocent enough not to catch on. What she wasn't expecting was for him to blush and say, I kind of have. I should figure that out. Tokage's eyes widened, and she could feel her face heating up. What who? Midoriya looked up, a glint in his own eye. You know what? Summer break is coming up. I'm going to focus on this training camp and then I can sit down and try and figure out love or whatever. Drawing will probably help too. He stood up. I think I'm going to grab some art supplies. Tokage stood up after him. Hey, you can't just drop a bombshell like that on me and just walk away. That's like a bullshit romance anime trope, you green-haired bastard. She got up and stormed after his retreating form. Get back here, damn it. The summer camping trip arrived quickly. After all, it was all anyone could talk about. Well, Tokage and Yanagi tried to press Midoriya for more information about his love life, but he kept his lips sealed, saying he was going to worry about it after the summer camp. It was only half a lie. He thought often about whether to accept Kodai's offer, or confess having feelings for both Yanagi and Tokage to his best friends. But he'd resolved to himself to just decide after the camp. After all, hero training came first. The students of Class 1B loaded up onto their bus, Vlad King doing a quick head count to confirm all 20 of them were present. Alright, this is going to be Quirk training experience, Vlad announced. It's going to be rigorous. Of course, we'll have some fun too, but you guys are going to be exhausted. Better get a nap in now if you're tired. Away's obliged right away by passing out against the window. Pony, who was seated next to him, scooted a bit further away as he began to drool. Midoriya had sat in the seat in front of Yanagi and Tokage, the three of them chatting excitedly. The girls had done a good job of keeping the surprise from him about the wild pussycats. They wanted to see him lose his sheet at the sight of them. We lucked out too, it's not going to be too hot this week or anything, Tokage grinned. Camping is the best when it's still kind of cool at night, and you can sit around a fire and all that good stuff. It's been a millennia since I've last gone. How thrilling, Yanagi replied. Perhaps I can share a story of terror. I think everyone's going to want to actually be able to sleep, Midoriya joked. Though it's been a while since I've heard one of your scary stories. Tokage laughed. I remember your mom banned them after like 6 o'clock because they would keep her up too. She stretched out and propped her sweatshirt against the wall of the bus. Alright, I'm going to catch a nap. I think I'll look for some good creepypasta material while I still have reception, Yanagi said, pulling out her phone. I don't think I'll be able to sleep on a bus. Me either, Midoriya shrugged. I'll probably draw some landscapes. He sat back down and jumped to see that Kodai had taken the spot next to him while he had been turned around talking. Why you snuck up on me? She looked up from her phone and gave him a faint smile. I know. It's fun. A few days after the mall incident, Midoriya admitted he wanted to get through the training camp before thinking about what she had said to him, which she completely understood. She did, however, take the opportunity to sit next to him or hang around him, Yanagi, and Tokage more often. Which Midoriya didn't actually mind. He had gotten used to the silence that usually accompanied her, and when he ran out of things to draw, she would suggest something obscure that piqued his interest, or point out little pieces of his drawings that she liked. She did like to sneak up on him though. Perk of being quiet, she had said. He finished his sketch of a campground, a tent, a campfire, a few figures in the distance hiking away from it, and the bus screeched to a halt. I guess I was drawing longer than I thought. Looks nice, Kodai said, looking over at his sketchpad. I like the details of the people in the background. And the little bits of stuff showing that they've been camping a while, like the knocked-over cups. Thanks, he said, smiling at her. I was going for that. He looked out the window to see they were on an overhang on a cliffside, overlooking a massive forest. He, and some of his other classmates who hadn't had too much experience with nature, oohed and awed at the beautiful sight. All right, everyone out, Vlad instructed, standing up as the bus driver opened the door. Same time in 5 days, Harold, he added to the driver. The students piled out of the bus, confused. Not long after, another bus pulled up and the 19 students of Class 1A piled out of it. Surprisingly, so did Shinso Hitoshi of the General Studies course. I guess with what happened to Ida, there is an opening in their class, Midoriya thought. Looks like unlike the inferior Class 1B, we were fashionably late. Monoma shouted, perking up as he saw the rival class. Who said you dashed? That was as far as he got before he was restrained by Aizawa's restrictive scarf. Too early for this, Monoma. Knock it off, the teacher sighed. Greetings, Aizawa, Kin said, nodding. Aizawa nodded back and looked around. Looks like they're late. As the two teachers talked quietly, Todoroki wandered over to where Midoriya was with Tokage, Yanagi, and Kodai. Lo Midoriya. Good morning Todoroki, he replied. How are you guys doing? He shrugged. Not great. A bunch of us failed the practical exam, so we have to take remedial courses at night here. Tokage clicked her tongue. On top of all the other stuff? That really sucks, man. I'm sorry. Who all failed? Well, me, Bakugo, and Kirishima had to take on All Might in our final, Todoroki explained. And we couldn't all agree on a strategy. I wanted to get away, Bakugo wanted to fight, and Kirishima kept trying to back up Bakugo but get me to go along with it. We were all over the place. Anyway, All Might kicked all of our asses easily. Ouch, Midoriya winced. Sorry to hear that. Who else failed? Yanagi asked. Kaminari, Ashido, Siro, Wajiro, and Satu? Todoroki sighed. Almost half our class. Geez, Tokage grimaced. That's rough. Hopefully you guys can still at least have a little fun. Nyaha. came a voice from behind the buses. Look at all the little kittens that came to play. Midoriya dropped his sketchbook as his classmates gasped, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Oh crap, no way. Tokage grinned wickedly and bounced on the balls of her feet. She was hoping that was the type of reaction to see from him. From over the tops of the buses, 4 figures jumped down to land dramatically in front of the students. Mandalay, Ragdoll, Pixie Bob, Meow, a tiger. The wild pussycats. The group sang out in unison as the students of Class 1A and B went absolutely apeshit over the entrance. Everyone listened anxiously as they explained what they would be doing, acting as trainers and coaches to improve everyone's quirks. Now your first challenge is to make your way through the forest of beasts, Mandalay giggled. Because no one is eating until you get to the camp way over there. The students looked to the clearing in the distance, some murmurs going up amongst them as they groaned about how far it was. You waiting for an invitation? Tiger yelled, making all 40 of them jump. Get a move on. Many of the students panicked and jumped the railing and charged forward down the slope and into the trees. Midoriya picked up his sketchpad from the ground, glad he only used 1 sheet of paper in this one. Of course he had packed more. Hey kid, didn't you hear? Mandalay asked. Tokage and Yanagi, who were standing by him, just grinned. Cooking up something good, Freckles? Tokage asked. He nodded and animated his drawing. Is that a platypus-shaped hover car? Pixie Bob asked, bewildered. Quickly, Midoriya scribbled a drawing of a fedora to place on top of the car. Parry the platypus-shaped hover car? Pixie Bob screamed, jumping back. Midoriya jumped in and looked towards Yanagi and Tokage. You guys coming? Not so fast, Vlad said, before either girl could move. Everyone has to get there under power of their own quirk. You 2 ladies are on your own. The 2 girls groaned and hopped the barricade. Sorry guys? Midoriya called out, apologetically, as he started parry the platypus-shaped hovercar. As he began to fly over the trees, Aizawa raised an eyebrow at Vlad King. Aren't you going to stop him? From what? Vlad asked. Well, that's too easy. Aizawa shrugged. How's he supposed to improve? We never agreed to a no-flying rule, Eraserhead. Pixie Bob laughed. Oh, I had something prepared for anyone trying to go airborne. The teachers turned and watched as a giant sandworm, made of mud, burst out from the trees and swallowed Perry the platypus-shaped hovercar in 1 gulp. Midoriya had just barely managed to escape, springing straight up into the air and out of reach of the jaws. He scribbled something on his notepad, and to the surprise of the teachers slapped the paper onto his back before animating it. A pair of black feathered angel wings sprouted on his back. He continued to draw, poofing up a BFG modified to shoot lasers as the sandworm came back towards him. Never tell me the odds, Woim, Midoriya said, firing his doom gun. The beam struck the creation, blowing its head apart as it collapsed back down into the trees. As other mud creations lunged up at him, he vocalized the laser, choo, choo. He swooped down lower to the tops of the trees, hoping to break the line of sight Pixie Bob had on him. A bit ahead of him, he could see Kodai shrinking down some trees to throw at any further constructs, and shrunk a few more down so that Yanagi could levitate them around her. He flapped his wings down and landed next to them, and saw Tokage had separated her eyes and ears to act as lookout around the forest. Shishida was with them as well, trying to sniff out the camp. Nice entrance, Freckles, Tokage grunted as she rejoined her eyes and ears to her head. What brings you to our neck of the woods? Air travel made me an easy target, he said, unanimating his wings. Thankfully the laser blaster works really good on mud constructs. Do they? Yanagi questioned. Then allow me to offer a suggestion. A few minutes later, the group students were following Yanagi, who was rotating 7 laser swords that Midoriya had drawn for her around herself like some sort of laser chainsaw. She was walking first in the group, and every mud construct went for her first. They all jumped into the spinning death of her laser sword barrier, disintegrating as they made contact. Midoriya and the others followed behind her, armed with their own laser swords. Just in case. Damn shame these only last a day, Tokage said to Kodai, who nodded. I believe that Lass from the support department has been trying to make something like this, Shishida added. Finally, the group emerged to see a feast awaiting for them at the clearing. They all turned off their laser swords and charged forward, helping themselves. So far, the only other people who had cleared the forest were Kendo, Tsunatori, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Mineta, and Jairu, who all waved from their seats as the others charged forward. Glad to see you made it, Todoroki said as Midoriya sat down next to him. What did you use? Laser swords, Midoriya said. Yanagi spun them around with her quirk. It was awesome. Yanagi blushed as the rest of her group nodded. Nice. Thankfully I was able to freeze a lot of them, Todoroki said. My sound waves made them fall apart, Jiru sighed. It was rough. A few explosions in the distance signaled an approaching Bakugo, who looked absolutely furious that he hadn't gotten there first. Kirishima and Kaminari followed close behind him. How'd you effing extras get here first? He barked, stomping over to a seat far away from all the others. You didn't see the shortcut log ride and lazy river? Tokage quipped, drawing a laugh from Midoriya and Kendo. There was a lazy river? Kaminari asked, panting. Mine? The rest of the students laughed as the rest of Class 1A and 1B began to filter in. Not long after, the teachers and the wild pussycats arrived in a truck. Eat up, kittens. Mandalay purred. Because after this, you guys are going to be cooking your own meals. Life skills are just as important as quick skills, I'll have you know. And don't fill up too much, or you'll just puke it right up. Tiger advised with a malicious grin. Quirk training begins in less than an hour. Ooh boy, Midoriya sighed, taking a bite out of his sandwich. Midoriya grunted as he hit the ground once more in his sparring session with Tiger. Gotta be better than that, kid. Tiger laughed. Again. Midoriya sprang to his feet. Right? He had been challenged to keep Tiger at bay long enough with his strength enhancement long enough to draw a house in the mud they were fighting over and animate it. But Midoriya hardly could get a wall finished before he was knocked into the mud and had to start over. More so than that, he could hardly land a blow on the pro hero. His elasticity quirk would be like fighting rubber fist on steroids. He knew the others weren't faring any easier than he was. Ragdoll had Tokage splitting herself in half, then having the halves and so on, trying to get Tokage into as small and as many pieces as she could. Yanagi was training to lift gradually bigger boulders on a cliff, near where Siro was continually shooting tape out of his arms to strengthen it. The trickle of blood coming from her nose was a clear sign she was going past her limit. Kendo was trying to work on variations of her fist sizes, since she usually only stuck to one size. It was more painful than she had anticipated. Above her, Uraraka floated by, trying to keep her nausea under control. Focus! Tiger yelled, clubbing Midoriya in the back of the neck as he collapsed into the mud again. That sucked, he moaned. Yes it did. Tiger chuckled. Back at it. By the time the students broke to make dinner, they were all feeling sore, broken, and tired. Still, the 40 of them came together and assigned roles for making dinner for everyone present, the 40 students, 6 teachers, and the small child who seemed to be following Mandalay around. Yanagi and Midoriya were chopping vegetables, with Yanagi using her quirk to chop many at once. When she wondered aloud, "Who do you suppose that young one is Izuku?" Not sure, he shrugged, trying to keep up with Yanagi and Bakugo, who seemed to be chopping vegetables angrily like a madman. Is he with someone in your class, Bakugo? Oh, for the love, I don't know. Bakugo yelled. Here. Yanagi and Midoriya paused and watched as Bakugo stomped on over to the boy, who jumped at his presence. Get a good look, kid. Bakugo grinned. You're getting a look at the future #1 hero. What's your name, Squirt? I'll give you an autograph. The boy's face twisted into a look of rage, and he reared back and punched Bakugo right in the groin. Bakugo howled and doubled over in pain, causing Midoriya, Yanagi, and everyone else around to laugh at the audacity of the entire situation. Mandalay ran over and tried her best to defuse the situation before. Bakugo ruined his life by murdering a small child in broad daylight. She explained to Bakugo and Midoriya and Yanagi since they were in earshot that Kota didn't really like heroes that much. He had been left in her care after his parents passed away, however, and Midoriya couldn't help but wonder if living with a pro-hero team made that situation better or worse. After a surprisingly good meal led by the culinary skills of Satu and Shiozaki, the students all pitched in on washing the dishes, and Mandalay clapped. Alright, now you kids get a little break. We've got some hot springs set up, and then we'll roast some marshmallows. Except, Aizawa's chimed in, for my students who will be coming with me for remedial lessons. A groan went up around many of the 1A students. Midoriya and Todoroki made eye contact, and Izuku offered a sympathetic smile. Ah yeah. Tokage cheered. A chance to soak my achy bones. Mineta howled angrily. How will I ever see all those luscious boudash? He was slapped across the face by both Jiru's earjacks and Ajui's tongue. Ragdoll scowled. Obviously boys and girls have separate hot springs. Come on, I'll lead the way. Midoriya sat down in the hot spring and heaved a sigh of relief as the hot water washed over him. This is where it's effing at, Away's sighed. Right, my dudes? The boys of 1A and B cheered. I gotta say guys, we all did some super manly work today, Kirishima said, jovially. I've never been harder. I hear that, Tetsu said, fist pounding his friend. The two had gotten pretty close after interning with fourth kind. Phrasing, you animals, Monoma groaned. On the other side of the wall, Tokage was wondering if she could float an eye above the wall to get a peek without the wild pussycats knowing. But the angered looks of Kendo and Shiozaki told her not to. Besides, she had plenty of eye candy on the girl's side anyway. Perks of being bi. She wriggled her eyebrows at Yanagi, who blushed and sank a bit lower in the water. Man, that was the craziest training ever. Uraraka sighed. Pixie Bob chuckled. You all handled yourselves well out there. Be proud of yourselves, kittens. Be warned though, day 2 is the hardest. Not too far from the camp, a group of villains were teleported to a cliffside mountain. Dabi stretched his hands over his head and looked at the group he was put in charge of. Good to see the League of Villains got serious, Dabi said, cracking his neck. Got an actual legit squad for this sort of thing? Think we'll get to meet Stain after this? Toga asked excitedly. That's why I'm here, Spinner grumbled. I'm here for the food. Twice cheered, before muttering, get me away from all these effing crazies. Dabi shook his head. Cut the bullshit guys, tomorrow night, we show the world that the status quo is no more. We take Midoriya Izuku, and bring him to the boss. Toga's eyes glinted down to the forest. Can't wait to see him again. He was a bit intriguing the last time we met. Don't envy that guy, Twice muttered. Midoriya paused as he crawled into his all-might sleeping bag as he sneezed. Someone must be talking about me, whatever, I'm beat. He curled up into his sleeping bag and passed out, unaware of the evil schemes centered around him. Pixie Bob was right. Day 2 of training camp was definitely harder. The additional workout on top of the already sore muscles was a recipe for lots of groans and misery from Class 1A and 1B. Midoriya was once again getting his ass handed to him by Tiger as he tried to juggle his two quirks at once. Midoriya. Mandalay called around the middle of the day. Midoriya looked up from the mud, embarrassed at his current state. Yes? Can you go see if Koda is in his not-so-secret spot? She asked, looking concerned. He tends to go up to that hillside to mope. I sent Bakugo to go look, but I realized maybe that wasn't the best idea after yesterday. Midoriya hesitated. Going alone after Bakugo sounded like the last thing he'd ever want to do. But the Wild Pussycats were one of his favorite hero groups. He'd always had a massive crush on Mandalay, and he didn't exactly want the summer camp to get ruined by Bakugo murdering a small child. Yeah, sure. He took off jogging, giving his body a break from constantly running on color fill once he was out of sight from the camp. A few jealous glares from the boys of Class 1A were shot his way. They were just as eager to get a break too. He slowed down as he cut through the relatively peaceful trail. Flowers were blooming off the side of the walk, and birds could be heard chirping in the distance. The air was crisp, and the sound of the stream nearby could be heard. Midoriya took a deep breath and reveled in it. I should go camping one day with Mom. This is really beautiful. He held up a frame with his hands and snapped a few photos on his phone after. I should do some landscapes tonight if I get a second. As he met the mountainside path, he could hear familiar voices. Come on, brat, your aunt is looking for you. Get away from me, you blonde hero freak. Hey, it's a beautiful day. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming. On days like this, kids like you should be burning in hell. Is that an Undertale reference? That's cringe, bro. Midoriya cringed at the exchange, the shouting really ruining the tranquility of the forest. 2 peas in a pod, these two. Still, he picked up the pace before their yelling caused an avalanche. As he turned a corner, the two came into view. Bakugo looked like he was barely restraining himself from grabbing the boy by the collar. As they noticed him, both Bakugo and Koda turned and barked, "What do you want?" Mandalay sent me to get you guys," Midoriya replied. "Both of you? Great, now 2 loser heroes know where my secret hideout is," Koda grumbled, getting up. "Teach," Bakugo scoffed. "As if I cared about your effing hideout." "I won't tell anyone," Midoriya said, scratching his cheek. "I wonder why he hates heroes so much." The 3 of them began to walk back in silence. Bakugo looked only at his feet, not even looking in Midoriya's direction. Must still be pretty pissed off about the sports festival, Midoriya figured. When they arrived back, training resumed as normal. Tiger made sure to go extra hard on Izuku to make up for the break. When someone needs a hero, Don't you want them to think of you as someone who always comes through? Tiger barked at him. Again. This can't get worse. Izuku groaned as he hit the mud again. Tonight, Mandalay grinned at the students who were not sent to the remedial training. We will have a test of courage. The students cheered. They were ready for some fun after a painstaking day of training. Alright, so the Class 1B students will go into the woods, Mandalay explained, referring to a map behind her. And the Class 1A students will pair up and walk the looping path. Class 1B will have the whole walk to scare them so bad they come running out. Ragdoll giggled. I want to see some people fleeing in absolute terror. Scare the crap out of each other. Are there any rules for the scarers? Kendo asked. Aways and Tsuburaba rolled their eyes. Leave it to the goody two-shoes to make it about rules, Aways whispered. No physical contact or harming anyone, Pixie Bob replied, ticking the rules off her hands. Otherwise, use your quirks. Go nuts. Class 1B cheered and headed off into the woods as Class 1A was put into groups. Alright, Kendo. We should split into groups. Can't just have one big scare. I have some ideas. What you got for us, Class Prez? Kamikiri asked with a smirk. He'd been waiting for something like this. Tetsu, Kodai and I will wait at the beginning. We need to get some light jump scares ready to put them on edge as they come through, Kendo explained. Shrink some trees when they aren't looking. Drop branches. Make some sounds where they can't see. Ah yes, casual gaslighting, Shishida nodded. Make them doubt their own senses. These are astute ways to set the mood in horror films, I concur, Yanagi nodded. Then what? Kinoko, can you set mushrooms throughout the whole path that will mess with people's senses? Make them feel off balance? Kendo asked. I'll mildew it with pride. The short girl huffed, storming off to set the traps. Kendo grinned. It was all going to come together. Midoriya, Tokage, Juzo, and Yanagi were all placed towards the end of the path. Kendo had placed them there to really hit Class 1A hard as they tried to reach the end. Okay, so, Tokage's dismembered hand is going to lay in the pile of blood provided by Midoriya's art, Yanagi explained. Hopefully in the delirium, the students of 1A will have forgotten that Tokage's quirk would allow that. Right? The other three nodded. Then Midoriya will animate a horrific creature of my choosing, probably Samara from the ring. Something smaller will allow me to levitate it after the parties. Yanagi continued. Then, as our victims try to flee in terror, Juzo shall soften the ground, making it harder for them to run, enhancing the horror and accelerating their heart rate. Geez, Casper, don't give someone a heart attack, Setsuna chuckled. This stuff is great. Alright, I'll get to work. Midoriya sat down with his sketchpad, as Tokage floated her limb into place. She stood over his shoulder and used the flashlight on her phone to illuminate his sketchpad as he quickly drew a blood mark to put on the ground. Reiko, can you pull up a picture of Samara on your phone? I don't think I've watched The Ring in forever. Shame on you, the ghostly girl teased, typing it in. We're rewatching it the second we get back from camp. Geez, you can really tell you guys grew up together, Juzo snickered. Don't be jealous, Smiley, Tokage beamed. You can come watch it too. That, actually would be kind of fun. Juzo admitted. We'll make it a horror movie party, Midoriya said, animating the blood splotch on the ground, and Tokage's hand laid down on top of it. I'm sure my mom wouldn't mind. I thought you were kidding, Juzo said. Like really? We're doing this. Half of our group hangouts begin as jokes, Yanagi nodded. You're more than welcome to come by Saturday and binge films of terror with us. She paused before adding, provided you chip in for refreshments. Mama Midoriya can only feed so many teenagers. Alright, I'm in. She really doesn't mind, guys, Midoriya objected. Sure. Someone's coming. The four hid back in the bushes at the sound of shuffling, hurried footsteps. In the distance, they could spot a floating pair of shorts and a t-shirt, which they realized had to be Hagakure, followed closely by the bobbing purple balls that could only belong to resident pervert, Mineta. He looked particularly freaked out, and while they couldn't make out Hagakure's face for obvious reasons, her movement seemed hurried and erratic enough to betray how scared she was. Come on, we have to be almost, oh my god. Hagakure shrieked, pointing her sleeve towards Tokage's hand. What the heck? Mineta yelled out. We're gonna die. Now, Yanagi whispered. Midoriya animated the Samara drawing, and Yanagi immediately began to float it towards the two students from their sister class. Samara wriggled and flailed against the psychic pole, which seemed particularly creepy as it floated into view of Mineta and Hagakure. They shrieked even louder, hitting notes that seemed to be opera-esque, in Midoriya's opinion, and took off running past Tokage's appendage. Or at least they tried. Juzo had softened the ground just enough that they both slipped and crashed to the ground, scrambling and struggling to get up as the horror creature floated ever closer to them. As the two finally got up and ran, screaming out of the forest, Midoriya, Tokage, Yanagi, and Juzo chuckled to themselves, and Midoriya unanimated Samara as she continued to thrash and shriek about. Awesome, Tokage beamed. But she furrowed her brow and sniffed at the air. Hey, you guys smell something? Maybe Juzo began before he began to cough. Midoriya's own vision blurred, and it seemed to be getting foggy around them. What is this? He received no answer as Yanagi collapsed to the ground. He felt his own knees buckle as he hit the ground on one knee too. Juzo hit the grass with a thud next to him. Tokage split her head off and her body dropped. She hovered her head just an inch above the surface. I think that's gas, she muttered, sleepily. Eyes widening, he threw himself to the ground as quickly as he could. He covered his mouth with his left hand and saw he was by some of Juzo's mud. Through his teary eyes, he did his best to draw a gas mask with his finger. Thankfully it was close enough that he was able to animate it, and quickly threw it over his face. That's a little better, he gasped. He looked towards Tokage's head, which looked like it was ready to pass out. Hey, Tokage, come on. Gee, got some in my lungs, she coughed. Got to my head before I could separate? You just need some fresh air, right? He asked. She nodded. Well, okay, sorry about this, he said, standing up. Before she could stop him, he scooped her head into his arms and used just a short burst of color fill to throw her head over the tops of the trees. I effing hate when you dash, Tokage gasped, but as her head hit the open sky, she floated there and took a few deep breaths to regain her composure. And her eyes widened. Oh shit, this is bad. What's going on? Midoriya yelled from the ground. She didn't answer immediately, she couldn't. It was hard to know where to begin. Part of the forest was on fire, and the part that was being used for the test of courage seemed to be covered in a thick, yellow fog. Crashing noises and shouts could be heard in all directions, and Tokage could see a couple of people distracting Mandalay and Tiger at the front of the forest. Freckles, draw me one of those gas masks, she shouted down. Aizawa grunted as the clone of Dabi, not that he knew Dabi's name, disintegrated into a glob of goo. Heading back into the small building, he let out a grunt of, "We have a situation, Vlad." Bakugu, who was ready to actually do something as opposed to listening to Kan and Aizawa drone on and on about the toilet paper Quirk uprising of 21x4, sprung up from his desk. Let me blow up some villains, Eraserhead. The rest of the 1A students all stood up eagerly, but Vlad and Kan glared them back down. Sit. Seethed Aizawa. I'll go get Mandalay, see what's going on. That was his plan, of course, until he opened the door again and was ambushed by another clone of Dabi. He jumped back, just barely dodging the burst of blue flame, already feeling sweat prickle up on his forehead. Did you think that was all? The Dabi clone grinned manically. We're just getting st. Bang. Startled by the noise, Vlad King swung the door open, which hit the Dabi clone in the face, disintegrating it. Everything okay out here, Eraser? Aizawa looked to the smoke in the distance, and the sounds of shouting. Peachy. Keep the kids safe, Kens. That's what I saw, Tokage explained. All right, Midoriya nodded. Well, first things first, we get rid of all this gas. He fumbled around the ground for his sketchpad. Hope all the forest creatures downwind don't mind a little nap. Tokage watched as he drew something, and jumped back as a giant fan hooked up to a generator towered over the trees. I mean, that works. It powered on, nearly blowing the two over as it sent blasts of wind gusting across the forest. The yellowish fog was pushed away from the woods, and once they were certain it was clear, Midoriya and Tokage removed their gas marks and heaved a sigh of relief. They knelt down and tried to shake awake Yanagi and Juzo. To no avail, they were out cold. Before the two could plan out anything further, gunshots could be heard deeper into the woods. That's where Kendo and Tetsu were. Tokage hissed. We gotta do something. Go get the pussycats, I'll go check it out, Midoriya began, but as he charged forward, Tokage yanked back on his shirt collar. No, she hissed. I'll go check on my classmates. You, with the big giant muscles, will get these two safely out of the woods. Those were gunshots, and I can actually be stealthy with my quirk. You're a big hunk, but that makes you a big target. Plus, you're faster than me. She was right, and he knew he couldn't argue with her when time was of the essence. Fine. Using color fill, he knelt down and managed to put both Juzo and Reiko on his shoulders into a fireman's carry. As he stood up, Tokage was already gone. Hope you know what you're doing, Setsuna? What the F was I thinking? She thought to herself as she levitated her multiple body parts from bush to bush, moving quickly towards the gunshots. Another bang ran out, and the sound of yelling ensued, at least confirming to the vice president of Class 1B she was going in the right direction. As she drew closer to a clearing, she saw another person around her age wearing a long coat and a gas mask. As he turned and pointed his gun into some bushes away from her, she furrowed her brow. He's definitely not with us. Gotta figure out where Red, Stony and Metalhead are. The gun wielder was firing his gun off wildly at every rustling of a bush or tree. He seemed pretty shaken, which was not how anyone wanted a gunman behaving. I gotta get that thing away from him before he hurts somebody. She broke her hands down into as small of pieces as she could manage and floated them high over the gun wielder's head. Thankfully, he hadn't been looking to the sky and she was able to remain undetected. She reformed her hands and used her left one to tap him on the shoulder. As the villain failed around, she zoomed her other hand around his lower body and snatched the gun away from him. Hey! As soon as he cried out, Tetsu came charging from the bushes, fully hardened. The villain tried to run, but it was too late. The metallic hero clobbered him in the back of the head, knocking him out cold. As Kendo and Kodai emerged from where Tetsu had been, Tokage herself floated over. Nice work, Vice Prez. Tetsu beamed as he stood over the villain. Peace, she laughed, reforming herself. I disarmed him, you're the one who gave him a concussion. Good stuff. The two fist bumped. Tokage, is everyone else okay? Kendo asked, lifting a gas mask of her own and shielding her eyes and hair from the intense wind that was still coming from Midoriya's gigantic fan. Yanagi and Juzo are napping, but Freckles is taking them to the pussycats, Tokage said, reassembling herself. Where'd you guys even get the gas masks? Yaoyorozu made them for everyone who wasn't already passed out, Kendo answered. She and Aways went to get the teachers. Tetsu heard the gunshots and figured he was best suited to taking care of this. Good thinking, Rusty, Tokage laughed, drawing a toothy grin from Tetsu. But, we've got other problems. As if on cue, the sound of a roaring freight train could be heard barreling towards them. Kendo grew her fists and pushed everyone out of the way as Dark Shadow came barreling through the open field, plowing through some trees, and circled back along the forest path. Holy shit, I wasn't even talking about that, Tokage yelled. If someone had told Midoriya that he would be dodging swords as part of the training camp he was attending, he would have thought they were crazy, or at the very least, that it was Aizawa's idea. He never would have expected he'd have to dodge swords from a teenager with a reptilian quirk while carrying two of his classmates on his shoulders. Careful, Spinner! Cried out a very large, muscular woman who was busy fighting Tiger with a giant magnet. That's the target. Shigaraki wants him returned alive. I'm a target? Midoriya yelled out, jumping backwards from the giant sword that was made out of smaller swords tied together. Midoriya, run! Mandalay grunted as she charged for the reptilian villain. With his thoughts only on keeping Yanagi and Juzo safe, he turned on his heel and went to run back into the forest, until a powerful force began pulling him back. Oh no you don't, honey! Cried the muscular woman, pointing her giant magnet at Midoriya. It didn't take Midoriya more than a second to realize her quirk must have allowed her to magnetize anything, and he fell forward, dumping Hananuki and Yanagi onto the grass. He clawed at the ground trying to keep himself from being pulled backwards. Tiger attempted to intercept, but had to dodge a large swing of Spinner's hodgepodge sword before Mandalay could attempt to attack him. Crap, Mandalay seethed as Spinner dodged. Alright, need to give these kids a fighting chance. So that's what we're dealing with, Tokage explained, as quickly as she could. I guarantee there are other villains in here, and we're technically not allowed to be using our quirks to stop them, so Kendo began, but suddenly all four of the students flinched as a loud voice rang out in all of their heads. This is Mandalay. The summer camp is under attack. All students have our authorized permission to use your quirks to defend yourselves and others. You were saying? Kodai muttered to Kendo. In that case, we need to find the others. Tokage urged. Who knows what other psychos are out there? Yeah, we can't just leave them. Tetsu said, turning to Kendo. What kind of heroes would we be? Kendo nodded. But we stick together. Should we try and help out Tokoyami? Tokage shook her head. As much as I hate to say it, he's weakened by light. We need either the laser guy or the electric guy from 1A if we want to slow that thing down. I'm going to go back up Midoriya, Kodai said quietly. Might be dangerous to go alone. Alright, let's meet up outside the forest. Kendo nodded, leading Tetsu and Tokage deeper into the woods. Be careful, statue. Tokage called back to the black-haired girl. In desperation, Midoriya dug his left fingers into the earth and bit down on his right index finger, hastily drawing a laser sword on his left arm. As he animated it into his right hand, he let go of the earth and allowed himself to go flying towards Magna. She gasped and jumped backwards as he swung his laser sword wildly towards her head, just barely dodging getting decapitated. As she did, Tiger hit her with a double axe handle to the back of the head, knocking her down. Spinner jumped forward to defend his teammate, swinging for Midoriya, but his laser sword sliced right through Spinner's monstrosity of a weapon, sending smaller knives and swords scattered all over the ground. "Ah man, not my cool sword." The villain groaned, right before he got sucker-punched by Mandalay and getting knocked out. Magna was still kicking, and used her giant magnet to summon a tree from the edge of the forest and swung it on a path towards Tiger, Mandalay, and Midoriya. Midoriya readied his laser sword. But before any of the three could act, Kodai jumped in front of them and shrunk the tree before it could even get close. "Where do these little brats keep coming from?" Magna grunted. Mustard was supposed to have them all napping. Before anyone could react, she attempted to use her magnet on Kodai, who placed the miniature tree in front of herself, and said, "Release." The tree returned to normal size, but laying horizontally, immediately and crashed into Magna, knocking the villain out as it grew and smacked into her face. "Good job, you two," Mandalay sighed, brushing herself off. "Tiger, I haven't been able to get a hold of Pixie Bob or Ragdoll. Where is their last known whereabouts?" "They were taking Coda to check on the remedial study students," Tiger said. "We need to get to Eraserhead and Vlad King, see if they made it." "No need. They didn't." Everyone turned to see Eraserhead approaching. "I just came to get reinforcements, but it looks like you guys had your hands full." Mandalay's eyes widened. "Coda? Then where's Coda?" "We were given the go-ahead to defend ourselves." Bakuga barked. "I can't let any of those extras show me up." Todoroki rolled his eyes at Bakuga's antics, but he couldn't help but share in the concern. If villains were attacking, did his classmates need their help? Was holing up in a classroom really the best thing to do? His thoughts were interrupted as explosions rocked a nearby hillside. Todoroki looked out of the window at the rocks falling and crashing into the nearby trees. Ken-sensei? Is that a problem?" Vlad King and Bakuga both turned and looked, but Bakuga recovered first and used the distraction to slip past the teacher and jump out the window. "That's where that stupid brat is. He's going to get himself ended." As Bakuga slipped away, Vlad's phone rang. Groaning in aggravation, he looked to see it was Eraserhead. "Yes?" "Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, and Mandalay's nephew are missing," Eraserhead grunted into the receiver. "Better get the students out here to lend a hand." "Peachy," Ken sighed as he hung up, looking at the other students who had failed. "Alright, time to play hero, kids. Might as well since one of you ran out of here anyway." Shigaraki chuckled happily as he looked down at the restrained, green-haired boy in front of him. He looked around at his team. Most of them had come back, sans Mustard, Muscular, and Moonfish. That had surprised him, considering they were definitely the heavy hitters of the team he had sent. "Is our guest still not talking?" Shigaraki asked cheekily. "Not a peep," Toga sighed, before grinning and brandishing a knife. "Can I please try and loosen his lips a bit?" She stood and waved the knife in front of Izuku's face, giggling as his eyes followed the glint of the blade. "I do owe him one." "No one touches him until Master arrives," Shigaraki sniped back. "He wanted to be here for this one. Said it was a special reunion or something." The blue-haired youth looked down at Midoriya Izuku. "He'll want to hear all about how this one got himself captured." The night before, Midoriya ran, looking behind him to make sure Mandalay, Tiger, and Kodai were still following him. "Come on, Koda, please be there." Eraserhead had taken Vlad King and the other students to retrieve the rest of Class 1A and 1B, leaving those four with the daunting task of saving the small child. And possibly Bakuga. The sounds of explosions and of rock shattering over itself just pushed him to run faster, careful to make sure he stayed in the line of sight of the other heroes. The sounds were mostly coming from Bakuga's valiant efforts to protect Koda from Muscular. Unfortunately, the muscle-bound freak show of a villain was just a tad more than the team could handle, able to shield himself from every explosion by growing mounds of muscles around his arms and chest to protect himself. It had been only 15 minutes earlier that Bakuga had swooped in, trying to cause a small avalanche to stop the villain from attacking Koda. He hadn't expected the villain to punch through the boulders, much less the villain to laugh off when Katsuki latched onto his face and unleashed a blast. But muscles had sprang up from the villain's chest to protect him from the fire. Tiger immediately sprang into action, wrapping his entire body around Muscular's arms and legs, attempting to restrain him. The villain responded by growing his muscles outward, stretching Tiger out too thin, and the villain was able to get a hold of Tiger's head. Once he clocked Tiger with a left hook, sending the hero bouncing back down the mountain path. Kodai let out a small, eep sound, and began shrinking down as many of the large boulders Bakugo had broken up as possible. During this time, Bakugo recovered and decided to go for a different approach. He sprang forward and slapped a hand on each of Muscular's knees, unleashing a giant blast that sent the villain onto all fours. Midoriya sprang into action, pushing color fill up to 30%, the same amount that nearly caved Bakugo's face in and sent him flying out of the sports festival ring, and went to deliver a left hook to the villain's good eye. But a wall of bulging, gross muscles came from Muscular's right arm and blocked the blow. Holy crap, did he just tank one for all at 30%? Midoriya thought, jumping back as the villain swiped for him. Baku grabbed onto the villain and tried for another blast, but with a flick of his left arm, Muscular threw the blonde teen into the cliffside next to him. Just my luck, Muscular grunted, springing to his feet with a grin. The little broccoli we're supposed to capture comes running right to me. Now I can end the others and call it a day. Look out. Above you. A telepathic message rang out in everyone's head. Wadash. Muscular looked up. But of course, this was a deception from Mandalay, who took the opportunity to punt the villain in the gonads. Bakugo jumped on his back and began letting loose blast after blast. Midoriya pulled out his notebook, scrambling on what to draw. Brute force isn't working, not enough footing for a T-Rex or a, got it. As Muscular pulled Bakugo off his shoulders, he swung the blonde and used him as a club to smack away Mandalay, to the two rolling down the path. He turned to try and find Koda, Midoriya, and Kodai, but he saw nothing immediately. Pikachu, quick attack. Muscular growled as suddenly a small, yellow rat came barreling down the mountain path towards him. He slammed his hand down, hoping to squash the little pest, but it was too quick and had darted through his legs. Thunder wave, Pikachu. Chew-e. The electric mouse unleashed the electric's waves, washing over the villain's body. He tried to turn but found he couldn't, he'd been paralyzed. Release, came the quiet voice of Kodai. From above him, large boulders materialized from pebbles in the air, raining down on the villain and knocking him out completely. Midoriya, Kodai, and Koda emerged from behind a small ledge the fight had carved out, and the three heaved a sigh of relief. Midoriya knelt down and unanimated the Pikachu. Good call getting all those boulders, Kodai, he said. She gave him a small smile and held out her hand for a fist bump, which he returned with a bright smile of his own before turning to Koda. Are you okay? The boy, watery-eyed and scared, merely nodded. He saw his Aunt Mandalay running back up the path with Tiger and Bakugo in tow, and took off running to meet her. Thank goodness you're safe. Mandalay cried, scooping the child up in a hug. She set him down and a serious, steely look returned to her face as she addressed Midoriya, Tiger, Kodai, and Baku. We need to get him somewhere safe and help the others. Sounds like there's villains out there. Her gaze shifted towards Bakugo, who had been struggling to hold off Muscular the longest. Are you okay to keep going? Bakugo grunted, I'm fine. He tilted his head towards Midoriya. You heard that freak show. They're after Det. Shouldn't you place him under some special protection or some sheet? That's us now, Tiger replied, sternly. We're all the damn special protection anyone's gonna get. So none of you better leave our damn site. Until backup gets here, which probably won't be for hours considering we're in the middle of damn nowhere. Why yes sir, the three students answered. But then Midoriya's eyes widened. Wait, backup? That's it. Toga Himiko smiled to herself as she skipped through the woods. She considered stopping and fighting two girls she had seen on a path, but decided to stay hidden. See, other than her obsession with Stain, there was something else that had intrigued her about this job. The League of Villains was after Midoriya Izuku, a boy she had met weeks ago in her own endeavors. She hadn't really thought much of him at the time. In fact, it seemed like he and that pro-hero he was with were pretty easy to manipulate. They ran to the place she told him to meet her at, and they let her go in favor of saving other people. Boring, predictable hero stuff. She'd never expected to hear how easily Vinci, Fox Noir, Rubber Fist, and Emily toppled the cult she had been briefly associated with. That was significantly less boring. If anything, it made the fact that he had a target on his back somewhat intriguing. It also made her valuable to the Shigaraki, because she had a good strategy on how to get him to come willingly. She found where Twice, Dobby, and Compress had made their base of operations, and sat down in front of them. But there's about 7 of them that way. She jerked her thumb behind her. Probably need 2 or 3 compresses to handle that. Everyone else seems to be napping. Twice sighed, exhausted. I wish I could compress the compress. A full-size compress is harder than a compressed. Oh God, I hate this idiot, Mr. Compress muttered. You sure about this plan, Toga? Dobby asked. She nodded. Getting Izuku will be cake, as long as we go about this the right way. Crap, he's out cold, Tokage said, nudging Aoyama as hard as she could. Thankfully, they had found him pretty easily with Shinso. But that didn't do the students any good like this. Now what? Who else can stop a rampaging dark shadow? Tetsu asked. I can. The 3 students jumped as Eraserhead emerged from the bushes. Glad I found you. I can assume you 3 are the ones who dealt with the sleeping gas villain? Yes, sir, Kendo nodded. Tokage disarmed him and Tetsu knocked him out. Then I'm just going to assume that was after Mandalay gave the okay? Aizawa sighed. Now come with me. We need to get Tokoyami before anyone else gets hurt. Glad is rounding up the sleeping students as we speak, so once we do this, we can all regroup. Yes, sir. As the 3 followed Aizawa, ready to stop the rampaging bird shadow that belonged to Class 1A, they were instead met with a flurry of long, white, jagged pillars erupting from the trees and bushes that were looking to impale the lot of them. Look out! Aizawa rolled to the side, scanning for the source of the attack as he scowled. Moonfish? Tokage split herself into small pieces, dodging the multiple pillars as Kendo dove out of the way. Tetsu didn't fare as well. He hardened himself and tried to tank one of the teeth, but it pushed him all the way back into a tree, snapping the tree in half as it pushed him through. Careful, Aizawa instructed the other 2, pulling his goggles down. This guy can manipulate and grow his teeth rapidly. He flipped out of the way of another tooth, but was knocked out as a tooth erupted from the ground, hitting him in the chin. That's gross, Tokage muttered, zooming out of the way of the teeth. As Kendo tried to strategize, the battle was interrupted again by a cry of, "No need to worry about this man's poor hygiene." With only those words as a warning, All Might crashed to the ground, punching through the teeth to shatter them. I am here. A horrible screeching sound rang out from the woods as Moonfish erupted to attack, but as soon as he was in All Might's gaze, the hero sprang into action, dodging the teeth. Detroit! Smash! All Might cried, uppercutting Moonfish into the sky. His silhouette could be seen against the moon, and then the villain crashed onto the ground in a heap. All Might sighed and dusted himself off. Kendo, can you go get Tetsu? Of course. The redhead nodded, turning and taking off towards the broken tree. Tokage turned to All Might. How did you even get here so fast? Because, the symbol of peace said with a smile, I'm really just a drawing. Oh, well that makes sense, Tokage grumbled, but then jumped back as a copy of All Might burst into blue fire. Tokage reassembled herself and stared down the scarred man who had just walked out of the forest. Well, he burns just like paper wood. He glanced up at Tokage. No hard feelings about this. Vlad King wasn't usually one to panic. It didn't sit well with his image as a gruff hero. But considering they hadn't found any of the passed-out students, he couldn't help but worry. Nothing over here, Mr. Kan, Ashido called out. He'd allowed her, Todoroki, and Kirishima to split off from him and keep looking. Hey, do you guys hear something? Kaminari asked, looking around. Like, a train? Are we by any trains? A screech from nearby told them, no, it wasn't a train. Dude, that's Dark Shadow. Zero shouted. Does that mean Tokoyami lost control? Vlad looked at Todoroki. You get that fire ready. That's the only light around that can subdue it. Todoroki nodded and readied himself as the sound of rushing wind drew closer. They all jumped back as Dark Shadow came looming and zipping through the trees. Oh God, not again. Kirishima winced, but thankfully no one heard him over the roar of the flames Todoroki shot towards the shadow creature. That area of the forest lit up in a blaze, attracting everyone's attention. As Vlad unshielded his eyes from the light, he heaved a sigh of relief to see Tokoyami collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Well, that's one less thing to worry about. Seriously, Sato whistled, before looking around. Hey, wait a minute, where did Todoroki and Ashido go? The remaining students and Vlad looked around, and true to what Kirishima had said, the two students were nowhere to be seen. Fdash, Vlad muttered. As Mandalay and Tiger led Koda, Midoriya, Bakugo, and Kodai back to the entrance of the woods, both Magna and Spinner were gone, as well as Yanagi and Hananuki. The only students who had gotten out were Awaze, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Azui. That's it? Mandalay seethed, exhausted. Eraserhead and Vlad King were going in to round up the rest of you. Where are your classmates? Tiger asked. Kara, we were hoping they got out. Azui croaked. Shuji and Tsuburaba were with us, but now they vanished at some point. Were Yanagi and Hananuki here when you got out? Midoriya asked worriedly. I left them right there. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu looked at each other and shook their heads. We're the only ones we've seen out here, Uraraka replied, nervously. We need to establish some communications, Mandalay said, turning to Tiger. We're down 2 pussycats, 2 teachers, and way too many students? Why yes, if this was a training exercise, I would say you'd failed. Who's there? Tiger growled, looking around. From the forest, a man in a top hat and a magician's suit jumped down from a tree. Immediately, Bakugo lunged towards him, but the man held up a few marbles and said, Iggy, if you don't want your classmates' blood on your hands, I'd stop. Stand down, Bakugo, Mandalay barked. The blonde grunted but continued glaring at the magician. Much better, the masked man laughed. You've all proven to give my associates some trouble, but I dare say the game is over. Maybe we don't have Midoriya, but I think the students we do have can prove to be formidable. You're bluffing, Mandalay said, stepping in front of the students. I have doubts you've really captured anyone. Ho ho! I thought you might. Compress waved his hand, revealing a marble between each finger. As of now, we have over 20. I suppose proving it to you with one of the 4 I have will be worth it? If you cooperate, of course. What do you mean? Tiger asked. The magician merely chuckled and threw one of the marbles towards the group, and it burst open before the person inside grew rapidly, to reveal Tokage. Midoriya cried out at seeing his friend's unconscious body, color fill activating and lightning crackling up his sides. His fists clenched and his teeth grit at the sight of her, with burns up and down her sides. He moved forward to reach out to her, but a cough from Compress halted him. I wouldn't move, or else the rest of your classmates will get much worse than this. Compress chuckled. Including your little girlfriend from the sports festival, young man. They have Yanagi too. He shook with rage, the look on his face rivaling Bakugo's own unbridled fury. You rat piece of shit, Izuku hissed. You know, that's what I expect Endeavor will say when he finds out we have his kid, Compress laughed. Maybe. He doesn't strike me as a nurturer. Anyway, here's our terms. My esteemed colleagues and I will return your friends unharmed. Well, with no further harm. In return for you, Midoriya. If he wasn't so enraged, Midoriya would have been more surprised that both Bakugo and Kodai stepped in front of him, as if to block Midoriya from Compress sight. Not any chance, Topham hat. Bakugo barked. Kodai grunted forcefully. You're a damn fool if you think we're surrendering another kid to you, Tiger growled. Midoriya, however, was already running the calculations in his head, and spoke up. What guarantee do I have that you'd actually release anyone? Bakugo turned and seethed at the green-haired teen. Deku, what the F dash? Kodai turned and looked at him too, and while wordless, the look of absolute hurt in her eyes stung Midoriya momentarily. Compress laughed. Well, at least someone here is smart. Toga? A giggle came from the bushes below him, and the blonde girl emerged. See? I told you he wouldn't let other people take the fall for him. Oh, it's you. Midoriya spat, venomously. Toga giggled again. Ah, come on, don't be like that. Not after my tip helped you stop that cult back on your internship? Compress cleared his throat, leaning against the trunk of the tree. Let's stay on business, kids. You can flirt more later. He ignored the look of disgust Midoriya was shooting him, and pointed his cane at the boy. Step forward. Are you sure about this? Midoriya made eye contact with Mandalay, who had sent him that telepathic message, and nodded. He moved past Kodai and Bakugo, making sure not to look Kodai in the eyes. Once he was clear of them, everyone jumped back as a ring of blue fire sprang up, separating Midoriya from the rest of them. He turned back and saw that Toga and Compress had been joined by a man with purple hair and burn scars all over his face, as well as Spinner and Magna from earlier. He also saw multiple copies of the villains, and a man with a blue and white villain costume doing some strange dance out of excitement. Good boy, the man with the burn scars sneered. Just what I'd expect from some Hero Corps student. My friends, Midoriya said sternly. I'm not taking another step until I know they're safe. Dabi rolled his eyes but turned to Compress, who was on the ground now with a few clones of himself. He nodded to the magician, who threw a few more marbles over the wall of flame. They grew and sprang open, revealing nearly all of Class 1A and Class 1B. Some of them were still unconscious from the gas, others seemed to be writhing in pain. You know, it was pretty clever to send a bunch of All Might copies after us, Dabi said, a hint of begrudging respect in his tone. Too bad they burn just as easily as some dry leaves. Well, they are paper, Midoriya sniped, sarcastically. He looked back and squinted. That's not everyone. Dabi held up his hands. That's all we could find. Anyone else passed out in the woods isn't our responsibility. Deku, what the F are you doing? Bakugo screamed over the wall of blue fire. Don't be effing stupid. Midoriya looked over his shoulder. Everyone who was conscious began screaming at him, and his eyes lingered over Yanagi and Tokage, who were beginning to stir as well. Can we move further into the woods? I don't want anyone to see. Our ride is in there anyway. Dabi nodded. Come with us. With one last look to his friends, Midoriya gulped and followed behind the villains as they made their way towards Kurogiri, ready to be teleported away. The present. I must say, I have to commend you, Shigaraki chuckled. You've held strong ever since you got here. But we all saw that darkness at the sports festival. You nearly caved that loud boy's face in. Midoriya just glared forward. I know anger and hatred when I see it. Midoriya Izuku, Shigaraki laughed. You can sit here and be as stoic as you want, but you'll talk for master, whether you like it or not. Speaking of, Kurogiri said, polishing a glass and pouring some wine, I believe he's here. A hush fell over the bar as the door swung open. Dressed to the nines, All for One himself strolled in, a grin on his face as he grabbed the wineglass from Kurogiri's outstretched hand. The leader walked over to Midoriya, who just stared up at him blankly. All for One sipped from the wineglass and his smile grew bigger. Different, almost proud. Good evening, young man. You can't believe how pleased I am to see you again. Midoriya just said nothing, looking almost through the villain. The words confused Toga. See him again? She looked to Shigaraki, who actually had the same confused look from behind the hand he wore on his face. He's been like this since last night, Compress said, exasperation evident in his voice. Over 12 hours, no talking. Oh. All for One chuckled. You can lighten up and chat with us, Midoriya. After all, he grinned. No one is around to hear you if this has to get loud. To his surprise, Midoriya seemed to perk up at this, looking up and making eye contact with the villain, well, as much as he could for someone with no eyes. Midoriya opened his mouth and let out one small word. Good. What happened next was too fast for Kurogiri to react and get anyone out. Midoriya's eyes turned red for a split second before he exploded. The fire and the ash hurtling towards the villain as the last thing he could remember before it all went dark. The night before. As he paused next to a tree, Midoriya used color fill to take the drawing of himself he'd made with all backup All Mights and animated it. This one was different. This one was a last resort. He didn't expect his All Might clones to last long. They'd burn up if exposed to fire, but maybe they'd take down a villain or two. But this last backup was a real gamble. But he hoped it would end the League of Villains if luck was on his side. Self-destruct if only the villains are around. He thought as he animated it, and he himself jumped into the tree, hiding amongst the leaves, moving so fast he could barely be noticed. At the sound of rustling leaves, Compress looked around and made eye contact with the paper clone Midoriya. For a second, Izuku feared that his plan had failed, but the villain simply walked back and grabbed Midoriya's arm to escort him. Wouldn't want you thinking you could run off, the magician snickered. Idiot. Midoriya thought to himself. He animated a pair of binoculars and watched, making sure that all the villains and his clone went through the portal. And as soon as they were gone, he rolled himself out of the tree branch and onto the ground. Holy cow, I can't believe that worked. Oh, nerd, draw some sheet to get rid of this fire. Bakugo barked as he saw the real Midoriya. We gotta get everyone outta here. Right? The present. God, why won't they let me leave? Tokage grumbled, lying back against her hospital pillow. I healed from the burns. The doctors have already said they need to check your lungs for smoke inhalation, Yanagi said, scrolling her phone. I suggest you relax. Tokage grunted and looked at Midoriya and Yanagi, who were seated next to her. She had woken up in a panic in the hospital room that morning, but that subsided when she saw Midoriya there, and he explained how he, Mandalay, Tiger, Kodai, and Bakugu of all people managed to trick the League of Villains into leaving with a fake version of himself. Okay, but why are you two here? Tokage sighed. Freckles, it's your birthday. There are probably a million other places you could be. His face screwed up in genuine confusion. I don't want to be anywhere else. You're here. Tokage's face turned a deep red. As her heart skipped a beat or two, she realized that he wasn't even trying to be smooth. He was genuinely nice and dense enough to not realize what words like that could do to someone. No wonder I'm in love with both of them. Besides, it's not like I had anything planned for my birthday anyway, he shrugged. We were going to be at the camp until, well, all this happened. But wait, it happened? He pointed at the television as a breaking news bulletin broke. Word has just broken that an explosion in Kamino Ward has led to an arrest of most of the members of the notorious League of Villains, the group who attempted to lead an attack at the USJ earlier this year and attacked the summer camp last night. Over to my ex-wife who I'm still in love with. Kim? That's right, Tad, the female newscaster continued as the camera shifted to her. Last night the infamous group attempted to invade the UA summer training camp, and everyone escaped with only minor injuries. The group has now fallen prey to what All Might is saying is definitely a gas leak and nothing else. Reports from the scene indicate that one or two of the members was seen fleeing the scene right after the explosion, but authorities and pro-heroes are currently most of the group is now in custody. Yes. Midoriya cheered, fist pumping. Yanagi smiled. Looks like your plan was a success, Izuku. Holy shit, Freckles, Tokage laughed. You just took down a goddamn criminal organization from the comfort of Scenic, my hospital room. He slumped backwards in his chair, relieved. I've been on pins and needles about this since last night. I kept worrying something would go wrong. I still can't believe it didn't. If they had been willing to hurt my clone, it would have been game over. That's incredibly lucky. Don't undersell what you've accomplished. You tricked a notorious group of villains into taking a bomb into their headquarters. We'll have to properly celebrate this occasion soon, Yanagi beamed. After all, it's not every day the toppling of an evil regime lines up with one's date of birth. Tokage snickered. Sorry to hold you up again, you two. Midoriya shook his head. Are you kidding me? I'm here with my two best friends, and I was able to stop the League of Villains. What more could I want? Tokage and Yanagi looked at each other, and blushed. Well, truthfully, we did have something planned for your birthday, Yanagi admitted, looking at her feet. Though we planned on finding time to do it at camp. Why yeah, Tokage admitted. This kind of ends the mood. She looked up and snapped. Alright, I have an idea. How about when I get out, since it's summer break, we hit a water park and then we can do it, Ghosty? Midoriya tilted his head at them. You guys were taking me to a water park for my birthday? And no, Tokage stuttered out. It was, you know what you'll see. Right, Casper? Midoriya turned to Yanagi, who looked particularly mortified by the idea, but just nodded. Alright. Midoriya looked between his two friends and furrowed his brow. Geez, villains are a lot easier to figure out than girls. All for One let out a strained gasp as he hooked his oxygen tank back up. Too close. That blast was too close to doing him in. A centuries-old stockpile of all the most powerful quirks he could have found. Nearly done in by a mere explosion. He had barely enough time to activate his own short-range teleportation quirk to get himself and Shigaraki out of there. The boy himself was still unconscious. All for One didn't even bother to move him from the concrete floor as the villain collapsed into the old recliner and took out his phone. Dr. Garaki, he breathed into the receiver. We'll need to move to Plan B. Midoriya sprang out of bed as his phone alarm rang, signaling the start of a new day. He was 16 now, and ready to actually celebrate it after spending his actual birthday next to Tokage's hospital bed. Good morning, Mom, he said, bounding out to the living room. Happy late birthday, son, she called from the kitchen, pouring them both some of the coffee he ordered from Haru. Both of them were big fans. What time did you get back last night? I didn't hear you come in. Well, I had to see Tokage and Yanagi home after they let her out of the hospital, so it was probably after 11. He replied as he grabbed a box of All Mighty Might Crunch off the top of the refrigerator. We're going to go to the water park today, celebrate my birthday. He neglected to leave out that the explosion that was all over the news was his doing, and a big part of his celebration. Still, his mother frowned. Are you sure that's a good idea? Your classes just got through that attack by the villains? You saw the news, Mom, they captured most of them. I know, she sighed. Well, just text me when you get there? Of course. I think your school is going to have to cancel those off-campus events, Inko said, sitting down with her newspaper and coffee. The last two ended in tragedy. They're lucky no one was seriously hurt this time. Midoriya sat down across from her and nodded. I believe it. The campus is probably the safest place in Japan after the whole press incident at the beginning of the year. Well, that's the truth, Inko laughed. Even the Prime Minister doesn't have that level of protection. She lowered her newspaper. Speaking of protection, I expect you to behave yourself at the water park today, young man. Midoriya coughed and sputtered on his cereal. Don't you, Mommy? Inko replied, though there was some lightheartedness to her voice. I've seen the way you three look at each other. Those girls seem awfully fond of your stomach and arms. Midoriya turned red and stared down at his cereal. The way they look at me? After a moment of silence, Inko put her paper down. I'm only teasing, son. But have fun, okay? Sure thing, ma. As he finished, he remembered something he and Yanagi had spoken about a while ago, that he had been meaning to bring up with her. Hey, Mom. Yes, sweetie? Didn't I get my quirk the same day that the doctor said I was quirkless? He asked. Mimicking her son almost, she choked on her coffee and began coughing, prompting Izuku to jump up and start rubbing her back. Sorry honey. Why do you ask? Inko, much like her son, couldn't hide her emotions. Izuku could easily recognize a look of concern on her face. Oh. Yanagi was saying after I got diagnosed, it was like a month before my quirk showed up. But, I dunno, I remember it happening the same day. He explained. Inko sighed sadly. And not quite, sweetie. I figured something like this might happen. What do you mean? Izuku asked curiously. Inko sighed. Son, when we found out you were quirkless, your father came to stay with us for a month from overseas. Izuku's heart sank. He'd never remembered his father. He didn't even know what we looked like, other than some old photos his mom kept around. He did. Yes, he took a leave from work to spend time with us. To help us both cope with the change. He said you needed your father, and he would sit down and draw pictures with you every day. Said he saw how much you loved drawing all night after watching that video of him. Inko explained, sadly. That was the last time we saw him before the accident. Izuku swallowed, feeling a pain in the back of his throat that usually preceded tears. He almost felt mad about the whole thing. But, why don't I remember it that way? In my head you just gave me some paper right after the diagnosis? And I was so sad. I just sat there watching that same all-night video. Inko frowned. She could tell Izuku was on the verge of tears, and it nearly pushed her to that point as well. The doctor said this might happen. Your brain is blocking out the traumatic incident. When your father was lost in that accident, you didn't stop crying for days. The only time you stopped is when you found your quirk. Your mind likely bridged the two memories to try and protect you from it. Midoriya sat back down and put his head in his hands. I made myself forget the last time I saw Dad? It was Inko's turn to get up and rub her son's back, although this quickly turned into a full-fledged embrace as the two cried, quietly together. It's okay, son. You were just a boy. They sat like that for some time, Izuku taking some solace that he had, at least, gotten to spend so much time with his dad before he was gone, forever. After maybe half an hour, Inko straightened herself out and rubbed her thumbs under Izuku's eyes to get his tears. Enough moping, Izuku. Your friends are going to try and make sure you have a great day. Go get yourself dressed and try to enjoy yourself. Izuku rubbed an arm across his eyes, standing up and nodding. Right? You're right. He turned to retreat to his room, but paused, and went back and hugged his mom once more. Thanks, Mom. You're the best. I utterly cannot fathom why you chose a water park, Setsuna. Yanagi grumbled from the other side of the bathroom door. Real talk? Setsuna answered. Figured I'd have an easier time confessing to him if I could see his wet muscles. Also, I just wanted to see his sexy muscles in general. A lot of it has to do with his muscles. There was a pause from the bathroom. It took Setsuna by surprise. She was expecting some sort of jab back from Reiko, or a quip. After a moment, Setsuna added, You okay in there? He must admit. I am rather excited at the thought of his muscles too. Setsuna snickered. Pretty excited to see you in your bathing suit too, but I'll keep that little tidbit to myself. Well, then let's go grab him and bag him, Reiko. Reiko opened the door, having thrown a t-shirt and shorts over her bathing suit, and rolled her eyes. So, what is the end game you're hoping for? I understand we should talk with him about this, but I don't see how this ends without someone being hurt. Tokage's grin faltered. I don't know, Casper. I'm just kind of winging it. But I think this will all work out. If you say so, Reiko muttered. Things could go horrifically. We'll never find out like this. Midoriya had never actually been to a water park before, and he could hardly keep the giant smile off his face as he looked up at the giant, intricate water slides. It wasn't too horribly crowded, and he chalked that up to it being a Thursday afternoon, so many parents were still probably working. He framed the water slides in his fingers. Man, look at all those twists and turns. He took his phone out of his pocket and snapped a few pictures. I got a dash. Draw that later? Tokage snickered from behind him. Midoriya rolled his eyes and turned to gripe at Tokage, but all thoughts left his head when he saw her in her bathing suit, which was a pretty simple green two-piece, and he malfunctioned from just how much skin she was showing. Her curves were complemented by her well-toned stomach, and he had a hard time taking his eyes away from her thighs and hips. He was bad at hiding the reaction too, because Tokage just cackled at his very red face and visible discomfort. Oh, like what you see, huh? She posed slightly, putting a hand behind her head and pushing her chest out just slightly. He stammered out a few nonsensical vowels and rubbed the back of his neck. Why you look great, he managed to choke out. She snickered. You do too, Mr. All-Might Swim Trunks, she teased. But why are you wearing a t-shirt? You know it won't be comfortable to get all wet in that. His eyes darted to the side and he shuffled his feet uncomfortably. My scars. Tokage frowned and stepped forward, getting in his personal bubble. Midoriya gulped as she gently cupped his face and turned it to meet hers. She's so close, holy crap. Hey, she said gently, ignoring the strange looks the two of them were getting from people walking by. Look at me. He held eye contact with her, making both of them blush as their green eyes met each other. Still, Tokage continued. You're Vinci. You've been in hero school for like 4 months and you've helped topple a cult and the League of Villains. You won the sports festival. No one's going to make fun of your scars or think any less of you. She grinned. I wouldn't let them. I don't like how it looks, he mumbled. Freckles. She said with a blunt tone, you're hot. If anyone looks at you, it's because they want a slice of that beefcake. As he blushed, a third voice came from his right. At the risk of sounding as crass as Setsuna, she's correct. He jumped back, startled as Yanagi had snuck up on the two of them. He blushed as he saw her, but she was in a one-piece that was at least a little bit easier for him to process. Still, it clung to her, revealing her curves, and allowing his already fired-up teenage mind filling in the blanks. He shook himself briefly. Thanks you guys. You look great too, Yanagi. Defeated, he gently took off his shirt and placed it at the table they had set their things at. Okay. Happy now? Incredibly, Tokage thought to herself, feeling incredibly warm. Good. With that out of the way, let's get on the water slide. The lizard-like girl grabbed Yanagi and Midoriya by the hand and began to drag them towards the water slide excitedly. There's like no line. This is great. She grabbed a single inner tube at the bottom and charged up the stairs. As Midoriya reached for one too, Yanagi grabbed his hand suddenly. Wait. He turned and looked at Reiko, and noticed for the first time she looked incredibly nervous. As nervous as someone as usually stoic as her could, of course. But there was no denying the slight tremble in her lip. What's up? Can we descend this behemoth together? She asked quietly, gesturing her head towards the two-person inner tubes. I'm a bit hesitant about water slides and heights. Izuku smiled at her and grabbed one of the two-person tubes with a nod. Of course, Reiko. As they began to climb the stairs, he added. I didn't think you were afraid of anything, to be honest. Not with all the horror movies and stories you read until like 3 a.m. Reiko smiled. Everyone has fears, Izuku. I am no exception, though I am flattered you would think me so unflappable. And by unflappable, I mean completely flappable, he replied in his best Dr. Doofenshmirtz voice, drawing a chuckle from his silver-haired friend. At the top of the slide, Tokage tapped her foot impatiently. Come on, you guys, stop flirting and let's get on with it. Without further ado, she got on the slide, and Reiko and Izuku waited for the worker at the top to give them the okay to go. They set their tube down, Izuku in the front. He was surprised to feel Reiko's arms snake around him and grip his side rather tightly. Before he could say anything though, the worker kicked their tube down the slide. Between all the thrilling twists and turns, Izuku realized he'd never heard Reiko scream before. She could be pretty loud when she wanted to be. Granted, he was screaming too, but he was mostly certain he sounded more like someone having fun. Mostly. As they crashed down into the pool at the bottom, both of their screams had turned to raucous laughter that continued until they rejoined Tokage outside the water. Glad to see you participating, Casper, Setsuna teased cheekily. When we went here in middle school, she just stayed in the pool the whole time. Reiko rolled her eyes. Well, having a companion who doesn't make fun of me the whole time was an asset. Touché, Setsuna snickered. Alright Muscles. This is your birthday present. Where to next? Midoriya's eyes scanned the park, before finding the most complex-looking slide there was. That one. I am parched. Setsuna sighed in a faux southern accent, handing both Reiko and Midoriya a water bottle. Something about being submerged and surrounded by water you can't drink always makes me thirstier, Midoriya added, chugging down half of his bottle of water. I'm sure the excessive screaming doesn't aid that either, Reiko said, levitating her water bottle to her mouth. We've undertaken every amusement this place has to offer at least twice. What say we go get some nourishment, birthday boy? Guys, I really don't make that big of a stink about my birthday, Izuku insisted, but the grumbling of his stomach betrayed him. I guess I am pretty hungry though. Katsudon, Tokage cried. Katsudon for the Katsudon god. I mean birthday boy. Where on earth did you guys find this place? Midoriya cried out as he saw the behemoth pile of katsudon and rice in front of him. This is... Tokage and Yanagi grinned at each other. Truthfully, they had spent the morning researching the best place to take him for his favorite food. According to some reviews, this place had the biggest, best-tasting portions, or at least so swore Noobmaster69 and Chargebulk gets day beaches on the review website. Tokage said, shaking her head while detaching a finger to place over his mouth. You'll spoil the moment. Just eat it. Phrasing, Yanagi muttered, blushing slightly. He tore into the meal, trying not to make a mess of himself in front of his two friends, and failing miserably, holding back the tears of unbridled joy. He almost could have sworn the bowl was an endless vortex to the meat and rice dimension, as it almost never seemed to diminish no matter how much he ate. Tokage and Yanagi, who had gotten smaller bowls of the same, watched in amusement as he went from joy, frustration, and now a steeled determination to finish the gargantuan beast that they had dubbed the birthday Katsudon monster. Suddenly, his face fell, his eyes darkened behind his bangs. You guys? What's up, Freckles? Tokage asked, a bit surprised by the serious tone in his voice. It's too powerful, Midoriya muttered in shame. I need your help. I'm getting somewhat full, Izuku. I don't know Yanagi began, but then Midoriya cut her off with words she couldn't turn down. For my birthday. Please. Oh damn it, he's got us there Casper, Tokage chuckled. Yanagi levitated some chopsticks. Well then, I suppose if we must, she replied, in the same deadly serious tone Midoriya had just given them. Mistakes were made, Midoriya groaned as he sat back, the behemoth bowl finished. But we have emerged victorious? Those reviews really understated how much food that was, Setsuna moaned, holding back a burp. She turned to Yanagi. Should we go to the park and walk this off? Yanagi nodded, much better at concealing the effects of their food foe than the others. Probably for the best. As Tokage and Yanagi paid for the food, at their insistence, despite how much Midoriya protested, Midoriya struggled, briefly, on whether he should ask them more about that month he was diagnosed as quirkless, and they had reached out to him. Would they even remember much? After all, there were 4. He could barely remember anything from that time in his life. He shook his head as he followed them out of the cafe they had taken him to. This was quite possibly the best birthday he could ever remember having. He wasn't going to bring the mood down by talking about a particularly rough patch of his life where he was quirkless and his father died. So what should we do with the rest of our summer break? Tokage asked. As the 3 of them entered a small park that Midoriya couldn't help but think seemed slightly familiar. Guess it can't all be water parks and villainous-sized portions of Katsudon, right? Perhaps we can partake in the tradition of smashing a watermelon to share? Yanagi suggested. That always sounds enjoyable. Whatcha think, broccoli? Tokage turned, grinning towards Midoriya. Wanna punch through a watermelon and share it with us? You had me at punching a watermelon. Midoriya replied excitedly. Which, I guess it was the last thing you said, so yes. He looked around, brow furrowed at the old playground equipment, which was deserted as the sun began to set. Where is this place? Have I been here before? Yanagi and Tokage looked at each other and shared a knowing laugh, much to Midoriya's increasing confusion. Have you not paid attention at all to where we've been leading you today, Izuku? Reiko asked, not hiding her amusement in the least. He's probably just distracted by the 2 hot chicks he's been with all day, Tokage teased, sticking her tongue out at him. I mean, you're kind of right, he thought to himself, but rolled his eyes. Ah, To be honest, I was just kind of following you guys around since you've had stuff planned for my birthday. Tokage pouted. Wow, Freckles, you saying we're ugly? Feeling particularly bold, perhaps because of just how good of a mood he was in, he jabbed back. Oh. Both of your beauty has been distracting me all year. Why would today be any different? Shit. Tokage, in her surprise at this, and factoring in that she was walking slightly in front of Izuku and looking backwards, tripped and almost went headfirst into the pavement. Thankfully, Midoriya reached out and grabbed her just as Yanagi snagged her with Poltergeist. Thanks guys, Setsuna muttered as the two of them righted her. You know, Setsuna, you really shouldn't dish out such jests if receiving one in return would make you throw yourself to the ground, Yanagi said with a smile, making Izuku laugh. It was the lizard-like girl's turn to roll her eyes. Whatever. There's obviously a lip in the sidewalk. Midoriya and Yanagi looked down. There was no lip. Anyway, my point was, Mop Top, is that this is the park we used to go to when we were little. Setsuna explained, exasperation evident in her voice. His eyes widened and he looked around. Oh yeah. Oh man, I haven't been here since you guys moved away. Really? Reiko asked. It's quite near to you. I'd have guessed you would come here frequently. Midoriya rubbed the back of his head. Well, usually Bakugo and his cronies would hang out around here. So I kind of just avoided it until I forgot. Setsuna frowned. Geez, shit really got bad for you when we left, huh? He frowned back at the sad tone in her voice. It's not like it was your guys' fault. Your parents moved, nothing you could have done about it. Besides, this has been my best birthday in forever. He followed as the two of them led him over to a bench overlooking a stream. As they sat down, Reiko muttered, well, hopefully what we discuss with you next doesn't ruin it. Midoriya tensed up at this. What's up guys? Is something wrong? He looked back and forth between his two friends on either side of him, who went oddly quiet. Neither of them were making eye contact, and Tokage had taken to fidgeting her hands. You're not moving again, are you? He asked, slightly panicked. Thankfully, this broke some of the tension and both girls chuckled. Dude, no, it's nothing bad, it's just, Setsuna began before getting tongue-tied. You told us about your situation with Kodai, correct? Reiko asked. Yeah. What about it? Midoriya asked. I still haven't really talked to her since camp. Well, before she asked you out, she actually asked the two of us if either of us were dating you, Setsuna explained. Midoriya's eyes widened and he turned to stare straight ahead, not looking at either of them. Oh. So you obviously told her that we weren't? Well, correct, Reiko answered. But that spurred a rather interesting conversation between Setsuna and myself. To both girls' surprise, Midoriya gave a half-hearted chuckle. You two like each other, right? Setsuna threw her hands into their air. Kodai said that too. But I mean yes, Reiko and I do have feelings for each other. But look, it's okay guys, Midoriya replied, rubbing the back of his neck. If you wanted to make me feel better about the two of you dating, you didn't have to do all this for me. Izuku, wait Reiko tried to cut in, but he kept going. I kind of suspected you two were more than friends for a while. I admit that Broccoli, stop, Tokage stopped, but he was in full mutter now. And it took me by surprise but like I'm totally cool with For F's sake, Tokage sighed, exasperated, before grabbing Izuku's face, cupping a cheek in each hand, and planting a kiss directly on his lips to both shut him up and get the point across. Reiko gasped in surprise, but it subsided into a chuckle. Admittedly, she felt somewhat jealous, but she swallowed that down considering she had kissed Setsuna a few days earlier herself. And she again wasn't sure who she was jealous of. It took a second for Izuku's malfunctioning brain to really process what was happening. He'd never expected in all of Tokage's teasing that she'd actually liked him, let alone would kiss him. But it only took that long for his body to reciprocate and kiss back. He'd wanted this. He'd wanted this probably for longer than he realized. After a moment, they began to sneak their tongues into each other's mouths, right up until Reiko cleared her throat to bring both of them back to reality. Wah! Tokage cried, pulling away. Sorry there Reiko, kind of caught up in the moment. Wah! Izuku said in a daze, looking around. What Catch your breath a minute, Reiko advised, only slightly annoyed and amused at his antics. Izuku shook his head, rebooting his brain and looking at Tokage incredulously, that big goofy grin that both Tokage and Yanagi loved so much plastered on his face. So, that was? We both have feelings for you as well, you absolute dingus. Tokage laughed, grinning wildly. Why else would I plant one on you? Izuku turned and looked at Yanagi in both confusion and childish glee. Wait, you too. Reiko, who was already blushing, turned slightly redder and nodded. Why yes. I am utterly enamored with you, and Setsuna. The fates are cruel. Yanagi herself was surprised when Midoriya, in his own excitement at being confessed to, grabbed her shoulders and kissed her too. She herself needed a moment to reset, before grabbing at his hair and pushed herself into him as well, forgetting all restraint to kiss him back. They took even less time to get their tongues involved, to Tokage's amusement and slight jealousy. Holy shit guys, I'm right here, Tokage said, loudly, making the two of them jump apart. As Midoriya bumped into her she snickered. Well, glad you're taking the news well. Midoriya laughed and looked down at his feet. Oh, I kinda really started liking both of you again not long into the school year. You guys are just really special to me. Both girls blushed and laughed, but looked down to their feet not long after. Midoriya looked at the two of them, and the realization dawned on him. They all liked each other. There were 3 of them. Oh, he muttered, leaning back. Oh, this situation's a bit different, isn't it? For someone so smart you're kinda dense, huh? Tokage teased, nudging him with her elbow. Izuku chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. What? I didn't see that coming. You truly had no idea we were attracted to you? Reiko asked. I thought the attraction between yourself and Setsuna was readily evident. Excuse me? Tokage snickered. You two are always making eyes at each other. Midoriya slapped his forehead. I see what's happening here, and it's kind of ridiculous. But anyway, no, I had no idea. I thought you two were just, anyway. So, what do we do about all of this? He was met with silence by the two girls. He turned and looked at Tokage, who gave an exaggerated shrug with her hands in the air. He turned to Yanagi, who also kept quiet. He stared forward at the stream in front of him as it clicked in his head. Now you see our dilemma, Reiko said jokingly. The 3 of them sat there, staring at the stream as the sun began to set, turning the sky into a lovely array of pinks and orange. Well, Tokage said, suddenly, stretching her arm as far as she could to reach both Midoriya and Yanagi. Guess that settles it. We just all date each other. Both Yanagi and Midoriya turned and looked at her as if she'd sprouted a second head. She didn't, but she did detach her head and floated out in front of the 3 of them to keep talking. What? We all have the hots for each other. Let's all just date. We can do that? Midoriya asked, bewildered. It's called polyamory, if we are to be technical, Yanagi sighed. The practice of having multiple relationships, with the consent of all the people involved. Although, I don't know much about it. Not like I'm a pro, Tokage said, rolling her eyes. But sometimes we're all together, and sometimes Casper and I can have alone time, and sometimes Freckles and I can have alone time. And on the rare occasion you two get sick of me, you two can go have cute dorky alone time. Yes. So rare. Yanagi snipped back, dryly. Joke all you want, Tokage snarked. But that's how it works. And if we all have feelings for each other, I think we should go for it. Midoriya said, awkwardly, can I say something? Well birthday boy, you're 1/3 of this thruple sandwich? Setsuna replied. Thruple sandwich. That's good. That's going to be our group chat. Yanagi and Midoriya exchanged a look that said, oh boy, but he scratched his cheek and kept going. So, in all seriousness, I always thought I was kind of plain, and no, don't interrupt me, he warned as Setsuna went to cut him off. I know you've called me all sorts of food words. Snack and cake and all? Setsuna snickered. You're the snack. Your butt is the cake. Ignore her and continue, Izuku, Yanagi urged with an eye roll and a hand on his back. My point is I dunno, ever thought either of you would like me, like that. Let alone both of you. But you two are the most beautiful, awesome women I've ever met. Like ever. Growing up would have sucked without you guys around. And as much as I like being a hero, part of what helps me get up in the morning is knowing I get to see you guys. It took all of Tokage's effort not to visibly swoon at the words. She's good. Yanagi rested her head against his shoulder, smiling. I feel similar about you both as well. Then, yeah, we should try this, Midoriya concluded. That's the speech. Not really a speech. Yeah. Well, that settles it. Tokage beamed, her body standing up and walking over to her head to reattach it. Come on. Group hug. Thruple hug. Setsuna, you sound ridiculous, Yanagi began, but Midoriya had already picked her up in his own arms and walked over to Tokage. Thruple hug, he said, a comical look of determination on his face. Tokage jumped into the two of them, and Yanagi had to admit, Being squished between the two of them was a thought she'd had many times over the last few months. After a few seconds, Tokage said, in a low voice. So, birthday boy, should we all make out some more? You know, a little more of a birthday present? Midoriya turned a deep red and looked down, hiding his face behind his bangs. He muttered something indecipherable to Tokage, and Yanagi went red too. What did he say? He said, he wouldn't say no, Yanagi repeated. Toga Himiko faded into consciousness again. She'd been in and out frequently since the blast. She'd been far enough in the back of the bar that she managed to drag her scarred and burned body out of the rubble and crawl away before heroes and police made it to the scene. She wasn't sure, really, how she managed to claw her way a few blocks over and pass out in an alley. She could only recall snapping awake to end a rat that had been sniffing around her. It had been reflexive to lash out at the creature with the knife she kept in the hem of her skirt, but it was the hunger of being unconscious for almost an entire day that made her shove the creature into her mouth. By then she had managed to pull herself to her feet. Thankfully her legs hadn't been broken. Gashed and burned, sure, but she was able to use them albeit painfully. In the cover of darkness she kept wandering. Not for anything in particular, of course. Her head was still aching and spinning, but she had the thought in her head that she had to keep moving, lest she end up caught. She didn't know where Dabi or any of the other so-called League of Villains were, nor could she bring herself to care. After finding another alley, she coughed and fell to her knees. Her throat dry, her stomach growling, she wondered if this would be the end. If maybe getting caught in the blast for a quicker end, or letting herself get captured would have been better, really. Midoriya Izuku. The name filled her head. To think the small, insignificant student had, twice now in short order, almost done her in. She hadn't taken him seriously with the cult, and likely because she didn't even take the cult seriously in the first place. But now, he's left me bloodier than I've ever been before, she thought, a small, faint smile gracing her lips. Well, at least if I were to die. I'll die so beautifully. What do we have here? Toga looked up, eyes blurry and clouded from her injuries. Her heart leapt to her throat. No way. Stain looked down at her while perched on a dumpster. You're one of Shigaraki's stooges, aren't you? Convictionless brat. Toga began, heat rushing to her face. Stain sneered down at her and drew a sword. What? I love you. Toga gushed out, passing out at his feet. Stain was not expecting that. Nudging the girl with his foot, he was sure she was out. He pondered his options. The League of Villains had been foiled at their attempted attack on UA's training camp. And as far as he was concerned, UA was just another institution, much like the one he had gone to, that was poisoning the minds of future heroes. Letting scum with impure motivations and convictions become so-called heroes. She had to be one of the villains caught up in the explosion. The news, and even All Might were passing it off as a gas leak, but he knew better. It was retaliation. Retaliation by an impure hero. Maybe this girl could be useful. Won't end this one yet, Stain muttered to himself, picking the girl up. So, I guess they're both my girlfriend now. Midoriya finished, looking down at the coffee table. After bidding good night to Tokage and Yanagi and walking them both to their train, he'd gone back to his apartment to find his mom had gotten him an All Might birthday cake, which was just about the coolest thing ever, in his opinion. Still, he decided to be upfront and honest with her about what had happened. After all, she kept teasing him about one of them being his girlfriend as she cut into the cake. So as the two of them sat there, eating the dessert, he told her everything that had happened, minus the small make-out session the three of them engaged in until a police officer told them off for doing that in a park. He found himself unable to make eye contact with her. While polyamory had been around for a long time, it being the 24th century and the like, it was still a rather uncommon practice in Japan. You saw it sometimes, but rarely enough you still turned your head a bit at it. He just hoped his mother would be okay with that sort of thing. Izuku, honey. He didn't even have time to look up before he was crushed by his mother in a bear hug and lifted out of his seat. Holy crap, it's a good thing she's not a villain, this hurts. Gamamwataria dash? I'm so happy for you, baby. She cried, practically swinging him around. It was kind of impressive, considering he was both taller and more muscular than her. Thanks, Mom. He gasped out. See, can you let me down now? Oh, of course, she said, beaming and wiping her misty eyes. But then her look turned fierce. But, young man, that's twice as much chance for pregnancy and dash. Izuku groaned to himself. Going to be here all night, aren't I? Toga's eyes flickered open once again, and she immediately scrambled towards the bottle of water and bowl of soggy, stale cereal that had been placed next to her. That immediately brought attention that her arms and legs were much heavier than usual. Looking down, she saw that this was because she was manacled and chained to the brick wall of what she could only guess was some sort of old warehouse. As she chugged the water and scarfed down the old cereal, she looked around, her memory slowly returning. Stain! Stainy Poo! My beloved! Where art thou, Bootang? Above her in an abandoned office, Stain stopped typing on his VPN-protected laptop. He'd been researching the whereabouts and best way to end him lady since picking up the riffraff he'd chained up. He stood up and grabbed just one of his katanas. Can't imagine I'd need more. Toga squealed as he came into view in front of the cell he had constructed, which gave the hero Ender momentary pause. He knew that his ideology had spread, which was his goal. Still, he'd never have guessed anyone, hero or villain, would ever be excited to see him of all people. I knew it wasn't a dream. Toga squealed, jumping up and down while clapping. You came for me. Stain, you are the coolest. I've made a mistake, Stain thought to himself. Shut up. Toga clasped her hands together and held them in front of her face, hips squirming slightly. She couldn't even hold still. Who are you working for? Stain asked. Tamura Shigaraki and his stupid league of villains, she replied, with absolutely no hesitation in her voice at all. Her eagerness to talk to him threw him off slightly. He hated Shigaraki for his lack of conviction in villainy, but this one was far different. What was your plan, and what happened to them? Well, that Shigaraki guy was recruiting people left and right, saying you two were affiliated. He said I'd get to meet you. Toga began bouncing heel to toe. Is that why you came for me? What? No. Stain shook his head. He'd been planning to torture the girl for information if need be, but it was clear that such measures wouldn't be necessary. Not that he might be above torturing her for getting on his nerves. I couldn't stand that hand-covered imbecile. He lied. I can't believe he'd lie to me. Shouldn't people like us, not do that? Toga pouted. Anyway, his plan was to kidnap Midoriya Izuku from the UA summer training camp. And get this? I knew the kid. He was with Fox Noir a month or so ago. So he was the intern involved in busting that cult that kept trying to leech off me too? Stain grunted. Interesting. So you did hear about them? Toga squealed. Was it all the messages I left you in people's blood? Stain's brow furrowed. He'd heard all about the tributes to him made by the cult of One Blood, or whatever they had been calling themselves. Quite frankly, the only people whose blood he wanted on a wall were the heroes who failed society, and he wanted to be the ones to put it there. But apparently, they were all done by this nutcase. He ignored that for the time being. And what happened with this Midoriya kid? Toga pouted. He drew a fake copy for us with his quirk. Tricked us into taking the fake, and it self-destructed in our hideout. Guess I was lucky to be back away from the bomb. Stain mulled it over. He, of course, watched the sports festival. It was a vital part of seeing what kind of heroes would be coming into the world. Usually the third years were his main focus, the ones who would soon be emerging out into the world and polluting pro-heroics with ego and pride, but he of course heard about the walking arsenal that had won the first year's tournament. Stain looked over the girl. In her own words, she would have gotten off the easiest over this bombing. Meaning the rest of the group. Hard to believe no one died. He turned and walked away from Toga. Perhaps Midoriya Izuku was worth looking into. If he wasn't going to be a hero who lived up to his standards, being cut down while he was still young and naive was for the better. Hey, come on. Toga protested. I'm all chained up in your hideout. That sounds like a good time. This is an incredibly uncomfortable conversation, he grimaced. Aren't you going to ravish me? Toga yelled, indignantly. This is an incredibly uncomfortable conversation, Midoriya Izuku thought to himself as he sat on the couch, next to his mother, while Vlad King and All Might sat on the couch across from them. So, this is why we're moving the students into dormitories? All Might finished. The idea, admittedly, perked Midoriya up. It made sense. Every time an event occurred off campus, it raised the risk of further attacks. Furthermore, when students left the facility every day, they were usually hounded by paparazzi and reporters for information on what All Might and the other pro-heroes were like as teachers. It had been a week now since the training camp, and the teachers were making the rounds to all the students' homes to discuss the idea with the families. Additionally, it is a matter of catching up, as it were with other hero institutions. Vlad piped in, taking a sip of tea. Mrs. Midoriya, this is quite exquisite, by the way. As it is, UA is the only hero institution in Japan that does not act as a boarding school. Reviewing the criteria, it just makes sense to make that leap. I know, the mother side, setting her own teacup on the coffee table. To be frank, that was part of why I was alright with him attending UA, that he'd always come home at the end of the day, unlike the other hero schools. All students will of course be authorized to visit their families from Saturday afternoon to curfew time on Sunday night, All Might added. They just need to make us aware in written form. If I may, he cleared his throat, and Midoriya could tell the symbol of peace was nearing his limits. Midoriya is one of the brightest students I have. And out of the 40 I train in the first-year heroics department, there is a lot of potential. I understand you're worried about the attack on the summer camp, but your son was instrumental in limiting the injuries and how bad it was. Inko turned towards Izuku with a furrowed brow. You never mentioned that. Izuku gulped. Same reason I never mentioned it was me they were after. You'd never let me leave the house again. I just did what anyone would do. It's precisely that humility and aptitude for protecting others that makes Midoriya a great hero already, All Might continued. Moving into dorms will only help us keep these students safer, so that they won't ever be in a position where they have to do that until graduation. Inko sighed. Well, I suppose I can't say no to that, can I? Izuku let out a sigh of relief. He could only imagine what it would take to convince his mom to let him keep going to UA if someone had gotten kidnapped. Terrific, Vlad sighed. We'll allow moving in the whole week before classes resume to make it easier for all families. Well then, if you'll excuse us, we'll get out of your hair, All Might said, standing up. He grinned at Izuku. If I understand it correctly, some of Class 1A and 1B have a beach gathering planned. Inko huffed. Thankfully the One Wash and Gang Orca are patrolling, otherwise that'd be completely out of the question. Izuku gulped. That had been another particularly hard sell for his mother, but with 2 top 10 heroes in the area, someone would have to be crazy to start trouble on the beach. But before he could have fun, gotta have another incredibly uncomfortable conversation. Alright Izuku. Just gotta power through this and then I can have fun at the beach with all my friends, he thought, sitting at an outdoor table at a small cafe. After deciding not to put it off anymore, especially after helping him out so much at the training camp, he texted Kodai and asked her to meet him there before the beach outing. She was just a few minutes late, and he was already incredibly nervous. Would she be upset? Yell at him? Cry? He didn't. Hey, wah. He jumped as Kodai walked from behind him and sat across from him. A small smirk graced her face as she saw his reaction. Oh, hey Kodai. Hey. So what's up? Well first, wanted to thank you for all your help back at camp, he started, struggling a bit to stay composed. I, couldn't, do that without you and Bakugu's help? She nodded. No problem. That all? Okay. Hey, here we go. He steeled himself. So actually, the day after we got back was my birthday dash. Cool, happy birthday. Thanks. So, anyway, I hung out with Tokage and Yanagi, and they were talking to me about how you had talked to them and, oh cool, which one are you dating? She asked, voice as flat and stoic as ever. She's taking this really well. He blinked. To be honest, both? Her eyes widened slightly. Wait? She asked, quietly dragging out the word. He briefly explained that they had all been harboring feelings for each other, and Kodai was a catalyst for all of them dating each other in the first place. And yeah, we've spent almost every day together kind of figuring out how it all works. To be honest, it's kind of nice. I think tomorrow Tokage and Yanagi are going to go out and have a girl date, just the 2 of them. Never would have pegged you as polyamorous, Kodai shrugged. Tokage sure. Not really. It was her idea, Izuku chuckled. But just, I dunno, I don't want to get all sappy on you or anything. I figured it was worth trying. Cool, Kodai nodded. So if you're allowed to have multiple partners, can we still date? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, and his mouth made a noise before the question fully floored him, and he furrowed his brow, closed his mouth and rubbed his chin. I don't want to overwhelm you, Kodai shrugged. But I mean, if you can have multiple partners and they can have multiple partners, are you allowed to branch out and date me? Are they allowed to see other guys or girls? He blinked at her and looked down at his iced tea. We haven't really talked about that. He looked up at her. I guess we probably should. She hummed. Probably. If you can and you still want to, I'm still down to get to know you. Tell you what. There's a Sentai convention coming up. There will be a ton of Ultraman stuff. If it's cool that we date, we should go together. She looked at her watch. We should probably get going or we'll be late. Why yeah, Midoriya nodded, standing up. Man, she is really good at throwing me for a loop, this. Hey, there you are, Midoriya. Kodai. Izuku turned to see Tetsu waving to him and sighed in relief. For a split second, he was worried he would somehow get collectively stood up by every other hero student in his year. Although considering he was dating two of them, even he had to recognize that was an irrational fear for sure. He waved at Tetsu, smirking a bit at how strange it was to see him standing right next to Kirishima, the two of them in matching bathing suits. Was that on purpose? Hey guys. Feel free to put your towels and stuff on the picnic tables President Yaoyorozu's been making. Kendo grinned from a few feet away. She said she wanted to get a head start before you showed up and drew some elaborate beach cabana or something. Midoriya's brow furrowed. Well, I wasn't going to, but if she's going to throw down a challenge like that, Kendo, Kirishima, and Tetsu all laughed. Even Kodai, who had been wordlessly next to Midoriya, cracked a small smile as he took off his backpack, set it on the picnic table and pulled out his sketchbook. As he did, Hananuki walked over. The lipless teen seemed a bit more comfortable with Midoriya, Tokage and Yanagi after hanging out with him over the weekend, and they kept their little arrangement secret so as to not make him feel weird, and he greeted Midoriya with a grin. Guess we should have known you'd bring your stuff even to the beach. Midoriya looked at him, surprised. Of course. The beach provides beautiful scenery and natural lighting. Try and remember to, enjoy yourself here too, Juzo said, rolling his eyes. Swim. You know that stuff? Okay, Mom, Izuku replied jokingly. Fine. As he was getting ready to pack his sketchbook back up, however, Yaoyorozu walked over to him. Good afternoon, Midoriya. How have you been since the training camp where a mysterious gas leak took down the League of Villains? Oh, I've been fine. Don't forget that mysterious tracking device that lead all might and endeavor to that Noma factory that they were able to destroy. Izuku replied. Why do they sound like that? Kirishima whispered to Tetsu. We both know it was them. I think this is part of that weird rivalry they have, Tetsu whispered back. I hope these picnic tables and umbrellas I have crafted for us will be sufficient, Yaoyorozu continued, with almost a smug air in her voice. She handed Midoriya a beach towel with all might on it. I made this for you. Midoriya's eyebrow twitched. He grabbed his sketchbook. Oh, here we go, Kendo said softly to Juzo. She's been waiting for this all day. I'm sure we'll all need it after we. He drew something so quickly the rest of them could have sworn they saw smoke coming off. His paper. He quickly poofed a snorkel into his hands. Do some snorkeling. Oh, but you'll want to go further out into the water for that. You'll need. She turned and with a grunt, pushed a motorboat out of her belly, which was actually pretty cool to watch. From where the two of them were competing, a few other students had gathered around Kendo, Juzo, Kirishima, Kodai, and Tetsu to watch the display. This is the weirdest and manliest competition I've ever seen. Kirishima whispered excitedly to Kaminari. Kodai's eyes glistened as she watched. For whatever reason she was really into this. Midoriya nodded. Maybe. But you know what'd be more fun than a boat? He scratched furiously on his sketchpad before stepping back and animating a wet set, otherwise known as a boat-tersicle. No one calls them boat, anyway, Momo caught herself. Yes, well, perhaps after all that snorkeling we'll need dash. Before she could do anything, a frog-like girl hopped between the two of them. Midoriya vaguely recognized her as one of the students who were injured at the USJ due to the faint scar over the left side of her face. Carol, Momo, you're getting a little carried away. Momo realized, blushing slightly. Sorry, Azui. Call me Tsu, Karo. Midoriya turned to see the amused looks on his classmates' faces and blushed. I'll stop drawing for now. He jumped as a disembodied head plopped down on his shoulder. Sounds good, Freckles. You can draw me like one of your French girls later. Wah! He yelped, drawing laughter from his classmates who were around as he turned and saw Tokage's floating head beaming at him. Geez, you scared the crap out of me. That was the plan. Tokage's head beamed, cheekily. Casper and I are coming, I just figured I'd scout out where you were. Oh, and dash. Before he could respond, she zipped her head over to him and kissed him. In front of everyone. It was just a quick peck, but it was more PDA than he had been expecting. He blushed immediately as Tetsu and Kirishima wolf whistled at them, while Juzo and Kendo snickered. Ivern, a few of Class 1A, who had been a few tables away, looked over and got a few laughs. Been wanting to do that all morning. Tokage beamed as she pulled away. Be right back. Her head zipped off, presumably to rejoin her body. So, Juzo began, his toothy grin a bit wider. When did that happen? I'm going swimming, Midoriya replied, taking his shirt off and making a beeline for the water. In his embarrassment, he even forgot to worry about showing the world his scarred chest. Thankfully, no one said anything. It was about an hour later, when everyone had showed up, minus Shinso and Bakugo, who didn't want to come, that Midoriya found himself entrenched in what could only be called the Great Hero Class Splash War, and was currently getting drenched by the combined efforts of Kendo, Yaoyorozu, Jairu, and Aoyama. My dear, I believe it is time we made a tactical retreat, Yanagi said, treating the matter with utter seriousness. Why, Midoriya nodded, drenched and gasping. The two of them swam a bit further back inland, away from the water barrage that was claiming the lives of their classmates. The two caught their breath and watched as Tokage used her limbs to try and replicate a motorboat, kicking water everywhere. Even still, she was no match for Kendo's mighty Gigahand splashers. I have an idea on how we can turn the tide of battle, Yanagi said, waiting next to him. All right, I'm all ears, Midoriya nodded. What do you have? Yanagi whispered her plan into his ear, quickly, and asked, what say you? He turned to her and grinned. I love it. They'll never know what hit them. She smiled faintly as well. Well then, shall we? As he nodded, she leaned forward and surprised him with a small peck on the lips. For luck, then? He blushed, but didn't have much other time to react as Yanagi levitated him into the air, high above the splashing antics of the others. What? Todoroki said, flatly, more as an observation than a question. The students all looked up in horror as Midoriya T-posed menacingly over them. Victory is mine. Ah sheet, Awaze grumbled, trying to scramble away. Midoriya was dropped down towards the water, and he charged up only a small fraction of color fill. Maybe 3%, tops, he figured. Picasso water smash. As he punched the surface of the water, the pressure formed a crater around him, sending water upwards as he himself hit the wet sand, in surprise. I think that was too much. Gravity kicked in, of course, sending the circular wall of water crashing down on all the Hero Corps students, Midoriya included. He emerged to the surface, coughing and sputtering slightly, but grinned to himself. Worth it, he thought to himself, until he wiped his eyes to see all members of his grade, sans Yanagi, glaring at him. Get him, Uraraka shouted. Yanagi watched, eyes widened slightly as the full, watery wrath of Class 1A and 1B rained down upon him. Moments later he was floated back in her direction on his back. She gently placed her hands on his wet, submerged hair as he looked up at her. I tried, Captain, he groaned. He looked up at her. I think I got your punishment too. She smiled down at him and ruffled his hair. I shall make it up to you later, my darling. He closed his eyes and sighed as he floated there. Worth it? As the sun began to set, a thoroughly drenched Midoriya and Todoroki were volunteered to cook the hot dogs, so they retreated from the water to build a bonfire of sorts. If you can find some wood, I can light it? Todoroki suggested. No need, Midoriya replied, shaking his head. He dried himself off and grabbed his sketchpad, drawing a bonfire and setting it down. He jumped back after animating it, the roaring fire bursting to life. I sometimes forget how versatile your quirk is, Todoroki nodded. Hey, why don't you just draw dinner? Izuku sighed. Food and drink is like, the one thing I can't really do. What do you mean? I could draw a sushi roll, right? And if I animate it, it will look the way a sushi roll should. But if you bite into it, it would still just taste like wood pulp, and a bite or two just turns it back into a drawing, Midoriya explained. Same way your drawings get damaged and turn back to paper, Todoroki mused. Yeah, I'm not exactly 100% sure on how durable everything is, Midoriya shrugged. If it's something that's meant to be durable, like a tank, it can take a lot of damage and probably stay all day. But at the end of the day it's still paper and you can't eat it. I wonder if you drew a chicken on a burger, like with ketchup, and then animated the chicken, if it would still taste like a burger. Todoroki pondered as he put a few hot dogs on the cooking prongs. Midoriya furrowed his brow. We should try that sometime. That sounds like fun. Todoroki looked vaguely surprised by the offer. Are you suggesting we hang out? Midoriya paused and looked over at him. Yeah, if you want it. Sorry, I guess I shouldn't have assumed you'd want to. No, it's just that I don't really have friends, Todoroki admitted, looking down at the bevy of weenies he was roasting. Well, now that's just sad, Midoriya thought, setting buns on paper plates. Well, guess we're friends now. He grinned over at the taller boy's perplexed expression. Slowly, a small smirk appeared on Todoroki's face in return. Suppose we are. You're going down, boys? Kendo crowed proudly. She stood between Kamakiri and Midoriya, as the three of them had been volunteered for the impromptu watermelon smashing contest that Tokage, Ashido, and Hagakure thought would be a great idea. Alright folks. Tokage beamed, facing the classes in front of the table. The moment we've all been waiting for. Who will best decimate this melon? The razor-sharp Kamakiri? The precise chopping power of martial arts master Kendo? Or the absolute raw carnage and power of the mighty Midoriya? Midoriya glanced over at both Kamakiri and Kendo, who were brimming with confidence as they stood over their watermelons at the picnic table. He, however, was much more unsure of this whole thing. I don't think mine is going to work the way you want it to, he warned. What's that? Sounds like Greenie over here is volunteering to go first. Tokage laughed, causing cheers to go up among the rest of the students. What? No. Midoriya objected, but he was already being surrounded by his classmates, who were all chanting, do it, do it, do it. He sighed. No getting out of it, I guess. Alright, here goes. Wait. I'm going first. Kamakiri growled, and he began slicing his watermelon with precision and perfection before Midoriya could even move. With a few simple strokes, he had a mound of perfectly cut watermelon slices. Hot damn. Spiky over here with an early lead. Tokage announced as both classes cheered. She turned to Midoriya and wriggled her eyebrows at him. Well, hot stuff? What do you got for us? Midoriya blushed and activated color fill. Okay, if 3% was able to mess up the water like that, I gotta go lower. Like, 2%? Like milk. Here goes. He reared back and punched the watermelon with satisfying kercrack. Even Fukudashi made the same sound effect for emphasis. What was far less satisfying was that the watermelon exploded, showering Midoriya and everyone else surrounding him with watermelon innards. Midoriya wiped the watermelon off of his face and took a second to lick his fingers. He looked at the perplexed looks on most of his classmates' faces, and the annoyed looks on the rest, blinked, and said, Well, I lost. Piece of... Kendo scoffed. Like I said, you guys are going down. Kendo wasted no time enlarging her hand and karate chopping her watermelons split down the middle. However, she was a little too eager, chopped through the watermelon, and split the picnic table in half. Kamakiri's watermelon slices went flying up into the air, though a quick reaction from Yanagi saved them from flying all over the beach. Kendo looked down at the broken picnic table, and the two halves of the watermelon which were now in the sand, also ruined. Well, guess I lose too, she said sheepishly to Midoriya. He patted her back gently in solidarity. You heard it, folks. Tokage shouted, grinning despite the watermelon guts all over her face. Kamakiri takes the contest. Kamakiri snickered as Yanagi floated slices of watermelon to everyone. Naturally. As day turned to night, and it became dark on the beach, some of the students began to filter back home, the rest hanging out and chatting by the bonfire Midoriya had drawn. By the time it was 9 in the evening, only Yaoyorozu, Kendo, Jiraiya, Todoroki, Hananuki, Shishida, Midoriya, Tokage, Yanagi, Azui, and Uraraka remained. Amazing how it doesn't need any additional wood to stay lit, Yaoyorozu admitted, begrudgingly. I assume it's because you drew it as such? Yup, Midoriya nodded, sitting on one of the camping chairs Momo had graciously provided for everyone. I drew it as a roaring fire, so it'll be a roaring fire until I unanimate it, or 24 hours have gone by. That's quite a boon to have, Momo said. S'more? No, I don't think we need another fire, Midoriya responded, confused. Tokage, who was on a chair right up next to Midoriya's and resting her head on his shoulder, chuckled. She's offering you a s'more, you dork? Yanagi, who had her head resting on Midoriya's other shoulder, snickered as well. Everyone, including Midoriya, laughed. My bad, he rubbed the back of his neck. Sure, sounds good. He took the marshmallow and prong from his friend and rival and smiled. Days don't really get better than this. I mean, I dunno, you think you need 3 girlfriends, Freckles? Tokage giggled as they rode the train home. And not like that, Midoriya replied, blushing. I dunno, I don't know the rules of polyamory. Are we exclusive to each other? We never talked about it. I think I have my hands full with the two of you, Yanagi shrugged. I certainly have no interest in dating anyone else. I think anyone else might cut into my nap time, Tokage chuckled. But I was just ribbing. If you wanted to go on a few dates with Kodai when me and Casper here are having girl time, I wouldn't mind though. Midoriya was a bit surprised by her response. But isn't that unfair? Only if you think you'd start ditching us for her, Setsuna shrugged. The idea doesn't necessarily make me uncomfortable either, Yanagi admitted. After all, there are times when you and I, or you and Setsuna will want to be alone. But I'd likely just use that time to catch up on movies or fanfiction. Yeah, Freckles, it's totally whether or not you think you have the time management for it, Setsuna snickered. Midoriya groaned. Somehow, that answer seemed more complicated to him. If you say so. But I'd never start neglecting you guys. I really care about you. Setsuna laughed and leaned in, giving him a big kiss. I know, she snickered, resting her forehead against his. We're the greatest. She turned and gave Yanagi a big smooch as well. Right, Ghosty? Fox Noir furrowed her brow as she sat on top of one of the lower buildings in the Shibuya block she was patrolling. One of her painted cats, Morgana, had reported a suspicious individual in the area that was sticking to the rooftops, much like she was. This is where Morgana said the man was, she hummed to herself, clicking her tongue. Not a soul in sight, however. Fox Noir. A meowing voice came from below her. Down here. She followed the voice and gasped as she looked down in an alleyway. Leaning up against a trash can was the bloody and battered body of pro-hero Airjet. As she jumped down and checked for a pulse, she took a sigh of relief that he was alive. The contact stirred him enough to realize her presence, and he coughed out, help? Hold on, Haru assured him, getting out her phone, I'll call for help. As she dialed and held the receiver to her ear, she turned to him and asked, Who did this to you? Airjet's face grimaced, both from pain and fear, and he answered. Stain. He wheezed. Said. He was looking for you? Izuku Midoriya, something isn't right. Midoriya's eyes snapped open. Where am I? Springing to his feet, he looked around. He looked like he was in some sort of meeting room, but it was dimly lit and he couldn't make out anyone in there. He seemed to be on some sort of table or platform, surrounded by 9 chairs facing him in a circle. Figures were in most of the chairs, but they were all dark and blurry. What's going on? He cried out. All the figures began murmuring at once, the sound of their voices echoing in his head. It hurts. Clutching his head, Midoriya looked around, trying to see if any of the figures could be seen or heard. But as he spun around, one of them, a tall silhouette of a woman, grabbed his shoulders. Something is here that shouldn't be. Midoriya yelled, sitting upright in his bed, gasping. He looked at his limited edition All Might Digital I Am Here alarm clock. For a clock in the freaking morning, Midoriya sighed. Another nightmare. Ever since the beach, Izuku had been plagued by occasional nightmares of these shadowy figures in his head. He had tried to text All Might about it, but he was busy over the summer and promised to meet with him once Izuku moved into the dorms. Thankfully, that was later today. After a full summer of hanging out with Juzo, going on dates with his girlfriends, and going through a few sketchbooks, break was finally coming to a close. Midoriya went to the restroom, grabbed a drink of water, and returned to his bed a few minutes later. Laying down, he relaxed. Better get some more sleep, going to be a long day. Are you sure you didn't forget anything? Inko asked, worriedly, as Midoriya put his last box in his new dorm room. Izuku looked over his new dorm. He had used a mechanical lift he'd drawn to get everything from the ground to his 4th floor apartment, and they had cleared everything off the truck. My room was cleared out when we left Mom. Besides, I can always come by on the weekends to pick anything up. Inko's lip quivered, sending a wave of guilt and sadness through Izuku. He scratched his cheek. It's okay, Mom. It's not like you'll never see me again. Inko withdrew a small tissue from her purse and dabbed at her eyes. I know. You know, before you got into UA, I always thought you'd maybe pursue the arts, go to university and all. I suppose I thought I had some more time before you moved out on your own. The boy stepped forward and hugged his mother, who appreciatively returned it, squishing her son against her. I know, Mom, me too. After a big squeeze, she relinquished her son. All right, she sniffed, enough of that. You're practically a man now. Without warning, her tone suddenly became stern. But that doesn't mean you're ready to be a father. These dorms have a strict curfew about when members of the opposite gender need to be out. And dash. Izuku blushed as his mom continued. Hoo boy. After his mother finished her tirade, which took a good half an hour, Midoriya left the dorm room to meet with All Might, as the symbol of peace requested. He looked around the open campus space and smiled. He had opted to move in the earliest day, the Monday before classes resumed, and the campus was still empty. Pulling out his notebook, He decided to have some fun and drew one of those old-timey bicycles with the giant front tire. Oh yeah. Always wanted to ride one of these. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride, nobody gonna slow me down, he sang to himself as pedaled across campus, drawing a few odd looks from a few second years and members of 1A as he passed their dorm buildings. One of which was Ajuitiu, who was moving in early with Yayorozu as class vice president and president respectively. Karo, is he always like that? She asked the taller girl as Midoriya rode by, waving at the two of them. The two, of course, waved back and Momo sighed as they watched Izuku disappear into the distance. Yes, he seems a bit eccentric. Pedaling over to the class building, he saw All Might waiting for him in full uniform, though the taller man seemed utterly confused by Midoriya's ride. Greetings, young Midoriya. He waved. Did you lose a bet? What? No. Izuku replied, hopping off the ancient bike and unanimating it. Just thought it'd be fun. All Might chuckled. If you say so. How was your summer? The two chatted for a bit, catching up on All Might's heroics and Midoriya's summer, though the teen decided to leave out his romantic developments. Not exactly in the mood for another lecture. And that's how I put Toxic Chainsaw back behind bars, All Might finished, anyway. Suddenly, the taller man began coughing and grabbing at his side, and Midoriya noticed the steam coming off of him. W should get you inside, Midoriya suggested, hurriedly. Let's. All Might agreed, clutching his side and stepping inside the class building. Not a moment after the door shut behind them, he reverted back to his skinnier form and began coughing up blood. Midoriya quickly drew him a towel and animated it. Thank you, All Might said, wiping his mouth. No problem, Midoriya replied. Should I draw you a med kit or a hyper potion? All Might shook his head. No, those are only extending my abilities to about half an hour more at this point. He coughed. That's part of what I wanted to talk to you about. Before the summer had begun, Midoriya had taken to drawing healing items to try and fix All Might's wound. And while they were effective to a point, they were becoming less and less effective over time as All Might's injuries worsened. He guessed it made sense. Healing items were great for fixing cuts, bruises, and even fractures, but he couldn't regrow organs. Midoriya frowned, seeing as how there was less he could do to help his mentor. Sure, what's up? All Might sighed. Truth be told, I wanted you to be the first to hear this. I think it might be time for me to retire soon. Probably at the end of the year, I'm thinking. Midoriya took a step back in shock. What? All Might, you can't retire, I dashed. All Might hushed him. Come on, let's talk about this in the principal's office before the whole school hears you, young Midoriya. Hurriedly, the two shuffled over to the main office. Inside, Nizu was preparing tea for the two of them, and it only took a second for Izuku to realize the principal was in on this conversation as well. Greetings, the furry administrator said, pouring 4 cups. I know this isn't the gourmet coffee you grew used to with Fox Noir, but I hope Earl Grey is still sufficient. Sounds great, Midoriya smiled. I can only drink coffee in the morning anyway. Just don't tell Haru that. Too late. Ah, Midoriya screamed, jumping 2 feet to his left as he traced the sound of the voice to the corner, where Kitagawa Haru was leaning. You startled me. And you? The older woman said, a teasing tone in her voice as she walked up and poked the boy on the nose, should have been able to glean from the fact that Nizu was pouring 4 cups, that another person was present in the room. She sat down next to the principal. Thank you for having me, of course. The pleasure is ours, Fox Noir. Please, call me Haru, I insist. Midoriya looked to All Might for help, but the older man just sat down across from the two and pat the seat next to him. Izuku sighed and sat down. So, this is about All Might's retirement? Well, there are 2 matters to discuss, Nizu nodded. That being the first. Over the summer, All Might did some tests, and we've been able to confirm that with the passing of One for All, the quirk seems to have left him completely. What he's been running on is sort of a leftover remnant of the power. Do you want it back? Midoriya asked immediately. I can transfer it back and just keep working on animation instead. And then dash. All Might held up a hand to silence Izuku and shook his head. No, Midoriya. I've been using One for All for almost 40 years. Even if you gave me the power back, it might extend my time limit for a while, but my injuries have caught up to me. We discussed what would have happened if the League of Villains had caught you over the summer. If a large battle had ensued, it might have taken all that was left out of me. Midoriya gaped a little. I had no idea it was that bad, All Might. It's part of why I was so quiet with you this summer. All Might grumbled. I was testing my current limits, and I've been on a large decline ever since the USJ incident last spring. That's also why we brought in Miss Sorry, Haru, Nizu explained as well. We filled her in on your successorship to All Might. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck. I wondered why you guys were being so candid about this, but what does she have to do with it? That brings us to our second point. Fox Noir has brought it to our attention that she would like you to perform a work study with her, provided you obtain your provisional license when the term begins, Nizu explained. GLAD has decided your class is ready, and any students who pass are eligible to begin assisting at a hero agency. Haru nodded. And considering your unique circumstances in relation to All Might, they felt the need to bring me in on this little secret. Midoriya beamed. I'd love to work with you again, Haru. Of course, the principal interjected, that is dependent on you passing the exam and that you would stick to a training regimen to continue strengthening your limits. What do you mean? Well, as you and All Might have found, you have currently been able to tap into a little more than 1/4 of All Might's strength, Nizu answered. And you had previously been stuck at a power ceiling. You're on a good track now, but we'll want to make sure you can use the whole force of power by graduation. I've assured your principal that we do plenty of field work, Haru added. So I can't see why it would be a problem. She turned to All Might. Still, it's hard to imagine a world of heroics without you to act as our muse, All Might. I've been painting feats of your work since I was a little girl. All Might shifted uncomfortably. Surely you exaggerate? Not at all, I've practically 2 decades of your work captured on canvas. Haru replied chipperly. Thoroughly deflated by the reminder that even All Might couldn't defeat the mighty beast known as aging, the slumped back. Quite, well, if that about wraps it up, I have a few things to discuss with the principal. He turned to Midoriya. Are you all right, young Midoriya? Midoriya looked down at his tea and finished the last of it, considering his thoughts. It's just, kind of what Haru said. I knew you passed your quirk down to me, but it almost feels like it's my fault you have to retire. Nonsense, All Might shook his head as he replied without hesitation. My time was limited before we'd even met. And it's not like I won't keep teaching. I'll be around to make sure you're ready when the time comes. Well, all right, Midoriya sighed. Why don't you show me your dormitory building before I go? Haru suggested, standing. After all, we're practically family, and I'd like to make sure you're well taken care of. Midoriya scratched his cheek. Family? We've known each other for like a week at most. Sure. As the pro and the teen exited the office, the principal turned to All Might. Well then, that takes care of breaking the news to them. What of your sidekick? All Might sighed, feeling even more defeated. I haven't spoken since Sir Night Eye since we parted ways. Not sure how he's going to take it when he finds out I've chosen someone other than young Mirio. Outside of the principal's office, Midoriya and Haru exited the building. Once they did, the pro put her hand on Midoriya's shoulder once she was sure they weren't going to be overhead. Izuku, there's another reason I wanted you to perform your work study with me. Taken aback by the almost deadly, serious tone she had, he turned and looked at her. What's up? Everything okay? Haru pulled a letter from her pocket and unfurled it. Notes like this have been appearing outside my agency for the last few weeks. She handed the piece of paper to Izuku, whose eyes widened at the sight of the bloody letters scrawled on the page. Bring me Vinci or you're next. Who could be doing this? Midoriya gasped. Are you all right? Relax, Izuku, I'm unharmed, Haru assured him, fluffing his hair slightly and making him blush. You heard of the attack on Air Jet, have you not? He nodded. I was the one who found him. And that was by design. The hero Ender Stain left him alive so that he could deliver a message. That Stain is after me. Not much longer, these notes appeared, Haru explained. It appears Stain believes I can just hand you over to him. Midoriya's eyes widened. Me? What does he want with me? I suspect, from information I've gathered, that he wants to judge the worth of the boy who brought down the League of Villains with nothing but his smarts and an explosive, she replied, a glint in her eye. Before he could object, she added, All Might explain that one to me as well. But not all the members were captured, so I'm sure the underworld and some seedier types know it was you. Midoriya took a step back. You're not going to give me to him, are you? Haru scoffed, and it turned into a full-blown laugh. Izuku, heavens no. If anything, I want you to help Mitsuru and I apprehend the criminal scum. Izuku relaxed, but only slightly at the prospect. Oh, yes? But I didn't want to mention that to your administration. I'm sure if they knew the same, they'd forbid you from even performing a work study, Haru said. Which, speaking aloud, is probably the rational thing to do. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Probably. Especially after what happened over the summer. Truly, but I truly do believe you are something special, Haru said, placing her hand on his shoulder once more. I think, together, we can apprehend this terror of a man. Ultimately, it's your choice. She chuckled. Perhaps I'll have apprehended him before it's time for work studies as it is. But I wanted to be upfront with you. Izuku nodded. I wouldn't be surprised. You guys rule. Haru smiled and, to his surprise, gave him a small hug. You flatter me. I never had a little brother, but if I did, I hoped he'd be just like yourself. Midoriya blushed and looked at his feet. Thanks, Haru. After showing Haru the dormitory building, the two of them parted ways, Izuku unable to think about anything other than the fact the infamous hero Ender wanted something to do with him. Can't imagine it'd be anything good. He stepped into the common room for the 1B dormitory, feeling more alone than he had in some time in the empty building. It had 2 television and couch areas on opposite ends, one on the girls' side and one of the boys', each with a shower area behind these areas, and a kitchen in the middle. Wonder if anyone else was moving in today? He muttered to himself as he plopped down on the couch and laid down across it. Maybe I could go draw something around the campus, fill up my dorm walls. He pulled out his phone and checked the time. Still not quite time for lunch, he browsed a bit, feeling restless and unsure of what he'd even draw. As he was scrolling his social media feed, a text came in that made him squint. Tokage, put your phone down for a second. Wait, he said to himself, quietly, but he put his phone away from his face as requested. He jumped slightly as Setsuna Tokage's floating head popped out from the side of the couch. But he didn't exactly have time to question it as it crashed her lips against his, hungrily, and began to push her tongue into his own for an impromptu make-out session. The rest of her body, and Izuku wasn't sure where she had hidden it, crawled up against him and reattached itself to her neck, and Izuku quivered as he felt her hands grab at his hair. She lightly tugged on it. They both discovered they were big fans of getting their hair pulled over the summer. He reciprocated, wrapping his arms around her as they kissed, and allowing his hands to travel down and squeeze her butt. Tokage hummed, pulling her lips off Izuku for a moment. Lucky me. Moving in on day 1 and having a beefcake like you waiting for me? Izuku smiled up at her. You mean you didn't plan this on purpose? Oh, I totally did, she snickered. Asked Aunt Nemuri to peek in on when you were scheduled and all. All in the name of young love, of course, which she was all about. She ruffled his hair. Besides, when my options are living with Sakura or my 2 super hot partners, I jumped all over this. Having met your sister, I don't blame you. The 2 snickered and Tokage rolled off him. So you want to help me bring my stuff up? Then we can go back to some of that. She winked at him. He rolled his eyes but stood up. Alright, where's your stuff? Well, that's the last of it. Tokage beamed as the 2 of them shoved her bed into the corner. Having seen your room, I thought you would have brought more, Izuku huffed, setting down the last box in the corner. Well, I knew the rooms weren't going to be as big as home, Tokage grumbled, a bit embarrassed. It's not like we're loaded, Freckles, don't give me that look. So anyway, Stain huh? As they had been moving stuff in, Midoriya had filled in his lizard-loving girlfriend on his conversation with Haru. I guess I couldn't expect what I did to be secret, but I just don't know how to feel about it. Well, it's creepy as F-. For one thing, Tokage shrugged, throwing a blanket sloppily over her bed and going back to the box to find her game console. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, Mop Top. Part of me thinks maybe going on lockdown and letting the principal know is for the best. Can't say it didn't cross my mind either, Izuku sighed. I dunno, you read Prisoner of Azkaban, right? Yeah duh. So the whole book, everyone tells Harry not to go out looking for Sirius Black. And of course, he doesn't. Not purposely. But by the end of the book, he's still face to face with the villain and it all happens anyway. Izuku said, opening a box filled to the brim with Tokage's dinosaur plushies. So you feel kind of the same, Tokage surmised, nodding. Right? I never asked to take down a branch of a cult in a week, or blow up the League of Villains. It's just, the things that happened when I was doing school stuff. How am I supposed to be a hero if I hole myself up and wait for the bad guys to go away? The difference being we're still students with, 5 months experience under our belt, Tokage snickered. Some of that being summer break. Although, for such a fast learner, I'm excited to see how much better you get at kissing in the next 5 months. Mama likes? Midoriya threw a stuffed triceratops at her face, and she snorted as it bounced off her nose and bounced onto her bed. Just saying, practice makes perfect, she snickered, But really, we're still learning, tackling Stain is a bit out of our depth. Like it's awesome Fox Noir believes in you, but I wouldn't blame you if you didn't take it. Guess it's good I have time to decide, Izuku shrugged. That's assuming I even passed the licensing exam. That's really hard. It was Tokage's turn to throw a stuffed animal at his head, and she laughed as it bounced off his fluffy hair. Shut up, you dork. You're one of the smartest people I know, other than me. You're definitely passing the licensing exam. We all will. Stop unpacking. Why? He asked, turning his head towards her. She plopped down on her bed and grinned at him, mischievously. Because you're alone in your girlfriend's dorm room. She beckoned him over with her finger. Use your imagination. I said something about practice, didn't I? He gulped, but took a step towards her. Living in dorms was going to be interesting, to say the least. The next morning, Aways grumbled as he walked down the stairs Tuesday morning. He wasn't sure why he signed up to move in as early as possible, but he figured at least he had the kitchen to himself and didn't have to. 1, 2, 3 ugh. He furrowed his brow and muttered, what, to himself? My baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and yes I know fa sure. Aways turned the corner to the kitchen just in time to see Midoriya add the 3 rhythmic claps as Tokage sang, hey ya. She seemed to be making breakfast at the stove while Midoriya was at the coffee machine preparing a carafe for them. Or at least, her head and hands were making breakfast, while the rest of her body was dancing around Midoriya as he made coffee. But does she really wanna? But can't stand to see me walk out the door. This is the most obnoxious thing I've ever seen, he inwardly groaned. Her hands floated over to the fridge to grab some eggs as Midoriya dropped what he was doing to add the 3 claps to the song again. Before she kept singing, Tokage floated her head over and the two of them kissed, unaware that Aways was even there. Aways turned and decided to go back to bed. Of course those two would be here. So much for peace and quiet. He heard the two of them sing together as he hit the stairs, causing Aways to blanch. As he retreated, Yanagi Reiko opened the doors to the dormitory, immediately flinching slightly as she heard, and saw Midoriya and Tokage in song in the dormitory kitchen. Well, you two appear chipper, Yanagi said, somewhat amused. Babe. Tokage yelled excitedly, running from the stove and making a beeline for Yanagi. Catch me. Setsuna jumped towards Reiko, who in turn used Poltergeist to hold her in mid-air a good 3 feet away from her. Consider yourself caught, Yanagi quipped, walking over to Midoriya. He was pouring a 3rd cup of coffee for Yanagi as soon as he saw her walk in. Party pooper, Setsuna griped as Yanagi greeted Midoriya with a kiss and good morning? You know I jest, Yanagi chuckled, floating Setsuna over to herself and giving her a kiss as well. Yeah Casper. Now let me down before the eggs burn. Yanagi did as such, and no sooner had Setsuna's feet hit the floor did she resume singing Heiya. This time, both Midoriya and Yanagi joined her in clapping the beat and singing back up. In his room, Aways covered his head with a pillow. I effing hate it here. Their first few weeks back of classes had been relatively quiet, which was a welcome relief for Vlad King. Coming as close as he had to having one of his students kidnapped by a group of terrorists was as risky as he wanted his teacher career to ever be. He could handle the risks of being a pro, but teaching was, in theory, supposed to cut back on those hazards. Still, he had confidence in his class. Both Class 1A and 1B had proven themselves capable during the attack on the training camp, and he wasn't surprised that Eraserhead had signed up his class for the licensing exam either. He'd been tempted, however, to divulge his students about the fabled UA crush that always happened at these events. He'd talked to Aizawa about it, not surprised that his colleague was going to stay hush about it. Aizawa always preferred a trial by fire approach to teaching. He usually disagreed with the method, but he decided to play along. At the testing site, Class 1B filed out of the bus, some of them marveling at the large building inside. As they all shuffled in and listened as a tired test proctor went over the first part of the exam, he made his way over to the arena seats and saw Aizawa himself being annoyed to no end by Ms. Joke. Best leave them to it, I think he thought to himself. Last time he'd been around those two for more than half an hour, he'd ended up with a migraine that lasted 2 days. After the explanation of how the first phase of the test would go, needing to tag 3 other hero hopefuls with the handballs they were given, Kendo huddled the class up. Alright guys. You all researched this test, right? She asked. Tokage piped up. Right? The UA crush is big all over the internet. Usually other hero schools will surround us, knowing our quirks, and go in for the end. Shota looked at Yanagi and Shiozaki. Between the two of you, how many can you grab and hold in place? 40, If they're in range, Shiozaki replied. Yanagi nodded. That's certainly enough, Shishida mused to himself. Midoriya, Bondo, will you be ready to implement Phase 2? Midoriya was practically shaking with excitement. Can't wait. Bondo gave a thumbs up as well. Class 1 be prepared for the buzzer, already noticing how spaced out students from other schools were, and that they kept looking over in the UA class's direction. Not exactly subtle, are they? Suburaba grumbled. The buzzer sounded, and the swarms of hero students all rushed forward to begin their attack on others. As predicted, Class 1B found themselves surrounded and outnumbered. As balls began flying towards them, Suburaba put up an air barrier all around the class, while Shiozaki and Yanagi used their quirks to grab people and hold them in place. As the attacking balls all bounced off Suburaba's air barrier, Midoriya and Bondo enacted Phase 2. Midoriya drew a Gundam that was mounted with a special shoulder cannon. His robot grabbed Bondo and shoved him on the top of a slot on the cannon. With a muffled woohoo, Bondo began shooting the cannon in a 360 degrees, the cannon extracting his glue and raining it down upon the trapped students from opposing schools. Aways, meanwhile, used the distraction to weld any students not fully secured by Yanagi and Shiozaki to the ground just to ensure no one got away. Once they were sure no one could get past the globs of glue that were sticking people to the ground, Midoriya unanimated the robot, and he and Bondo joined their class in eliminating as many students as needed. Their personal buzzers sounded, letting them know they had all passed Phase 1. In the stands, Vlad King had to resist the urge to fist pump. He had been timing his class, and they had just broken the record for fastest class to pass with all members. It was hard not to be pleased though. He wasn't sure how they had heard of the UA crush, but they had found a reasonable countermeasure. And had worked together, to boot. This might be my best class in years, quite frankly. He looked over across the battlefield to see how Aizawa's students were doing, but it looked they had splintered off into small groups. Well, here's hoping they at least do better than they did in the finals. Good job, team. Kendo encouraged everyone as they sat in the waiting room. We're halfway done. Half of us didn't even do anything, Kaibara snickered. Well, I'm sure you'll get to show off in the second half, Drillbur, Tokage snickered. Why you gotta look a gift horse in the mouth? Midoriya, who was standing behind his classmates, triple-checked his roll of paper, making sure it was full. He also checked the stencils and spray paint he had asked the support department to add to his belt, for a few things that could be made quickly, on any surface. Hatsune, who was an incredibly eccentric person who spent half an hour feeling him up for measurements, had made some out of an indestructible material, and had added a few items that he hadn't requested, including a combination waffle and quesadilla maker. Are you nervous, my darling? Yanagi asked, walking over from Shiozaki and Tsunatori, who she had been discussing strategy with. Midoriya blushed. She certainly wasn't one to shy away from pet names he'd found. Yeah, a bit. Kind of feel like I have a lot riding on this, you know? She nodded. Yes, that business with Fox Noir. She gave him a faint smile. I'm sure whatever trials await us, we can handle it together. He smiled back. Yeah, I'm sure you're right. As they watched the rest, a few members of Class 1A began to trickle in, the first of which being a team of Shuji, Yaoyorozu, Azui, Jairu and Koda. Momo seemed a tad surprised to see 1B in its entirety. She walked over to Midoriya. Finished already? He nodded. We all came up with a plan after Tokage found out about the UA crush. Worked pretty good. Momo shuddered. I wish we had known. We'd have all been goners if not for Tokoyami's Dark Shadow and Todoroki's Ice being able to cover us. After that, Todoroki went off on his own, Bakugo decided we were all holding him back, and we all splintered off from there. Thankfully I had these four with me. I hope the rest of my class fares all right. As if on cue, the barking laughter of Bakugo could be heard entering the room, flanked by Kirishima and Kaminari. Way not to hold me down, you extras. Kaminari totally saved us, Bakubro, Kirishima said, confused. And no one has ever saved me my entire life. Shut the F up. Please trade me someone from your class for him, Yaoyorozu groaned, exasperated. Anyone. Please. No, Midoriya and Yanagi replied in unison. Time marched on, and various students began to file into the waiting room, some from UA, some not. But before time expired, Yaoyorozu sighed in relief as all of 1A managed to make it in, with Siro and Uraraka straggling in last. It was hardly a minute later when the sleep-deprived test proctor's voice announced that Phase 2 was beginning, a rescue operation around the battlefield they had just used, using professional civilians. There's a niche market for everything, I suppose, Shota grumbled. Before the buzzer sounded, Midoriya stretched out ready to tackle some saving, and was promptly stopped by Kendo and Tokage. "Hey, what's going on?" he cried out. "Midoriya, you and Yaoyorozu are one of the few people here who can make medical supplies," Kendo said sternly. "You know darn well that you're best suited to staying in the medical area." Tokage snickered as Midoriya's shoulders slumped. "I know you're all about saving people with a smile, like All Might, Freckles. But you gotta do your part?" Resigned, Midoriya signed. 5 yen. A bit more subdued, he trudged over to the medical area with Yaoyorozu as the buzzer rang out. "Cheer up, Midoriya," Yaoyorozu said, patting his shoulder. "This will surely play to his strengths. Why, I'm sure you'll be able to help almost as many civilians as I will." The words pricked Izuku's ears and he looked at Momo, a glint forming in his own eye. "I appear to have misheard you. But despite this, I'm sure I'll be able to save many of the injured, with a little help from yourself." The two made eye contact and grinned. It was on. "In Shibuya?" "There you go, Detective Minato," Haru said, showing the detective the pictures she had taken as she leaned against his squad car. "Evidence that Zack Rider has been assisting the local Yakuza with human trafficking out of Kyoto." The detective frowned. "What a shame. I really thought he had a promising future as a pro-hero too." "It's disheartening for sure," Haru sighed. "To be swayed so easily by money that one would fall so far from the path." "Well, nothing to be done about just talking," Minato said, straightening himself out. "I'll put together a strike team and approve the paperwork when your assistant puts it through." "How goes your investigation into Stain?" "Promising," she replied, dusting herself off. "I've been able to confirm he's still in Shibuya as late as last night. I just can't seem to pinpoint his location." She perked up a bit. "I did come across a tip this morning I'm about to look into, however." The detective quirked an eyebrow. "Sure you don't want some backup? I shouldn't have to tell you that Stain's no joke?" Haru shook her head. "Stain is only ever active at night. He must have to sleep at some point." "I'll be fine, detective, I assure you. At least tell me what area you'll be in so I can send some people around to patrol." "But of course. My lead has me." "We're going to need more hospital beds," a student from Shiketsu called out. "On it?" Midoriya yelled back as he began scribbling furiously on his left arm's board. He took a second to throw a reassuring smile at the professional civilians who were being escorted in by Uraraka and Azui from Class 1A. "You're safe now, we're going to take great care of you." A loud crashing sound in the distance made everyone pause and look up. "Ugh," the proctor announced. "A villain has entered the field." "It's Gang Orca Beach?" A gaggle of what Midoriya could only assume could be Gang Orca minions began charging towards the makeshift medical center they began to build. Fun. He took out his stencils and spray paint. "Well, get to try my new stuff." Haru tapped her chin thoughtfully. "And what, pray tell, would a brand new padlock be doing on a warehouse that hasn't been used in the last 10 years? Her intel had led her down to a shipping area that had seen better days. With the advent of transportation support tech for small items, shipping demand was reduced, meaning most of the warehouses had been empty for some time. But the padlock she was seeing was still shiny. With a well-placed swing of her sword, Haru broke the lock and made her way into the warehouse. Flimsy thing too. Heaving open the doors of the warehouse, her keen eye was able to tell that this warehouse was occupied. The entryways also showed signs of recent use. Recent food items could be seen on the floor, and she could hear the faint hum of electricity somewhere in the building. Also, Toga Himiko was tied up against the wall opposite to the door. That was also probably a big clue that the warehouse was in use. "Stain o yerba." Toga groaned, slumping against the wall. "You're not Stain." Haru chuckled. Well. At least I have confirmation that Stain's been using this location. But I never expected to find you here." Haru walked towards the makeshift jail cell that was holding Toga captive. "So you were one of the lucky league of villain members who weren't blown to high heavens?" Toga rolled her neck and made a low growl. "I bet you're just so pleased with your little helper, huh? What kind of hero uses a bomb as a sneak attack? Not cute or heroic." Haru tooted at the villainess. "Being good doesn't necessarily mean being nice, Toga Himiko." Haru stopped in her tracks though as her ears caught a faint noise. She unsheathed her katana and swung it behind her, blocking a knife that had been thrown at the back of her neck. "Of course, you happen to be neither, Stain." The hero ender swung down from the rafters, drawing his own sword in his right, and holding a dagger in reverse grip in his left. "High talk from yourself, Fox Noir. I'd hardly call yourself heroic, using your exploits to hawk coffee grounds and paintings." My exploits inspire creation, so I create and share with the world, Haru replied, a grin spreading across her own face. And I'd hardly consider a murderer with delusions of grandeur the judge and jury of what a hero should be. Do us both a favor and surrender. Kill this beach, Stainipu. Toga cheered from her cell. Shut up. Stain snapped. The hero ender flung a knife from his felt towards Haru, who deflected it with her own blade. In that instant Stain had closed the distance between them, but Haru's mind was already hard at work. Sloppy stance, hunched forward, multiple blades. His movements are unrefined. She evaluated. As he closed in, she bicycled her legs and thrust her knee forward, striking the hunched-over villain in the face as he was mid-swing. Her knee connected with where Stain's nose would have been, sending him reeling backwards. She swung horizontally for his chest, hoping to debilitate his arms. The hero ender blocked with his one katana and swung his left hand, hoping to cut the art hero. Haru, ever agile, jumped back. Still don't know what his quirk is. Better prioritize dodging over blocking. Stain jumped for her, eager to close the distance, swinging both his blades down at her vertically. With all the grace of a dancer, Haru glided to her right to evade, and took a quick swipe with her own blade. Stain leapt to the side to dodge, but he wasn't quite quick enough, the tip of her blade nicking his ribs. Keep this up, Stain, I'll cut you down. Haru growled. Stain laughed at the trickle of blood coming from his side. Your reputation for the blade speaks for itself. But it doesn't matter how many times you cut me first. Haru's eyes widened as a flurry of small throwing knives and kunai came zipping towards her. She cartwheeled and used a handspring to get away from most of them, and sprang back away from Stain as he swiped at her again. She was mostly able to dodge him. Mostly. I just need to cut you once. He cackled, taking a lick of his blade. Before Haru could react, her body locked up, completely paralyzed. Well, at least I figured out his quirk. Ah yeah, you show her, babe. Toga cheered from her cell. That's my man. Shut it, you. He growled before turning to Haru. Quite impressive, Stain chuckled. Last person to give me a good fight like that was Ingenium. You might have even outlasted him too. He walked over and hoisted Haru over his shoulder. Lucky for you, you're more valuable to me alive. A buzzer rang out over the testing facility, letting the applicants know that their provisional licensing exam was completed. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu exhaled as they stood over a group of gang orcas, minions, that had attempted to infiltrate the medical area. Well, I'd say we protected this area fairly well, Momo said, dusting herself off. Midoriya shook out his wrists and arms, dropping the master sword and laser pistol he had used to defend the area. Between drawing all sorts of medical supplies and fighting off hordes of mooks, his arms were fairly sore. I hope so. Hem, the tired voice of the proctor began. Good job. Or not. Guess that depends on if you passed. Anyway, look to the screen to see your final scores. Momo and Izuku rushed, along with the stampede of other students, to check their final tally marks for the final portion. And the two high-fived each other when they realized they had been the two highest-scoring participants, with Yaoyorozu losing a mere 1 point. We did it. The two rivals cheered. You outclassed everyone. Izuku cheered, excitedly, looking over at the board and getting more excited as he saw every other member of Class 1B on there. I wonder what I did to lose 10 points? I think it was when you sneezed on that one civilian, Momo said, tapping her chin. They seemed quite put off by the whole thing. Still, that was amazing, Midoriya. You cranked out just about anything any of these civilians could need. What are you talking about? You're the one who knew the chemical compound for all those medicines? Midoriya laughed. That was Dash. Friaklois. Midoriya turned to see a flying mess of green hair and sharp teeth flying towards him. He was barely able to raise his arms in time to catch Tokage in her leaping hug. The momentum had the two of them spinning around slightly before he was able to catch his balance. We did it. Tokage shouted, squeezing him tightly. Where's Casper? Casper W. There you are. Yanagi, who had been walking over with Kendo, nearly fell over as Tokage's dislodged pulled her away from the class president and into the hug she was sharing with Midoriya. What debauchery is this? The ghostly girl asked, but she was smiling all the same. We did it. Setsuna repeated while squeezing her two partners and jumping up and down excitedly. She saw Momo trying to sneak away, but grabbed her, and anyone else she knew had passed, and pulled them into the hug. We're effing pro heroes, my dudes. Midoriya grinned down at his provisional hero license as he left the building, with Tokage and Yanagi at his side. Between classes 1A and 1B, The only people who had not passed the exam were Todoroki and Bakugo, to the surprise of many of their classmates. We can fight crime now, guys? Tokage laughed, happily. Let's go find some guys robbing a convenience store, just like Batman. Hardly, we need to get back to the dorms before curfew, Yanagi scoffed. Still, she looked just as pleased with herself as Tokage did. At least, Midoriya could tell she was. I wouldn't like to spend the eve of our great success being disciplined by Ken-sensei. He paused and took out his phone to take a picture of this license. Hold on, guys. Gotta get a shot of this to send to my mom. And all Might and Haru. He snapped the photo and walked along with his girlfriends, too excited to notice that he had 5 missed calls from Mitsuru Kurusu. Upon returning to the dorms, Shiozaki had prepared what could only be called a feast with Shishida's help. She insisted on doing as such, if only to celebrate everyone's triumph in the exam. Midoriya had drawn a dishwashing android to clean everything up, and the class had celebrated in the common room for a few hours before many of them began to turn in for the night. And then that wind guy and Todoroki made a fire tornado around Gang Orca, Kendo explained. It was really cool, but I guess they spent so much time butting heads they lost a ton of points? Oh man, that really sucks, Midoriya shrugged, drawing Gang Orca on a unicycle T-posing. He animated a small version of it, which began circling the common room. It stared down Shota comically before pedaling away. I'm glad they can at least take those remedial courses to get their licenses. But it sucks they'll have to spend their weekends like that. What do you think Blastybutt did to lose a bunch of points? Tokage snickered. She was laying on the couch across both Midoriya and Yanagi's laps. She wasn't very restrained when it came to public displays of affection. He kept yelling at the civilians. Kamakiri laughed from one of the armchairs. Kirishima and Kaminari kept trying to rein him in, which probably helped them, I'd bet. It was quite undignified, Shishida added. I can only hope this is something of a wake-up call for that foul-tempered brute, Yanagi said. I think he can turn it around, Midoriya said, drawing looks of surprise from his classmates. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm probably never going to call him a friend again, but he went out of his way to help Koda at the camp, and backed me up in my plan to get the league out of our hair. You have a truly forgiving nature, Midoriya, Shiozaki chirped. The Lord surely smiles down upon thee. But he's still a bag of DS, Pony said in English, making both Midoriya and Tokage laugh, and Kendo to shoot her a scolding look. Don't just say things like that, Kendo scowled. Tokage stretched and as she did, made a face up at Izuku. Hey Freckles, I think your phone is vibrating. She popped her head off so he could reach into his pocket. Midoriya's eyes widened as he saw his phone vibrating. Rubber Fist is calling me? Hello. There you are. Was the first thing the pro hero said as she heard his voice. I was trying to reach you for some time, Midoriya. Tokage got all the way off Midoriya's lap and he stood up, walking for the stairs and not seeing the concerned looks on his classmates' faces. Sorry, we were taking our provisional licensing exam and I must not have felt my phone afterwards. Completely understandable, but I felt obligated to make sure nothing happened to you too. Midoriya froze at the top step and said, maybe a tad too loudly. What do you mean, too? The news hasn't broken yet, but I need to discuss something with you. Rubber Fist answered, stoically. Something has happened. Haru was paralyzed for 4 minutes, which was long enough for Stain to disarm her and chain her up, similar to the way he had with Toga. And just like that, he grabbed Haru's mask and left, leaving the pro hero stuck in the same warehouse, alone. Alone with Toga. At least she's chained up as well, Haru thought to herself. That's about the only bright side I see here. And I know his quirk. Toga herself was busy glaring daggers towards Haru. Looks like you're awake. You're not going to accuse me of trying to cross a border into an imperial ambush, are you? Haru asked, jovial tone intact. Leave it to an old hag like you to reference a dead meme, Toga scoffed. You better not get used to staying here. Stain is mine. No one else's. Oh, I would never try to interfere in your affair, Haru smiled. I'm spoken for myself, actually. No one cares about your love life, Grandma, Toga scowled. If I had it my way, you'd be dead, and I could use your blood to lure in that little green-haired brat who nearly blew me up. Well, looks like neither of us are really getting our way right now, Haru chuckled. It must be quite a reversal for you to be the one chained up. I've researched how you've treated many of your other victims. I chained up people I love, Toga seethed. So chaining me here means Stain loves me. Obviously. Now shut. Becomes violent when confronted with any sort of emotional discomfort. How fun. Haru rationalized. You began this conversation, my dear. Before the two of them could discuss things any further, the door swung open as Stain marched in, looking ragged. His eyes shifted from Haru to Toga, and back again a few times before he walked over to Toga's makeshift cell. "How would you like a chance to prove your so-called loyalty to me?" Toga's cheek flushed red, and she let out a squeal of excitement. "Would I?" Overhaul was many things, but cautious ranked very high on the top of that list. It was necessary to be a Yakuza in this day and age, especially when villains made a lot of what they did obsolete. So it wasn't hard to imagine his utter surprise when two men were in his office, waiting for him. One looked like his face had been caved in at some point, but was still dressed in a rather dashing suit. The other was much younger, but it was hard to tell how much younger when he was covered in hands. Overhaul picked his words carefully before settling on asking, "Who let you in here?" "Oh, I let myself in," All for One explained. "And I'll fix up your guards on my way out. But I believe my protege and I have interests that align with yours." Tokage and Yanagi glanced at each other as they stood outside Midoriya's door. He wasn't answering it, or his phone, ever since had gotten that phone call an hour ago. "Can you unlock it with your quirk?" Tokage asked. Reiko shook her head. "The lock is not in my line of sight, so I'm afraid I cannot manipulate it." "I'll just fly myself over to his balcony then," Setsuna reasoned. "Then I can just try and get him to come to the dash." They were interrupted as Midoriya's door swung open. "You guys are really loud," he said, though his voice was void of any of its usual spark or humor despite what he said. He stepped away, leaving the door open so they could follow after him. "Christ, Freckles, you scared us half to death," Tokage said, trying to lighten the mood as she walked in. "And look at Casper, she already looks halfway to the grave." Midoriya shook his head and held up his phone for the two of them to see. He had opened it to a news story, much to their confusion, but Yanagi's mouth fell open in shock as she read the headline. "Pro-hero Fox Noir believed to be the hostage of Hero Ender." Yanagi immediately sat on the bed and threw her arms around Izuku, while Tokage still stared at the phone, stunned. No FNG way," Tokage mumbled. Slowly, she sat down and joined Yanagi in wrapping up their boyfriend. As she did, Midoriya's dam broke, and he let out an anguished sob. "Let it out," Yanagi said, softly rubbing his back. The three of them sat that way for some time, Midoriya's sobs growing more calm as time waned on. "Is that who was calling you?" Yanagi asked, after he had calmed down. He nodded. "It was Rubber Fist. She wanted to make sure I was okay too. I guess Stain kidnapped Haru to try and get to me." "Well, we knew he was after you," Tokage said. "But I can't believe he got her. She seemed so cool." Yanagi frowned. "Did Misturu say anything else?" Midoriya's eyes fell. "She did. Had a plan of sorts?" "What was it?" Midoriya looked at the two of them, a bit uncomfortable. "Well, hear me out." Mitsuru Kurusu stood up as the knock came at her agency door. She had been waiting for the approval from UA for a few days, but it seemed like an eternity. She stood up and stretched her arms. "Time to get to work." She opened the door and smiled. "There you are. It's been some time since I've had a sidekick, let alone three." Midoriya, Tokage, and Yanagi walked into her office and bowed. "Thank you for having us," they all said. "Quite," Mitsuru muttered, not quite used to interacting with so many teenagers. "Well, I appreciate all of you taking my offer for work study." "Well, my offers were Rocklock and you, and from what I was told, Rocklock is a real jerk," Tokage snickered. "Oh, he's not so bad, anyway," Rubber Fist shook herself. "I think you all know why I requested you. Yanagi, of course, has worked with me before and I'm very pleased with her performance. Tokage, you came recommended from the Wild Wild Pussycats, and these two. And of course, Midoriya, you're personally involved in this whole thing, aren't you?" The three of them nodded. "Well then," Mitsuru punched one of her fists into her open palm. "Let's go save Fox Noir." "So you've amassed 493 quirks?" Overhaul asked with a shudder. "Absolutely filthy. Give or take?" All for One shrugged jovially. "It's hard to keep track after the first couple hundred, and some are duplicates. Power stack, you know. And I've given some away. The old body can only actually handle so many, so I store them off-site." Overhaul glanced from All for One to Shigaraki, who hadn't said a word in all of the meetings they'd had. He'd been looking into the League of Villains after the USJ incident. But All for One never came up in any of his research, and he figured whatever this league was would be done for after most of them were captured in that explosion. So his initial reaction to this man was that he was full of shit. Of course, That was before All for One gave a demonstration of his abilities by knocking out all of his 8 bullets of the Shai Hasaikai, reawakening them forcefully, and wiping their memories of the whole ordeal. So, I think our goals are aligned, as I've said. All for One said, I don't want others to have quirks. You don't want others to have quirks. I just ask that you let me take a few quirks before we reshape society. I guess that's a fair exchange for all the things you bring to the table. Overhaul nodded. I'm glad we're in agreement. All for One chuckled once more. I believe we can bring the Yakuza to the forefront of the underworld once more. There's perhaps just one more thing I'd like from you though. Overhaul clicked his tongue. What's that? I believe your source for these bullets could be of help to me. She has a very special quirk after all. He held up his hands. Of course I wouldn't steal it. Overhaul's brow furrowed. How did you find out about Eri? Come now, all those quirks and you don't think I have some psychic ones kicking around the old noodle? All for One replied. You're a smart man, Chisaki. Well, I guess that would make sense, wouldn't it? Overhaul huffed. What would you need her help with? All for One smiled. Something doesn't belong. Midoriya shot straight out of bed, panting, and clutched his arm as it throbbed in pain. What's this all about? Carpal tunnel? Did I forget to rest my wrist after drawing? He shook his head. This pain was different from the usual cramping he would get after long drawing sessions. He reached over on the floor for a shirt so that he could go down to the bathroom. Pulling one back up to him, he blushed. This is Reiko's. The girl in question rolled over next to him on his bed and let out the daintiest sounding snore he'd ever heard. Really hope no one finds out how often she sneaks in here at night. Grabbing one of his own shirts, he walked to the 4th floor bathroom and examined himself in the mirror, sleepily. Getting some crow's feet from how often I wake up like this? The occasional nightmares of shadowy figures, talking about how something in him didn't belong, were getting more and more frequent. Midoriya had talked to All Might about it too, but the symbol of peace didn't know anything about it. At the very least, he'd never experienced shadowy figures or anything of the sort. He examined his throbbing right arm in the light a little bit better. His veins seemed more noticeable. Or at least he thought they did. Maybe I'm imagining it. He shook himself. I need to get back to bed. We're patrolling with Rubber Fist today. As far as villains go, they are usually ranked from S to E on how dangerous they are. This ranking is usually given based on quirk, potential for destruction, and criminal history. Toppling. An S-rank criminal usually was reserved for top 10 heroes, or a collaborative effort between lower-ranked heroes. Stain, of course, was ranked that high, as were most of the villains All Might was responsible for putting away. At the other end of that, ranking lower than E? Your standard purse snatcher. Truly the most pathetic of evildoing, usually the pastime of delinquent teenagers or someone really desperate for a quick buck? Stop. Thief. But Shibuya was big enough and crowded enough that pulling it off was feasible. The villain in question was a mid-20s petty thief who had just lost just about everything betting on underground Yakuza cage fights. His quirk allowed him to expel bursts of air from the back of his knees, which was actually fairly useful for running away due to the speed boost it gave him. He looked over his shoulder, swearing he could see a silver-haired teen and a green-haired one chasing after him. But he didn't see the detached limb floating in front of his path ready to clothesline him. He ran smack into it, collapsing to the ground as the rest of Lizardy's limbs and heads surrounded him. Nasty fall, my dude. Probably what you get for purse snatching. It was only a moment later for Rubber Fist, Vinci, and Emily to catch up, and Rubber first officially apprehended the man for law enforcement. They received some small applause from passers-by. Well, that was anticlimactic, Lizardy sighed, brushing her arm off. Yes, I was hoping for something at least slightly more noteworthy, Rubber Fist nodded as the four continued patrol. We need to generate a little bit more buzz than this. Midoriya gulped and nodded, looking around for just about anything that might be more helpful. Well. The number 35 ranked hero has a few sidekicks now? Midoriya turned around to see a blue-skinned woman approaching Mitsuru. From the furrowing of the heroine's brow, it was pretty clear Mitsuru didn't know who this lady was either. May I help you? Rubber Fist asked curtly. Kizuki Chitos, the blue-skinned lady advised, holding out her hand. Mitsuru hesitantly returned the handshake, and the woman continued. I'm a reporter. And from what I've been told, your public relations could use a little work. Midoriya, Yanagi, and Tokage all exchanged glances. While they knew Mitsuru wasn't all that scary, she had a real reputation as being a blunt hard-ass, among other things. I've been told I can be rough around the edges. Mitsuru folded her arms. But I get results. And those results got you as far as rank 35? But imagine how much further you could go if more people heard of your exploits? Like how you took down Chainsaw Hands? Kuzuki suggested. I could assist you. After all, I believe you just said something about generating more buzz? You come off more like paparazzi with the eavesdropping, Mitsuru replied, turning to step away from this conversation. Come on, sidekicks. See, that's the attitude that isn't winning you any awards or recognition. Kuzuki replied, tapping her chin. She stepped in front of Rubber Fist to block her. You could be cracking the 20s or teens ranking with my help. After all, if you're trying to attract someone's attention, it will be easier through the press. Mitsuru hesitated. And what do you get out of this? Chitose raised her hand in surrender. I just want to get a good story, sweetheart. I'll just take a few minutes of your time. I swear. Mitsuru glanced from her sidekicks to the reporter. Well, I suppose I have time. You three take the rest of the day to yourselves. I'll see you at the office tomorrow. Have a good evening, Rubber Fist, Yanagi called out as their boss retreated from their view. Once she and the report were out of sight, she turned to her partners. That sort of intervention seemed too serendipitous to merely be by chance. Yeah, she was kind of pushy, but I mean, if she's a reporter, she probably wants to get that scoop real bad. Tokage shrugged. What do you think? You're the bait anyway. Midoriya winced. Not things we should just say out loud. Not that it wasn't true, the whole point of generating buzz was to lure Stain out. And Midoriya was fully willing to be bait if it meant saving Haru with Mitsuru, Reiko, and Setsuna. I don't know, he continued, the quicker we find him, the higher the chance of us recovering Fox Noir. We'll find her freckles, you could bet that firm booty of yours. And for today, the quicker we go get some grub and get back to the dorm, the longer we can hide in my room and cuddle. Tokage responded. I can get on board with that plan, Reiko smiled. Twist my arm, why don't you, Izuku grumbled, but smiled despite his worries. Chitose was not exaggerating as far as generating buzz was concerned. At lunch the next day, students from class 1A and 1B were asking Midoriya, Tokage, and Yanagi about what Rubber Fist was like after the article was published. Everyone was reading on their phones about the rising fist of justice that had been reducing the crime rate in the heart of Shibuya. Vinci, Emily, and Lizardy were mentioned in the article as well. Specifically that they were in Shibuya with her, but Midoriya knew precisely why Mitsuru had insisted on it. He only hoped that this reached Stain. So Green, are you nailing her too? Away's spat, venom in his voice at lunch. What? No. Izuku reacted, horrified. She's my boss. Kendo chopped Away's neck, making him flinch. Dude, not cool. She kind of seems the scary, Pony chirped. Does she make the fear strike in your heart? The scariness is strictly for the villains, Tokage snickered. She can be strict but she's pretty nice off the clock. As long as you aren't training, Reiko added, shuddering slightly as she remembered her hand-to-hand sparring sessions with the pro. Yui hummed, patting Reiko's arm. Izuku looked back at his phone. With any luck, Stain was making a move. Wake up. Toga was snapped awake as a cup of water was thrown on her. Stain was scowling down at her, as he usually did when he looked at her. This didn't faze her in the least. Good morning, baby. What's the plan for today? Blood picnic? Mama missed you. Your words are like knives in my D-dash, Stain growled. You're up. Toga's eyes gleamed as she looked up at her idol. It's time? Yes. You can finally make yourself useful to me, Stain said, trying to keep himself from cringing as he said it. Rubber Fist and some UA students will be looking for that one. He jerked his head in the direction of Haru, who was playing solitaire with herself. If he didn't think she was part of the scum that was degrading what it meant to be a hero, he'd be impressed in her resolve not to break under the conditions he was keeping her in. He turned back to Toga, who he was much less impressed with. I've kept some of her blood. You're going to help me? Then we can discuss that partnership you wanted. Discuss you 6 feet under is more like it? Toga sprang to her feet, squealing with excitement. I can't wait. Our first real bloodbath as a couple. We're going to be totes adorbs, covered in Midoriya's blood. Right? Stain grunted. He walked away from the giggling maniac and approached Haru, who barely looked up at his presence, even as he drew a blade. I'm going to enjoy taking your blood for this, Fox Noir. Haru scoffed down at her cards, glancing up at him defiantly. Do your worst. I plan to. Reiko would never be one to say that a night of a patrol was too quiet, as it would be such a cliché. And in the past months, between the attack in Hosu by a group of Nomu, Stain putting the Class 1A president into a coma, the summer camp attack, and all of other Stain's crimes in the meantime, she knew that quiet nights were typically something heroes appreciated. She expected that Rubber Fist's new title as the Fist of Justice might have even deterred some low-ranking thugs from causing trouble. Still, she wanted to stay at least a bit more diligent than, say, how Setsuna was sitting on the ledge of a building, kicking her legs as she people watched, pointing out what people were doing to Midoriya and Misturu, who were perched behind her. Gross, I think that little kid just picked his nose and ate it, Setsuna said, drawing a snicker from Izuku as well. I don't think that's what we're looking for, Izuku laughed. Not at all. While ill-advised, it's not illegal to do such things, Mitsuru replied, stoically. As all three students looked at her, she looked away. Oh, you were joking. Apologies. No worries, Fist of Justice. Tokage chirped. Please, don't call me that, Rubber Fist looked down embarrassed. You'll have to forgive, Setsuna, Reiko advised. She has a penchant for giving everyone just the worst nicknames. Truly terrible ones. Setsuna looked back in faux outrage. Casper, how could you? Freckles, are you hearing this? Can't believe my ears, Izuku deadpanned. Ahem. The four turned to see Harold. The tiger Haru had animated way back when Midoriya had been interning with Haru, leap onto a neighboring building's windowsill. Well, this is a surprise, Mitsuru said, walking over to the ledge closest to Harold. I thought someone had gone and erased all of Haru's creations. Yes, well, cats are a bit more clever than that, Harold yawned. Some of us made ourselves scarce once news broke that Haru was captured. Do you have any news? Midoriya asked hopefully. Some of the other cats saw someone who looked like Haru down by the theater district, in one of the old abandoned playhouses, Harold said. On the roofs. It sounds like a trap, if I'm being honest, but it's the first we've seen of her in weeks. Rubber Fist's eyes turned stern. Then we've not a moment to lose. She stretched her arms to the neighboring roof and pulled herself over to it. Tokage split into a few pieces and zipped after her. Yanagi, still unable to manipulate herself via her quirk, hopped onto Midoriya's back as he used color fill to spring to the neighboring roof and follow the others. The theater district was a few blocks over, and easily traversed on the rooftops. Take extreme caution, Mitsuru shouted at the students. I'm sure Stain's setting this up the day our names get out there is no mistake. This has all the hallmarks of a trap. So don't go in swinging, Bruce Lee, Tokage added, pointedly looking at Izuku. The four of them arrived at the theater district, and the old playhouse sat between two larger theaters. Haru could be seen, handcuffed to a ventilation pipe. The four of them landed on the roof in front of her, and she perked up. Rubber Fist. Haru cried happily. I'm so glad you four are here. She tugged at the handcuffs. Please, get me out of here and we can get Stain, he's not too far. Midoriya stepped forward to snap the handcuffs off his mentor, but the roof began to crumble under him. Mitsuru tried to wrap her rubber arms around him, but it was too late. The roof panel collapsed under his weight, pulling both Mitsuru and Midoriya down into the theater. Shit, Freckles. Tokage hollered, going to float down after him, but she was stopped as a knife was thrown right at her head. It was stopped just at the last second by Yanagi's poltergeist, the point of the blade hovering right in front of her left eye. Haru was standing now, holding a knife in each hand. Sorry, Setipu. Can't have you interrupting. Setsuna backed up and regrouped with Yanagi. That's not Haru, is it? I would think not, Yanagi said, raising her hands to apprehend the imposter. The false Haru, Toga scowled. I hope I don't get in trouble for letting the pro go with him. Yanagi attempted to snag Toga with poltergeist, but she found herself having to stop a plethora of syringes that were being thrown at her instead. As she caught the bevy of blades, Tokage split into small pieces and attempted to surround the villain. Toga began swinging her blade wildly to keep Tokage away, but as she did, Yanagi redirected the tubes that were attached to Toga's back to wrap around her legs and trip her up. Once Toga fell, Tokage reformed on top of her and pinned her to the ground by the elbows so that she could try and swing another knife at her. Yanagi used her quirk to remove them from her hands. Couple of knives and pointy things are no match for us, sister, Tokage sniped. Casper, get something to wrap this nutcase up, I've got her. Better hurry, Toga grinned, or Izuku is going to be gutted before you get down there. Tokage responded by elbowing the villain in the temple, knocking her out. Yanagi produced a pair of actual handcuffs and used her quirk to cuff Toga to the ventilation pipe, ironically right next to the fake handcuffs she had been put in. Thankfully, Rubber Fist insists on always having a few pairs of these on hand. She looked around. I don't believe I have any way down from here. Guard the psycho then, Tokage suggested. I'll go after the others. Yanagi nodded, and Tokage floated pieces of her body down the hole Midoriya and Rubber Fist fell into. As Midoriya and Rubber Fist fell into the theater, Mitsuru managed to wrap her legs around a rafter to slow their fall before they crashed into the floor. She yelled out in pain as she set Midoriya on the ground as a knife stabbed into the back of her leg. Rubber Fist. He yelled out as the pro cried out in pain. Move. She grunted, shoving Midoriya aside and just barely swinging herself away as another knife came sailing towards him. Her legs unraveled and she collapsed on the ground in pain. Midoriya's head began to ring out in pain as he saw the knife sail right where he had been. Unease rose up in his gut, and he felt like something was coming right for him. Using color fill, he flipped back onto his hands and sprang away. Just in time too, as Stain was right where he had been, swinging a katana that just barely missed Midoriya's back as he flipped away. How did I know he was coming? He wondered, backpedaling away from Stain. Stain was already preparing another attack, dashing for Midoriya for another swipe. The ringing in his head got worse as he realized, crap, he's fast. Almost guided by the painful presence in his head, he lifted his left arm and blocked the katana against the armored roll on his left arm, and used his right arm to grab Stain's left elbow, which had been going for a sneak attack with a dagger. Color fill activating, Midoriya spun Stain and threw him into a row of seats behind him to create some distance between them. Are you okay, Rubber Fist? He called out behind him. He heard her cough behind him. I'm okay, can't move. The pain in his head swelled, signaling a storm of knives being thrown at him. Midoriya responded with an airbrush maneuver, which sent the knives scattering across the theater. Where's the real Fox Noir? He growled, trying to sound intimidating. He's not going to give me a second to draw something. Stain stepped closer, evaluating his next move. The world hardly needs another false hero like her. Midoriya frowned at him. How dare you speak of her that way? Don't let him get under your skin. Rubber Fist scolded from behind Midoriya. Whatever his quirk is paralyzes you, so be careful. And what kind of hero are you? Stain sneered. I've been all over Japan, getting rid of the filth that tarnishes what it means to be a hero. Underhanded, selfish scum. To punctuate the word scum, Stain threw another knife at Midoriya, but it was caught in mid-air by a floating hand. Before he could even question what happened, Stain leapt backwards to avoid two floating legs that had kicked at his head. Holy shit, you are way uglier in person, Tokage said, her head floating above where Midoriya and Stain were fighting. Couldn't even keep two students busy for a little while, Stain grunted, drawing another blade. Useless wench? A few knives went soaring through the air towards Tokage's torso, but she split it apart before they could connect. Lizardy, keep him busy for a second, Vinci shouted. Just don't let him cut you, I think it lets him paralyze you. No sweat. Tokage grunted, swarming her body parts around the confused hero Ender. Midoriya sped over to Rubber Fist and hastily scribbled a medkit for her. The healing item disintegrated over her wounds. Is that how it works in video games? And she seemed to be healed. Can you move yet? He asked. No. Go help Lizardy. Rubber Fist commanded. Crap, he cursed, turning towards where Tokage was playing. Keep away, using her body parts and an increasingly frustrated Stain. He's trapped though, now's my chance to help. All four people in the old theater froze momentarily, as the voice calling for help wasn't any of them. But it was familiar, and it was coming from the stage. Vinci, go. Rubber Fist barked. She didn't need to say anything else before Midoriya charged for the stage. Stain tried to charge forward and attack, but Tokage's disembodied hands clocked him in the back of the head with a double axe handle attack, stunning him. As Izuku landed on the stage, he could hear a muffled cry below the floor. Finding the loosest floorboard he could, he ripped it up and began dismantling the floor itself with ease using one for all. As the dim light reached down into the opening, he let out a gasp. Haru was there, pinned to the floor with a sword through each hand. Izuku wasted no time jumping down to her and pulling the blades out, as she smiled up to him weakly. It was foolish of him to bring me here as leverage, she coughed. And he severely underestimated my resistance to the chloroform I've built up. Even injured as she was, she still had her odd attitude. Are you okay? He choked out, unable to really think of anything else to say. Let's save those discussions for when we're out of here, Haru suggested, struggling to stand up as Izuku immediately moved to help her up. A familiar yelp brought their attention back to the fight. That's Tokage. Go, Haru commanded, sternly. Izuku sprang out of the pit. Tokage had just managed to get nicked on one of her arms, and Izuku was just in time to see Stain lick the blade. As he did, all of Tokage's pieces seized up and fell to the floor, paralyzed. Stain raised his blade again, a sense of urgency in his actions. No! Midoriya screamed, raising his arm for an airbrush attack as he began to see red. But time seemed to slow down as Midoriya could feel nothing but rage consume him. A searing pain shot through Midoriya's left arm as his hand and wrist burst into a thick, black, sludge-like substance. It looked like a tentacle made entirely of pen ink, if he had to describe it. Not like that was his concern at the moment. The tentacle of sorts erupted forward, stretching and wrapping itself around Stain. The villain's legs, arms, torso, head and neck were all ensnared, rendering him immobile as Midoriya snagged him. Stain barely had time to struggle before turned on his heel, performing a hip-toss judo throw motion with the elongated arm. Stain sailed over his head and was smashed at high speed against another row of seats. Tokage, who was watching in pieces on the floor, let out a loud gasp. Freckles, what the F dash? Vinci, what's going on? Rubber Fist asked, finally able to climb to her feet. Mitsuru, is that you? Haru cried from the floor. Amidst the chaos, Midoriya lost control of his conscious thoughts. He lifted Stain into the air and slammed him back down into the ground against, making Rubber Fist jump. That's adequate, Vinci, Mitsuru barked. He's unconscious. Midoriya didn't listen though, he couldn't. He lifted Stain once more with his tentacle arm and whipped the hero Ender's limp form across the whole theater. Hey man, I think you got him. Tokage shouted from the ground. Gee dude, let's ready up and get out of here. Rubber Fist made a beeline for the stage that Midoriya had destroyed just moments prior and gasped at the state of Haru. She stretched her arms down and gently pulled the art hero up, who gratefully collapsed into her arms. I knew you'd find me, Haru coughed. Don't speak. Rubber Fist commanded, trying to evaluate the other heroine. Your hands? Both of them jumped as Stain was slammed into a row of seats once more. They turned to see Izuku, still thrashing about madly with a blank look on his face. Oh dear, Haru gasped. Is this one of his creations? Nope, this appears to be something out of his control, Rubber Fist replied, shaking her head. Best snap him out of it, then. As soon as she was sure Haru wouldn't collapse under her feet, Rubber Fist sprang into action. Sneaking up behind the entranced Midoriya, she used her rubber legs to tie up Midoriya, the same way he had tied up Stain. She then twisted herself around to his front and, sorry for this. With a well-powered punch, she knocked Midoriya out cold. Anyone get the number of that bus that hit me? Not a bus kid, but certainly one hell of a woman. Midoriya's eyes snapped open, but all around him was fog. He tried to open his mouth to call out, but it seemed to be covered in some sort of black mist that kept him unable to move or speak. Standing over him in this world of fog was a muscular man in an open leather jacket, with goggles on his balding head. Man, you're tougher than you look, being able to use my quirk and Shinamori's like that when you had one of your own already? The large man chuckled. Midoriya's eyes widened. What? Daigoro Banjo looked down at Midoriya and chuckled at the dumbstruck look on his face. You're probably confused as all get out, huh kiddo? Midoriya nodded, unable to speak. Well, let me make this easy, I held one for all way away before you. And that power you used to kick Stain's ass? That's my quirk. Black Whip. And that pain in your head? That's Danger Sense, Shinamori Hikage's quirk. Midoriya's face didn't change, still looking at Daigoro like a deer in the headlights. Daigoro went to open his mouth, but the strange world they were in began to shake. Snap, guess we didn't have as much time as I thought, the previous holder of One for All scoffed. He looked down at Midoriya and grinned. Well, look out kid, you're about to get hit with all 6 of our quirks. The ambulance is coming, Haru. Just hang in there, Mitsuru said softly as Haru leaned into her shoulder. I'll be fine, she smiled weakly. Other than my arms I feel right as R dash. Midoriya screamed as he catapulted from his back to a seated position, waking up from his strange vision. He looked around to see Mitsuru, Haru, Tokage and Yanagi, who Tokage had helped down once she was able to move, staring at him, as well as the unconscious forms of Stain and Toga Himiko on the ground in the theater. Well, good morning sunshine, Tokage snickered. Want to tell the class what the exploding arm tentacle thing was all about? Yanagi tilted her head at him as well. Truly. I thought when Lizardy was regaling what happened that it was some sort of elaborate prank. Midoriya just looked between the two of them, and to the equally bewildered looks on Haru and Mitsuru's faces, and looked down at his own arm. I don't really know. I don't know what happened at all. He looked up at Haru again, and momentarily forgot everything that had happened. Oh, hold on. I can help. He ran over to where Mitsuru and Haru were and pulled down his notepad. Are you sure? Mitsuru asked quietly. These wounds seem to go straight through the hand. He nodded. I can't make any sort of potion that has to be drank, but if I draw something that gets poured over, poof. He produced a small vial of a liquid and began to gently pour it over Haru's hand. The wound began to close and seal itself, though a scar was still visible. It should still work. Thank goodness for that magic Resident Evil healing goop. Mitsuru quirked an eyebrow. Magic what now? It's a video game series Vinci and I like to partake in, Yanagi explained. You can heal yourself by pouring that on your being. That's better, but it's still quite painful, Haru winced. Real-life wounds are never so simple, Midoriya frowned, knowing that he could never quite save All Might either. Speaking of All Might, I have to talk to him about this. There was a pounding sound as the police forced their way into the theater to apprehend Toga and Stain. Paramedics rushed in soon after to attend to Haru. The rest of the evening seemed to happen in a blur. Mitsuru watched as the ambulance took the other pro-heroine away, and before they knew what was happening, reporters had found the scene and were asking the pro and her 3 sidekicks all sorts of questions. Midoriya was slightly relieved that as the pro, Mitsuru was handling all the questions by the reporters, doing his best to ignore the blinding lights of the cameras. We're going to be the talk of UA, Tokage snickered, throwing an arm over both Midoriya and Yanagi's shoulders. We've been on the job for like a few days and we caught the hero ender. She pulled the two closer. Come on you guys, smile for the cameras. While Yanagi chastised Tokage for not taking this seriously, Midoriya put on a strained smile as the cameras flashed all around him. But all he could think about was, what happened to me? Hospitals were an incredibly uncomfortable place for Midoriya. Not that he figured they were particularly great places for anyone, but they reminded him of being diagnosed quirkless at a young age. Mitigating the fact that he was stuck in a hospital waiting room though was the fact that both Tokage and Yanagi were resting their heads on his shoulders. He was really thankful to have them there, and the physical presence made him feel safe, in spite of literally encountering 2 mass murderers that evening. This must be what love is. Tokage snored loudly, making Midoriya and Yanagi both snicker at her ability to nap just about anywhere. Yup, definitely love. Mitsuru sat on a chair opposite of the 3 of them, and Midoriya couldn't remember ever seeing the combat heroine ever look so antsy. She kept looking down from her phone at the smallest sound. That must be love too? He pondered. He was gently drawing one of the cats he'd seen Haru spray paint back during his internship with her. Gently so as to not disturb his partners. Despite their contrasting art styles, he thought he'd made a pretty good likeness of Harold the Tiger. He animated the cat in black and white so that the medical staff didn't think an actual cat had snuck in, and it walked over to Mitsuru, nuzzling her leg. Ah. Thank you, Vinci, Mitsuru muttered, leaning forward to pet the fictional animal. No problem, he muttered. A doctor approached them, and Izuku gently nudged Tokage awake. Ziziziha? You were the 4 who brought in Fox Noir, correct? The doctor asked. Yes, how is she? Mitsuru responded, springing to her feet. Midoriya noticed her fidgeting with her hands. Well, things could have been much worse, the doctor started. And it was good that someone in your group had healing capabilities to seal and disinfect the wounds. However, the cuts left nerve damage in Fox Noir's hands. She will have to be seriously rehabilitated before she can practice swordplay or make her art again. Midoriya felt his chest sag. Her art? Yanagi let out a small gasp. How horrible. Yes. When nerves like that are damaged, it can make such fine motor skills incredibly difficult. Even with rehabilitation, we don't know if her hand control will ever be the same, the doctor explained. I'm sorry. We'll do the best we can for her. Mitsuru kept her composure, but it was hard not to see the despair in her eyes. Yes, of course. May we see her? She's asked to be alone right now, but I would stay close if you can, the doctor replied. She took the news pretty hard. Can't say I blame her, Tokage muttered. I would too. Midoriya thought, glumly. Same reason I try not to throw too many punches with my right hand. If I injure it, I can't make art. As the doctor walked away, Mitsuru heaved a large sigh before turning to the others. Well, we shall respect her wishes for now. She gave the 3 a small smile. You 3 go get some rest. Take the day off tomorrow. You've certainly earned it. When Haru is open to having company, I'll be sure to let you know, okay? The students nodded. But before they left, Mitsuru grabbed Izuku's shoulder. And Vinci? Yes? See what you can find out about what has happened to you, alright? Yes, ma'am. He nodded. Good. Dismissed. The three were exhausted the next day during school. Between the authorities taking in Stain and Toga, and the hospital trip, they didn't get back to the dorm until well past midnight. Still, it was hard to focus on feeling tired when students of all grades and departments kept coming up to Midoriya, Tokage, and Yanagi to ask about their encounter with the hero Ender Stain. They were named specifically in the news stories as sidekicks of Rubber Fist, and details were plentiful about how the team had been split up, but still managed to take down two notorious Enders. Izuku was just thankful there were no details of his weird tentacle. He couldn't imagine having to answer questions about it when he had none for himself. Even with that saving grace, he felt exhausted by the time lunch rolled around. I just want to go back to the dorm and sleep forever, Tokage whined, laying her head next to her lunch tray. Verily, Reiko huffed, too tired for anything further. Midoriya was about to say something further, but someone plopped down in the open seat next to him. For a split second, he almost thought it was All Might, but it was instead a large, buff, blonde student with beady blue eyes. The tall student spoke up. Hey, sorry to butt in, but I just wanted to talk to the three of you. I'm Mirio Togata. I'm in the 3rd year here of the heroics course. Tokage's jaw nearly fell off. You're one of the big three here. How are you acting like that's not a big deal? You're like a celebrity at this place. Midoriya took a better look at the boy and felt himself get nervous. The big three of the hero course, Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire, were expected to graduate and become incredibly high-ranking heroes. Before work studies had begun, the three of them had talked to Class 1A, and Mirio had ended up kicking the entire class ass. Oh god, is he gonna fight us? Mirio just gave a friendly laugh and rubbed the back of his neck. Oh, I don't really pay attention to stuff like that. I just thought, since I didn't get to talk to your guys' class, I could at least be a good senpai and congratulate you three on catching the hero Ender. You three are doing work study with Rubber Fist, right? Why, Izuku nodded. We have today off, but I think we're resuming patrols around Shibuya tomorrow. Ah damn, he snapped his fingers as he said that. I wondered if maybe she had given you guys a longer break. Maybe I could convince you to come work study with me. I think you guys have a ton of potential and I wanted to help out. I think my boss would really like you guys. That's very kind of you, Yanagi replied, but it might be rude to our gracious employer to leave so early in our term with her. Yeah, she's been really great to us, Midoriya added. Maybe next time? Okay, totally get it. Mirio beamed. I'll have to convince Vlad King to let me spar with your class. I'd love to see what you guys can do in action after fighting Class 1A. As he got up and left, Tokage heaved a sigh of relief. Man, I hope Vlad shoots him down. He seems like a cool enough guy, but I heard he absolutely clobbered Class 1A from what Momo was telling our prez. But on the bright side, I heard he annihilated Bakugu as well, Yanagi said with a small smirk. The three of them chuckled before picking at their lunch tiredly. Once classes were finally over, Midoriya splintered off from his classmates, claiming there was something he needed to do, and met up with All Might in the principal's office. There, the symbol of peace was sipping some tea with the furry mouse bear. Talk about déjà vu. Ah, young Midoriya. You wanted to speak with me? Understatement of the year. Why's All Might, something happened to me yesterday and dash. I'll say it did. The hero chuckled. You took down Stain. And one of those League of Villain stragglers. He swelled with pride as he said this. Why's but dash. I know, you're about to say you didn't do it alone. All Might waved his hand and poured Midoriya a cup of tea. But even as a team, I'm so proud of all of you. And no need to be so humble, it sounds like you were instrumental to the feat. I was but dash. Not that I'm trying to sell your teammates short, I know all four of you dash. All Might. Midoriya shouted. I'm trying to tell you I used one of the previous one for all users' quirks to defeat Stain. Both Nizu and All Might did a spit take, spewing tea all across the office. All Might coughed up some blood and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. Are you quite certain, young Midoriya? Goodness gracious, I've never heard of such a thing. Nizu beamed, hitting a few buttons on his phone to summon a robot to clean the mess they'd made. Midoriya sighed. Why, let me tell you what happened. The teacher and the administrator listened intently to Midoriya's story, the exploding ink tentacle, the vision of the prior one for all holder, the news that Midoriya would be accessing 6 quirks, with looks of intrigue. And that's when I woke up. And you never mentioned anything about this, All Might? All Might held up his hands defensively. Trust me, young Midoriya, I've never had any sort of experience like that in the 40 years I've held One for All. Interesting, Nizu said, stroking his chin. Perhaps the stockpiling nature of One for All was more literal than you thought it to be, Toshinori. Midoriya's shoulders slumped. If All Might doesn't know anything about this, what do I do now? What should I do? All Might furrowed his brow and thought for a moment. Well, I suppose I can tell you about my predecessor and what I know of One for All's history. Do you have time? Midoriya nodded and sat down. While you do that, Nizu said, standing up, I shall see what I can find out about any potential One for All holders there were in history. I'll just be at my desk. Overhaul gasped for breath as All for One held him up against a wall of the hideout by his throat. All for One's arm had grown to freakishly large, muscled proportions, and sprouted 2 arms of its own to pin Overhaul's arms to the wall. The bullets are made from what? Behind All for One, Shigaraki stood, silently. Next to him, Eri watched in horror, not quite sure what was happening. Overhaul made a gasping, wheezing noise in response to All for One's question, not exactly able to breathe well enough to speak. I have been committing crimes and ending for centuries, Chisaki, All for One growled. Practically 200 years. But these conditions? What you're doing to your child? Deplorable. She's not really mine, Chisaki gasped. That is of no importance. Turning, All for One effortlessly threw Overhaul across the entire room, sending the Yakuza crashing into a desk. From now on, the villain continued, I will duplicate the bullets. And should you touch the girl again, I will nuke this entire organization. Are we clear? Overhaul scrambled to his feet and backed away. Are we clear? All for One repeated. Why yes, of course. Chisaki replied. To his shock, All for One reverted to the usual, affable businesslike tone he seemed to have. Good. He clasped his hands together. You can go back to your business then. I shall duplicate the bullets. I have a sufficient quirk. I think I'll get lunch first. You guys want burgers? I want burgers. I'll bring back burgers. Shigaraki, can you keep the young lady entertained until I figure out a way to improve her accommodations and fetch the burgers? Without waiting for a response from anyone in the room, All for One swiftly walked out of the room. Chisaki looked to Shigaraki, incredulously, but only received a cold stare that was just empty in return. It gave Overhaul the impression that Shigaraki didn't care for anyone in the room. He was just following orders. Overhaul left without another word. Eri gave a small whimper as she shivered, too nervous to look up at the boy who, until just recently, was always covered in hands. All for One had convinced him to switch to a similar suit, though the younger villain still kept a hand clutched to his face. He was one of the scariest people Eri had seen and, hey! Eri looked up, horror-struck. He'd never spoken to her before. Whyas? Wanna play video games? Shigaraki asked, staring down at her from between the fingers of the hand on his face. And that's when Gran Torino sent me to America. To protect me from All for One. All Might sighed. Unfortunately, I never got to talk to Nana about who she inherited One for All from. Our time together wasn't nearly as long as I would have liked it to be. Midoriya put his head in his hands, floored by the history lesson he'd just received. He looked down at this left hand again and wondered if he could turn it into a tentacle. Again, but he just didn't think it to be possible. And All for One? I'd like to believe I'd finished him off, All Might said, leaning back and folding his arms. But it may never be that simple. The principal, who had rejoined the two of them during the history lesson, pat Midoriya on the shoulder. We'll see what we can find out. For now, let's arrange some training sessions to try and see what we can do about this black whip and danger sensibility. Try not to worry, we're here to educate you on all quirk usage, even if your case is a bit different. Midoriya gave a small smile to the principal and All Might. All right. I'll do my best. Take heart, young Midoriya, All Might said, briefly turning into his muscular form. You'll be getting even more quirks. This can only be a good thing. Midoriya gave a small nod and chuckled, and stood up to retreat back to the 1B dorms. His stomach gave a rumble. Crap, I hope I didn't miss dinner. Midoriya threw open the doors of the Class 1B doors, out of breath. Food. He looked to the kitchen, crestfallen, as it looked like dinner had come and gone, and everyone seemed to retreat to their dorms or the television area for their own devices. Izuku. He looked over to see Yanagi, reading on the couch. She gave him a small smile and levitated a container of leftovers she had saved for him next to her to get his attention. Izuku's eyes widened. Reiko. He bolted over to the couch and sat down next to her, tearing open the container and eating the pasta Shiozaki had made for dinner. I made sure to preserve this from the more ravenous members of our class, she giggled as she thumbed the pages of her book. Our dear, ravenous Setsuna as well. I hope it was enough. Midoriya was near tears as he finished the container. You're the best, Reiko. The best. Thank you. It was nothing. What were you off doing? Now that he was full, Midoriya realized that he had no cover story. A pang of guilt hit him. He wished that he could tell Yanagi and Tokage about One for All. I should have asked All Might back in the office, but I was already getting overloaded. Trying to figure out just what the heck happened to me yesterday, he answered. It wasn't a lie, but he still didn't feel great about it. Ended up talking with All Might and the principal to see if they had ever seen anything like it. A good course of action, Yanagi nodded, looking back down into her book. The #1 hero and the headmaster of a school that oversees hundreds of quirks would be a good resource to start with. Was the conversation fruitful? Not really, he sighed. I think I'm more confused than when I started. Where's Setsuna, anyway? In her words, she went to her room to sleep forever. I believe the day was just too much for her. Reiko replied, flipping a page in her book and inserting a bookmark with her quirk. Would you like to join me for a horror film in my lodging? Eager to take his mind off the situation, he nodded. Sure, I could go for a movie. Yanagi shut her book, and the two made their way up to the 3rd floor where her dorm room was. Unlike Setsuna's room, which was filled with dinosaur animals and posters, Yanagi's room was a dark gray, and the walls were adorned with vintage horror movie posters. A box of witchcraft materials sat on her desk, save for some crystals she had on the windowsill to charge in the moonlight. Izuka didn't really know what that meant, but he liked hearing about his girlfriend's hobbies. He'd even helped her pick out a few of them from time to time. Her blankets were dark, velvety blood red, and her pillows had black pillowcases to really complement the theme of the room. And the coolest part of the room, Midoriya thought, was the decorative katana in a display case on her dresser. So what movie did you wanna, W? He yelped as he was suddenly levitated over to the bed and plopped down onto it. Reiko wa MMF Peach. He was taken by surprise as Reiko tackled him onto the soft sheets and pinned him down. Apologies, but it has been far too long since you and I have had some alone time. Without another word, and not giving Izuku a chance to respond, she began to kiss him, her lips pressing against his, hungrily. Definitely not anything you need to apologize for, he thought in a daze, wrapping his arms around her in return as she pushed her tongue into his mouth. This is a much better distraction. Reiko was not someone overly affectionate while in public. This had a side effect of leaving her very touch-starved at the end of the day. Izuku had learned rather quickly she could be somewhat aggressive about these things. He loved it. As All Might got up and bade the principal a good night, he decided it was time to head home. What I wouldn't give to be healthy enough to eat a burger again, he sighed. Guess I don't know for sure I wouldn't get sick, but can't risk it with so much of my digestive tract damaged. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. He stopped in the halls and took out his cell phone, nearly dropping it when he saw the name on the caller ID. Sir Nightai. Gulping, All Might brought the receiver to his ear. All Might is here, on the phone. Hello, All Might, came Sir Nightai's voice, speaking in an oddly even tone. He wasn't expecting his former sidekick to sound so flat. I trust you are well since picking your successor. I am, he lied. Only running on about an hour of time a day. How are you faring? Business goes well. The prospect I had chosen for you continues to exceed my expectations. But that's not why I called. I know we didn't split under the best terms, but I fear there is something I need your help with. My help? All Might parroted. Yes. This matter needs a hero, and you always seem to come through, All Might. You see, the case I'm on, we've learned something far worse than we were expecting. It's about All for One. Fill me in on what you know. All Might hissed as he dove into an empty classroom. I can't risk any information leaking on a phone call, Sir Nightai replied. Are you free to meet somewhere to discuss? I was just leaving now. I can be at your agency soon. Just don't tax yourself, Toshinori. Of course. Midoriya's mind felt particularly numb as he laid on Yanagi's bed. Next to him, she was sitting up and putting her shirt back on, looking particularly flushed as well. That was exquisite, she hummed, turning and laying back down with him. I do hope you're still up for watching a movie. Glad I can set that up with my quirk from here. I don't think I'll be standing for a bit. When you came in, I could not restrain myself. Feel free to lose control more often then, he joked, sitting up and stretching. Sure. Let me grab my sketchbook out of my bag here in case any of the stuff in the movie gives me some inspiration. Of course. The two sat, watching the horror movie Yanagi had found. It wasn't anything too special, 2 hours of your typical horny teenagers being ended by some otherworldly being. Still, something had clicked in Midoriya's mind when the plot got going. A group of teenagers had accidentally summoned demons while trying to talk to their dead relative. Once the movie was finished, Midoriya animated the tiny version of the demon he had drawn and watched it fight an equally tiny version of All Might. Yanagi and he both giggled as the demon fell victim to an Oklahoma smash piledriver that didn't quite have the same effect considering it was on a bed. Hey Reiko? Yes, my darling? Do you know a lot about talking to the dead? Reiko's eyebrow arched. Why do you ask? Well, I had an idea to talk to someone about what had happened to me, Midoriya muttered. But you know they're dead. Reiko stared at him, and though her expression was blank, Izuku knew he had roused her suspicions of what was really going on. Still, she answered, I've done some research into the matter, yes. You would need something that belongs to the deceased, and we'd have to conduct a seance. Oh okay. Midoriya nodded, rubbing the back of his neck. Can we maybe try that? Yanagi's eyes lit up and she grabbed Izuku's hands excitedly. It's been ages since I've had the opportunity to conduct a proper seance. I would be delighted. Just let me know when you've procured the item. Right? Hey, I'll be right back, I have to use the restroom. He hopped off Yanagi's bed and took a moment to make sure he didn't look too disheveled before walking out of her door. But as he hit the hallway, Shiozaki left her room, looked him up and down, and gave him a knowing look. Jesus is watching, she said, just loud enough to ensure he'd heard her. Midoriya gulped and picked up his pace to the bathroom. So you foresaw the little girl being used to make Quirk destroying bullets, and All for One is involved? All Might heaved, leaning back in his chair. She was, at least from the intelligence gathered. Night Eye huffed, arms folded. We were already planning a raid on this Yakuza hideout, but I don't believe it will be possible if All for One is involved. He put his elbows on the table and tented his fingers. We need you, Toshinori. I'll be there, the skeletal man assured him, leaning forward. I can't risk All for One gaining any further power or recovering. Young Midoriya is not ready to face him. Night Eye nodded. Glad to have your cooperation. I'm putting together a strike team as it is. They'll be brief just as you were, but I must say, I was under the impression you were sending your protege to my agency for work study. You could have fought alongside him on this. All Might repressed a shudder. I know how eager he's been to judge young Midoriya. He didn't come to consult me about work studies at all. He jumped at the chance to work with Rubber Fist. Besides, keeping him as far away from All for One as possible is the best course of action, so things worked out. Eager to save Fox Noir from Stain, just as you assumed, Night Eye scoffed. You would pick someone just like you, running forward to save someone without a second thought to plans or strategy. All Might squirmed, uncomfortably. He'd hoped to keep the conversation away from their disagreements on who he passed one for all to. If that's all, I must be going now. Night Eye scoffed. Fine then. I'll let you know when we're meeting next. As All Might walked away from the table, glad he'd only grabbed a glass of water so he wouldn't have to wait for a bill, he felt his phone vibrate. As he pulled it from his pocket, he furrowed his brow at the message he'd received from young Midoriya. Young Midoriya, do you have anything of Nana's? I want to learn more about her. Seances? Nah, I can think of other ways to have fun with you too, Tokage said, wriggling her eyebrows at Yanagi and Izuku as they walked over to their normal lunch table. They both rolled their eyes, yet chuckled. For as aggressive as Yanagi was, Tokage was actually afraid to go any further than making out. Which both Izuku and Yanagi respected, though she liked to talk a big game. Even if it does give us some answers into Freckles' tentacle powers, I think I'll sit that one out. Hey you three, Kendo yawned. I know we're about 2 months off, but any ideas on what our class could do for the cultural festival? I know Vlad King hasn't brought it up, but they talked about it at the class reps meeting yesterday. Sooner we pick something, better we can make it. Not sure what we're supposed to do for the whole school to enjoy, Nairenjiki sighed. I mean, we get the whole sports festival, but this is really for the business and support courses to show off. Any idea what Class 1A is doing? Boaz asked. Don't want to be a FING ripoff since we always go in order for this sheet. According to Momo and Azui, they haven't even talked about it yet. Kendo shrugged. Their teacher is notorious for bringing this stuff up at the last minute. Well, if we use Midoriya's drawings, we can really put on any kind of performance we want, Suburaba suggested. We could put on a play and not even have to be in it. Or a concert, I'd very much love to sing for everyone. Kinoko added, excitedly. If none of us are actually in it, Vlad King's going to throw a fit, Tokage sniped back. We can't just all get by on half-assing it, or only having Komori perform. You've been half-assing things the entire school year, Kaibara interjected, drawing a laugh from the table from just about the whole class. Okay, but I'm good at it, and when it comes to tests and hero stuff I put my whole ass into it. Tokage grumbled. Izuku, Reiko, what do you guys think? Yui asked. This shocked about half the class, specifically the ones who'd never heard her speak before. I'm more of a behind-the-scenes person, Reiko muttered. I am quite the skilled seamstress, so I can assist with costumes. Yeah, I'll make whatever as long as I don't have to sing. Midoriya added. Or dance. Or act. I call bullshit, Aways interjected. You're singing with your FING girlfriends like every FING morning when you're making coffee? It is very the cute. Pony added. The annoying is what it is, Aways growled. Singing, out of touch, every FNG Thursday morning while Tokage and Yanagi make googly eyes at you. Tsuburaba and Kaibara laughed. Midoriya blushed. That's different. He was starting to get the inkling that Aways and his friends weren't his biggest fans, though he certainly wasn't sure why. That's not in front of the whole school. Maybe yourself and Miss Komori could perform a duet, Shishida suggested. Yeah, Beeb, Tokage said. She had taken to calling him that after each babe got higher pitched, resulting in Beeb over time. You got a great voice. It is nice to listen to, Yanagi added, making Kodai nod as well. I'm gonna pass. He muttered, scratching his cheek. I mean, I could sing with Komori, Kuwaro suggested, meekly. Dude, we've all heard you impressions of a dying cat when you shower, if that? Aways scoffed. Back on track, you animals, Kendo groaned before adding, no offense, towards Shishida. I don't think we could make a concert work. Do any of you actually play instruments? Is mayonnaise an instrument? Tokage asked, making the whole table laugh, except Kendo. I hate you, Kendo groaned again. But if none of us play something, what could we do that incorporates enough of us? We could all break watermelons like we did at the beach. Tetsu suggested. Super manly. Or messy you mean, Kamikiri snickered. I doubt the school wants to watch 19 of you obliterate a watermelon while I slice one perfectly. We don't need an answer right now, Kendo, Shizaki reminded her, gently. Let's all think about it and come back with fresh ideas tomorrow. Right? Once again after school, Midoriya found himself approaching the principal's office to talk to All Might about his own mentor. This time, the principal himself was not joining them. Greetings again, young Midoriya, All Might said, smiling. In his arms was some sort of cloth. Hey again, All Might. Thanks for seeing me again. Of course. You've done so well with training, I'm glad I can at least still mentor you in some way. All Might chuckled. I wouldn't be here without your help, All Might, Midoriya replied, sheepishly. You've been a great help. Toshinori had to admit, it was hard not to well up with pride at that. Still, I wish I had experience with one for all like you. I only had the strength enhancement aspect, and because we were built so differently, I never had any issue with it. As a quirkless young man, I trained really hard to get as big as I was. I wonder why I'm different? Midoriya asked. And if you don't know, I hope this seance idea works? Perhaps because you've had to train hard to master it? All Might shrugged. But like you requested, I wanted to at least teach you about Nana, and you can hang on to this. He unfurled the fabric on his lap. This was her cape, back before the Hero Commission began to discourage us from wearing capes, of course. Right? Midoriya nodded, graciously accepting the cape. He ran his fingers over the material, smiling as he did. Oh man, this feels so cool. She had rigged it to act as a shield from lasers and flames. It was the real deal. All Might chuckled. This is what I knew about her. Midoriya sat and listened intently about everything All Might knew about Nana Shimura. From her quirk, to how she found and trained All Might with Gran Torino, how she believed in him as a quirkless kid when no one else did, having to give up her own child to keep him safe, and up to her death at All for One's hands. And that's when Gran Torino sent me to America. He knew I wasn't ready to face All for One yet, All Might sighed. And as you know, he's why I have all these injuries. Speaking of, do you want me to try more healing goop? Midoriya asked hopefully. No, last time it hardly added 5 minutes to my time, All Might shook his head. I just have to accept that my retirement is soon. We've tried so many different things, but I'm ready to hang up the boots, as it were. Which brings me to my next point. I'll be taking a little time off in preparation for my next mission. Midoriya's ears pricked up. What mission? I'm not at liberty to discuss, All Might replied, holding up his hands defensively. Any word of this getting out could compromise everything. But I believe it might take everything I've got. Concern washed over Midoriya's face, making All Might's chest pang with guilt. All Might, is there any way I can help? Staying as far away from All for One as possible, All Might thought, grimly. Not this time. Trust me when I say that this is something you can't get involved in. The homeroom teachers will make an announcement tomorrow after training, so don't go telling anyone. All right, Midoriya said, frowning. Shouldn't be hard. I actually have to get going to do something as it is. Oh, hot date with the girls, All Might snickered, trying to lift the mood. No, nothing like that. Here, All Might offered, holding the cape out towards his young protege. Keep it? Are you sure? Midoriya asked, hesitantly. Of course. You wanted to learn about her. And you remind me of her in a way. All Might said, patting Midoriya on the shoulder. Midoriya smiled down at the cape. Something about the words just made him feel warm inside. There you are. Tokage chided him as he came running from the office. Come on, man, visiting hours will be over by the time we get there. It isn't that late, Yanagi rolled her eyes, allowing Midoriya a second to catch his breath. Were you able to find out what you needed? Why, yeah, Midoriya nodded, standing up. Got everything I need for, Yeah, you guys are trying to contact demons, let's get going, Tokage snickered, pushing the two along. We'll miss all the trains at this rate? Good, some company. Haru beamed as Midoriya, Tokage, Yanagi, and Mitsuru walked into her hospital room. Something to liven up the droll, neutral tones of a hospital room. She turned to Tokage and smiled. Although truly I don't think we've formally met. Tokage Setsuna, a lizardy, a proud girlfriend of Freckles, and Casper here, a world-renowned dinosaur expert, a queen of Mars. Tokage beamed, throwing an arm around both Yanagi and Midoriya's shoulders. She popped off a hand to levitate over to Haru for a handshake. Pleased to meet ya. Oh, I like this one. Charmed, Haru giggled. She held up her hands, which were completely wrapped in a cast. Though I can't return the gesture, I'm thrilled to make your acquaintance as well. Midoriya had to repress a laugh at the look of horror on Tokage's face when she realized how bad she'd messed up by going for a handshake in the instance. The green-haired girl bowed. Sorry about that. Haru laughed. Think nothing of it. Well, you seem to be in higher spirits, Mitsuru smiled, walking over and leaning in for a quick smooch from her Haru. I knew it. Both Yanagi and Midoriya thought at the same time. How have you been doing? Midoriya asked. Bored out of my skull, admittedly, Haru sighed. My recovery prospects are positive, but until they're sure of my hands, I'm stuck like this. Will you be able to work on your art again? Yanagi asked. That will be part of my rehabilitation, Haru said. My hands may never be steady, but I'll have to learn to perform my artwork once more. She frowned. My work may never be the same, but I refuse to give up on it. That, and we will be joining our agencies completely, Mitsuru added. I don't think your swordsmanship will be quite the same either, Haru? Yes, that as well. The three students snickered a bit. Leave it to Haru to hyperfocus on her art, Midoriya thought. Still, he was relieved that his other mentor was going to make a decent recovery. That's part of why we wanted you to visit today, Mitsuru smiled. Once this goes through, you three will be officially working under us both. That's awesome. Tokage cheered. We'll be like one weird, artsy hero killer stopper family. Sure, Izuku chuckled. I like the sound of it. Haru beamed. Officially joining two agencies means quite a bit of paperwork. Mitsuru said, looking at the three. So until I'm done with that next week, you three will have that time off. Still, be ready in case of any emergencies, okay? Yes, ma'am. The three responded. They stayed and visited with Haru for a while until it became clear that she and Mitsuru wanted some time alone. As the three students exited the hospital, Tokage fist pumped. Yeah, a week off. We should get some dates in. Who knows when we'll have this much time off now that we're officially licensed? She nudged Midoriya in the ribs. Especially since you're gonna be sweeping Yui off her feet this weekend at your nerd convention on Saturday. Bring her into our polycule and all that. As Midoriya blushed, Yanagi rolled her eyes and replied, We're not even sure if she bears any attraction towards women, Setsuna. And we'll send in this adorable mop top to find out. Setsuna beamed. Midoriya pinched the bridge of his nose. Anyway, let's just figure out plans and get home. I'm starving. All Might heaved a heavy sigh as he laid down for the night. He was particularly achy that day, and he wondered if it was his injuries finally catching up with him. Never used to be this hard unless I'd really hit my full limit during the day. Guess you're getting old, Toshinori? His phone buzzed on the nightstand next to him, prompting a groan as he rolled over and grabbed it. He narrowed his eyes as he saw the message from Sir Night-Eye. Looks like he was able to piece things together faster than he anticipated. Night-Eye, the raid is this Saturday. I've put together a team including Ryukyu and her sidekicks, my own team, Fat Gum and his team, and a few other local heroes. I also have Eraserhead from your campus on board. Are you in? Despite the pain he was in, All Might didn't even need to think about it. And of course, you can count on me. Just tell me where. Night-Eye, Prefecture Z. More details to follow. Midoriya had learned over the summer, as he expected Tokage and Yanagi learned too, that the three of them had wildly different dating preferences. If Tokage was involved, whether she was going out with both of them, or having one-on-one time with either Midoriya or Yanagi, she tended to take the lead and drag one or both of them to things like dinosaur exhibits, karaoke, or outdoor festivals. As the most outgoing of the three, Midoriya wasn't really surprised by this, and he usually was pretty happy to go along with whatever his girlfriend had planned. Sometimes it even gave him some good inspiration for his drawings. When it was just him and Yanagi, he found she preferred much more private dates. Movie nights or video games in her room, browsing the goth store in the mall for occult goods, or even just reading creepypasta and giggling about how bad they could be. Despite how different they were, Midoriya enjoyed it all the same. Tonight, Friday, it was just him and Yanagi, and Tokage was having an anime marathon with Kendo, Tsunatori, Komori, and Shizuki. As part of Yanagi and his date night, they were going to perform the seance, to attempt to speak to Nana Shimura. Currently, the two of them were at Bloodbath and Beyond, Yanagi's favorite occult store, looking for candles to use in the ritual. Midoriya wasn't nearly as into the occult and witchcraft as his spooky girlfriend, but he admittedly loved going to the store with her. They always had some very cool-looking swords and knives on display, and Yanagi and him were determined that one day they would get one for Haru. Which of these smells more pleasant? Yanagi asked, floating two candles over to him. One was labeled, Bloody Surprise, and the other, Macabre Morning Mayhem. He sniffed both and nodded towards Bloody Surprise. That one. Smells like strawberries. Agreed, Yanagi smiled. Let me grab a few for this evening. I must say, I'm quite ecstatic that you wanted to do this. I've discussed it with some of our dorm mates, and everyone seems rather put off by the whole idea. I think all your spooky stuff is cool. Even if I don't get it, Midoriya snickered. Besides, I appreciate the help. Yanagi beamed at him. I don't think he realizes how kind that sort of support is. But of course. Just barely getting back to the dorm before curfew, Yanagi set up the candles in a circle and drew a few symbols in chalk on her wooden floor. Midoriya gently set the folded-up cape in the center of the circle, taking care to make sure the fabric didn't mess up the chalk drawings and was far enough from the candles. Are you ready to begin? Yanagi asked. He nodded. I hope this works. Good. Sit across from me, close your eyes, and focus on who you wish to speak to in your mind's eye. Yanagi instructed, sitting on the floor and crossing her legs. Midoriya followed suit and closed his eyes. He pictured Nana Shimura based on a picture he'd found online, doing his best to focus on that and not on how awkward he felt. It became increasingly hard to focus as Yanagi began to chant a foreign language. He had no clue what it was, but it made his head feel foggy. Even in his head, the vision of Nana began to be obscured by fog. He began to feel light too, almost like he was floating. It felt nice. Izuku! He heard Yanagi shout, just before he fell over on the floor, unconscious. He couldn't seem to open his eyes though. He was somewhere else. A world of fog, and he was looking up, not at a vision of Nana Shimura, but of Nana Shimura herself. She looked down at him, surprised. Well, I wasn't expecting to see you so soon. Midoriya only had two thoughts circulating his brain as he looked up at the statuesque vestige of Nana Shimura that towered up over here. The main one was that he couldn't believe this had worked. The second, more minor one, being holy crap, she's hot as he beheld her tall, muscular form. She frowned slightly. We're in your head, I can hear you. Sorry. He yelped, climbing to his feet, despite only seeing fog underneath him. Nothing to worry about, she waved, giving him a big grin. Look at you though. One day after you start seeing vestiges, you figure out a way to talk to us. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck. Well, if I didn't have a girlfriend so attuned to occult stuff, I probably would have never thought of this. To be fair, kid, I only had a few weird dreams of the other one for all holders, Nana admitted. I never thought of something like that either. Seances aren't exactly commonplace in Japan. Midoriya smiled, already feeling relieved. So you know what's happening to me? She nodded. Now that I'm on this side, more so than ever. Back when I held one for all, I had those dreams. You see, some quirks, this one in particular, is so much more than just physical. When one for all is passed on to someone, it takes part of the bearer with you. You mean, something spiritual? Midoriya asked. Man, Yanagi would love this. Exactly. In a way, we're all with you, watching your journey, young Midoriya. Her grin faltered. And I expect you're wondering about our warnings too. So it was you guys telling me something didn't belong in my dreams, he frowned. What was that all about? Nana sighed. It's hard to explain, but the reason you've adapted so well to One for All, and are attuned to hearing us is because you were born quirkless. But I have a quirk, Midoriya objected, panicky. And I think you already know the circumstances of you obtaining your quirk are already odd, Nana frowned. You've suspected since you talked to your mother, haven't you? Her expression softened and she grabbed his shoulder. I don't think you needed me to tell you that. It was true, the timing with his quirk showing up right before his dad left, right after his diagnosis, the memory loss. All of it felt weird to him. He managed to convince himself he was overthinking it, but with Nana convincing him, Midoriya looked to his feet, feeling his heart sinking. So, my animation? I'm not supposed to have it, am I? But then how did I get it? That, I don't know, Nana replied sadly. That was far before One for All was in your possession. But as someone who was born functionally quirkless, you can hold One for All and its multiple quirks without some of the side effects that plagued us. I suppose animation is just another one here. Midoriya looked up and tilted his head. Wait, side effects? Nana opened her mouth, but the world around them began to shake. Our time grows short, Midoriya. Just tell me what's going to happen to me. Midoriya replied quickly, already losing grip on the world around him. His vision began to fade, but he heard Nana say as she smiled at him, "You're about to get 6 quirks, Midoriya." Midoriya. He yelled, sitting upright on Yanagi's floor. He cleared his throat and looked up at Yanagi, who was looking at him with uncharacteristic worry etched all over her face. Hi. Her face changed to one of incredulity. Hi, nothing. You just collapsed during the seance and began conversing with the dead. Midoriya felt his heart jump into his throat. Why, you heard all that? He tried to rub the back of his head and look casual as he added. I mean, that's the point, right? Her lips thinned into a slight scowl. Of course I heard. I had to act as a medium for that conversation. I was the one speaking for Nana. My darling, what on earth is One for All? Izuku's heart began hammering in his chest, and he could feel his eyes widen as he looked up at Yanagi's expectant expression. Oh craps. I can't lie to her, can I? He stood up, shakily, eyes darting around the room to no avail. Okay. I was told to keep this a secret, but if I can't trust you, who can I trust? Reiko's expression softened, and her shoulders slacked a little. You can always come to me with anything, dearest Izuku. It won't leave this room. You have my word. The explanation took some time, longer than he anticipated. The two of them cleaned up the candles and chalk as he explained, and were sitting on Reiko's bed before long. Having kept this in for so long, Midoriya found himself gushing out his experiences from saving Bakugo from the sludge villain, breaking his arm after cleaning the beach, being trained by Gran Torino, his increasing strength limit, to the changes he'd started going through. And that's it. He finished, looking distraught. I was never meant to have a quirk in the first place, and now including animation, I'm about to have 8. Yanagi, to her credit, listened patiently for the whole explanation, not once interrupting or displaying any signs of disbelief. Well, I did think the strength enhancement quirk was odd. You showed up with it out of nowhere at the entrance exam. Right? Midoriya sighed. Without it, animation wouldn't be nearly as powerful either. The two sat in silence, looking down at their feet. Yanagi reached over and squeezed his hand in support, but seemed at a loss for words. After a few minutes, she asked, who else shares knowledge of you possessing All Might's quirk? All Might, the principal, his trainer Gran Torino, and Haru, Midoriya said, ticking the names off on his left hand. He opened his thumb and added, I was told to keep this whole thing quiet. I understand completely, Reiko replied, and she could feel Midoriya sigh in relief. Though I do hope you aren't keeping any other secrets from me. Or Setsuna, for that matter. No, but trust me, it's been ending me not to be able to tell you guys, he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. So now, I have that black whip quirk, I'm thinking of calling it Inkjet, and some weird, danger warning that gives me a headache. And there's more coming, I guess. Yanagi moved her hand from his own, and began rubbing his back. That's truly a lot to learn and take on. Are you alright? He chuckled. Despite her flat voice and relatively stoic expressions, Reiko was always a nurturing soul. Just glad she wasn't mad at me about keeping this from her. I guess so. It wouldn't matter if I wasn't, really. I just don't know what to do with these. I don't even know how to make Inkjet appear again. Reiko moved her hand again and began stroking his hair, sending a chill up his spine. You'll figure it out. You always do. He could feel his face heat up. Thanks, Reiko. Of course. She looked at her clock and frowned slightly. Though it may be difficult, we should get some sleep. We both have to be up early for our scheduled activities. Yeah, he sighed. What are you and Tokage doing tomorrow again? Karaoke and bumper cars, Yanagi replied, flatly. More of Setsuna's attempts to break me out of my shell, in her words. Midoriya snickered. Ah, come on, Reiko, that sounds like a blast. Yanagi levitated a pillow into his face. Shush. Would you like to stay here tonight? I know this was rather eventful. He smiled. Sure. I think I'd feel better with you around. The next day, Midoriya was up bright and early, and met Kodai to head to the Sentai convention. As the two left the 1B dorm for the day, he asked, So where were we going again? Prefecture Z. She answered in her normal voice. But Midoriya could tell, even with her statue-like features, she seemed a little giddy. She must be stoked. She was wearing her hero costume today, which was fitting considering how it brought Ultraman to mind. Midoriya, however, was just in his casual clothes. Nice. He beamed. He was pretty excited himself. He knew she had bought the 2 passes for the convention, and those tickets didn't come cheap by any means. So he of course had found a way to repay her for that kindness, but it was so far a surprise. As they boarded the bus towards the prefecture, Midoriya began to ramble. I can't wait to see what kind of art is on sale. That's my favorite part of these conventions. You get to see stuff from all kinds of artists at the stalls and stuff. I really like seeing different art styles, and sometimes it gives me ideas I never would have thought of. Kodai turned and listened to him, a content look on her otherwise expressionless face. That was usually how they spent their time together. If Midoriya wasn't drawing, he would ramble off about art, quirks, heroes, or some combination of the 3. While some members of their class were off-put by his mumbling or his rants, she loved it. She liked being quiet, and he didn't mind. He would always maintain eye contact with her, and she would nod along when he would suggest something, or a question popped up in his ramblings. So maybe one day I could sell art at things like this? You know, on the side, he said, stopping to take a drink from the water bottle he'd brought with him. Wouldn't that be cool though? One day we were big enough to be featured at a hero convention? I don't know if I would be able to be at a convention but also sell my art. Gah, I probably sound really conceited, don't I? No. She shook her head. Just thinking out loud. I'm not sure how it'd work either. Of course, unbeknownst to Midoriya and Kodai, a much more serious meeting was happening just a few blocks away from the convention. All Might coughed, walking into Nightai's office in his skinny form. The two had agreed to meet there, and All Might would rush in after the initial wave of the raid on the Yakuza base. The operation was seriously pushing what was left of All Might's time limit. I'm sure a huge wave of underlings will try to deter us. Let Ryukyu and some of the street-level heroes deal with it, and then you can come in with myself, Mirio, and the rest of the strike team, Nightai advised. Are you sure you don't want a clue and Eraserhead on your condition? I thought you would have, considering you two are colleagues. He'll find out soon enough, All Might replied, a grim look on his face. If All for One really is here, this might be my last battle. Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. Nightai adjusted his glasses. My predictions have never been wrong before, but I hope my vision of your Didash. It's not happening, All Might interrupted. Whatever you saw of my death, that day is not today. There was a firmness in his voice that Nightai didn't want to argue with. Under any other circumstances, he might, but not today. All right, we'll begin soon. Midoriya was glad Kodai had bought the advanced passes. The line for, at the door, tickets stretched a good ways back, almost wrapping around the entire block. He was surprised that the convention was so packed. He'd thought this was more of a niche crowd, but apparently not. Kodai's face was still as stoic as ever, but she was bouncing from heel to toe just ever so slightly. Midoriya smiled to himself as he noticed. I don't think I've ever seen her this expressive. As they entered the convention center, both of their jaws opened slightly. Cosplayers were all over the place, from almost every Sentai team imaginable. Rows and rows of fan art and merchandise stretched from wall to wall, and over to their side were booths with lines for autographs. Those, of course, required a separate ticket. Speaking of, Midoriya thought to himself, a little proud that he had thought to do this. Oh, we should get in line. Yui turned and quirked an eyebrow at him. Come on. He encouraged, grabbing her hand and pulling her gently towards one of the autograph and picture lines. She didn't resist, but glancing backwards, he could tell she was incredibly confused. He scanned the signs, looking for the right line. He grinned to himself. Eijiro Tsubabureya, the voice actor for the Ultraman animated reboot that aired when he and Kodai were kids. He had voiced Ultraman for almost 6 years, and he remembered Kodai mentioning the show a few times in passing, which, for someone as nonverbal as her, meant a lot. What? Kodai asked, not feeling the need to elaborate further. Midoriya grinned mischievously, a look he'd learned from Tokage, as he pulled 2 ticket stubs good for an autographed picture with the voice actor out of his pocket. Surprise! Tickets for a signed picture with the voice of Ultraman. Midoriya felt elated as he saw Kodai's subtle but noticeable change in expression. Her eyes widened, pupils dilating, and her mouth opened ever so slightly in shock. The corners of her lips tugged upwards, and she squeezed his hand even tighter. They waited in the thankfully short line in silence, but the occasional shaking and trembling from Kodai told Midoriya she was incredibly excited, and probably a little nervous too. Alright, next, the older voice actor called. As Midoriya and Kodai stepped forward. He looked at the two and smiled. Oh, I like your costume, young lady. Kodai made a small, squeaking noise. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck. I think she's a little speechless, sir. Eijiro laughed. Well, glad to know I still have that effect. Come here, I'll stand between the two of you. A photographer snapped a picture of the 3 of them, and it printed 2 copies of the photo moments later. The older man signed the photos in a white marker and handed them both to Izuku with a smile. Thanks for coming out. Thank you. Izuku beamed, bowing slightly. Thanks. Kodai uttered, barely audible as the 2 walked away. Once they were a good distance from the autograph booth, the 2 stopped and looked at the photos. Midoriya heaved a sigh of relief. Sometimes he looked stiff and almost mechanical in photos, but he had been so excited about this he felt it came out all right. Kodai even was smiling slightly in the photo. She doesn't smile often, but it's pretty cute when she does. He looked up at Kodai, who was examining the photo with the same widened eyes she had when she saw the tickets he'd bought. Her hands shook slightly as she looked at the photo. Excitedly, Midoriya couldn't stop himself from asking. So, do you like it? Kodai looked up, and Izuku was almost floored. He'd never seen her smile as big as she was right then. Even more surprising? She immediately cupped his cheek with her free hand, stood on her tippy toes, and kissed him right on the lips in front of the whole damn convention. A few cosplayers nearby snickered, but to Izuku they might as well have been miles away. His heart was pounding rapidly in his chest as colors exploded behind his eyes. Kissing Yui was way different than kissing Yanagi or Tokage, though maybe it was because he was more used to kissing them. Maybe it was his imagination, but he felt like there was a lot of emotion behind the gesture, like all the emotions Yui didn't usually express were packed into actions like this. As they broke away, she maintained eye contact with him, her eyes shining with excitement and happiness. It stunned Midoriya where he was. He'd never seen her look at him like this before, and it was setting his face ablaze. Thank you. I love it, she said quietly. Come on. Let's go look at art. Alright, he nodded, and she grabbed his hand and began leading him to the artist's booths. What's happening? Eri squeaked, nervously. Commotion and shouting could be heard from all around her room. Shigaraki looked down at her and frowned. He didn't want to get close to her, he really didn't. But she was a lot like him, the more he thought about it. Both of them had accidentally ended their fathers when their quirks awakened. Sure, his awakened as a defense mechanism against years of abuse, but had the side effect of ending his whole family, but Eri had lost her family too, in a way. To be callously tossed aside by her mother. He hummed to himself from under his father's hand. Not to worry, Eri. Master won't let anything happen to us. Should we go somewhere? Eri squeaked. As if on cue, a loud rumbling above them made some rubble shake from the ceiling. Shigaraki frowned. They were on the lowest subfloor, which made them harder to get to, but also made them at the greatest risk if there was any sort of cave-in. Maybe so. Come on. Shigaraki extended a hand to her, tucking his pinky in. Let's make it a game of hide and seek. We hide from everyone, and make sure none of them find us. Eri nodded. A sure thing, Mr. Shigaraki. He began leading her somewhere. Nothing will happen to you. Now let's just hope that dumbass Mimic didn't move the area Master wants us at. Sir Night-Eye coughed, trying to ignore the wound in his side as he fought Overhaul. That was doable. What was hard was ignoring the vision he saw when he used his quirk on the Yakuza leader in desperation. He'd never regretted his quirk more than he did at this moment. He only saw death and failure. Not just for himself, but, keep going, he thought through his grit teeth. As long as Toshinori and Mirio find Eri, it won't all be for nothing. He braced for impact as a mountain of rock hurtled towards him. But the impact never came. The rock shattered in front of him, and a cry of, "I am here," was what came instead. Thanks for holding him off for me, All Might said back to Sir Knight. I've got it from here. Oh cool, look at their cosplay. Midoriya gushed, excitedly. That looks just like the old show. Yui hummed, ecstatic. Let's see if they'll get a picture with us. The two had been having a pretty great time at the convention, and at some point Midoriya had even been bold enough to grab Yui's hand as they walked around. Although it was admittedly a lot easier to do that after she had flat out kissed him in the middle of the room. We should grab something to eat, he suggested, feeling a gurgle in his gut area. She nodded at him, and the two made their way over to the concessions area to grab something quick. As they waited in line for some pizza, Yui looked down at the fan art she had bought of the original Ultraman in chibi style. After a few moments, she tucked it back into the bag. That was a good find, Izuku piped in cheerfully. I bought an All Might piece like that back at HeroCon, it's one of my favorites. Kodai made a small hum that sounded like a chuckle and leaned against his arm. After a few moments, it was their turn, and they grabbed a few slices and made their way to an open table. So what do you want to do after this? Izuku asked. I think some of the actors from Ultra 7 were doing a panel? She nodded enthusiastically. Almost feels like I'm in Setsuna's role when it's just me and Yui. He chuckled to himself. Okay cool, that sounds dash. Hey, a person at the table behind the two of them said. It was a man talking very loudly to his own group of friends. I hear All Might's there too. Like 3 blocks away. No way. All Might at a Yakuza raid? A girl with him said. That must be the real deal. Let's go check it out. Midoriya and Kodai exchanged looks of concern with each other. Did you know anything about All Might being active today? Kodai asked. Midoriya was exactly surprised she'd ask. If anyone knew about All Might activity, it'd be him. But he shook his head. Curiosity getting the better of him, he turned and asked the man at the table behind him, Hey, what's going on with All Might and the Yakuza? The man jumped a bit and looked Midoriya up and down. Yeah, All Might and a bunch of pro heroes are raiding a Yakuza base like 3 or 4 blocks away. I think even Ryukyu's there. Oh wow, Midoriya said, hoping he was masking the growing anxiety in his chest. See cool. Thanks. He turned back to Yui and was surprised to see her calmly stand up. We should go, she said plainly. Are you sure, he asked, but he was already on his feet. This means so much to you and Dash. I know you, she shrugged, always rushing to the scene. Besides, I'm a hero too. She pointed at the stamps on their wrists. We can always get back in anyway. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks Kodai. And without another word, the two ran out of the convention hall and began running towards the audible commotion of heroes and reporters a few blocks over. There you two are, All for One grinned as Shigaraki and Eri approached him in what appeared to be an office-like break room. I trust the two of you are unharmed. Of course, Shigaraki scoffed. Nothing here I can't handle. And you, young lady? All for One asked politely. Eri gulped. I'm okay. Grand. All for One chuckled. Well then, I believe your father is in danger, young woman. And father has been kinder to you since I stepped in, correct? Despite the jovial nature of his tone, Eri felt incredibly uneasy every time the man talked. If Overhaul was a man she knew was capable of danger and destruction, All for One just seemed to ooze death. Still, he'd only ever been kind and patient with her. Why's? He hasn't made me hurt since you talked to him. Now, I do need to honor my agreement to him before the pro heroes restrain him. Try as he might, he's no match for All Might. And that means, I need your help, Eri. If only for a short while. Eri's lip quivered. Am I help? Yes, All for One grinned. Now, this may hurt for just a moment, I fear. But after that, no one will ever make you hurt again. Eri backed away, squeaking slightly in fear. Shigaraki furrowed his brow a bit as well. Master, what are you doing? All for One chuckled. You'll see, Shigaraki. Trust me. I'm glad you'll get to see this. It should have been a normal conquest for All Might. Well, relatively normal. It wasn't often you saw a Yakuza boss who could use his quirk to merge bodies with two of his underlings. If All Might had a nickel for every time it's happened to him, he'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it was weird that it's happened twice. Still, Overhaul was no match for All Might. It took a little bit more agility and a little bit more power than the Nomo had, but All Might took care of him swiftly, an Oklahoma smash knocking Overhaul out. As crowds cheered for him, All Might did his best to hold on to that reassuring smile that gave the people faith. Still have a few minutes? Hopefully I can assist Mirio in finding the poor girl. But all that changed when he turned around and saw a man in a suit he thought he'd never see again. All for One. And not the scarred All for One he had left clinging to life. All for One's messy white hair hung over his face, stopping right over those green eyes that shone with nothing but malice. They were much more reflective of his intentions than the empty, hollow smile the villain was wearing. This dimples popped out, emphasizing his freckles, his youthful face more menacing than he ever remembered it. Hello, All Might, All for One clapped, stepping forward. What a show as always. All Might's smile fell. It can't be. All for One rolled his eyes as he continued marching forward still. Is that all you have to say? Really? How cliché. Oh, it can't be. But it can be, Toshinori. You trust those eyes of yours, don't you? How is this possible? All Might growled. Ooh, I left you a heaping mess. Correct? See, I miss these talks, All for One said, spreading his arms out. Didn't you miss these talks? I take you by surprise, and you set up a monologue for me. I could always count on you. You're definitely my favorite one for all holder. Certainly more entertaining than that disgraceful Na-Dash. Don't you speak her name? All Might shouted. All for One stopped speaking, but his empty smile grew. You're always so easy, Toshinori. Maybe you just haven't been challenged in a while. Where's Eri, you vile scum? All Might said, eyes darting around. No way I can handle him here. Too many people around. Nowhere you'll ever find her. All for One answered, smiling all the while. Not that it matters. I don't need her anymore, now that I got her to get my body back into working shape. Loath as I am to admit it, that Yakuza there was onto something genius. All for One pulled a small case out of his breast pocket. Quirk erasing bullets. I never would have thought such a thing to be possible, you know? That Mirio boy was lucky you stopped him from getting shot with one of these. Reversing that would be nearly impossible. Why would you ever want such a thing? All Might scowled. You want all the quirks for yourself? Well, not all of them, All for One laughed. See, last time we fought, I had too many, if you can believe. He gestured his hands at his chest. The old body was practically falling apart from how many I had. Probably helped you in the end. So I need to be a bit more selective. Besides, right now, there's only one quirk I want. He grinned again. Or should I say, like? His suit sleeves ripped open as All for One activated several muscle-enhancing quirks at once. Here we go, All Might grimaced. I have to finish this, and quickly. All Might lunged at All for One with his fist raised. Detroit smile away a dash. All for One sidestepped All Might with ease and clubbed the blonde man in the back, sending him skidding into the pavement. Have you slowed down that much, All Might? All Might pushed himself up from the ground, already struggling to hold his muscled form. Just getting warm, duo. Thin air. Cannon Quirk blasted him in the back, knocking All Might into the ruins of the Yakuza base as the crowd around them began to scream and flee in confusion. All for One activated spear-like bones, a sharpened bone erupting from his forearm, which immediately healed thanks to super regeneration. You're making this far too easy for me, Toshinori. You're lucky I only added one kinetic booster on that. Where's that brute strength from One for All? Ask and ye shall receive. All Might rocketed out of the ruins of the base and rocked All for One's jaw with an uppercut that sent the villain flying back onto the street. But All Might's face fell as he heard All for One's laughter from the street. So you do have some fight left in you, old man? Well, All Might grimaced, wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth. The ground shook under Midoriya and Kodai's feet, nearly knocking them off balance as they charged towards the crowd of people. What's happening? Midoriya asked a fleeing teenager as he caught himself. Some villain is kicking All Might's ass. The teen cried, freaking out. It's game over, man. Game over. The civilian took off running, and Kodai and Midoriya exchanged worried looks before pressing onward. The violent shaking of the pavement worsened, throwing the two students to the ground. Before he could even try to get up, a pain throbbed in Midoriya's forehead. Ewa. Someone's in trouble. Izuku's ears perked up at the sound of someone screaming, and he looked up to see a small girl on the ground near a collapsing building. Without thinking, he extended a hand, and inkjet shot forth out of it. The tentacle raced forward, snagging the girl and pulling her towards him just in time. The crumbling building sent brick and mortar falling on where she had just been. Midoriya pulled the girl in close to him as inkjet dissipated. He got up to his knees and looked her over. Are you okay? His first thought when getting a good look at her was that, no, she's not okay. The little girl was covered in bandages on her arms and legs, and you could practically see her ribs. She was so scrawny. She had bruises on her too, including one by the single horn protruding from her forehead. The girl immediately began to look around in a panic. Where is he? Hey, it's okay. Midoriya assured her, grabbing her shoulder gently. We're heroes, we can help you find who you're looking for. Yui nodded as well. The little girl looked at the two of them in genuine confusion. Heroes? Yui nodded. Who are you looking for? My friend was helping me get away from her, Eri said quietly. We got separated when the ground got all shaky. Midoriya looked up at the panicked crowds and fleeing people. Gonna be hard to find anyone like this. What's your friend look like? The little girl thought. He's tall, wears a black robe, has white hair, and he wears all these weird hands all over his body. Midoriya and Kodai froze and looked at each other. Wearing hands all over someone's body was the telltale sign of Shigaraki, former leader of the League of Villains. It had been reported that he was one of the villains who escaped the explosion in Kamino Ward, but why on earth would a sociopathic monster be hanging around with a kid? Midoriya gulped. We should get somewhere safe first, Kodai suggested. Then look for your Friday. Midoriya whipped around at Kodai's gasp and let out one of his own. Shigaraki had managed to sneak up on the two and had a hand around Kodai's neck, a finger extended outward. One move, Shigaraki hissed. And I put this finger down, and the girl loses her head. Said Shigaraki, please don't. Eri squealed, he helped me. What the heck is going on? Midoriya thought, mind racing. He held his hands up in surrender. Alright, you got us. What do you want? Eri's coming with me, Shigaraki seethed. And everyone gets to keep breathing the way nature intended. Eri walked forward with a small whimper. Please don't hurt anyone, Shigaraki, she pleaded in a small voice. That's not like you. Shigaraki's breath hitched, but only for a moment. Sorry kid. Can't risk this. The air was thick as Midoriya's mind raced. How do I save Eri and Kodai? He gulped, trying to quell the panic rising in his chest. There has to be. His thoughts were interrupted as a blonde boy erupted from the solid ground, grabbed Shigaraki under the arms and hit him with a dragon suplex while screaming, P-O-O-W-W-W-W-W. Midoriya gaped, for a second thinking the figure was All Might due to their similar statures, but he felt relief wash over him all the same when Mirio Togata turned and gave him a thumbs up. You two leave this to me and get Eri to safety. Lemillion beamed. Thank you, senpai. Kodai and Midoriya cried together. Before she could object, Midoriya scooped Eri into his arms and the two took off running. But Shigaraki, she cried. He's nice to me. They just need to sort some things out, Midoriya lied. Grown-up things. But you can't stay here, it's not safe. Mirio turned and saw Shigaraki standing up, reattaching a hand to his face. That was a mistake, Shigaraki seethed. Your very last mistake? The villain dashed to Mirio to decay him, and Mirio was almost surprised at how fast the scrawny leader of the League of Villains was. Almost. Shigaraki thrust his hand to Mirio's chest, but was met with confusion as his hand merely phased through the buff boy's body. Oh, I know all about your quirk. Mirio grinned. I'm the worst possible match for you. Spinning to the side, Miron thrust his right elbow into Shigaraki's neck, stunning the teen and sending him sprawling to the ground. Shigaraki glared up at the blonde with malice. I've had worse. Slapping his hands on the pavement, he disintegrated the ground they were standing on, sending both of them plummeting into the sewers below. As Shigaraki landed on a pavement walkway, Mirio fell through the sidewalk altogether, much to the villain's frustration. No sooner did he spring to his feet did Mirio erupt from the ground to deliver an uppercut that gave Shigaraki a splitting jaw pain, and he followed up with a left hook to the stomach. Shigaraki swung back wildly, but it was too late. Mirio had dove sideways, phasing into the wall of the sewer. "You're starting to piss me off," Shigaraki shouted, placing a hand on the wall Mirio phased into as it started to crumble. Pushing Trough the rest of the wall, he glared into the darkness and maze of pipes and steel beams behind it. "Where are you?" "Here I am." Lemillion once again shot from the floor, grabbing Shigaraki by the seat of his pants and the scruff of his neck and hoisting him into the air. In a swift motion, he threw the villain down onto the pavement, driving the wind out of the villain. "Better finish this and go help All Might." Mirio sprung forward to drop his knee against Shigaraki's head, but was shocked when the lanky villain was able to place an open palm over his face. As his knee touched the villain's hand, part of his hero suit and a few layers of skin were stripped away before Mirio was able to phase through the villain and into the ground. "That's what I thought," Shigaraki wheezed, pulling himself up. "You have to be tangible to strike?" "Damn, his quirk works quick," Mirio thought, planning his next attack. "Any longer and my knee would be out of commission." "His power set isn't anything like what it was when we fought before," All Might coughed as he was slammed against a building. "Since when are you a brawler, All for One?" he asked, pulling himself off the wall. All for One looked at his arms, which he had hideously morphed with a series of muscle enhancement quirks, rivet stab, spear-like bones, and a few kinetic quirks to boot. He shrugged. "Oh, but I learned from you. I never knew the joys of punching your enemies in the face until you, of course." Moving with enhanced speed, All for One was upon All Might in an instant, and went for another empowered punch. All Might rolled to the side at the last second, leaving the villain's fist embedded in the side of the building. Seizing the opportunity, All Might decked the villain with a Detroit smash, sending All for One flying a block away. All Might felt his form falter. "And no, just need to push on a bit longer?" His eyes widened as an air cannon came rocketing towards him, and he dove to the left just in time to avoid it. "Maybe a lot longer?" As Midoriya and Kodai ran with Eri, the two of them saw Ryukyu, and two of the girls from Class 1A operating a safe area with a few local heroes. As soon as they did, they made a beeline for it. "Uraraka!" Midoriya called as soon as they got in range. "Uraraka! Azui! Karo? Midoriya?" Azui shouted back, hopping over to him in confusion. "What a Karo, is that Eri?" "What?" snapped Ryukyu, turning from where she had been attending to Nijire and Uraraka's injuries. "Out of the way!" At all the noise, Eri cowered in Midoriya's arms, shrinking into his chest as much as possible. Midoriya gripped her slightly, hoping that it was reassuring as the top 10 ranked hero approached him. Ryukyu gave him a wild-eyed stare. "How?" "She was fleeing with Shigaraki Tamura," Midoriya explained. "I saved her from some debris when the villain attacked us, and Lemillion intervened. We were just in the area," Kodai interjected. Ryukyu eyed her costume up and down, not exactly buying it. "At a Sentai convention, honest," Kodai added. "And we're licensed?" "Good enough for me," Ryukyu shrugged. Her face turned more gentle as she smiled down at Eri. "There's a lot of people here looking to help you. Are you all right?" Eri made a squeaking noise as Midoriya set her down. "Is she important to all this?" Midoriya asked Azui quietly. "Karo, she's the reason behind the whole raid." Azui croaked back. Midoriya and Kodai's eyes widened, but before either of them could respond, the whole ground shook, knocking nearly everyone off their feet. "What's going on?" Midoriya cried out, steadying himself. "It's the villain All Might's fighting, his quirk is too strong." Ryukyu scowled. "He needs backup, but I need to secure these civilians first. If only Eraserhead hadn't been knocked out. Where are you two going?" Without waiting for the pro to finish, Midoriya took Kodai's hand and the two went running towards the sound of the commotion. In truth, he hadn't meant to do it, but his body just took off without thinking. Mirio had to admit, the scrawny ex-leader of the League of Villains was tougher than he had given him credit for. Once the villain had figured out the trick to Mirio's fighting style, he became more crafty, more nimble. "He must have decided to tank that initial beating to figure me out. Can't believe he withstood all that." As he popped out of the wall for more hit-and-run tactics, specifically a quick left jab to the face, Shigaraki jerked his left shoulder back to dodge and made a grab for Mirio's arm. Lemillion was barely able to go intangible again. But as he began to fall through the ground, he decided to take a different tactic. He took a swipe at Shigaraki's legs, knocking one of the hands attached to his knee into the sewage. Piece of sheet. Shigaraki grunted. That was all Lemillion needed to know. Whatever these hands were, attacking them was eliciting an emotion response from the lanky villain, and that would give Mirio the edge. Popping out from the ground behind Shigaraki, he slapped the hands off Shigaraki's left arm and retreated to the ground. Son of a beach! Shigaraki howled, whipping around wildly and grasping desperately for the hands that had fallen into the sewage. Those were my mother's. Mirio's confidence only grew as he kept popping from wall to floor to wall, removing every hand Shigaraki's body as the villain grew more and more disheveled until only one remained. The one on his face. Shigaraki flailed widely in his rage, decaying random walls and pipes around the sewer in an effort to end Lemillion. Seeing red, he missed the arm pop out of the wall and clock him in the face, knocking the last hand away from him. Shigaraki collapsed on the ground, face uncovered for the first time in recent memory. He stared up at the open sky around him. Perhaps it was the lack of a hand covering his face, or perhaps it was the blow to the head jogging his memory, but he began to do something that he tried not to do very often. He remembered his family, remembered his youth, where he wanted to be a hero, remembered his father beating him out of rejection, and his family standing by to watch it. And that's when his quirk really started. One touch. One finger, even. You heroes, Shigaraki laughed from the ground. Will learn. He touched the wall next to him, and the whole street began to crumble. What state do you use for punches? All for One asked, holding All Might up by his throat. Or is it a city? You know what? It's fine. Louisiana smash. All for One punched All Might with his grotesquely huge arms, sending the symbol of peace flying down the street. Ah, love that chicken from Popeyes. The villain cackled. Get it? Popeye's chicken? From Louisiana? Anyway, that was the straw that had broken the camel's back. With a poof, All Might was reduced to his emaciated, non-muscled form as the civilians who hadn't yet evacuated gasped around him. There he Thias. All for One laughed out. Take a good look, world. This is the real All Might. A shell of his former self. A weak, broken old man. All Might stood, feeling his grasp on One for All fading. No, not like this. For a split second, All Might felt panic rising up in him, being exposed to the world. It vanished when the crowd started yelling for him. Don't give up, All Might. Keep going, All Might. We believe in you. Jumpman. I mean All Might. All Might grit his teeth. I can't give up now. Until I officially retire, I'm the symbol of peace. They're counting on me. All for One chuckled, oh how cute. The lemmings still want to follow their great leader even when his eyes darted to the side. Hold on, I have to take this. He held out his left hand and used a dispersed air cannon to deflect a flame spear that had been thrown at him. With an aggravated sigh, All for One turned to see a cavalry of pro-heroes who had arrived at the scene. Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Lady and Hawks. Stand aside, All Might, Endeavor huffed. We'll clean up your dash. Hello, I'm afraid my appointments are booked. All for One interrupted, with a jovial tone, and began rotating his arms. And it's rather rude to interrupt, wouldn't you say? What say we reschedule your brutal murder at my hands for maybe next week? Are you free for your death then? Get away. All Might warned. Hawks snickered. From what? The albino salaryman. All for One kept rotating his arms, building up kinetic energy. Wow, that's really rude. Anyway, say hello to your mother in hell for me, Hawks. All for One released a giant, radial air cannon in 360 degrees around him, knocking all the heroes blocks away. All Might had barely managed to bulk up and withstand the blow, but immediately reverted back to his skinny form as soon as it was over. Much better. All for One turned back to All Might with a smile on his face. Where were we? The entire sewer system had been disintegrated, and Shigaraki had never felt so alive as he stood in the center of the large sinkhole that now made up the once lively street. The screams of civilians as buildings began to collapse on the now unstable ground were musical to him. So much raw power to decay. How could he have repressed something so marvelous? Everything around him was destroyed. Except Mirio, who emerged from the ground and hit the villain, who was too stunned by his own handiwork to react. With a swift uppercut to the windpipe, Shigaraki couldn't breathe, allowing Lemillion to grab the villain's head and bring it down into his knee, finally knocking the villain out. Lemillion gasped for air a few times. It had been only sheer luck, and the ability to hold his breath for a long time that allowed him to survive the wave of decay Shigaraki unleashed. He took out his phone to call for backup. Restraining someone with these powers is going to be almost impossible. Midoriya and Kodai charged towards the figures in the distance, but ducked as 4 bodies went flying towards them. They just barely managed to avoid getting clobbered by the limp bodies of Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, and E-Lady, who collapsed a few feet away from them, unconscious. As the 2 students stood up, they got a good look at the heroes and went pale. These are top-level heroes, Midoriya muttered, panic rising in his chest. Kodai hummed. Her usual stoic expression was gone, replaced completely by a look of terror. They're toast. Midoriya took out a small notepad from his pocket and used it to sketch a full-size sketchpad so he'd have more space to work with. From there, he drew a grappling hook and a telescope. We need a plan. She nodded and followed him as they ran over to the side of a building and used the grappling hook to scale it in quick succession. Pulling out the telescope, he gasped to see a man in a suit beating the absolute tar out of All Might. The real All Might. The skin and bones, looks like a zombie All Might. I don't know who that guy is, but if All Might can't stop him, and Eraserhead isn't around, Izuku thought, biting his tongue. Then, he looked at Kodai, who tilted her head at him. She could practically see the gears turning in his head. I think I have a plan, he said, after a moment. It's kind of like what we did in the finals. She smiled. That's just like you. Let's hear it. All Might was out of gas. There was no other way to put it either. He's used so much of his limit during the Yakuza raid, and he was already down so much. A solid punch from All for One had him coughing blood, rolling across the pavement in agony. Oh come on, Toshinori. All for One laughed, a sadistic grin plastered across his face. When Japan needs a hero, don't you always come through? I didn't even use a quirk on that one, well, maybe just a bit of strength enhancement. All Might said nothing, but struggled back to his feet, trying desperately to summon the last few dregs of One for All and failing. What's disappointing about this though, is that seeing you like this confirms what I feared. You've given up One for All, haven't you? All for One asked, throwing a few, tiskhiskis, in. All the power in the world and you gave it to someone else. The cycle continues, I suppose. What are we up to? 9? 9? You were 8, weren't you? All Might said nothing, and found the will within himself to bulk up once more, and swing a street light that had fallen at the villain. All for One just used rivet stab, stretching his fingertips into razored needles to stab through the post before it even got close to him. I'll take that extremely pathetic attack as a yes. All for One sneered sarcastically. That's nothing compared to the All Might who hit me with a spinning piledriver off a 6-story skyscraper. So, who is it, Toshinori? Who am I hunting down when I finally end you off? All Might went to open his mouth to respond, but his voice came from somewhere else before he could even speak. Well, looky here, All Might Rangers. We got a varmint who's too big for his britches. Oh no, All Might muttered, looking up at Y'all Might, perched on top of a nearby building. Yeah, Fall Might is coming for you, suit man, shouted Fall Might, who was on the building across the street from Y'all Might. Bringing the Fall Might mania. All for One looked around in general confusion and frowned. What? A long, lanky arm came from around the corner of an alleyway, seemingly pulling out a grotesquely tall, thin version of All Might in a suit of his own from an alleyway. Tititolo! It cried, its sunken, lifeless eyes glaring at All for One. All for One looked at All Might with utter disdain. What bullshit is this? Before All for One could get an answer, he was put in a chokehold by the pint-sized Small Might, making him gag and sputter. He whirled around with the half-sized version of the symbol of peace before he was able to duck down and flip Small Might off of him. He activated several quirks at once again to make his arms massive and bulging to smite the little bugger. But nothing happened. What did you do? Seethed All for One as he glared down at the minuscule version of his most hated rival. A faint poofing sound caught both of their attention. Looking up, both All Might and All for One saw several versions of Eraserhead appearing and perching on different rooftops, all glaring down at All for One. How? All for One shouted in fury. You should worry about the rattlesnakes when you're in the desert, not the cacti, yeehaw. All for One looked down just to see his face get smashed in by a double axe handle from Y'all Might, flooring him. He could only look up in a daze as Fall Might jumped off a building towards him. Unable to move, the Macho Man Randy Savage-esque All Might dropped an elbow onto All for One, leveling a crater in the street. Yeah. All for One coughed up blood, sure that he felt a rib crack, But before he could react, a long, tendril-like arm wrapped around his leg. He was hoisted up into the air by the zombie-like All Might, who roared in his face before whipping him back down into the pavement. What was left of the crowd of civilians who hadn't fled in terror cheered wildly. "What a slobberknocker!" One man cheered. As this was happening, an orange portal opened in the ground next to All Might, and Midoriya jumped out with a portal gun he had drawn. "All Might, we have to get out of here." All Might looked at his protege in bewilderment. The boy had literally just popped out of the ground, looking frazzled and haphazard in his casual clothes, and was trying to save him in what could only be described as the weirdest 30 seconds in All Might's life. All Might's chest swelled with a mixture of both pride and mortal terror for the boy's well-being. Still, he had a job to do. "I should have known you were behind this, young Midoriya, but you need to run." Izuku furrowed his brow. "I didn't draw multiple versions of you, Eraserhead, and this portal gun just for you to tell me to leave. All Might, come on. Young Midoriya, this is all for one. I have to finish this," All Might said, straightening himself out. "Thank you for buying me some time, but if I don't stop him here, he'll unleash war and chaos across Japan." The words brought Midoriya to a pause, barely hearing the yeehaws and yes from Fall Might and Y'all Might behind him as they performed a double-team spike piledriver on All for One. "The All for One who?" "That's right. The whole reason I look like this," All Might nodded gravely. "I can't risk him finding out that you have one for all, young Midoriya." A ringing pain made Midoriya's hair stand up on end, and he could feel something hurtling towards them. Duck. He dove, tackling All Might to the ground as All for One sailed over their heads, having been thrown again by Tall Might. All for One rolled across the ground, and managed to roll to a knee, glaring up at All Might and Midoriya, but immediately froze. A different expression hit his face as he locked eyes with Izuku. One that was mirrored on Izuku's face as he recognized the man from various photos he had seen all around his apartment. For a moment, all the fighting ceased. "Izuku?" All for One asked quietly. Izuku shook. There was no way. It was impossible. "Dad?" he uttered, almost inaudibly. All for One looked at the All Might Rangers, were closing in, and the multiple copies of Eraserhead on the rooftops glaring down at him. "So, this, like the explosion in Kamino, was your handiwork?" All for One asked. Izuku's mind was reeling as he took a step back. But, All Might wasn't sure what was going on either. He was still trying to recover from both the beating he'd taken and the fact that Midoriya had just called the criminal overlord All for One, Dad. Of course, a fight was still brewing, which left everyone just stunned enough for Y'all Might to throw lasso around All for One's torso and yank him back towards the symbol of Wild West. Y'all Might uppercut All for One into the side of a building with a scream of, "Giddy up, pardner. Y'all Might makes the ladies swoon as soon as I'm through the saloon doors. Ooh yeah, time for you to catch the Fall Might madness from the cream of the crop," Fall Might said, running forward and leaping into a dropkick, breaking All for One through the building altogether. Izuku had not moved from the spot he was in, still floored by the revelation. All for One? His dad? But Dad died, he muttered to himself. Right after? "I'm sorry, young Midoriya." Izuku looked up, teary-eyed at the symbol of peace. All Might gave him an empathetic smile. "I know this is a lot. I'm confused too. But right now, there's work to do. So, I'm sorry." Before Midoriya could react, All Might shoved him back into the orange portal Midoriya had come through, which closed behind him. "I have to finish this." In an empty office space in a building nearby, Izuku popped out from a blue portal, which closed behind him as well. Kodai was there, waiting for him as they had discussed after she had placed the various Eraserheads around the different buildings. "Where's All Might?" she asked. She was taken aback by the horrified look on Midoriya's face. "What happened?" Yui asked. "He looks like he just witnessed a murder or something." All for One stared up at the ceiling of the office building he'd been drop-kicked into. Glancing down, he saw he was still in the view of one of the Eraserhead copies, looking at him through an office window. It was such an odd mixture of pride and anger to feel. All his carefully laid plans unraveled. Not by All Might, but by his own son? The son he honestly never thought he'd see again. He put any hopes of that to bed after a drawn clone of his son nearly blew the centuries-old man off the face of the earth. Despite the beating he had taken, All for One's mind never stopped working. He'd given animation to his son out of love? Pity? A parting gift before he faked his death as Midoriya Hisashi, leaving the boy fatherless? He wasn't sure anymore. When you live as long as he had, Decisions like that all blend together and get foggy in your mind. But that quirk wasn't powerful. There was certainly nothing that could make it produce lifelike copies of people, quirks intact. Unless, of course. He chuckled as he heard the approaching footsteps of Small and Tall Might. One for all, he sighed. Fate is cruel, isn't it? The pause in the action was just enough time for All for One to pull out one of his contingency plans. A revolver. Felt dirty if he was honest with himself. All the quirks in the world at his disposal, and he had to fend for himself with gunpowder and lead like some sort of common thug. Still, with all those Eraserhead copies around, it was his best bet. Small Might jumped towards him, rambling some nonsense, but a bang and a slug between the eyes reduced the annoying imposter to a scrap of paper once more. My own son is drawing copies of my mortal enemy to stop me. I never in my wildest dreams thought this would happen, All for One sighed as he laid there. He looked up at Tall Might who was towering over him. You feeling me, big guy? Tail Mimi dash. Bang. Another bullet gone. All for One stood up and grabbed the 2 scraps of paper, looking at the versions of All Might drawn by his son. Even though it was clear these were drawn in a hurry, All for One couldn't help but be impressed as memories flooded back to him. Can't believe I've let myself grow so sentimental, All for One sighed, walking up the stairs to play the role of Midoriya Hisashi. Despite the words, of all the false identities All for One had taken over the years, Midoriya Hisashi might have been his favorite. It was all an accident. He went to the attorney's office to threaten him against working on a cohort's case, when he bumped into her. He ended up talking to her the whole day, completely forgetting to threaten the attorney, and getting El Macho Macabre sentenced to death? Well, he could always find another lieutenant. That had been, what, 14 years ago now? 14 years of love, laughter, and about the only time in his life he found meaning outside of regaining one for all and ruling Japan's underworld. But like all distractions, the novelty wore off after a while. He began, working overseas, rebuilding the empire that had waned as All Might thwarted every attempt at destabilizing society. He still visited, of course. He loved Inko and Izuku, at least he thought he did. Hard to say. He never felt strongly about much of anything his whole life. Still, in his mind, they were always spared when his plans came to fruition, so if that wasn't love, he wasn't sure what else it could be. Inko's look of relief when she opened the door to see Hisashi had his heart skip a beat. Well, glad to see you too, sunshine, he said as she collapsed into his arms. Thank you for coming so quickly, she muttered into his neck, staining the side of his face with her tears. For my boy? Of course, he replied, the words glossing over the fact that he could have been there hours ago. He just had to feign a flight for her and make arrangements with some underlings. His wife led him by the hand towards Izuku's room. It almost annoyed him. He knew damn well where the boy's room was. It hadn't been all that long since his last visit. For months? Maybe 5. He ignored the feeling though, surely his wife just wanted the comfort as well. Having a child, diagnosed as quirkless, was something of a mark of shame on a family, these days. Inko's generation had only a 20% quirkless rate, so kids in Izuku's age bracket should have an even smaller percentile. The small boy was sitting in front of a computer, sobbing his eyes out. Not many things had the power to make All for One sad. Not after decades of death and destruction, both at his hands and the hands of those opposed to him. But the sight of his boy in such a state made the villain misty-eyed, a feat he thought was impossible. Hey champ, All for One said in a soft tone, pulling up a chair next to him. Whatcha watching? Izuku just raised his little, trembling hand towards the computer screen as the video replayed. All for One fought back the urge to hiss as grainy footage of All Might rose from the wreckage of a bus, carrying about 10 people and spouting his stupid catchphrase. He imagined crushing the machine with his bare hands. I want to be a hero, like him, Izuku whimpered. The words snapped All for One out of the boiling fury as quickly as it had come on. The irony was not lost on him. Perhaps it was because he wasn't around much that the boy looked to others as role models, and the flashy quirks of heroes were sure to grab any child's attention. An oversight on his part, perhaps. Hisashi's eyes traveled downwards to a stack of disheveled paper and crayons that Inko must have given the boy to snap him out of the trance. On the papers were various drawings that were recognizable as All Might. All Might pulling people from a bus, All Might holding up a collapsing bridge, All Might saving Gwen Stacy for a thankful Spider-Man, All Might eating breakfast, All Might giving that Bakugo boy from down the block a wedgie. And then the drawing started turning into Izuku. He was wearing a suit much like All Might's, though it was green. He always told Izuku and Inko that their shade of green made them both look so alluring, so maybe that's why. Still, the drawings were filled with Izuku fighting side by side with all might, saving people, stopping buildings from collapsing, giving Bakugo a swirly. But as much as he wanted to be mad, he couldn't help but be impressed. A lot of these drawings were really, really good. Hey champ, did you draw all these? All for One asked, holding one up so that it was blocking the screen from his son. Huh? Izuku asked, attention snapped from the screen. Yeah, I guess. It's dumb. The doctor and mom say I can never be a hero. The boy's lip quivered, and All for One felt a mild sensation of panic to try and prevent a further meltdown. Can I draw with you? He asked. I saw lots of cool heroes in America I could try to show you, he lied, hoping to maybe turning Izuku's obsession with All Might off course. If only a little. Little Izuku sniffled and rubbed his arm across his eyes. What? The gesture made All for One's chest feel weird. He felt almost compelled to part with a Quirk, if only to make the boy's life a little less hopeless. Last time he'd done that, it nearly ruined his life by creating one for all, but would lightning strike twice? You got something on your cheek, son, All for One said, rubbing his palm on Izuku's left cheek, transferring an old art quirk he'd been holding onto to his son. Just give me a moment. Dad, your hand feels all tingly. Really? All for One asked, pulling his hand away with the transfer complete. Maybe it was the lightning hero from America, Lieutenant Zap. I'll tell you about him. All for One stood, his grin reappearing. He could make this situation work for him, he could. Even without his league, even if that Yakuza was apprehended, this situation could work. As he stepped out of the building, he looked from All Might to Y'all Might to Fall Might. You know, Toshinori, leave it to you to pass on your legacy to my son. All Might's blood ran cold. He knew All for One would piece it together the second he saw Izuku, but he'd hoped it'd have taken him at least a little bit longer. I had a hunch something had boosted his quirk when he nearly almost ended me in Kamino. But this? I never would have imagined. All for One dusted himself off. He's learned quite a bit, hasn't he? You leave him out of this, All Might hissed. He was met with a scoff. That's my son All Might. You couldn't have brought him more into this. And you know what? He taught me something about backup plans over the summer. From his coat pocket, All for One produced a detonator. All Might only had time for his eyes to widen before he was blinded as every building on the block began to go up in flames. It's my dad, Midoriya choked out for the 5th time, having only gathered the willpower to pull himself up to his knees. But he's dead. To say Kodai was at a loss was, well, an understatement. She'd overheard things in class. You overhear a lot of things when you're deliberately the quiet girl, and she knew enough that Midoriya only seemed to have his mom in his life. So it wasn't hard for her to figure out that Midoriya's dad wasn't around. But for him to be saying that the supervillain kicking All Might and the rest of the pro-heroes' asses was his dad was definitely not a situation she was prepared to handle, let alone comprehend. Luckily, or unluckily, really, the building began to shake and cave in as explosions rang out around them. Danger sense awakened a ringing pain in Midoriya's forehead, and as it did, left him open to the caving in of the ceiling. Kodai ran forward as a chunk of the ceiling fell right for Midoriya, reaching out and shrinking it into a pebble before it could hurt him. Between nearly dying and the building shaking, Izuku was snapped out of his stupor. Kodai, springing to his feet, he looked behind her, seeing a wall of fire rushing towards them. Without thinking, he grabbed her and looked at the opening in the ceiling. Inkjet erupted from his arm, shooting through the opening, up 3 stories to the roof, and wrapped around a pipe. Midoriya pulled with as much strength as he could muster with One for All, flinging both himself and Kodai into the air, just narrowly avoiding the explosions that engulfed the floor they had just been in. Fear enveloped his senses as he looked down into the city streets to see explosions leveling several buildings all around the block, swallowing the cityscape into fire, smoke, and ash below them. As he stared down in object horror, he failed to realize something. Midoriya? He looked down at Kodai, who was looking up at him with a hint of confusion in her eyes as she clung to his chest. How are we flying? Huh? He questioned back, looking around. Indeed, the two were, well, maybe not flying, but were stationary, suspended from the air. Midoriya didn't even feel the slightest pull down. That's my quirk, he heard, faintly, from the back of his head, recognizing the voice as Nana Shimura's. We're floating, Midoriya answered. And I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Think it's another facet of my quirk. The two watched as the smoke and fire began to die down, looking for any signs of life after. The villain was gone, but Midoriya let out a gasp at the small figure dressed in red and blue on the ground. He wasn't sure how he stopped floating or using inkjet to effortlessly swing down from the sky to the street, but the next thing he knew, he and Kodai were running towards All Might's prone body on the street in a panic. Yui wasted no time calling for help as Midoriya tried to check for a pulse. With the coast clear, Ryukyu and the other heroes who had been nearby for the Yakuza raid began to close in to try and help, as did the rest of the pro heroes who had been disabled by All for One's air cannon blast. All of this seemed to happen in a blur though, Midoriya staring in horror as All Might's unconscious body was taken away to an ambulance. My dad did this. All for One did this. All for One nearly ended All Might. My dad. Hey. He looked up in the middle of the cracked and shattered street at Kodai, who was standing right next to him, only looking at him in what was now a sea of pro heroes, police, and rescue paramedic teams trying to make sure there was no one else who needed medical attention. They want non-injured civilians out of here, Kodai added quietly. Technically, as students, that's us. He could only bring himself to nod as Kodai grabbed his hand and began to lead him out of the crowd. He followed, still not feeling like any of this was real, not seeing or feeling the crowds around him. Everything felt practically dreamlike, or like he was in a trance. Finally, when they were about halfway between the convention center and the scene of the fight, Kodai stopped. By now, they were finally away from the crowds. She looked him in the eye, which caught his attention enough to bring him to reality. What happened? She asked quietly. Izuku swallowed and shakily opened his mouth. Well, alone. When was the last time All for One operated alone? Decades. Maybe even close to a half-century. Maybe he wasn't truly alone. Gigantomachia was still out there somewhere, but until he awoke he was a non-factor. And Dr. Garaki was still loyal, but without someone to experiment on, or material to make more nomis, he was far less helpful. All for One suspected he might lose faith and go turncoat before long. But Shigaraki had been bested, and he just barely managed to recover him. Overhaul had served his purpose. He never needed the Yakuza, after all. Just needed to get close enough to Eri to force her to change his body back to his younger, healthier one. One that would better accommodate his ability to hold multiple quirks without tearing himself apart. He was lucky to have snagged some durability and healing quirks, or else those All Might Rangers would have had him looking just like he had pre-Eri. Twice now. Twice All for One had been stopped by his own son, though this time he managed to think ahead on the possibility of needing a backup plan. In the chaos of the explosion though, he had managed to snag Shigaraki's limp body before the authorities could snatch it up. That would be enough for now, he figured. And he still had a quirk erasing bullet in his pocket, which he could duplicate. Yes, despite the fight not going the way he wanted it, today was still an absolute win. He got his body back. He got a way to neutralize quirks he didn't even want to bother stealing. And he had a new target. Perhaps all I need, he thought, setting Shigaraki down on a couch, is a different strategy. Wake up, he snapped, using a quirk to forcibly bring Shigaraki to consciousness. Tamura shouted as he leapt up with a start. Damn it, he hissed. I thought I had ended that damn hero. The boy with the permeation quirk? All for One mused with a chuckle. Yes, you leveled an entire block just trying to disintegrate him. Just a bad matchup, Tamura. Worry not. He clicked his tongue. Your power was impressive. I considered stealing that permeation quirk, but research has led me to believe it's far too difficult to learn to be worth the time. I'm sorry, Master. Tamura hung his head in shame. I've failed you so many times. Failed me? All for One tilted his head. Not at all. You kept Eri safe until I could be restored to my former glory. We have some of the quirk erasure sample. We got everything we needed from the Yakuza. Let the heroes have the girl now. Heavens knows she's better off even with those scum than that Overhaul character. I guess, Shigaraki grumbled. The reaction drew a laugh from the crime lord. My boy, don't tell me you'd grown fond of the child? She was surprisingly good at co-op shooters, Shigaraki admitted. And she was very creative with Minecraft. All for One howled with laughter. Certainly, he could at least count on his protege to lift his spirits. A fair boon, I suppose. Come, make yourself presentable. Which means no hands. We'll need to reevaluate our strategies and form a new alliance. Yes, Master. Kodai frowned slightly as they went back to the convention center only to see the whole place had been evacuated due to its close proximity to the villain attack. Good thing we got there and had fun when we did. It had drained Midoriya of all his energy to recount what had happened to Kodai, who was having her own trouble wrapping her head around the fact that his dad had been faking his death while also being All Might's mortal enemy. It was hard enough to see All Might looking like a zombie. Right now, her main concern was just getting the two of them somewhere they could sit and try to recover. After he did his best to explain, he seemed near catatonic, so she was leading him around by the hand to try and find somewhere he could catch a break. Kodai. Midoriya. The black-haired girl turned to see Uraraka from Class 1A charging towards them, looking wiped out. Kodai waved to her. There you are, Uravity huffed as she stopped in front of them. UQ wanted me to get you. She wants to thank you for all your help and get you a ride back to UA with me and Azui. Kodai nodded. This will work. Sure. Uraraka began to lead the two back, though the rescue area had to be far removed from where Kodai and Midoriya had originally found it. The explosion had leveled much more of the city than either of them knew. As they began to approach a crowd of police and heroes, murmurs could be heard of a body count being in the hundreds. Kodai tried not to listen to that. Ryukyu, I found them. Uravity shouted, practically having to shove her way through the crowds. The Dragoon hero heaved a sigh of relief to see her sidekick and the two students. Thank goodness. I was worried we lost them in the explosion. We were okay, Kodai forced herself to say, realizing Midoriya still looked like he was dissociating. Is he all right? Asked a small voice. Midoriya's eyes perked up just enough to look for the source of the voice, realizing it came from Eri, who was standing just behind Ryukyu's legs. We're okay, Midoriya replied. He tried to give a small smile to the child, but it, like his words, seemed hollow. Nobody is going to believe him when he sounds all strained like that, Kodai frowned, but kept silent. Nijaya, get the interns out of here, Ryukyu commanded. I need to get Eri to the hospital. Did Fatgum's boys get out too? They're here. A breathless voice approaching from a few meters away called. Kodai turned to see Mirio pushing through the crowd, an exhausted Tamaki and Kirishima leaning against him. Good, Ryukyu sighed. All the students are accounted for. Hey, come on, I can drive us back, Nijire directed to Midoriya, Kodai, Azui, and Uraraka. You okay to get these two back, Lemillion? Mirio nodded. No worries here. Come on you four, let's get out of here, my car isn't too far away. I hope it didn't get ruined in the explosions. Or that cool team attack we all did, Froppy and Uravity, that was some cool stuff. Or maybe, when the street started to collapse from that Shigaraki guy, or... As Kodai followed the older girl, she blinked a few times. Her high-energy way of rambling on made Kodai think that Nijire might just be her complete and polar opposite. She turned back and glanced at Midoriya, who had allowed his eyes to trail back to the ground. Might need Tokage and Yanagi's help on this one. So hey, I didn't see you two at the mission briefing, what were you two doing? That was super dangerous. Do you two have cool quirks that helped out? Nijire asked, not even taking a breath. Sentai convention in the area, Kodai replied quietly. And you just jumped in to help out? Man, you first years are the real cream of the crop. I saw some All Might copies, isn't that what you made Greenie? Midoriya said nothing. Kodai squirmed. She wasn't used to having to be the voice for other people. Why yeah, that was him. Well, it's a good thing you weren't seriously hurt. And that you're licensed. Once before I got my license and I ended up beating up this panty-stealing pervert with my quirk, but it turns out he worked at the store and I had a bit of a misunderstanding. Thankfully the police were nice and, as Nijire rambled through the whole car ride, Kodai kept looking over at Midoriya. She had taken the middle seat in the back, and Midoriya was just staring out the window as it began to rain. Kodai looked to see that Uraraka, to her other side, and Azui, who was in the passenger seat, looked haunted too. They might not have known about the family drama, but the events of the attack had left a lasting impression on all of them. Kodai and Midoriya were ambushed by their class almost the second they walked in the dorm. There you are. Kendo cried out, immediately hugging Kodai tightly. I've been trying to call you guys for hours. Are you okay? You were right by that crazy villain fight. We saw All Might copies on the news. Kodai blinked, realizing her phone had been on silent. She pulled it out of her pocket and saw a flood of missed calls and texts from Kendo, Yanagi, Tsunatori, and even Tokage. Oops. Are you alright? Nirenjiki asked. You both kind of look like you've seen hell. Kodai hummed in as much of a non-committal way as she could. We got caught up in some of the blast. We're fine. She looked to Kendo, pleadingly, hoping that this would be enough to get everyone off her case. Behind her, Tokage and Yanagi were standing, clearly concerned. Kendo looked from Kodai to Midoriya, clearly seeing that whatever was going on wasn't physical injury, and decided maybe this wasn't the best time for a group intervention. She turned and looked at Class 1B and grew her hands, waving them around. Alright, back up guys. They're okay, and probably need a minute to rest. Ah man, I wanted to see if they saw my bro Kirishima fighting any of those Yakuza guys we saw on the news. Tetsu grumbled. You gotta tell me later, Midoriya. Sure, he grumbled, making his way towards the stairs, not making eye contact with anyone. This was enough to satisfy some of their classmates they weren't particularly close with, Owaze, Tsuburaba, Shiozaki and the like, but Tokage and Yanagi approached Kodai with Kendo as Midoriya disappeared. Statute, what the hell happened? Tokage hissed. My freckles, there looks like he saw a ghost? He did. She blurted out, unsure of what else to say. You should go talk to him about it. Tokage and Yanagi glanced at each other, worriedly. What on earth does that mean? Yanagi asked. Kodai shrugged. I don't know if it's my place to talk about it. Yanagi and Tokage looked at each other again, before nodding to her and heading up the stairs. As they left, Kendo picked up the conversation in a hushed tone. You okay there, Yi? As one of her closest friends, Kendo might have been the only other person in the class Yui was able to talk with. Yui shook her head, just barely. You want to go tell me what happened? Itsuka asked. The president was met with a small nod. Wordlessly, the president led the shorter girl to her room on the first floor. It was a pretty odd room, Kodai always mused to herself. In one corner was a standard desk with some makeup and things you would expect to find in a girl's room. But outside of that corner, one might think it was a garage or something. A fold-away weight bench and a sandbag were in the other corner, and in a third corner was a large shelf-like toolbox that was used for motorcycles and the like. Finally, in the furthest corner was a bed. The center of the roof was left open with a few sparring mats laid out. Bed or mat? Kendo asked. It's really all I have for seating. Bed. Yui replied quietly. Kendo sat down on the bed at the word, and pat the spot next to her. Spill. Yui hesitantly sat down on the spot next to Kendo and looked at her friend. You sure? Kendo nodded. I know you care more than you let on. Let it out, she cracked a grin. Otherwise this whole, serious, quiet girl, mask might start to crack, you know? Not that I'd mind you coming out of your shell a bit. Kodai felt her shoulders sag. Yeah, I know, well, so here's what happened. Tokage was a little shocked when Midoriya immediately opened his door for her and Reiko. After the last time he went emo and they had to pound on it for nearly half an hour before he relented. More shocking was just the blank stare he was giving them. It stunned both of them as he looked at the two of them wordlessly. And just as quickly as he looked at them, he turned and retreated back into his room, leaving the door open for them as an invitation to follow him. They watched as he sat back down on his bed. Yanagi and Tokage entered, and the brazen lizard-like girl wasted no time asking, so what's the deal, Mop Top? You're supposed to sweeping Kodai off her feet and next thing we know, breaking news stories show you trying to pull a zombie All Might away from some guy in a suit? You've run into many a villain. Is this something to do with All Might that's left you this way? Yanagi added. Yes. Sure. Midoriya answered in a quiet voice, and he didn't look up from his feet. That was my dad. If words could have a concussive force, these would pack a punch. Both Yanagi and Tokage took a step back, because both of them remembered the day Midoriya Hisashi died. It was always a strange day at daycare when even Bakugo was behaving himself. Well, as much as the explosive blonde could. He was decidedly bullying children who weren't Izuku, but it didn't help that the teacher seemed a little protective of him today. It had only been the day before that Midoriya was showing off his new quirk, but he'd shown up today a shell of who he'd been the day before. His eyes were red and puffy, and he refused to draw anything. Hey Greenie, Setsuna said, sitting next to him at lunch. You look like someone kicked your guppy? Puppy, Reiko corrected, the expression is kicked your puppy. That's stupid, puppies shouldn't be allowed to be kicked. Setsuna growled. So what's got you down, Zuku? Izuku's lips opened and closed a few times. He made a few croaking noises, unsure of what to. After a few rounds of this, his mouth settled on, go away. The teacher's assistant shooed them away, confused and upset. It wouldn't be another week before Izuku finally told them what happened, but they remembered that day for as long as they could remember. So, yes, that was really All Might, Izuku finished explaining. And the guy trying to end him was my dad. What? Tokage exclaimed. Reiko glanced over at the lizard-loving girl. From what the ghostly heroine could tell, Tokage wasn't having any easier of a time wrapping her head around the matter than Midoriya was. The only reason Reiko was able to keep up was because she had already been filled in on One for All. Tokage continued. But, why would your dad be All Might's sworn enemy? Izuku looked up at Setsuna and bit his lip. He glanced to Reiko, and she wasn't sure if it was for help, guidance, both or neither, but she decided to weigh in. Dear, I believe you fill Setsuna in on your secret? Secret? Setsuna parroted, confusion just deepening as the conversation went on. What, like with All Might and that tentacle thing that happened to him? Izuku heaved. Why? Yeah, I can't keep this to myself any longer. That's the long and short of it, Yui explained. She flopped back onto Kendo's bed. After the day she had, forcing herself to give a long-winded explanation, even to her best friend, was draining. She had left out the part about Midoriya floating, substituting his portal gun as their getaway. She figured he didn't need the class president grilling him about something he wasn't even sure of. But otherwise, she had given the full account of the day. The romance, the heroism, villainy, and the fear of narrowly avoiding a city bombing. Geez, Kendo was at a loss for words. Well, I'm glad you guys are okay. Doesn't exactly sound like a great first date. I don't blame him for that, Kodai replied. I think that's just what happens to pros and stuff sometimes. It was going great until the actual raid started. Yeah, I can believe that, Kendo said, sitting next to Yui. And Midoriya does seem the type to just charge headfirst into a villain thing. Do you think he knew his dad was a villain? That doesn't leave this room, Kodai warned, before answering, and I'm pretty sure he thought his dad was dead. Especially from the look on his face. Yeesh, Itsuka ran a hand through her hair. So what are you gonna do? Yui tilted her head slightly. Huh. Just saying. You kind of got roped into some very, very high-end level hero stuff. Itsuka rubbed the back of her head. I mean, yeah, that's all what we want to do with our lives, it's why we're here, but it's a little out of our depth, you know? Might be a red flag as far as dating Midoriya. Kodai shook her head. You know I'm not like that. Itsuka chuckled. Yeah, I know. You care too much for your own good, and that's why you always stay so quiet. Yui just nodded. Yeah. Kendo's expression softened, and she pulled her friend into a hug. You know, I don't think anyone would be a jerk if you let out the expressive side of you more often. The class president was met with a shrug. It's not that, it's just, I tend to let my emotions run away with me if I don't keep them in check. Yeah. If that's the case, I'm surprised you aren't in his room with him trying to help him, Kendo said. Trust me. I want to, Kodai sighed. But I don't think we're close enough for that. Figured I'd leave that to the other two. And that's why All Might looks like that, Izuku choked out, voice hoarse from the long-winded explanation he'd just given Tokage. Because he unknowingly passed down a power we didn't realize my dad has been trying to reclaim for like 200 years. Tokage's wide-eyed stare glanced slowly from Reiko to Izuku, and back again. She opened her mouth to speak a couple of times, only to find no words and close her mouth instead. After a few moments of that, she pinched the bridge of her nose in an effort to gather her thoughts. But all she managed was a, Freckles, what the F dash? To be fair, he was sworn to secrecy by All Might, and I only found out by accident, Reiko responded. No, I'm not mad about that, Tokage said, raising her hands defensively. I'm not even mad or anything. I just, hot damn, how long have you had the weight of the world on your shoulders? Huh? Izuku exclaimed. Never mind, Tokage shut her eyes and shook her head. If I go down that avenue I'm just going to make him more depressed. Guy can't even catch a break. I just can't believe that your dad is still alive after all this time. And he's like, the final bonus boss level type villain that made All Might look like an uncooked noodle. Fate can be cruel, Reiko added quietly. A pause fell over the room. Setsuna had a question in mind, but it took her a full few minutes before she worked up the nerve to ask, do you think your mom knows? Both girls jumped as Izuku sprang to his feet. Shit, he yelled, making them both jump again. He hardly ever swore, so when he did, it came as a shock. I have to warn her. You didn't even think to warn your mother? Tokage exclaimed as Midoriya fumbled with his phone. She was met with a swat to her shoulder from Reiko, who was scowling at her now. He's been in shock, you twit. And no, she's right. Midoriya replied, panic welling up in his voice. How could I have not thought about this? He could hear his heart pumping blood to his ears as the phone rang. Come on, pick up. Izuku, sweetie? Is that you? He heaved a sigh of relief as Midoriya Inko answered on the other line. Why, Mom, it's me. Oh, thank goodness. I was just about to call you. I know you were close to that villain attack today. Did you see what happened to All Might? The poor man looked like he hadn't eaten in years all of a sudden. Do you dash? Mom? Izuku interrupted. Mom, where are you? Oh, just at home. Why? Lock the doors and don't leave the apartment, Izuku instructed. Please. What? Why? Inko asked, worry growing in her tone that everyone in the room could hear from the phone receiver. Izuku, honey, I'm nowhere near Prefecture Z, why wouldn't I be able to leave? Mom, that villain that attacked today. You didn't see Dash? Honey, you're cutting out. Can you hold on, I think that package I ordered just got here, Inko replied. No. Inko rolled her eyes as she set the phone down. Sometimes she hated that her son had inherited her tendency to let his fears run away with him. It made him a caring person, sure, but also just a bit of a worrywart. Not that she wasn't, but, hey, who was counting? She smiled excitedly as she approached the door. A limited edition All Might hoodie had just been re-released, and she knew Izuku's old one had been burnt to a crisp by Bakugo in middle school. This will be the best Christmas present for my boy, she thought to herself, proudly. She opened the door to her apartment, expecting a box at the door, but found herself looking at a pair of feet. Her eyes traveled upwards and she let out a shriek on pure impulse. Hisashi! The corners of All for One's lip curled upward. Hello, darling. Inko let out a shriek again on impulse and did the first thing that came to mind. Slap him. All for One brushed his cheek gingerly. I suppose I deserved that. I've been gone an awful long time. Inko began to sob and collapsed into Hisashi's arms. You died, she screamed. I went to your funeral. She pulled away and shook him. How are you here? It was dreadful, my dear, Hisashi said, frowning. I survived the plane crash, but I couldn't remember anything. I had sustained a traumatic brain injury that left me unable to remember who I even was, until a few days ago. Someone used a special type of healing quirk that jogged my memory. He grinned internally. Inko was always a sap for these types of stories in her soap operas. Still, Inko looked almost unsure of the story. Where have you been these last 10 years though? America, like I had intended, just, not for business, All for One shrugged. I spent the first half of it hospitalized. My memory wasn't the only thing messed up from the crash. Then I was able to recover and try and find who I was. I had never even considered that I wouldn't find it over there. Inko stared at him, weighing the words and turning it over in her mind. You poor thing, she bit her lip. To think you were alive this whole time? All for One stepped forward and hugged her again. I know. When I left the hospital, I tried to fill that empty place inside of me, helping other people like me. Eventually I adopted a child and tried to make something of myself. I had settled, thinking I'd just lost half of my life and needed to start over, but now I remember everything. And I'm here. Inko let out an anguished sob against his chest. I just dreamed of this for so long. I never thought it would be possible. She pushed herself off of him. Wait, you've adopted? Why yes, he replied with a false stutter. He was a troubled youth, in a position similar to mine. Oh Inko, I'd love for you to meet him. Will bring him. She smiled. We can be a family again. Oh, wait until I tell Izuku, he'll be so happy. All for One put on Hisashi's rehearsed smile. You're as beautiful and sweet as I remember, Inko. Before we tell him, I'd like you to meet him. His name is Tenko. He's with you? Inko wiped her eyes again. Oh, do I look okay? This is all happening so fast, So, you look just as beautiful as I remember, the villain assured her. He's been dying to meet you. Just, come with me for a second, alright? Of course. As All for One turned around, he grinned to himself. Yes, I can make this situation work for me after all. Izuku screamed into the phone. He began shaking in a panic when he couldn't hear her voice anymore. He looked around at Tokage and Yanagi. I need to talk to someone. She's in trouble. I got you, Tokage said, and pulled out her own phone. She got an answer almost as soon as she put the receiver to her ear. At midnight? We have an emergency. Hawks didn't do a lot of investigative work. It just wasn't his scene, too slow-paced for someone who operated on eliminating crime on site. He and Miruko both had a ass-kicking first, questions later, mentality, and it made both of them extremely popular in the rankings. Not that I've met Miruko, but goddamn would I like to. Still, after the news yesterday, rumors were circulating that All Might was done for. He didn't put much stock into this. The symbol of peace could have just been hit with some transformative quirk by the suited weirdo. But on the off chance it was true, it meant Hawks could very well be the new number 2 hero. So when All Might asked him to check on a missing persons case in Yuzudafu, he felt somewhat obligated to do it. If I'm going to be that high up in the ranking, I'll need to step outside my comfort zone. Just a little. He walked into the apartment and looked around at all the cops dusting for prints and photographing the scene. It all seemed so pedestrian after the destruction he had witnessed the day before. You must be the pro All Might called in." Hawks turned to see a detective, who had his hand extended. Hawks returned the handshake. That's me. Detective Tsukachi. Pleased to meet you, big fan." "Yeah, heard plenty about you from the big man," Hawks replied with a rehearsed grin. "No need to lie," the detective smirked, tapping his forehead. "Lie detector Quirk. So, appreciate the effort though." "My bad," he muttered, only slightly embarrassed he was caught in the lie. "What do we got?" "Well, we got a call from you saying that the villain All Might fought yesterday had reason to kidnap the woman who lived here." The detective explained. "That guy kicked all our asses," Hawks scoffed, stretching his neck that still had a crick in it after taking a charged air cannon. "Why the hell would he turn around and kidnap some random civilian?" "All Might leads us to believe it's to lure out a certain student," the detective replied. "After all, our victim is Midoriya Inko, mother to Midoriya Izuku. That nutjob who won the sports festival, got it?" Hawks sighed. "Still doesn't make sense. This guy made a mockery of the top brass in heroics, and now he wants a student. Why?" The detective frowned. He, of course, knew damn well All Might's situation, but the pro wasn't ready to divulge that with the rest of the heroes, so his hands were tied. "Good question," he lied. "But can you scout the area for any signs of where they might have gone?" "From what we can see, there wasn't any struggle. She might have even gone willingly. I mean, he might have just had to threaten her," Hawks shrugged. "The world saw him damn near end All Might. None of the footage got a clear shot of his face." The detective objected. "Security cameras show a normal man in a suit come into the building, but no one left. She wouldn't have been able to recognize him as the villain. She left her purse and phone here, all her belongings. She didn't plan on being gone long. So she either knew him from somewhere else, or, like you said, he was scary enough to get her to come willingly." The words left a bad taste in Hawk's mouth. "Well, definitely something fishy about the whole thing then, for sure. All right. I can scout around." "You're going to have to make the announcement sooner or later, Toshinori," Principal Nizu advised in an even tone. I know," All Might replied, head in his bandaged and battered hands. He was eternally grateful to the rodent bear for convincing the hospital to discharge him to recovery girls' care at UA, but he couldn't pretend he wasn't aggravated. And sore. "It's a lot," Nizu conceded, reading the hero's expression and body language. He stood on the stool he was sitting on and pat All Might's shoulder, gently. "I do not mean to diminish what you're feeling, the forced retirement. All for one at large. Midoriya's unfortunate family circumstances. And from the vibrating I've heard from your pockets, I assume every other pro out there is trying to contact you to figure out what the hell just happened yesterday. Sometimes your insight is a pain," All Might replied, cracking a weak smile. "Oh, trust me, it can be a bother for myself as well," the rodent chuckled. "If ignorance is bliss, I usually am in a hell of my own making. Why else would I teach teenagers?" He took a second to laugh at his own joke. "But in all seriousness, the sooner you nip this in the bud, the better. There is going to be turmoil in your retirement, but leaving things as they were yesterday is only going to be worse. All right, humor me. What's your suggestion?" "A press conference, and then a frank discussion with Endeavor and the rest of the top 10 pro heroes about what they're going to be up against," Nizu replied immediately. "And then we need to talk to Midoriya. About All for One? About not charging out of this school to go find his mom and confront All for One on his own," Nexu replied pleasantly. "The boys? Well, just like you. Which, in a lot of ways, is a good thing. But not in the self-sacrificing. Put the weight of the world on his own shoulders, way. I mean, if the boy were to charge out of school right now and try to hunt down All for One, would you drag him back here, or actively try to support him?" "My gut tells me the latter, and my gut hasn't been wrong in 15 years. You'd be making him bentos and coaching him right up until a building was dropped on the 2 of Dash." All Might blinked and cut the principal off. "Oh, alright, I see your point. Your way is better. Call the press conference." Friakulis, Tokage whined into Midoriya's door. "Let me in. I know you're awake. You don't ever sleep past 10 in the morning." Yanagi tilted an eyebrow at her as she leaned against the wall outside of Izuku's dorm. "You're being horribly insensitive, Setsuna frowned back at Yanagi. "Look, I know you're the one better at empathy. I'm not dumb, Casper. But the last thing he needs is to go wallowing in a pool of his own despair. Not without someone there to throw him a life preserver. Reiko's expression softened, her eyebrows and lips relaxed. Maybe so. But he's likely still processing the events of yesterday. Imagine surviving an attack like that just for your mother to be kidnapped? Give him a little space. Setsuna huffed. Fine. I'm telling you though. He needs someone now more than ever. Reluctantly, the greenette took her girlfriend's hand and retreated to the common area for some breakfast. On the other side of the door, Izuku uncovered his face from the pillow he had buried it in. Somewhere deep in the numbness of his chest, a twinge of guilt rose up about ignoring his two partners, but it wasn't near strong enough to pull him out of the stupor he'd been in since last night. He looked at his phone at the last message from All Might. All Might, I have a friend in the force working on the case about your mother with Hawks. I wish I could do more, but yesterday was my last battle. I'll be officially retiring later this afternoon. I'll let you know as soon as Detective Tsukachi updates me. Stay put, young Midoriya. The words stung. He stared at the ceiling. Stay put. I wonder if I hadn't taken All Might's quirk if he could have won yesterday. Or would have enough left to save Mom, at least. He rolled onto his side, not tired enough to go back to sleep, but no energy to get out of bed. Whenever he thought things couldn't get worse, or the world was in trouble, All Might was always the hero who came through. Who could do it now, when his world was in danger? Hawks is cool, but he was no match for Dead, he said to himself. Even saying it felt wrong. A vibration from his phone caught his attention. Every notification for the last 12 hours had been agony, always grabbing his phone immediately to see if it was news about his mom, and it would be some spam email or tweet from some pro. Now he was getting texts from Tokage, Yanagi, Kodai, Juzo, Shishida, and Kendo all trying to check on him. This notification, however, was just a kick in the gut. A hero news bulletin that All Might would be holding a press conference at UA at noon to discuss what had happened the day before. Izuku groaned as he dropped his phone. This might be the first All Might press conference that he wouldn't bother watching. If someone had told Inko that her dead husband was going to show up at her door to lie to her and immediately kidnap her, she would have thought that person was crazy. I might still be going crazy. It had happened in a blur, which didn't help. Outside of their apartment building was a young man with grayish-blue hair in a suit, who politely introduced himself as Tenko. She had offered him a cough drop for his raspy voice, which seemed to irk the boy, and before she knew it, Hisashi had stuck her with a tranquilizer. Now she was captive. Captive in a gilded case of sorts, but captive all the same. The room was bigger than the entire apartment, a large king-sized bed in one corner, with a lovely couch and large television in the center of the room. A kitchen area was in the corner opposite of the bed that far outdid any of the appliances she'd ever had access to. She'd confused the cell with a luxury hotel room, if there were windows. Or the door wasn't barred and secured like some sort of nuclear bunker. Or that boy, Tenko, wasn't sitting at a desk to keep tabs on her. She'd woken up an hour ago and seen him there, going through his phone, and had laid there since, contemplating how to confront him. Was he a prisoner in this too? Or was he merely her guard? Would he end her the second she awoke? I know you're not actually asleep, his raspy voice called out. You stopped snoring a while ago. Well, I guess he's not going to end me. Inko sat up and took a good look at the boy. He seemed familiar, but she couldn't place her finger on it. Are you stuck here too then, young man? He let out a scoff. In a sense. Master has me guarding you. Inko recoiled slightly. Master? Guarding me? His own son guarding his wife? Another scoff. I'm not actually his kid. It was a trick. He put his phone down. Here, maybe you'll recognize me like this. He picked up a hand from the table and placed it over his face. Inko felt herself gasp involuntarily and scooch as far away from him on her bed as she could, not that it did much when he was already on the other side of the room. You're the Shigaraki boy from the League of Villains? You know, I used to think it was ridiculous. Like Superman being Clark Kent with just glasses, or Perry the Platypus and his fedora. But I guess it's not all that silly. I take the hand off my face, no one recognizes me. Shigaraki laughed. The steel door began to emit an alarm, making Inko jump. Locks could be heard coming undone from the other end, and the door swung open. For a brief moment, Inko thought of making a mad dash for it, but the sight of Shigaraki's cold eyes glaring at her from between the fingers of the hand he wore shut the thought down almost as quickly as it had begun. All for one stepped into the room, brushing himself off. Hello again, darling. Don't you effing darling me. She snapped, adrenaline overriding her senses as she yelled. What is the meaning of this, Hisashi? To her frustration, All for One just laughed. Again. Completely called for. You're just as fiery as I remember. You can't, she bit her lip, almost afraid to say the words, because the words would make her thoughts real. You can't really be Hisashi. Well, yes and no. All for One said. His smile turned more melancholic. I am the man you married, but I'm afraid I told you many falsehoods about who I was. Shigaraki shifted his weight from one foot to another. Master, should you really be telling her all this? All for One glanced at Shigaraki almost dismissively. Of course. Hero and villain business aside, this is my wife. I owe her an explanation. It was Inko's turn to scoff. You fake your death 10 years ago and have the gall to call yourself my husband? All for One smirked. There's a perfectly good reason for that, Inko. My real name is All for One. Well, I think it is. That's my quirk, and I've abandoned any other name decades ago. I think you saw me on television dismantling All Might. Inko's throat ran dry. That was you? You ended so many people. Well, that was only to get away, All for One shrugged. My only real target was All Might. That doesn't make it better. No, probably not. Another shrug from the villain. When you've ended as many people as me, you sort of stop caring. Anyway, that's besides the point. My quirk allows me to give and take quirks at will. That's why it's called All for One. Of course, quirks back in my day were a lot easier on the body to handle. As they've grown stronger, it was harder for my aging body to keep up. Even with my life-extending quirks, I kept weakening. To circumvent this, I've tried to reclaim a power I mistakenly gave away in my youth, a transferable quirk that would later become known as One for All. And what, does this have to do with me? Inko interrupted, equal parts terrified and furious. I'm getting there. To make a long story short, One for All has been passed down from generation to generation, a stockpiling nature that the first user had making each user stronger and stronger. The last person I knew to have this quirk was All Might. He, of course, was the mightiest user of One for All, so I needed to really hone which type of quirks to use. And about 20 years ago, I went to get an ally out of legal trouble to assist and, well, I met you. He paused, and Inko merely added, I remember. Her tone was stiff and devoid of any nostalgia he might have been feeling. Right? And for a time, well, I put my conquest ideals to rest. I was tired. I'd been in the game for so long. The thought, maybe, that I had been a criminal underground leader for so long that maybe it was time to put that life behind me. Retire. And what happened? Inko asked. All for One's face twisted a bit. It was wrong. 10 years ago, I was plagued with news stories of All Might's triumphs daily. With my power, in a fit of rage, All for One flipped over the desk Shigaraki had been sitting on onto the floor, scattering papers everywhere. From the papers, Inko could see Shigaraki had been doodling Sonic the Hedgehog characters while she slept, although that wasn't really important at the moment. So I figured, I could end it once and for all. Defeat All Might, reclaim my power, and give you and Izuku the life you deserved in my criminal empire. But, All for One laughed. All Might and left each other looking like hell. I was unrecognizable. On life support. Show her the picture, Shigaraki. Shigaraki held up a photo of All for One, Prieri healing. It was bad. Inko reflexively shuddered. So, I couldn't exactly crawl back home looking like that, All for One continued. And the loss rekindled my passion, my absolute hatred of heroics. So I faked my death and tried to put everything behind me. Inko felt her eyes welling up at the memory of Hisashi's death, cursing herself. She didn't want to feel sad, she was too pissed off. Fing leaky eyeballs. And then, yesterday, I learned something that made this reunion essential, All for One side. All Might has passed on the power. What does that have to do with me? Inko repeated with a scowl. All for One shook his head. Come now, Inko. Didn't you question when Izuku suddenly could perform feats of strength? Or how his drawings suddenly were in color and fully powered? Inko's eyes widened and she backed away. All for One grinned. Now you understand. You can't dash, she began, but the villain cut him off. I have no intention of ending our son, All for One said, holding his hands up in mock surrender. But I do need to get One for All from him. Then, you two can live in comfort while I burn down society and rebuild it from the ground up. So that people like myself and Tamura here can find our place in this god-forsaken world. Inko began, unable to think of an appropriate word to finish the statement. Mad? A villain? A monster? All for One asked. I've heard it all, and no matter how you finish that sentence, Inko, yes. I am. I make no pretense of being anything else. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. He turned to leave, glancing at Shigaraki. Notify me if she does anything rash. Yes, master, the teen replied. As he got to the door, he paused for a moment as Inko called after him. Was any of it real? Our marriage? Our vows? He didn't turn to face her, but he flipped the words in his mind a few times. He tilted his head to glance back ever so slightly. Of course it was. If it wasn't, I wouldn't hesitate to end you and the boy. He left, not bothering to look at the pale expression of his wife. Midoriya stared up at the ceiling, paying no mind to the gurgle in his stomach as he continued to ignore his body's demands for food. All Might's conference, and announcement that his body had given out on him, leaving him to focus solely on teaching the future generations of heroes echoed in his head. It was a nice speech. Nice enough. Midoriya had expected to hear some of those sentiments when All Might told him about retiring at the beginning of the semester. But this came months before it was supposed to, and from reviews he was reading online, people were already ripping it apart. Crime also exploded right after. All low-end stuff, convenience store robberies, petty theft, attempted grand theft auto, and all of it was stopped immediately by local heroes, but the sign was clear. Without the symbol of peace in action, faith in the ability of heroes had taken a big hit. Armageddon preppers were posting all over the web, saying this was the end of society as we knew it. People were beginning to blame mutation quirks as well, which never made much sense in Izuku's eyes, but he knew that discrimination ran pretty deep in certain parts of Japan. It makes sense, I guess. Izuku said to himself, and the ceiling. All Might has been seen as the unstoppable force. Even with more wins, no one respects Endeavor the way they do All Might. It leaves a power vacuum. He looked at his messages. He'd reached out to Rubber Fist to see if she could be of help, but she hadn't even read his message yet. Between joining agencies with Haru and the crime outbreak, I bet she's got her hands full too. But if all those heroes are going to be so busy, only I can save my mom, he said to himself, darkly. Truthfully, it had been a thought he'd been mulling over all day. He looked at the sketchbook next to him, where he'd drawn a portrait of his mother from memory to pass the time that morning. He didn't dare animate it. As much as he wanted to see his mom right now, his copies could never replace a real person. Silently, he stood and poured his books and notebooks out of his backpack, leaving only sketchpads for his animation quirk. He stuffed some clothes in there, as well as a spare toothbrush. Who knows how long this will take? I'll need to sneak my hero suit somehow. Maybe I should leave a note first, The pressure hit him almost as soon as he stood up. Not that he wanted to, but he really needed to use the bathroom. He considered drawing a toilet for himself, but unless he had a way to connect it to the building's plumbing, he'd just end up with his waist on the floor. He stepped onto his balcony, used float to lower himself to the ground, and used inkjet to open the small window in the boys' room and pull himself in. He exited the same way and pulled himself up to his balcony with inkjet. He was only slightly surprised to see Tokage had snuck in his room from the balcony in the few minutes he'd been gone. I left the balcony open. Hey Muscles, she said, sitting on his bed. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes were devoid of their mischievous spark. Her words even sounded hollow. He could feel the goosebumps on his arms. Already, and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end from the way she was looking at him. Hey Setsuna. Going somewhere? She said, gesturing her head towards the backpack on the ground, with a shirt sleeve poking out of the top. His breath hitched in his throat as he looked from his belongings to his girlfriend. She never dropped the fake smile, and the sight of it, looking uncanny on her normally jovial face, made the panic rise in his chest. I was going to leave a note, he replied, wincing as he realized that was the lamest reply he could have thought of. Quirk? Tokage's eyes glinted with something much darker than her usual mischief. Gonna justify it all with some magic words on a page? Setsuna? So you were going to write letters to all of us, or maybe just me and Reiko, or maybe the teachers, and then what? Go where? The interrogation was more terrifying than any of the what-if scenarios Midoriya had gone through with possible villain encounters. The only relief was that danger sense wasn't going off, so she didn't have any murderous intent. Or not yet, then I was. Setsuna, All for One has my mom. He replied. Yeah, I know, she replied. And if what you told me is true, this exactly what All for One wants? She tilted her head. You know that, right? Come on Izuku. You're smart. You might get ahead of yourself with your big ideas and get tunnel vision. Like asking Momo for a Sharpie at the sports festival instead of, another notebook, but you're smarter than this. Usually when Setsuna used his name instead of one of her nicknames, it was a rather romantic moment. This was not one of those times. I know that, but I can't just sit here and do nothing, Izuku protested. Funny, that's how I feel, she responded with a fake snicker. How often do you think Hawks gets involved in a missing persons case? Setsuna dashed. Never. The answer is never. Setsuna looked down at the backpack on the ground. Oh good. You remembered your toothbrush. Glad you're remembering dental hygiene on what is absolutely a suicide mission. I have to do this, Izuku said, forcing a firmness in his voice that he was questioning more and more each second. Why? I'm the only one who can stop him, Izuku replied. He rubbed the back of his neck. And he's going to stop at nothing to get me to come after him. See, this is why I'm the smart one, Setsuna said, standing up. He took your mother alive, and will keep her alive, because he wants to goad you out of this school. Out of the protection of UA, away from any pro-heroes and other students. He's luring you right into a trap, and you're staring at the trap saying, yeah, it's a trap, but while I'm going in anyways. It just feels like that's my only play here. He admitted. Like none of my options are good, so I have to take that one. No, it's the option you think you have to take because you decided to put the world on your shoulders. Tokage's smile had turned into a scowl now. Do you think you're the only person at this school who's going to make it big as a hero? In this class? She took a step forward. In this room? Izuku wished more than anything he could force his heart to calm down and beat at a normal speed. No. So you're not the only person here who's going to save people or fight villains? She took another step forward. Or, God forbid be able to help you? Izuku shook. I just don't want you to get H-. Don't. Setsuna hissed, making Izuku jump. Don't you finish that? Good. Damn. Sentence. She jabbed a finger into his chest. Don't you dare sit here and tell me you were going to run away so I wouldn't get hurt? Izuku gulped, feeling shame wash over him. You want to sit here and act like you're better than me? Better than all of us? Setsuna's voice was shaking now. I used to have this dumb dream that one day, you, Ghosty and me could have our own agency. Like Rubber Fist and Fox Noir. Be some FANG weird, ass-kicking family. Solving crimes and making up rhymes. But I guess you just think you're the only one who can really get things done. I didn't mean it like that, Izuku replied weakly, but he knew she was right. Setsuna and everyone else were not people who needed him to swoop in and save them. The guilt he was feeling just surged as he heard a weak sniffle from in front of him. He looked up in horror to see Setsuna struggling to hold in the tears. I'd follow you, you know that? Setsuna asked, shaking. I won't let you do this alone. So if you're still going to throw your FING life away, tell me now, because I'm coming with you whether you like it or not. That was it. The last of Izuku's resolve to run away shattered. He collapsed forward into her arms and began to sob, the weight of the last day finally crashing internally. She returned the embrace and sobbed too, clutching the back of his shirt desperately, as if he'd fly away if she let go. They stayed like that for quite some time, and it was the hardest Izuku could remember crying in ages. I'm sorry, Izuku shuddered when he finally calmed down, clutching her as hard as he could. I'm sorry. Dumbass. She muttered into his shoulder. I know you don't want to just sit here, but dying isn't going to fix anything. She pulled away, slightly. We'll figure something out, okay? He nodded, resting his forehead against hers. After a moment, he whispered. Thanks for talking some sense into me. She kissed him. That's what I'm here for. She looked down, looking a bit embarrassed. I love you, Izuku. Too much to let you do that. Love you too. He admitted sheepishly. She grinned. This time, it was her normal grin, full of life and mischief. You'd be stupid not to. Now come on. You haven't even eaten all day, have you? And that's what you're going to be up against, All Might explained to Endeavor, even-toned. The symbol of peace was not dumb. He might not have been the most academically gifted person, but he was perceptive enough to know Endeavor was not his biggest fan. He half expected gloating, or a scolding from the new #1 hero. But Endeavor rubbed his chin, somewhat thoughtfully. If I hadn't seen that all-for-one fellow in person, I'd be tempted to say you're lying, but, well, I was there. I guess you had more on your plate than I might have given you credit for. Endeavor shifted back into business mode. What of that missing woman he kidnapped? Did Hawks find any leads? He doesn't strike me as an investigative type. He found a trail that leads to a subway tunnel not far from the Midoriya apartment. All Might replied. From the time frame, there's only a few different places they could have gone. Send me the list. Endeavor replied curtly. I'll look into it. Thank you, All Might replied, bowing slightly. As he got up to leave, closing the door of Endeavor's office behind him, he swore he could feel the heat flare up. Guess he's taking this as well as could be expected. Of course we'll put our full focus onto this, Mitsuru said, blinking a few times in surprise. I'm sorry I didn't get back to you sooner about this. With all the attacks after the Prefecture Z incident, I was covering more ground than usual. Midoriya's breath hitched in his throat. So, you'll help us find my mom? Nothing would make us happier, Haru answered, beaming at the 3 work-study students in their employ. After all, you 3 have been it already, and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end from the way she was looking at him. Hey Setsuna. Going somewhere? She said, gesturing her head towards the backpack on the ground, with a shirt sleeve poking out of the top. His breath hitched in his throat as he looked from his belongings to his girlfriend. She never dropped the fake smile, and the sight of it, looking uncanny on her normally jovial face, made the panic rise in his chest. I was going to leave a note, he replied, wincing as he realized that was the lamest reply he could have thought of. Quirk? Tokage's eyes glinted with something much darker than her usual mischief. Gonna justify it all with some magic words on a page? Setsuna? So you were going to write letters to all of us, or maybe just me and Reiko, or maybe the teachers, and then what? Go where? The interrogation was more terrifying than any of the what-if scenarios Midoriya had gone through with possible villain encounters. The only relief was that danger sense wasn't going off, so she didn't have any murderous intent. Or not yet, then I was. Setsuna, All for One has my mom. He replied. Yeah, I know, she replied. And if what you told me is true, this exactly what All for One wants? She tilted her head. You know that, right? Come on, Izuku. You're smart. You might get ahead of yourself with your big ideas and get tunnel vision. Like asking Momo for a Sharpie at the sports festival instead of, another notebook, but you're smarter than this. Usually when Setsuna used his name instead of one of her nicknames, it was a rather romantic moment. This was not one of those times. I know that, but I can't just sit here and do nothing, Izuku protested. Funny, that's how I feel, she responded with a fake snicker. How often do you think Hawks gets involved in a missing persons case? Setsuna dashed. Never. The answer is never. Setsuna looked down at the backpack on the ground. Oh good. You remembered your toothbrush. Glad you're remembering dental hygiene on what is absolutely a suicide mission. I have to do this, Izuku said, forcing a firmness in his voice that he was questioning more and more each second. Why? I'm the only one who can stop him, Izuku replied. He rubbed the back of his neck. And he's going to stop at nothing to get me to come after him. See, this is why I'm the smart one, Setsuna said, standing up. He took your mother alive, and will keep her alive, because he wants to goad you out of this school. Out of the protection of UA, away from any pro-heroes and other students. He's luring you right into a trap, and you're staring at the trap saying, yeah, it's a trap, but while I'm going in anyways. It just feels like that's my only play here. He admitted. Like none of my options are good, so I have to take that one. No, it's the option you think you have to take because you decided to put the world on your shoulders. Tokage's smile had turned into a scowl now. Do you think you're the only person at this school who's going to make it big as a hero? In this class? She took a step forward. In this room? Izuku wished more than anything he could force his heart to calm down and beat at a normal speed. No. So you're not the only person here who's going to save people or fight villains? She took another step forward. Or, God forbid be able to help you? Izuku shook. I just don't want you to get H-. Don't. Setsuna hissed, making Izuku jump. Don't you finish that? Good. Damn. Sentence. She jabbed a finger into his chest. Don't you dare sit here and tell me you were going to run away so I wouldn't get hurt? Izuku gulped, feeling shame wash over him. You want to sit here and act like you're better than me? Better than all of us? Setsuna's voice was shaking now. I used to have this dumb dream that one day, you, Ghosty and me could have our own agency. Like Rubber Fist and Fox Noir. Be some FANG weird, ass-kicking family. Solving crimes and making up rhymes. But I guess you just think you're the only one who can really get things done. I didn't mean it like that, Izuku replied weakly, but he knew she was right. Setsuna and everyone else were not people who needed him to swoop in and save them. The guilt he was feeling just surged as he heard a weak sniffle from in front of him. He looked up in horror to see Setsuna struggling to hold in the tears. "I'd follow you, you know that?" Setsuna asked, shaking. "I won't let you do this alone. So if you're still going to throw your FING life away, tell me now, because I'm coming with you whether you like it or not." That was it. The last of Izuku's resolve to run away shattered. He collapsed forward into her arms and began to sob, the weight of the last day finally crashing internally. She returned the embrace and sobbed too, clutching the back of his shirt desperately, as if he'd fly away if she let go. They stayed like that for quite some time, and it was the hardest Izuku could remember crying in ages. I'm sorry," Izuku shuddered when he finally calmed down, clutching her as hard as he could. I'm sorry. Dumbass. She muttered into his shoulder. "I know you don't want to just sit here, but dying isn't going to fix anything." She pulled away, slightly. "We'll figure something out, okay?" He nodded, resting his forehead against hers. After a moment, he whispered, "Thanks for talking some sense into me." She kissed him. "That's what I'm here for." She looked down, looking a bit embarrassed. "I love you, Izuku. Too much to let you do that." "Love you too," he admitted sheepishly. She grinned. This time, it was her normal grin, full of life and mischief. "You'd be stupid not to. Now come on. You haven't even eaten all day, have you?" "And that's what you're going to be up against," All Might explained to Endeavor, even-toned. The symbol of peace was not dumb. He might not have been the most academically gifted person, but he was perceptive enough to know Endeavor was not his biggest fan. He half expected gloating, or a scolding from the new #1 hero. But Endeavor rubbed his chin, somewhat thoughtfully. "If I hadn't seen that all-for-one fellow in person, I'd be tempted to say you're lying, but, well, I was there. I guess you had more on your plate than I might have given you credit for." Endeavor shifted back into business mode. "What of that missing woman he kidnapped? Did Hawks find any leads? He doesn't strike me as an investigative type." "He found a trail that leads to a subway tunnel not far from the Midoriya apartment," All Might replied. "From the time frame, there's only a few different places they could have gone. Send me the list." Endeavor replied curtly. "I'll look into it." "Thank you," All Might replied, bowing slightly. As he got up to leave, closing the door of Endeavor's office behind him, he swore he could feel the heat flare up. Guess he's taking this as well as could be expected. "Of course we'll put our full focus onto this," Mitsuru said, blinking a few times in surprise. "I'm sorry I didn't get back to you sooner about this. With all the attacks after the Prefecture Z incident, I was covering more ground than usual." Midoriya's breath hitched in his throat. "So, you'll help us find my mom?" "Nothing would make us happier," Haru answered, beaming at the 3 work-study students in their employ. "After all, you 3 have been a huge help to Fisty and I." "Please don't call me that," Mitsuru muttered, blushing a bit. "To be so informal when we're on patrol." Reiko, Setsuna, and Izuku all bowed in thanks to their employers. "Thank you," Izuku stuttered out. Haru giggled and ruffled Izuku's hair. Through her rehabilitation, she was down to some compression gloves on her hands, and back to being able to use her quirk, though she still wasn't what she used to be with a sword. Always so formal. "Come on, we have lots of reports to look into today. Right? We've had a string of quirk-boosting drug deals in the area we need to look into," Mitsuru added, her tone turning stiff. "We need to resolve those, and then later tonight I'll start digging into what the police have on your mother, Vinci. Lizardy, you go with me for the North End. Emily and Vinci, go with Fox Noir to explore the South End." "Yes, ma'am." As the groups splintered off, Vinci asked Fox Noir, "I thought those quirk boosters were done for after the Yakuza raid?" "Well, we have reason to think this all-for-one character had enough sample to continue to leak back out into the public," Haru explained. "They're certainly harder to come by, which means gang violence has spiked as groups try to get their hands on it. So we deal with a few less boosted ruffians, but more violent breakouts of people trying to get their hands on the stuff. A catch-22 of sorts," Emily piped in. "Quite right," Fox Noir agreed. "I was able to recreate some of my quirk friends to overhear some things." Her brow furrowed, and her tone grew annoyed. "The city had the audacity to power wash them away while I was recovering." "Aw man," Vinci sighed. "That's terrible. Your graffiti always looked so cool." "Thank you as always, Vinci," Fox Noir replied, her voice bubbly once more. "I still haven't gotten my art style quite back the way I'd like after dealing with Stain, but I suppose function is the word when it comes to investigation work. Speaking of, She slowed down and matched pace with him. I appreciate you coming to myself and Rubber Fist for assistance with your mother. When I heard, I feared you would take off on your own, half-cocked and reckless. Midoriya tried his best to ignore the pointed glare Emily was giving him. Am I really that predictable? Thankfully I had some support in place, otherwise, yeah probably. Some shouting from down the road caught the attention of the heroes. Well then, looks like we're on the clock, my dears, Foxnor laughed. The three of them shoved through the crowd, when a pain in Midoriya's head warned him of murderous intent. Look out! The three, and a good chunk of the crowd, dove out of the way as the sound of gunshots tore through the crowd. Someone hit the ground, clutching his leg in pain as a hole tore straight through his calf. Haru looked through the crowd, doing her best to trace the trajectory. Her gaze led her to a man in ratty clothes and what looked like a mug handle protruding from the back of his otherwise normal head, pointing an index finger at the crowd. She frowned. That man has a finger gun quirk, and it looks to be severely boosted. I'll say, Midoriya frowned, ducking into an alley. Usually finger gun is like a tiny air cannon. That looked about as deadly as a real bullet. Quite right. Emily, can you disable the man's arms from here? Harest. Reiko peeked out from the alley and shook her head. I need to be in closer proximity. Then instead, use your quirk to pull people into the alleyway and out of his range, Haru advised. Emily followed suit, pulling confused civilian after confused civilian into their refuse. Vinci, draw something bulletproof for a quick takedown. Already on it, he said, scribbling the first thing that came to his head that was both bulletproof and maneuverable enough to allow him to get through the crowded streets. A full set of Iron Man armor. He slapped the drawing against his chest and animated it, immediately taking to the sky to hover over the civilians Reiko was pulling in. He flew over, making a beeline for the villain with the mug-like head. The villain yelped and took a few shots at Midoriya, who thankfully could barely feel the recoil from under his armor. Pulling back his arm and charging up color fill to only 10%, he hit the villain with a flying uppercut. The mug-headed man was knocked back a good 10 meters or so, knocked out before he even hit the ground. Well, that's good. Midoriya sighed. Ugh, how annoying, a feminine voice grunted from his left. Command / delete armor. Wait, what? Vinci cried as suddenly his Iron Man armor was poofed off of him, leaving not even a piece of paper like normal. He was able to see the culprit pretty quickly, a girl with hip-length brown hair with keyboards on her sleeves. But before he could question her quirk further, danger sense alerted him to a lethal intent to his left. Still fueled by color fill, he cartwheeled to his right as the crowd dispersed, just barely dodging a sword that had looked to vivisect him. The sword wielder was a tall, muscular figure in a cloak, wearing a white helmet with some strange antlers on top. They almost resembled some sort of beetle's mandibles. Anyway, good swordsmanship, Bug Knight. Another tall man in a hoodie with a bright red breastplate attached to it. We'll show this hooligan what it means when you engage in tomfoolery with the indie gang. The what? Midoriya questioned, baffled at the loud and bombastic gang leader. He wasn't sure. Maybe he was just the loudest one. Anyway, was all Vinci got in response. Bones erupted from the hooded leader's arms and began flying towards Vinci. Inkjet erupted from his hands, knocking the bones away, but then they began to levitate and charge towards him again, along with the one who had been called Bug Knight. Diverting Inkjet, he swung up onto a streetlight, dodging both attacks. No way I'll get a chance to draw something with 3-on-1 tactics. That one controls Bones, that one. Just seems to have a sword, and the girl. Command / delete lamppost. Suddenly, Midoriya plummeted towards the earth, just barely landing on his feet. Guess she can delete objects. Come on guys, I'm sure we can talk this out, he said, trying his best to sound confident. He was trying to pick up on Tokai's trash talk the bad guys during a fight to throw them off, but it didn't come as naturally to him. Bug Knight and the bones from the hooded man came charging towards him again, Midoriya's mind whirring. The hooded man was using the same 10 bones he'd originally shot, so Vinci guessed that was his limit, and he used his quirk to continuously control them. Just like Pony's quirk. He backflipped away from Bug Knight's sword and ducked behind a car as the bones still came shooting after him. Let's see if that girl. Command / delete car. Yep. Vinci grinned to himself. By deleting the car, the girl with the long brown hair and keyboards on her arms left herself wide open. Combining inkjet and color fill, he wrapped a tentacle around the girl and threw her into the hooded man with the bones. The two both yelped in pain, and the bones that had in hot pursuit of Midoriya clattered against the pavement. Bug Knight took the opportunity to strike, swinging their blade down where Midoriya was. Midoriya had barely enough time to roll to his right to avoid getting cleaved. Before he could think of a counterattack, the helmet that Bug Knight was wearing lifted off their head, revealing the face of a very shocked, muscular woman, before it was flipped over and crashed down into her head. As Bug Knight fell to the ground unconscious, Vinci saw Emily standing behind where Bug Knight had been, giving him a small smile. "Civilians have been cleared," she advised. Vinci heaved a sigh of relief. "Thanks for the assist. Let's secure these 4-. And you'll never catch us alive." Emily and Vinci looked up, surprised to see the hooded man and keyboard girl running away, the man's bones floating in a circle around them to clear out pedestrians. "Stationary, shut up," the girl hissed. Fox Noir, who had joined them, quickly waved. "I'll secure these too, go catch them." Emily and Vinci took off running after the 2 remaining members of the indie gang, who were using the crowds to evade them. Vinci dialed up color fill to 15% to catch up, while Emily used a new support item she had requested, a collapsible board she could manipulate underneath her to surf through the air using her quirk to catch up. "And why did you take this?" Stationary yelled, flinging the bones back behind him. He hadn't thought that Yanagi's poltergeist was stronger than the control over his own bones. Yanagi took control of the bones and sent them right back at him, crashing into Stationary's legs and sending him sprawling out on the ground. "Command, \delete hoverboard." The girl shouted, deleting Yanagi's hoverboard. Yanagi managed to hit the ground on her feet and continued to use her quirk to pin down Stationary. "Go, I've got this one," Emily commanded, her usual timidness vanishing, just like his did when facing a villain. Izuku charged after the girl, closing the gap on her quickly. "Command \delete asphalt." Suddenly, Midoriya found himself and the villain falling through the street into the sewers. He smirked to himself, activating float as the girl landed in the sludge of the streets below him. That seemed kind of short-sighted, he quipped as the girl tried to climb out of the river of gunk onto the walkway. "Sure you don't want to quit while you're ahead?" He held his hands behind his back and used inkjet to draw on his sketchpad out of her field of vision. "You float too? What kind of freak are you?" She groaned. "The kind that poof, is going to shoot you with a tranquilizer." And, true to his word, he animated the tranquilizer gun and shot it at the villainess. She yelped and tried to run, but this only succeeded in her getting shot in the butt instead of the arm. "I've been shot. In the butt, by a dart," she gasped, sleepily, before collapsing on the pavement. She let out a snore like a dump truck. "You sure did," Midoriya chuckled to himself, wrapping her up with inkjet and floating back up to the street. He made sure to carry the unconscious villainess with inkjet a few feet away from him. She didn't exactly smell great after plunging into the sewer gunk. As he did, he got a good look at some of the people on the streets. Some were applauding, but some looked relatively uneasy. He strained his ears, trying to listen to what people might be saying. It was hard, but he picked up on a few things. "Did you see that? He's the one from the sports festival. He got more quirks? Maybe he just drew them like the fire stuff? But what's he going to do about all that sheet she deleted? All Might would have gotten it done in a third of the time." He did his best not to let the words get to him, but suddenly his eyes and mouth felt awkward no matter how he tried to position them. As he made his way back to where Reiko and Haru were waiting, Reiko had a similar expression of unease. From the look on Fox Noir's face, she could tell the crowd was uneasy, but she was refusing to let it bother her. "Excellent work, Emily and Vinci," she said, smiling warmly. "You two have grown so much since we last worked together." "Well, I'll say they have." The 3 heroes turned towards the voice, and Midoriya and Yanagi recognized its source as the blue-skinned reporter who had written a story about Mitsuru back when they were looking for Stain. "Kizuki Chitose," she introduced herself to Haru, "but just call me Chitose." "Ah," Haru responded, her voice a bit stiffer. "Yes, Rubber Fist told me all about the lovely story you wrote for her." Charmed, Chitose beamed. "Looks like she got what she wanted. You're back on the streets with her, and your little sidekicks here, keeping Shibuya safe from these troublemakers." By now, the authorities had arrived, and were restraining Bug Knight, the mug-headed man, the keyboard girl, and Stationary. Detective Minato was there, and briefly exchanged a few words with Haru. During that time, Chitose did not budge, and never took her eyes off of Haru, much to the discomfort of Midoriya and Yanagi. Once done with the authorities, Haru did her best to ignore the reporter. "Well then, let's rejoin Rubber Fist and Lizardy, you two," she commanded. Any dealings here would have been scared off in the kerfuffle. Mind if we walk and talk? The reporter asked, brandishing a notepad and pencil. I'd love to get a follow-up piece now that your darling partner was able to put Stain away. I suppose I can't stop you, Haru replied curtly. Midoriya and Yanagi followed behind the two, exchanging glances as Haru gave short answers to Chitosa's many questions. Something is off about the woman, Haru sighed as they sat down at their agency, which was still at Haru's strange house. As part of the merger, Mitsuru had just moved her agency inside. When she writes about heroes, they tend to end up hospitalized or worse. Isn't that normal when you get more attention? Tokage asked, grabbing her civilian clothes from her backpack. To an extent, Mitsuru answered. But there is something odd about the amount of buzz she can generate. It far exceeds what a normal reporter can do. I looked into that during my rehabilitation, Haru piped in. She's backed by the Counterattack company, so I'm sure some of that buzz is fueled by the almighty dollar. The Counterattack company? Yanagi asked. Who are they? They make individual items fitting people with quirks that make them unable to buy anything standardized, Midoriya answered, almost automatically. Everyone turned to him curiously, and he blushed before adding. Did they make a lot of S-support items for Ryukyu and others? Tokage snickered. Leave it to our pro-hero encyclopedia to know that. I didn't much trust her either, Mitsuru said. I still don't. But I did need her ability to generate press. It worked, but now she's always trying to follow up with us. Talks about how strong my quirk is and how much higher in the rankings I should be. Still, we all performed admirably today. Lizardy and I were able to find a dealer of quirk boosters. Hopefully the authorities can squeeze some information out of him. A productive day, no doubt, Haru nodded. You three change, will prepare something to eat, and you can be on your way back to school. Rubber Fist and I will look into seeing if these drugs trace back to All for One in any way. Midoriya heaved a sigh of relief as he took his clothes and trudged up the stairs. Just hang on, Mom. Inko smiled as she watched the news on television. The brief story of her boy and his pro-hero stopping the indie gang or whoever was all the confirmation she needed that Izuku hadn't immediately fallen into his father's trap of getting him to come chasing after the villain. It felt like a weight was lifted off her shoulders. Guess he's more clever than I estimated, Shigaraki scoffed from behind the couch she was sitting on. That, or someone managed to talk some sense into him. Probably Tokage, the mother admitted internally. Well then what happens now? He'll come. Just maybe not today, Shigaraki replied, ominously. Master has resources? Before the conversation could continue further, Inko could hear the faint gurgling of Shigaraki's stomach. I hope some of those resources include stocking that kitchen. There's food for you, the villain replied, an annoyance evident in his tone. Master requested you to be as comfortable as possible. Well then, Inko said, standing up and brushing herself off. What am I making for us? She didn't see the flabbergasted look Shigaraki gave her back as she walked over to the kitchen. He tripped over his response. You don't, Master dashed, he cleared his throat. Master will provide for me. You're hungry and there's far more in here than I can eat without it going bad, Inko objected as she opened the fridge. How's Katsudon? I've never had it. Shigaraki replied in a guarded tone. What? Then you're in for a treat, she hummed to herself. She was in something of a good mood, knowing her son had, at the least, outsmarted All for One. Or her husband. But it was confusing. Well, you don't get a lot of home-cooked meals when you're laying low in a criminal organization, Shigaraki shrugged, before he realized he was getting a little too friendly. But I refuse to eat anything dash. Oh, stop being so stubborn, she hissed. If Hisashi is going to leave you in here with me 24/7, then I'm going to feel weird if you don't eat with me. And he said to make me comfortable, didn't he? She pulled some pans out from under the stove. Doesn't that man know this space is the broiler? You're not supposed to put pans here. I swear, he never listened when we were married. Guess we still are. Shigaraki ran her words through his head like they were calculus equations. Well, all right then, he grumbled. There was something soothing about the train ride back to UA in the evening. At least, in Izuku's opinion. Heading to Shibuya was always accompanied by a feeling of anxiousness. Knowing that they could run into a villain or be responsible for saving a life always gave Midoriya the butterflies in his stomach. But coming home after a long afternoon and evening of patrol gave him a sense of relief. He stood on the train, holding a support over his head, while Yanagi and Tokage sat in front of him. He wished he could sit down so he could draw and take notes on the indie gang, but he figured he could do it when he got home. Hey, so you guys know we aren't working Sunday, right? Tokage asked suddenly. Yes, of course, Yanagi replied. I assume you have some sort of extroverted activity you'd like us to participate in? I wish, Tokage replied, playing with her fingers. The strange behavior of the normally energetic member of their group made Midoriya title his head at her. What's up? Well, the green-haired girl sighed. My parents wanted me to bring you two by for the afternoon now that we're dating. She rubbed the back of her neck. You know, since they haven't seen much of me since moving in. Oh, of course. Izuku replied, smiling. I can do that. Indeed, that sounds lovely, Reiko agreed. Are you sure? Setsuna asked. Kind of feel bad asking us to do that with Freckles' mom being AWOL? Nah, Izuku shook his head. Like you said to me, we're doing everything we can. Everyone is. If I let it get to my head, I'll end up messing up. I think she's looking for an excuse to escape the matter, Reiko interjected. Which, considering who your sister is understandable. Wow, way to call me out, Tokage grumbled, rubbing the back of her neck. Alright, I'll let them know we're in. Just hope Sakura isn't. Yanagi wrapped an arm around her girlfriend's shoulder and gave it a supportive squeeze. Fret not. We'll be there for you. Thanks, Casper. Shigaraki felt thrown. He had strict orders to keep Inko comfortable and secure. All for One was very specific about no harm befalling Inko unless absolutely necessary. He wasn't supposed to be friendly with her, right? Eri was implied. He needed the girl to have a certain amount of trust for Shigaraki and All for One. And the villain had never disciplined or corrected Shigaraki when he had found them playing video games together. Inko was different. She inherently knew everything about the plan. Well, as much as Shigaraki did. She was explicitly a hostage, and everything he knew about hostages made it seem like he should not engage in conversation with her. She was just making that exceedingly difficult. Well, how is it? She asked. There's more if you'd like some. You look like you haven't eaten in days. Probably because I haven't. He thought to himself. It's delicious. Thank you. He winced. Shouldn't thank the hostage either. Truth be told, it was the most delicious thing he'd ever eaten. But he wasn't just going to come out and say that. Oh good, I'm glad. Inko smiled. This is Izuku's favorite. Isashi always loved it too. Isashi. The name rattled in Shigaraki's skull. He'd never known it as one of his master's aliases, in all the time he'd known him. Or even that he'd given up the life of crime for nearly a decade and a half at one point. What? Shigaraki began, before the sentence died in his throat. What's that? Inko asked. Shigaraki swallowed hard. He might get reprimanded, but his curiosity was getting the better of him. What was he like? Who? Master, he answered. Back when he was Hisashi. Bonus, Midoriya's notes on the indie gang. As a whole. Alright, so I did some research on the internet about these guys, and apparently they're supposed to be based of characters from indie games back from the mid-2010s to early 2020s. Retro gaming is always fun, but to make a villain gimmick out of it? Interesting, I guess. Their quirks fit, so that's something. Before this they actually have pulled off a fair number of heists and robberies, but no one's really heard of them somehow? Mughead, so this guy was of course based on Cuphead and Mugman. Makes sense, he had a mug handle in the back of his head and a finger gun quirk. He just mashed the two names together, so that's not particularly creative. He was the one who took the most quirk boosters for sure. Finger gun is a weak quirk. Under normal circumstances, you can flip switches or maybe shoot out a light bulb with it, but against a person you're just going to mildly irritate them. It usually can't even draw blood. So to boost it to the point of functioning like an actual gun is pretty serious. Bug Knight. What I found out is that this girl based her entire persona around the bug from Hollow Knight. Makes sense, she used a sword and wore the beetle helmet and all. She was pretty nimble despite being tall and bulky. I couldn't tell from the fight, but her quirk, Bug, lets her stick her hands and feet to walls to climb up them slowly. Probably wouldn't have done much for her under the circumstances. Would have been cool to see. I'll probably draw her on some walls. Stationary. A wholesale ripoff of Papyrus from Undertale, from down to his Bone Meringue, quirk, to his catchphrase of Nye. Self-proclaimed leader of the gang, I think the other three just follow him around because his schemes usually work despite how loud and attention-drawing he is. He was on quirk boosters too, but not too many. Usually his quirk only lets him control 3 bones, so 10 was something. Has the most online presence. Obsessed with spaghetti? Moniker considers herself a kindred spirit of Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club. I wonder if she'd get along with Toga? Her quirk, Delete, lets her erase something from existence by saying, Command \delete X. Pretty scary. According to what I've read, it doesn't work on people at least. Hopefully. She's restrained with a muzzle. By all indications, she's the actual brains of the group, but no one actually listens to her, kinda sad. Has an entire subreddit dedicated to her thighs. Apparently, Tokage is part of it. The question surprised Inko. Why this villainous person would have an interest in All for One's brief life as a civilian wasn't readily apparent to her, but she shrugged and figured she'd answer the question. Well, hard as it is to say now, he was an ideal husband. Not that we never had our squabbles, but he always made me feel loved. Worked in an office, or at least, that's what he told me, but always came home at a decent time, doted on me and Izuku when he was little. We didn't have much but we had a good life. He was a bit of a romantic. She frowned. I guess that's why part of this still doesn't feel real, truly. It's so unlike him. Shigaraki nodded along to her explanation, though it was mostly for show. He couldn't imagine ever seeing the man do anything warm or loving. Wonder if the League had been around longer, if we would have developed some sort of camaraderie or something. Does seem a lot different. Yes, this All for One persona certainly doesn't scream nurturing, Inko frowned. Makes me wonder if it was all a lie. Shigaraki said nothing, but he had to wonder if the accommodations for this hostage would be nearly as good if there was no lasting affection there. Or what sort of callousness would make someone just discard it? It brought to mind his own father. Shigaraki shook the thought out of his head. All for One was better than his father. All for One was the one who took him in when no one else would. But there was a nagging thought in the back of his mind that whispered, because you were more useful to his plans. The shortened classes that came on a Saturday were a godsend for Midoriya. Between work study and school, a lot of his free time was dedicated to homework, and maybe a drawing here or there. He hoped he'd have time to at least relax a little bit that evening after work study, after managing to finish the weekend's homework during lunch. The bell rang, and he got up to go to the locker room to change for work. He slung his back over his shoulders, turned around, and let out a small scream of surprise as Kodai had snuck up on him. Hey Kodai. Sorry? She let out a small smirk as Midoriya began to walk, followed by Yanagi and Tokage. Sakai, she said. You wanna hang tonight? Haven't really talked since the thing. He frowned, guiltily. Another problem with work study was the lack of time he had for Tokage and Yanagi, let alone any of his friends outside of those two. I have work study tonight with Tokage. Kodai looked at Yanagi questioningly. The project they have requires stealth and less attention, so only 2 of us were required, Yanagi explained. And I fear my math grades are suffering slightly, so I volunteered to devote myself to my studies this evening. Ah, Kodai nodded. Midoriya gave her a sheepish look. If I get back at a decent time we can hang out. I'm sorry. Kodai just nodded. Sakai, you got work? Yeah, Freckles here is in high demand, Tokage joked, slinging an arm around Midoriya's shoulder. But I bet us 2 here will nail this operation in no time. The statement drew a small smirk from Kodai as Yanagi suggested, well, if you'd like, you can join me while I study. I don't mind your company. Yui blinked at her a few times, which the other 3 had learned was her way of thinking things over. Yeah, okay. Great. Tokage beamed, before adding with a snicker, don't get too wild, you two. Kodai hummed, nonchalantly, as the 2 rather quiet girls departed from the greenettes. Hope they don't burn the place down, Tokage joked, elbowing Midoriya in the side. He gave her a smirk back. I'm sure they'd get a noise complaint before it got that far. She cackled. Oh man, there's those quips I knew you were working on. Come on. Haru and Mitsuru are waiting. An hour or so later, the 4 were drinking some coffee during their stakeout. Lizardy and Rubber Fist had tracked the quirk-boosting drug to a location behind a movie theater. Lizardy was levitating her eyes around the perimeter, looking for anyone suspicious. Intel from Fatgum suggests he's got the same drugs in his city, Rubber Fist said, scrolling through an email on her phone. If we can get correlating information, we might be able to locate the source. Delightful man, I'd love to work with him again, Haru nodded. Be sure to wish him luck on his stakeout tonight. Aw man, I'd love to meet Fatgum. Midoriya chirped. He's so cool. Got a lot of notes on him, huh Freckles? Lizardy teased, going to nudge him with her elbow and completely missing because her eyes weren't on her head. Where are you? To your left, he replied. And be quiet, you'll ruin the stakeout if you're too loud. Yeah, her eyeless body said, stumbling over to him. What do you think Yanagi and Kodai are up to? Yanagi finished her last math problem, allowing herself a sigh of satisfaction as she stood up and stretched. Being hunched over her desk for the last hour certainly wasn't helping her posture. She looked over at Kodai, who was sitting on Yanagi's bed reading an Ultraman comic. The completed. How's your book? Kodai glanced up and gave her a thumbs up. Good. Do you mind if I sit next to you and put on a horror movie? Kodai nodded and gave a small hum of confirmation. She scooted over as Yanagi sat down. Thank you. I will admit, I like your company. Setsuna and Izuku are dear to my heart, but they can both be a bit overwhelming at times. Yanagi admitted. Kodai gave a small breath of a laugh. Same. You're cool. The two exchanged small smiles to each other. Hang on, Fox Noir hissed to the other three on the movie theater rooftop. Something strange is happening in the rear parking lot. Creeping over to the ledge, Mitsuru and Midoriya peered over the top of the ledge. Tokage floated her eyes over the top of their heads. A man with a skull mask had ducked between a few cars, and was meeting with a tall muscular man. The big guy looks kind of familiar, Tokage hissed. Haru looked through a pair of binoculars. Quite right. That looks like Slide and Go. I'd recognize that bizarre chin and beady eyes anywhere. He's meeting with someone from the Creature Rejection clan. Midoriya had to stop himself from shouting. Slide and Go had a reputation of being strange, but ultimately pretty nice as far as pro-heroes go. The only reason why would he be meeting with one of them? Haru clicked her tongue. Well, from what I see, selling them Quirk trigger boosters. Never thought he'd be the one behind all that. Setsuna's eyes rejoined the rest of her body to form a scowl. Should we strike? No, Mitsuru replied, shortly. No, if these quirk-boosting drugs are circulating with the help of a pro-hero, we need much, much more evidence before we take anyone down. This just got a lot more complicated. Reiko jumped slightly closer to Kodai during a jump scare. Sorry. She glanced over at Kodai, and was admittedly impressed that Kodai was as stone-faced as ever. Her eyes had maybe widened just slightly at the monster popping up in the mirror, but it was hardly noticeable. Kodai looked back at her, making unflinching eye contact. Yanagi blushed a bit, realizing just how close the two of them were. Sorry, she repeated. I don't mind, Yui replied, bluntly. She moved a bit closer. Feels kind of lame we're back on patrol when we know Slide and Go is the one selling, Lizardy grumbled as she, Vinci, and Rubber Fist were walking the streets. Haru is back at the agency coordinating with Fat Gum, Mitsuru grunted. Slide and Go isn't exactly high-ranking. If Fat Gum can figure out who's selling in his district, we can try and figure out if they have a common supplier. That'll make getting the necessary information on taking down a corrupted pro all that easier. This happens a lot? Midoriya asked, trying to keep the disappointment from his tone. Mitsuru hummed a bit as she thought about it. Often enough that there's a process that needs to be followed. Being a licensed pro comes with certain expectations. There's a reason you need a special license. Using the benefits of being a pro hero to conduct illegal activity, drug trafficking included, comes with heavier penalties than just anyone doing it. Which is why you make sure everything is in line before busting someone for it. Haru is, by all accounts, one of Japan's leading experts on this, and it's mainly why she isn't more popular. So she has a reputation as a narc? Lizardy asked. The question was met with glares from both Vinci and Rubber Fist. I didn't mean, you know. Rubber Fist relaxed a bit. Essentially, there are a lot of heroes who are on edge now that Stain has made people question many pros' drives. People who are more in it for the money don't want to buddy up to Fox Noir for fear that she'll find a reason to turn them in. Not that she'd be so callous to do it for something petty, but they don't know that. That tracks, Setsuna shrugged. Kendo was telling me that Iwabami talked a lot of shit about Fox Noir. Rubber Fist rolled her eyes. She would. Izuku and Setsuna exchanged glances, wondering if there was some backstory there. By Rubber Fist. The three looked around as did the civilians around them, who began to clamor and squeal in excitement. The current number 2 hero, Hawks, was flapping his wings a good 10 meters above them. Been looking for you, he said, ignoring the flashing cameras of the people below him. He gave the civilians a quick wave and a few fangirls screamed. I'll say, this isn't your usual area, Rubber Fist replied, arms folded. Well, I figure the sidekicks can hold the fort for a night. Just stopped by your agency and heard some news from Noir. He picked at his ear nonchalantly, looked at the earwax on his finger, and flicked it aside. Maybe we should go somewhere private to discuss what we found, yeah? I think your sidekicks will be interested to know. Midoriya's blood ran cold at the words. Mitsuru hummed and nodded. Alright, let's head back to the agency and exchange information. away from prying eyes. Her eyes twitched to the increasing presence of cell phone camera lights and the sound of shuddering snaps. "Meet you there," he shrugged, turning in midair and flying back towards Haru's office. "Oh man, he's so cool." Setsuna nearly swooned. "Pompous is the word I would use," Mitsuru muttered. "He can be whatever he wants as long as he knows what's going on with Mom." Midoriya thought to himself. "Man, maybe I should shape up," Hawks laughed. "Fat gum, and you guys nearly have all the information I found out." He was seated at the head of Haru's dining table. No one could sit next to him without getting pushed by his wings. "What do you mean?" Haru asked, pouring some coffee for the five of them. "Well, the biggest consumer of these drugs has been the Creature Rejection Clan. I've seen more and more of them buying this stuff than anyone. But they hardly use it. They're stashing it up, and for something big. Whatever those bigots are planning isn't good. But they're far from the only buyers. And Slide and Go isn't the only pro I found selling." "Who?" Setsuna asked, leaning forward. "A whole bunch of local heroes from Daika City. But oddly enough, they're only selling outside of the city," Hawks frowned. "Fat Gum caught one of them just the other night. How'd you track them from there?" Midoriya asked. "Oh, looking for your mom," Hawks replied, taking a long drink of the coffee. "Oh wow, this stuff is great. You make this?" "Damn. Thank you." Haru beamed, ignoring Midoriya's jaw hitting the floor. What about my mom?" Midoriya piped in, trying to re-steer the conversation back to the point. Right. Hawks laughed, not sensing the desperation coming from the green-haired boy. "So, after tracking down the trail of your mother's kidnapping, I narrowed Daika City down as the place she was taken. And right after that, all these Quirk-related drugs have been coming out of there. I was kind of wondering why we were focusing on the drugs and not the kidnapping," Setsuna said. "But if they're related, right? So, after speaking to the Hero Association, I get to play undercover mole," Hawks explained. "Which means I need you guys to lay low on both Slide and Go and any other big operations." Mitsuru clicked her tongue. "That puts more drugs on the streets, and more people like the indie gang out there to harass people?" Hawks shrugged. "I'm not saying it's ideal. But if you and Fat Gum took down the trader pros now, the head honchos out there will replace them before you finish the paperwork, and keep them even more hidden. You keep your areas safe, and I'll figure out who's behind all this." He glanced over to Midoriya and curled his lip up. "And that includes finding out where your mom is." Mitsuru didn't look pleased, but Haru reached over and grabbed her hand. "Undercover work is some of the most crucial when it comes to information gathering. Hawks is right, whether we like it or not." She gave the number 2 hero and bright smile. "You have our full support. Please, let us know if there is anything we can do to assist you." Hawks grinned. "Gladly. I have the full backing of Endeavor and a lot of the other top 10, but if I need a touch with a little more finesse, I'll turn to you guys. Not gonna lie, I like your guys' style." He stood to leave, but Izuku blurted out, As Hawks quirked an eyebrow at Midoriya, he nervously stuttered. "Thank you for doing all this for my mom." "Well, no secret I hate the investigative stuff, but there's a lot riding on this one, kid," Hawks answered, his tone as cocky as ever. "Don't mention it." Haru saw him out, thanking him for the help, but came back with a sigh as she looked from her partner to her sidekicks. "Well, I'm not sure this is one we'll have resolved before the work study ends." Both Midoriya and Tokage looked down at their laps. They hadn't given it much thought, but work studies would be ending in a week's time. As students, they should be focusing on the upcoming cultural festival, but it was rather difficult under the circumstances. It's okay," Midoriya replied, forcing a smile as he looked up at the 2 pros. "I trust that you guys will do your best. Just please keep me updated on whatever you find out." A warm smile returned to Haru's face as she assured him she would. "After all you've done to assist me, I won't rest until I've secured your mother. You have my word." "I wish we could tell everyone we got to meet Hawks," Tokage sighed as they approached the 1B dorm. "Do you know how jealous they'd be? Meeting one of the highest ranking and youngest pro heroes ever? Talk about a way to end the work-study program." "I don't mind trying to stay out of the spotlight for once," Midoriya responded sheepishly. "I hope we didn't keep Yanagi and Kodai waiting for too long." "Those two? What's the worst they got up to? Napping too loudly?" Tokage snickered. Izuku rolled his eyes as they opened the common room doors. It was early enough that most everyone was still lounging around. Kenda gave them a friendly grin before turning back to her laptop. "Hey guys. Work study going well?" "Pretty uneventful tonight," Tokage lied. "Just some lowlifes trying a mugging. Can't fight a hero ender every day," Kendo teased. Perish the thought, Iber grimaced from the next seat over. I'm glad you two don't have to go through such things on a constant matter. Yeah, don't go dying before you beat me at Smash Brothers, Juzo added from the opposite couch. That goes for both of you. Pretty sure Tokage is close enough in skill. You've got a ways to go, Midoriya. Thanks guys, Midoriya replied, rubbing the back of his neck. Filling me with confidence. You won't go beating me again with that weak little Mac game, Tokage teased, drawing a laugh from Tetsu. I'll get good. The two marched upwards towards Yanagi's room, glad to have been so warmly received by their friendlier classmates. I wonder how the rest of them would have reacted if I had up and left, Midoriya thought to himself. I'm sure Aways would have been glad, but the thought was cut short as Tokage opened the door to Yanagi's room, revealing Yanagi and Kodai in a very intense makeout session, hands all over each other. The two jumped apart at the sound of the door, and all four of them began to grow red in the face. Yo, waha way it? Tokage half shouted at the sight. You despicable heathen, don't you ever knock? Yanagi cried out, using her quirk to levitate the two of them in and slam the door behind them. Kodai's reaction, despite her blush, was of course much more subdued. Oh, you're back. Here, Izuku stuttered. Were W interrupting? Yanagi looked like she wanted to stutter something out, but Kodai replied, just some making out. A silence hung over the room, Kodai's unflinching eyes scanning every other person as they tried to figure out what to say next. So, you're into Casper too, huh? Tokage asked, rubbing the back of her neck. Kodai nodded. We were watching a movie. She got close. Got the urge to kiss her. So I did. Yanagi nodded along meagerly beside her. That's about how she figured she liked me, isn't it? Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck. So, are you? You part of our sweet polyamory group now? Tokage beamed. Kodai looked down, seemingly in thought. Well, yeah, nothing really phases her, huh? Midoriya thought, grinning a little. Can I keep having some alone time with Reiko? Yui asked. Feeling rather put on the spot, Tokage and Midoriya both looked at Yanagi, who was busy hiding behind one of her pillows at the audacity of the entire situation. Yeah, all right, Tokage shrugged, looking back at Izuku. We'll catch you two later. Awkwardly, Izuku and Setsuna both retreated from Reiko's room, shutting the door behind them. They shuffled down the stairs towards Setsuna's room, and about halfway down Setsuna devolved into a fit of giggles. What? Izuku asked. She just giggled harder. Izuku began to laugh as well. Oh, snort, of all the things I figured they'd get up to, that was not one of them, she snickered, rubbing her eyes. Me either, he replied sheepishly. But, I mean, you asked me to bring her into the polycule or whatever. I guess Reiko did it first. Yeah, but I gotta admire Statue's gumption, Tokage replied as they entered her room. When she wants something she goes for it. She flopped down on her bed. I'll need to have some one-on-one time with her soon, make sure her and I click. Izuku sat down next to her. You click with just about everyone, Set. You're too friendly not to. She gave a light scoff. Doesn't mean she'll fall for me. She leaned against Izuku's shoulder. Want to watch a movie? I'm too tired for video games. Yeah, we can do that, he agreed, the two leaning back against her pillows. Shigaraki had very few instructions when he spoke to All for One earlier that day about his continued assignment of guarding Midoriya Inko. Luring out Midoriya Izuku will be a bit more challenging than I thought, All for One had explained. My influence has waned due to these setbacks. Dr. Garaki has abandoned the Nomu project. He'll be reassigned to another project to keep Izuku busy. However, I have struck an allegiance with a certain benefactor that can help grow the rising distrust between society and heroes. For now, just keep Inko pacified. Keep your wife pacified. Got it? He had nodded. All for One seemed to flinch at the word, wife, but nodded all the same. In time, when we find Gigantomachia, we'll have already won. After that conversation, All for One had left, leaving Shigaraki alone with Inko. The vague instructions left the boy rather uncomfortable. Eri never asked uncomfortable questions. Eri asked annoying questions, sure, but that just seemed like something little kids would often do. So when Inko insisted on making him dinner again, and asked him, so how did you end up associated with my husband, he wasn't sure what to answer. Or if he should answer at all. Inko, to her credit, saw the look of shock that was on his face, even if it was obscured by his father's hand. Oh dear, did I put you on the spot? Shigaraki relaxed. Why am I letting this old woman get in my head? Sensei would be ashamed. Master saved me, he answered, simply. When no one else would. Her expression softened, and Shigaraki hated it. It was a sympathetic look, but it wasn't one of pity. Still, he was someone to be feared. Hated. Not looked at with, "Well, then I'm glad he did," she answered, giving him a smile. Left speechless, Shigaraki gave a small nod and continued to eat. Setsuna seemed oddly quiet for her normal movie-watching behavior. It was another difference between his two girlfriends, 3 now I guess, that he enjoyed. Yanagi would watch a movie in gripped silence, while Setsuna would make wisecracks that had him giggling throughout. So the fact that she hadn't ripped into the C-tier movie was enough to make Midoriya sit up. "Hey. She hummed, not meeting his eyes as he looked down at her. "What's up? You're real quiet tonight." "Just worried about tomorrow," she admitted. "That and I dunno. I feel bad that you're stuck with the lame girlfriend." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Lame girlfriend? I know you and Yanagi have, you know," Setsuna replied, not looking up at him. Midoriya's eyes widened slightly. While Yanagi was more reserved in public displays of affection, she was rather aggressive in private situations. Tokage, like in many other instances, was the opposite. She was very forward and loud about giving her partner's affection in public, but in private she was very afraid to do anything beyond making out. "I don't neither of us think you're lame," he assured her, squeezing her tightly. "You'll be ready when you're ready. I know, it's just, I mean, if Kodai is more adventurous, I get kind of worried that maybe you and Yanagi will just not have the patience for me anymore," she grumbled. "For all we know, they might just be making out," Midoriya shrugged, trying to push the image out of his mind. He didn't want to try and reassure his girlfriend while trying to ignore an erection from the thought. "Besides, I thought one of the rules of all this poly stuff was not to get caught up comparing yourselves to everyone." She gave a small chuckle. "Can't believe I had to have you remind me that." "Don't worry about it," he shook his head. "I love you. So please don't go putting pressure on yourself to do something you aren't prepared for. If you're not ready for X, you're not ready. I love you either way." All right. Speaking of, have you told Yanagi you love her yet?" Tokage asked. "No. I'm not sure how to do it. It's kind of hard to say it for the first time," he admitted sheepishly. "I don't know how you manage to do it." "Well, when you're about to go off and do something suicidally stupid, it overrode any reservations I had," Tokage snickered. "But for the record, I still need to tell her too. Maybe we can do it together tomorrow. If we survive my sister, right?" He laughed. "First Sakura. Then all for one. Too bad it's not like Mothra and Godzilla and we can't, set them against each other." Izuku snorted with laughter. "That's more like the Setsuna I know." Izuku felt incredibly out of place wearing a button-down shirt instead of one of his various t-shirts with funny words on them. But he figured since he was going to Tokage's house for the first time as her boyfriend, he should try and look a little presentable. Yanagi had put on a nicer blouse as opposed to her usual oversized t-shirt as well, and looked a little uncomfortable as well. Tokage's mother, Chihiro, opened the door to the large house as the three approached, giving the teens a wide, toothy grin that looked just like her daughter's. Midoriya's throat went a little dry. He could only think of Tokage's mother as Tokage, but a MILF. "There you kids are." She stepped forward and hugged Setsuna. "Look at the big hero over here, finally able to come visit mom and dad." Her eyes traveled over to Izuku and she gasped. "Oh my little Izuku. You've gotten so big. Who knew all that drawing would make your arms so big?" He blushed and rubbed the back of his neck. "If that wasn't the drawing, but thank you." She waved the three of them in, and Izuku once again stood in awe at just how big the house was. "I guess it's been a few months since I was here last, but did it get bigger?" Her father was seated on the couch, and both Yanagi and Midoriya were taken aback when he looked over at the two of them, with some sort of fierce anger in his eyes. "He definitely didn't look like that last time I was here." Midoriya gulped to himself. Such a hateful gaze. Yanagi shook. He surely means to eviscerate those would be romantically entwined with his daughter. Setsuna was already on top of the situation, however. "Geez, put the death glare away, Dad. You've known these two since we were Rugrats?" "Yes, well, they weren't hormone-addled teenagers when they were Rugrats," Akihiko muttered, turning back to the television. "Stop speaking in redundancies and help me make curry, you Neanderthal," Chihiro teased, waving her husband into the kitchen. "Teenagers are usually hormone-addled. You make it sound like a disease. You three relax, we'll be eating soon." As the living room emptied, Tokage wasted no time throwing herself onto the couch, patting the two seats next to her. "Come on guys, surround sound." Hesitantly, Yanagi and Midoriya sat down on either side of her. Sensing how rigid the two of them were, Setsuna threw her arms over each of their shoulders. Relax. My dad is all bark, no bite. I can hear you, young lady, the older man hollered from the kitchen. It's true. The mother called, prompting a laugh from Setsuna. See? He's nothing to worry about. Not like Dash. I'm home. Setsuna flinched and Midoriya understood why. He recognized the voice that interrupted her as Sakura's. The taller of the Tokage siblings marched into the room. Smells it? Her face fell into a scowl. Shrimps here, huh? Setsuna's face mirrored her sister's in a scowl. I wondered what that nasty smell was, Dash. No. The four of them jumped as Chihiro marched into the living room, wooden spoon in hand. She smacked it against her palm threateningly. You, young ladies, are going to behave yourselves. We are going to have a nice, family dinner with our guests. She smacked the spoon against her palm once more before using it to gesture towards Midoriya and Yanagi. Apparently she needed to make it clear the guests were them and not the daughters. Do I make myself clear? Wise ma'am, both Setsuna and Sakura muttered in unison. Izuku snuck a glance at Reiko, who nodded in confirmation. Chihiro was the general in the Tokage household, and she ran a tight ship. Head out of the gutter, Izuku. The living room became uncomfortably silent as the four watched a news story about the Quirk boosting drugs that were becoming more and more widespread, despite the fact that the Yakuza leader responsible for them had been captured. Izuku was able to turn his focus to it, despite the tension in the room being incredibly thick. Hope they get to the bottom of that soon. Tokage clicked her tongue, knowing she couldn't really talk more freely about it. Dinner's ready, Chihiro called, making Izuku jump for a second time. As if things couldn't get more awkward, Izuku realized that by being the last one in the line of people to walk into the dining room, he was given no choice in where to sit. With the Tokage parents seated at the ends of the table, the siblings at one end closest to their mother, and Yanagi seated directly next to Setsuna, he was left no choice but to sit between Sakura and Akihiko, the two people he was the least comfortable with. Yanagi gave him a small, sympathetic look, though it hardly set him at ease. As he sat down, Sakura winked at him, much to his horror. Mitigating the horrifically awkward situation was that the food smelled delicious. Izuku liked curry just fine, usually, but this was some of the best-smelling curry he'd ever whiffed in his life. Oh man, Mom, this is the best-smelling batch yet? Setsuna exclaimed, eagerly. I hope it's the best tasting, Chihiro beamed. I've been trying to replicate that place from Shibuya for years. After everyone said, thanks for the food, Midoriya asked, did you learn about this recipe in Shibuya? We'll have to stop there after work. Not so much learned, we've just eaten at this little cafe a few times, Chihiro waved. I've been trying to nail how they make it ever since. Izuku nodded, bringing the food to his mouth. Holy cow, this might be the best curry I've ever tasted. I could probably eat this every day. Chihiro gave a hearty laugh. You sweet talker. Setsuna will have to bring you by more often. Setsuna snickered. Trying to move in on my mom. Freckles? Yanagi, Midoriya, and Chihiro all gave a small laugh, but Sakura mumbled, loudly for everyone to hear, Mom's not a giant whore like you, shrimp? Izuku could swear the room dropped about 10 degrees. As the kitchen dining room fell silent. Sakura, Akihiko chided in a warning tone. Don't push it. Midoriya and Yanagi stole a sideways glance at each other. He'd never felt such a strange combination of anger and mortal terror before, and Yanagi looked to be feeling about the same. What he wouldn't give for a villain attack right about now to give some sort of distraction. At least then, he could draw something or punch his way out of that problem. Alas, they were both trapped by societal convention. Eager to try and recover from the snide remark, Chihiro tried to turn her attention back to the guests. So, how are you both handling working with Setsuna? I was so worried when I heard about you working in such a busy area, let alone with all that hero-ender business. Our abilities help us balance most situations, Yanagi explained, levitating small bits of curry into her mouth. She even managed to make that look elegant, which could be frustrating as Midoriya did his best not get his good shirt dirty. But being in such a populated area certainly keeps us busy. No challenge we haven't been able to rise to, of course. All Might retiring certainly hasn't helped, Izuku added. People think without him there, they can get away with anything. Our teachers were telling us just the other day how important our generation will be in filling that gap. Bet you fill a lot of gaps with these two, Sakura sneered. Immediately, there was a clatter of silverware as Akihiko and Chihiro dropped their utensils and turned their glares upon their older daughter. As they did, Setsuna turned to her sister with a scowl and, "What the F is your problem? Sakura, can we have one family dinner without you starting sheet?" Akihiko scowled. "I asked you not to ruin one evening." Chihiro groaned, putting her head in her hands. Midoriya and Yanagi looked at each other again, both not sure what to do. They both felt like they were intruding on family issues. No hero course for family counseling, Yanagi thought, staring down at her plate uncomfortably. "Look, you guys can't just sit here and pretend this isn't effed up." Sakura growled. "It's bad enough you guys give up everything to set us up at your company, only her this idiot to run around playing Crusader, but now she's whoring herself out to two people. Are you not seeing how effed up she is?" Wordlessly, Setsuna got up and ran from the table. Without thinking, both Midoriya and Yanagi got up to follow after her, but Akihiko sternly commanded them both to sit. Reluctantly, the two teenagers sat back down as the father rounded on his older daughter. "If I ever hear you talk about your sister like that again, I will cut off your tuition to SHIT, he growled. "Go finish dinner in your room." "We're not done." Sakura rolled her eyes, but did as she was told anyway, leaving Midoriya and Yanagi at the table with the Tokage parents. "I'll go talk with Setsuna," Akihiko advised, not really looking anyone in the eye as he stood up and followed after the younger of his two daughters. After a few minutes of some of the most awkward silence Midoriya had ever experienced in his life, Chihiro let out a long sigh. "Oh, I'm sorry you kids had to see that." She lifted her head from her hands. "I guess us being gone so much doesn't really do anything to help our girls get along. I would hardly consider these events to be your fault, miss," Yanagi replied. The mother chuckled. "When you're a parent, you blame yourself for just about every crappy thing your kids do. Like if you had been around more, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Or if you yelled more, or less. Was I too strict? Not strict enough? Sounds like something my mom would say too," Izuku replied sadly. "She worried like that a lot too. I hope they can find her soon." Chihiro looked over at him sadly. "I'd heard all about that. That's part of why I wanted to have just a nice dinner with you guys, because your mother really was lovely from the few times we met." Thank you," he bowed slightly. "I appreciate the thought." "Well, if only the execution of my plan had gone better," Chihiro chuckled again. She stiffened a bit before adding, "You know, we did have concerns about the type of relationship you three were entering. Any parent would. But you three have been friends since we were as tall as the table. So I'm not too terribly worried. And we never thought of Setsuna like, you know." She had trouble completing the sentence, so Yanagi spoke up. "If I may be so bold, I would advise that Setsuna just wants to make sure you two are proud of her choices." Midoriya nodded in agreement. "Of course we are," Chihiro replied, mortified. She looked at her food. "She's done so well for herself since deciding to be a hero. I suppose we should be better at expressing it." "Thanks, Mom." The three at the table looked back as Akihiko returned with Setsuna, who looked far less jovial than she usually did. Still, she was cracking a weak grin at her mother's words. As she sat down, Akihiko cleared his throat. "I apologize for my other daughter's behavior. And mine. I'm not great at the stern dad thing. Let's try this dinner thing again." The rest of the evening passed, much of the awkward tension surrounding everything having worn off significantly now that the antagonizing force of Sakura had been dealt with and Akihiko had lost the bite he had begun the night with. Chihiro seemed absolutely enamored with how the three interacted with Fox Noir and Rubber Fist, wondering if she should invite the heroine couple to their next family dinner. "I dunno, Mom, if you invite Haru, she'll make us all?" "I dunno, pose like the Addams family and paint us or something," Tokage replied, drawing a laugh from the rest of the table. "That was the first thing she did when I met her," Izuku added. "Had me do the Passion of the Christ pose and painted me." "Oh, I bet that's a sight," Yanagi said. "And why have you not brought that masterpiece to the dorms?" Midoriya blushed. "I don't think a lot of our classmates would appreciate that." Shigaraki took a sniff of the dish. "This smells amazing." Inko beamed. "Chicken parmesan. It's a foreign dish, but a favorite of mine." "Is that garlic?" he asked, taking another sniff. She laughed. "It sure is. You're not a vampire, are you, dear?" The villain felt his face heat up. "Of course not." "Well, you're so pale." The mother teased. "Criminal or not, you need some sunlight." "You poor thing, I bet you have a vitamin deficiency. You're lucky I can cook some balanced meals." "Here," she pushed some broccoli towards him, and frowned as he recoiled slightly. "Don't you give me that. You're still a growing boy and you need vegetables." "Fine," he relented. He wouldn't admit it, But he had been waking up with more energy ever since he started eating Inko's cooking. It seemed to be doing more for him than the takeout or instant foods he normally survived off of. He grumbled something. Inko furrowed her brow and leaned forward. What was that, dear? Thanks. For the food, he repeated, just barely audible. Oh, of course. She replied, sitting down to eat. She let out a sigh. We've been here for weeks. I wonder how long Hisashi plans to keep me like this. She looked up and gave her guard a smirk. I can't imagine this is the most fun villaining you've ever had either. The boy didn't answer that. Mainly because at this point, he had no clue what All for One was up to either. He'd only received vague information about Gigantomachia and the Meta Liberation Army, but barely anything about what their plans were or how it was going to lure Izuku Midoriya away from the protection of UA. Was he rebuilding his empire? Preparing for war? Going on a juice cleanse? For all Shigaraki knew, it could be all of the above. So he gave the only answer he was sure of. Master's plan will become evident when he's ready. Inko saw right through it. So you don't know either, do you? He winced. She was really good at reading between his words, claimed it came from raising a teenage boy. Sorry dear, she chuckled. Did it again, didn't I? It's fine. He replied, unsure of what else there was to say. Well, what are you in the mood for tonight? She asked. A movie? Or video games? I think I'm getting the hang of that Minecraft thing you showed me. Yes, as long as you don't dig straight down you're doing much better, he reluctantly agreed. We can do that. Well, isn't this lovely? Inko and Shigaraki turned at the third voice. All for One himself had warped into the room. Though his own teleportation quirk was far weaker than Kurojire's, he'd been practicing somewhat by entering the room unannounced. Inko stiffened, and a scowl hit her face. It's rude not to knock, Hisashi. I own the building, my dear, the older man chuckled. Who knocks in their own house? Well, unless it's the bathroom, I guess. That would make sense. Would you like some dinner? Inko offered, though there was no warmth or sincerity in the invitation. Well, I have missed your cooking, he admitted, walking over to the stove and loading a plate up for himself. Has my protégé treated you well? His company is lovely, Inko spat with a venom in her tongue. Shigaraki blushed, though he tried to hide it. And mine isn't? Hisashi asked, the faux hurt in his voice making even Shigaraki uncomfortable. You're holding me captive and won't even have a proper conversation with me, so, no, it isn't, Inko replied. She's defiant, I'll give her that, Shigaraki thought as he chewed his meal. I can't believe Master hasn't vaporized her for such comments. Well, let us speak then, All for One replied evenly. Shigaraki, can you give us some privacy please? The younger villain locked up, momentarily. He hadn't expected to be dismissed, and it gave him this weird sense of dread. Not for himself, but, why am I worried for the woman? He thought to himself, squirming. Sure thing, boss, he replied, and reluctantly stood to leave. I'll be right outside, he added, glancing towards Inko as he made his way towards the doors. Once he was out of earshot, All for One chuckled. He's fond of you. You never lost that ability to win people over. Inko rolled her eyes. Didn't win you over? I gave up a life of crime for 14 years. Even at my advanced age, that's a significant portion of my time. Do you want a prize? Inko sniped. You want me to clap for you for sticking around for 14 years before deciding to leave me to raise a 4-year-old boy on my own? You dash, she set her fork down and clasped her hands in front of her. I know you think that what you did doesn't matter. That you're compelled to get back one for all, or rule the world, or whatever this goal you have set is. Maybe it's because you outlive everyone you meet, but I'm not your plaything. You were our world. She slammed a fist against the table. You were my world. Everything fell apart when you left. You come in here every few days and want me to, I don't know, understand? Understand that you have this glorious destiny of being the most powerful ruler of Japan or the world. But you need to understand Hisashi. You don't vow to love someone forever, only to get bored of them like some kind of toy and just leave. Tears flowed freely from her eyes as she buried her head in her hands before finishing her tirade. I wish you had died on some trip, Hisashi. At least then I could still just remember you as the wonderful husband you had been. Now I'm here and I know you're a coward. The word choice surprised the villain. Coward? I've fought every hero for dash. Good for you, she snarled. I don't care how many heroes you fought or ended. But you ran away from your wife, your civilian wife who loves you. Your son. You could have talked to me. Come clean about your past. Tried to convince me to come with you, or even ended me. But no. You faked your death, hid from me and damn near ruined my entire life. So yes, Hisashi, you're a coward? She didn't look up at him. She couldn't. The mixture of fear and anger she was feeling was paralyzing her in her spot. She expected him to finally snap and end her, hit her, hell, at least yell at her for calling him a coward. It never came. From her peripheral vision, she could see him wordlessly scoot his chair backwards and stand. His footsteps faded towards the door, and she heard the clicking of the various locks to her room. The villain walked out of the room without a word, locking the doors behind him. At the other side of the door, Shigaraki was surprised to see All for One returning so quickly, especially with a very foreign look on the mastermind's face. Is everything all right, master? Oh, I suppose so. She's as stubborn as ever. And as convincing as ever. What's that weird feeling in your chest when it feels heavy when you think about your past? Shigaraki thought for a moment. Guilt or regret? I think. Wow, I haven't felt those in years, All for One replied with a whistle. She's good. All right. I'll return in a few days. Midoriya excused himself to the restroom after he finished his second plate of curry, knowing it was a bit of a long ride back to UA, and they'd have to leave soon if they wanted to make curfew. I could get lost in a house as big as this. Setsuna would probably end me if she heard me say that. As he reached the bathroom door, he jumped slightly as it opened, with Sakura walking out of it. She jumped a bit too, obviously not expecting to run into someone as soon as she left, but a hardened expression returned to her face right away. She squeezed past Midoriya and began to make her way back to the stairs, but said something incomprehensible to him as she did. Almost automatically he asked, "What?" He cringed. Probably would have been better to just ignore it. The older girl stopped and looked at him over her shoulder. I said, "You can do better." His expression instantly morphed into one of anger, and he found himself speaking before he could even think. "Oh, no, I can't. She's amazing. You know, my only family is gone right now. Kidnapped. By a villain. So I mean, maybe you should be nicer to yours. Because I wouldn't trade Setsuna for anything, and I don't know why you can't see that." He couldn't read the expression on Sakura's face, but she turned away and went up the stairs without another word. Stepping into the bathroom, he heaved a sigh of relief as he looked himself over in the mirror. As good as the food was, and as nice as Tokage's parents were, he was ready to go back to UA. For the rest of the evening, Tokage herself seemed to be looking at him differently. Well, we'll try this again another time, and hopefully with less turbulence. Chihiro sighed as the three students began to put their shoes on for the trip back. That would be lovely, Yanagi replied, bowing. Thank you for allowing us into your home. You know you're welcome anytime, Akihiko laughed. Let us know when you get back to campus, Setsuna. I will, she replied, hugging her parents. The three left the home and began to trek back towards the station. Abruptly, Tokage asked, "Hey, when we get back, is it cool if I borrow Freckles here for a bit?" "That's fine," Yanagi agreed, a slight smirk on her face for whatever reason. Midoriya wondered if they had already discussed this. "I have to help Kendo with her gown for the cultural festival beauty pageant anyway. I didn't have anything planned," Midoriya shrugged. "What's up?" Just want your input on stuff," she replied, looking away from him, making it pretty clear that she didn't plan to elaborate further. She was oddly quiet for the rest of the trip back. Once back at the school, Yanagi gave them another small, knowing smirk before heading to Kendo's dorm, and Tokage led Midoriya up to her dorm room. Closing the door behind him, he finally felt it was appropriate to ask, "So what's up?" Turning to him, she made eye contact before losing her nerve and looking away. I heard what you said. To Sakura. Oh, was it really loud?" Izuku asked, feeling the heat rise to his cheeks. And no, I just kept an ear out because I was worried she might say something to you or whatever," Tokage admitted. "And she's really cute when she's tongue-tied like this," he thought, smiling at her. "What? She sighed in frustration and threw her arms around his shoulders. "I made up my mind. Be my first. Right now." If he was red before, it grew even worse once he figured out just exactly what those words meant. Are you sure?" His answer was her rolling her eyes and kissing him. "Don't make me say it again." Vlad King watched the students shuffle into Class 1B the next morning. He'd gotten there early, as he tried to do as often as he could. But after Present Mick's little party last night, it was rather difficult. Still, it was supposed to be quick. He raised an eyebrow slightly as Tokage was walking funny, but he shook the thought from his head, understanding her wasn't a task he would throw the morning away on. "All right kids, we're officially 1 month away from the cultural festival," Vlad King announced the morning after the Tokage dinner fiasco, as Setsuna had come to name it. Which means I need to know, for sure, what you'll be doing by the end of the week. You'll then be spending a few hours after the next 3 weeks preparing. Whether that be memorizing lines, building sets, or otherwise. All of you will be required to participate in some shape or form. So for the rest of the homeroom session, I'm going to step out and let you brainstorm. And this has nothing to do with my massive hangover at all. Groggily, the blood hero left the room, and Kendo stepped to the front. Alright, so I've given you guys some time to brainstorm. What ideas do we have? Is me and Midoriya doing a meal de tea still the plan? Kinoko asked excitedly. Kuwaro grumbled angrily from the back. And no thanks, Midoriya replied, rubbing the back of his neck. I don't want to sing for the school. I'll make sets. And no offense, Kinoko, I'm just not that confident. Kinoko pouted. Comically, Yui did too. I like your voice, the stoic girl said quietly. No one is forcing anyone to sing if they don't want to. Besides, I learned from Yayorozu that they're putting on a concert. That Jiraiya girl is a pretty good musician, so we may want to go another angle. Kendo interjected. So we need fresh ideas. I think a concert is out. Kinoko frowned. I wanted to sing. Well, you still could, miss, Shishida mused. We could do a musical stage play. A short one, of course. Perhaps a skit of some kind. Kinoko let out an excited gasp, as the rest of the class groaned. Come on, man, musicals are the lowest form of entertainment, Kaibara scoffed. Other than like, fanfiction. There was a long pause as NicktheHuman reconsidered his entire life, but shook it off and kept writing. That's not particularly true, Ibera scolded. Dante's Inferno was a transformative work based off biblical teachings, and it's widely regarded as a masterpiece in its own right. Alright, before this devolves into a debate about fanfiction, I think a play might be the right way to go, Kendo said. It's distinct enough from a concert that we won't look like a rip-off. Now we need to settle on a story. What story could we adapt in the half hour we have? Nirenjiki asked. Most stage plays last at least 2 hours. Something universal? Yanagi suggested. Something that could speak to anyone. Business students, support students, pro-heroes, parents. Something that everyone could love. The students thought briefly about anything in popular culture history that could speak to any soul. Something so profound, so true to the human experience, that it could bring a smile to the face of any girl, boy, man, woman, or anything in between. The story that perfectly links the world together of hero and civilian. Should we just adapt that music episode of Phineas and Ferb? Kamakiri suggested. The class nodded. That's perfect. Kendo cried. Then I call dibs on Buford, Kamakiri chimed in immediately. Midoriya shrank down in his seat. While he liked the idea, he wanted to relegate himself just to making the sets. I don't think Kendo will force me to act though. Alright, we'll do role tryouts after school on Saturday, since everyone's work studies will be wrapping up, Kendo determined. Then we can worry about lines and stuff. I'll pull the script for that episode off the internet. You wanted to see me, master? Shigaraki asked, walking into the office All for One had taken to occupying. Indeed, young one, All for One said, not looking up from his computer. I have an assignment for you. Come, watch this video. Shigaraki walked over behind the desk and leaned over his boss' shoulder. All for One clicked play on a video, and a man who looked dressed as some sort of old-fashioned criminal grinned to the camera. Hello everybody. Gentle criminal back for another daring heist. Oh, this guy, Shigaraki scoffed. This guy's a tool? Indeed, All for One agreed as he robbed a convenience store and used his quirk to disable 3 street-level, local heroes. A major tool. However, he is effective at not getting caught. He's behind 7 VPNs at least when he posts these. Nothing we can't crack, but I mean impressive. You're not suggesting we recruit him, are you, master? Shigaraki asked skeptically. I know times are hard but… Oh no, of course not, All for One laughed. I've run it past the Meta Liberation Army as well, no one wants anything to do with this guy. He's just not cutthroat enough. However, the villain spun in his chair, I think he'd be a good guinea pig. How so? He, like most video posters, is looking for clout. We know that we aren't luring out Izuku anytime soon, unfortunately. All for One rationed. Now, breaking into UA is incredibly difficult. That's why we've struck at off-campus events. The school has, of course, banned such activities and made things harder by being on campus only. Even their cultural festival will not be leaving the grounds. So, we need someone to see if there are any holes in their security. And this stooge is just the perfect fool to do that. Someone just needs to nudge him in the right direction. Shigaraki blinked. You want me to convince that moron to break into you? Just plant the idea in his head. Make him think it was his idea. Even better, all four? One chuckled. Usually a good way to get a fool to do something. If he thinks great things will be in his future, he'll be all for it. He should be. The villain pulled a map from his drawer, placed it on the mahogany desk and circled a few buildings around this area. I've triangulated it from the videos and where he normally films. Go convince him things will be good in his future if he catches more attention. Shigaraki took a picture of the map with his phone and nodded. Easy enough. I'll be back before sundown. He turned but paused. Should I let Inko know where I'm going? All for one laughed. Why Tamura? She's not your mother, you don't need to let her know. The jab made the younger villain blush. Of course, he replied, ignoring the tugging feeling in his chest. Friday rolled around far faster than Midoriya had been prepared for. While the rising unrest of the public due to All Might's retirement still kept him, Yanagi, Tokage, Mitsuru, and Haru busy, all of it was small crime, and they hadn't heard anything from Hawks in those last 5 days. So when they were dismissed Friday without any new information about Inko, it was hard to keep the look of disappointment off his face. He'd taken down plenty of petty muggers the last few days, but nothing was getting him closer to finding his mother. Being quite the people reader, Haru pulled him into a bear hug. Wipe that look of dismay off your face. You'll wrinkle before I do. The other three snickered, and the comment lightened up Midoriya slightly as well. Mitsuru added, undercover work takes time. Rest assured Hawks knows what he's doing, and will be ready to assist whenever we're called upon. You focus on your studies. And warming up those vocal cords, Tokage said, jabbing him in the ribs. Are you two going to come to the cultural festival? If we have time, Haru beamed. I'd certainly love to go. Haru hugged each of them separately and then together about 3 more times before finally letting them go to head back to you. The second they got to the station, Tokage continued what she had been on about all week, trying to convince Midoriya and Yanagi to try out for any of the roles in their performance. Come on. She whined, fluttering her eyelashes obnoxiously. Yanagi and Midoriya only rolled their eyes in response. You guys need to do something. You can't just make sets and costumes. And why ever not? Yanagi questioned. That's where our talents lie. And I'm not doing just costumes, I'm making Kendo's dress for the beauty pageant. These are certainly things that we'll need. But Mop Top here can draw all the sets we need the night before and just rapidly poof them to life when we need them. Tokage griped. And why can't you do both? Yanagi gave her girlfriend a deadpan expression. Do you know how hard it is to sew a dress that is flattering but one can perform a martial arts demonstration in? Kendo's requests are going to take me some time. Midoriya chuckled as they boarded the train. Yanagi and Tokage snagged 2 available seats, and he stood in front of them while holding a grip overhead. Mom would be proud of this chivalry. That sounds like Kendo all right. Sorry she gave you such a tall order, Reiko. It's all right, darling, I shall persevere. Fine. Maybe I can understand why Casper is sitting this out, but you... Tokage snapped, turning her finger at her boyfriend. You're far too handsome and good of a singer to deny the school. Give the people what they want. She snickered. And what they want is some of that beefcake? Be pretty sure only you T2 and Kodai want that. He quipped back, blushing all the same. Which is about 3 more people than I would ever expect. Reiko shook her head. Not so. During the summer camp, all the girls voted on who the most attractive boy in our grade was. You came second only to Todoroki. The statement made Midoriya's cheeks flush even more. PP probably because you 3 voted for me and the rest of the votes were scattered. Tokage shook her head. Nope. Uraraka and Kinoko voted for you too. Let's talk about something else, Midoriya gulped. Maybe that's why Kinoko wanted a duet so bad. Koaro would end me. Only if you agree to try out. You could at least be Doofenshmirtz. Tokage needled. You play such a good villain in our training exercises. Reiko nodded, conceding, she is correct. The class always loves it when you're drawn for that role. With a long sigh, Midoriya admitted defeat. Fine. I will try for Doofenshmirtz. Yes. Tokage hissed loudly, fist-pumping. The 3 continued their chatter until they returned home. Since it was still early in the evening, they joined Juzo and Kodai for some Super Smash Brothers in the dorm room. More people's always a good challenge, the lipless teen said with a toothy grin. Hardly get to use the 8-player version much. More people for me to beat, Tokage beamed. Just you wait how me and Yoshi show you what for. All shall fall to myself and Ness, Yanagi chuckled. Yoshi or not? Dibs on Sonic, Kodai muttered stoically. Izuku tapped his chin. I think I'll be Captain Falcon this time. Choose whoever you want, no one will stop me and Little Mac, Juzo replied. As he selected a random map and waited for it to load, he added, I'm glad you guys will have more time for this for a while. I feel like no one's seen you guys while doing your work studies. Why didn't you take one, man? Tokage asked. You were a recommendation student too, I'm surprised you didn't jump at it. He rubbed the back of his neck. I didn't feel prepared, and time management isn't my best skill. I guess that's fair, Tokage said as the stage loaded. I've got a ton of work to catch up on, Sund. Hey, I wasn't ready. Not my fault, Kodai shrugged as Sonic continued to blitz Yoshi. Further than that, Kodai dominated the entire round, making short work of her 4 classmates. Holy crap, Juzo breathed. You're good at this. I'll say, statue comes in here after not playing with us all term and takes us to school, Tokage muttered. Since when were you such a barbarian with the controller? Yanagi asked. Kodai shrugged again, just the smallest smirk appearing on her face. Always have been. Izuku groaned. Man. I'm never going to beat you guys. Nah, probably not, Tokage said, popping her hand off and ruffling his hair. But you should keep trying. After 2 more rounds of Kodai annihilating the 4 of them, Tokage split off to tackle that mountain of homework she had been talking about, and Kendo and Yanagi began to work on her dress for the festival, leaving Yui, Izuku, and Juzo at the television. You guys want to play Mario Kart instead? I'm getting a little sick of getting trounced, Juzo laughed. Kodai nodded. Sure, but snacks first. Want anything? Nah, Juzo shook his head. I'm good. Are you getting popcorn? Izuku asked. When Kodai nodded, he added, Want to share? You're lucky you're cute, she deadpanned before pecking him on the cheek and heading to the kitchen. Izuku sank back onto the couch as Juzo changed the cartridges in his console, but he couldn't help but notice the lipless teen looked a little down. You okay? Yeah, I guess. Juzo rubbed the back of his neck, jumping slightly. I keep forgetting you're good at noticing when people are down. Midoriya made a frame with his fingers. Eye for detail, I guess. We're not making you feel like a third wheel again, are you? And no, nothing like that, his friend said, waving his hand. Just, I dunno, you're here with 3 girlfriends and like, I can't get a girl to notice me other than, gross, that guy looks like a zombie. He gave a light scoff. Same reason I have to wear that visor, you know? Don't want to scare people as a hero. But I mean, what girl wants a boyfriend they can't even kiss? Gotta have a mouth for that. Midoriya frowned. Sorry, Hananuki. He furrowed his brow, unable to think of the word. He didn't want his friend to feel pitied, but he needed to express some sort of compassion. That's rough for sure. Is there anything I can do to help? Juzo laughed. I don't feel that way about you, Midoriya. The 2 laughed together. And not what I meant, Midoriya chuckled. I think Todoroki said that Tokoyami had a similar problem, but I always see him hanging around with Azui. Not sure if they have something going on though. Don't worry about it, I just get down sometimes, Juzo waved. It's not like I have my eye on someone right now anyway. That definitely sounded like a lie, as far as Midoriya was concerned, but he decided not to press on the matter too much. I mean, if you did, I could try and wingman for you. That got a snort out of the taller boy. Midoriya, I don't know if I would trust you to be a wingman, you still stutter around your own girlfriends. That's fair. Still, you're a cool guy and I'd want to help. I'll keep that in mind, Juzo replied. He at least seemed in better spirits, so Izuku dropped the subject. For now, at least. Kodai returned with the popcorn, and the 3 began to play. Thankfully, Mario Kart proved to have a much more level playing field, with the 3 of them trading wins and losses. The abundance of blue shells that seemed to go around helped. Once the popcorn was finished and they'd played about half the courses on the game, Midoriya stood up and stretched. I think I might practice some of those sets, honestly. It's getting kind of late and we still have class tomorrow. Can I watch for a bit? Kodai asked. I like the sound of your pencil scratching against the paper. It's like an ASMR. Sure. Good night, Hananuki. Night, guys, the lipless teen yawned. You probably have the right idea anyway. Inko would be lying to herself if she said she didn't miss Tamura's company. She knew the boy was a villain, but you get to know someone when you're left alone with them for hours on end a day. And she saw through enough of him to know that the boy was nothing more than a wayward, destructive youth than any sort of fascist monster. From the little he let on, she could guess he had been found at a young age by her husband, and molded into a protégé from there. When confronted with kindness and home-cooked meals, he got nearly as flustered as her Izuku would. He's not beyond helping. I know it. Perhaps that's what made him all the more easier to deal with then. Hello, darling, the deep, composed voice of All for One sang out from the doorway. So I get you instead of Shigaraki for this evening, she said, not turning away from the small meal she was making for herself, or hiding the disdain in her voice. Try not to sound too disappointed. I'm just here to talk. All for One replied in earnest. Really? Inko sniped. So far all of your talks have been about trying to get me to your side and dash. What was it like when I was gone? The question stopped Inko in her tracks and finally prompted her to turn around. What? All for One sat down at the table, looking somewhat contemplative. I was rather shaken by your words when we last spoke, Inko. In all those years, I admit I hardly gave the matter any thought, so now I want to know what it was like for you after I left. Why? She asked, a bit quicker than she had meant to. Well, please understand, my entire life, it's been hard for me to care about anything. I've never felt strongly about most things. And when I do, it seems to go badly for me. You were about the only one that made me feel anything after the debacle that was my brother. All for One admitted. My actions were calculated as to what would cause the least amount of disturbance for you and Izuku. Better to be a widow than a pariah, publicly known as the unknowing spouse of an underground villain. With my face caved in, I wouldn't be able to hide my civilian and villain lives. At best, I'd have to move us across the world and pass off my injuries as disability. I would have preferred that, Inko said, checking the rice she was cooking. Would you have stayed, knowing I was a monster? He asked. It's easy to say that now, but honestly, would you have stayed after breaking your trust and learning how much blood is soaked into my hands? Inko was quiet for a minute, busying herself with finishing her meal. I can't say, Hisashi. I'm not who I was back then. All I know is that the times you came home were the happiest. I very well might have given it all up just to stay with you. All for One was silent for a minute as she sat down at the table. He'd never fathomed the possibility, and he couldn't help but wonder how different things might have been if he hadn't been, well, a coward, he supposed. She quietly said, I only made enough for myself, but he waved his hand to let her know he didn't want any in the first place. After a few moments, the villain finally responded. Perhaps I was incapable of understanding how truly devoted to me you were. I thought for sure that we were finished no matter what. Well, you know what happens when you assume things, dear, Inko chuckled. For the first time in a long time, All for One laughed. Not an evil cackle or a low chuckle, but a full laugh. For a split second, Inko thought he sounded like Hisashi again. You used to tell me that all the time, Inko? Well, you assume things often, she teased. That I do, Hisashi admitted. At home or in the field, it gets me in trouble. But still, what was it like for you? And Izuku? Inko stared down at her food. Well, it wasn't easy. Even if it was better to be a widow than some villain's mistress, everything changed. I had to switch everything over to my name, and missing one thing meant suddenly debt collectors were calling or writing the house. You left us with a decent nest egg to take care of the initial shock, but Izuku was a growing boy who was devastated. I put him in art classes, martial arts, free running, all sorts of things to keep his mind off of what happened. That, and to toughen him up from the bullies. He was bullied a lot? Hisashi asked. From the intel I've gathered about him, he seems rather well-liked. Kids are cruel, Hisashi, Inko sighed. First he was the quirkless kid, then he was the kid who lost his dad. People left him alone for a while, but he'd already become a target for some of the meaner kids. He came home all the time with burnt clothes, bruises, scrapes. Then his friends moved away, and he just became more miserable. Hisashi said nothing, so Inko continued. And unfortunately, when you're in a situation like ours, most people don't want to help. They just treat you with pity or sympathy. It was stressful. I was alone, with barely any friends, save for Mitsuki. It was a rough time, Hisashi. Seeing Izuku get into UA was a light at the end of and pardon my language, very shitty tunnel. It was around then he started making friends and things got a little better. It's the happiest I've ever seen him, and in turn, I guess the happiest I've been since you died. Hisashi hummed. And nodded. That's not the life I had imagined for you. My foresight at dealing with civilians is rather lacking when it comes to strategizing for encounters with heroes. I'm sorry I made things that hard for you. Inko's eyes widened. That was, by far, the most sincere she had heard her husband speak to her since this all started. Her expressions softened slightly as she replied. I appreciate the apology, Hisashi. But keeping me here isn't exactly going to win my forgiveness. He stood up. I know. This has been enlightening and I need some time to think about these things. As he left the room, neither of them said a word. Once he exited, it was hard to feel victorious. He'd come in there to get some more information for a psychological profile on Izuku. And while he had gotten it, he didn't feel very good about it. You're kidding, Izuku said, dryly. But come on, surely one of the other guys would be Dash. Nope, Kenda shook her head, sitting at her makeshift desk in the common room dorm on Saturday afternoon. You nailed it. You're Doofenshmirtz for the cultural festival. Most of Class 1B cheered, save for Aways and Kaibara. You were born for the part, Sir Midoriya, Shishida chuckled. Same as I was born for the part of Ferb, according to Kendu. Strong silent type with a British accent who makes his few lines count and is otherwise hypercompetent. Kendu agreed. You two could be twins. His character makes sense, Tokage growled. But why do I have to be Perry the Platypus? Kodai is the better fit as a silent character. Right, Rocky? Kodai shrugged noncommittally. Because you are tone-deaf, Kendu laughed. But otherwise very charismatic. Shut up and take the fedora. Yes, ma'am. As the class president directed the rest of the excited class and went over rehearsal schedules, Midoriya flopped down on a couch, between Yanagi and Kodai. Darling, I think everyone in this room is thrilled but you, Yanagi jested, nudging his side. It seems odd for me to be saying this to you, but you should lighten your perspective. Yeah, I'm stoked, Kodai added in what was always the flattest, driest tone in the room. I know, I just don't like getting in front of a lot of people, Midoriya grumbled. Reiko, remember when that reporter in Shibuya asked me a question and I stuttered out 5 sentences just to say, yes, I love sushi? Reiko smiled. One of my most treasured memories of working together. Yui gave a small snort as Izuku sighed in aggravation. Not how I remember it. I just don't know how I'm going to be able to not sound like a defective robot while in front of the whole school. He locked up as both Yanagi and Kodai gave him a peck on his cheeks. You'll figure it out, Kodai said. You always do. Shigaraki had been in a lot of run-down, shitty buildings in his life. It was the name of the game sometimes when you were laying low. But this whole building that gentle criminal occupied, with its peeling wallpaper and moldy floors, seemed particularly sad. Not because it was the worst place he'd ever been in, no, it was actually pretty mediocre compared to some of his old haunts, but because Gentle was convinced it was practically a palace. Acknowledge it's a fixer-upper, you freaking cad. As I was saying, Shigaraki continued, swallowing down his disdain as well as his pride. My organization would like to sponsor your efforts, given that you can prove you're capable of more than just small-time crimes. As much as I would love a chance to monetize my efforts, Gentle said, leaning back in the chair, making stuffing come out of one of the tears in it, why does your organization wish to remain so mysterious? And why me? Like you, we're diametrically opposed to how the Hero Society is set up. Shigaraki explained. Unlike you, we're an organization of people who are more in the public eye. Secrecy is a must. Our leaders want to rot this civilization from the inside. Which is why we need people like you to attack it from the outside. Together, these efforts bring that change we desire. And while your video production could use work, no one is better than you at outclassing these ground-level street heroes that only care about their image. Gentle gave a chuckle, and Shigaraki had to stop himself from rolling his eyes as the thief practically reveled in the praise. Before the petty criminal could ask further, he continued, we just want to prove you could topple a bigger institution. Find a weak point and make bigger headlines. I'm sure a lot of the schools will be weakened during festival time. Then, Gentle nodded. Yes, I've thought about hitting them for some time. You have? La Brava asked from the doorway. Right, you have. Nice save, Shigaraki thought. That's a wonderful idea, Gentle. If you manage that, I think you could expect a long and prosperous relationship with our organization. Yes, Gentle grinned. I'm glad I thought of this, Mr. Shigaraki. Barf, Shigaraki thought to himself as he smiled to the man. Good. Glad we could come to an agreement. Are Midoriya and Kodai here? Togata asked, looking down at the perplexed look on Kendo Itsuka's face. She had been one to answer the door when he knocked on the Class 1B dorms, and it was clear they hadn't been expecting him. Midoriya's about your height, freckles, green ha dash. Yes, Kendo replied, cutting her senpai off. Come in, I'll go get them. Mirio thanked her and stepped in, only somewhat uncomfortable by the looks of awe that greeted him as he walked into the Class 1B common room. Ever since he had clobbered Class 1A, Every first year at UA seemed to look at him like he was the second coming of All Might. Maybe hitting Bakugo with that Mineta person to knock them both out was a little much? He sat down on a couch and checked his phone, but only had time to glance at it before he heard, "Togata-senpai?" He looked up at Midoriya Izuku and Kodai Yui, who were flanked by two other girls. "Hey you guys." The blonde beamed. "I was wondering if you had a few hours free, would you be able to help me with something?" Izuku blinked in confusion and looked at Kodai, who just shrugged. "Yeah, we have some plans, but it's not until later. Do we need our hero suits or anything?" Lemillion chuckled and waved his hands as if to dismiss the very idea from the air. No, nothing like that. We shouldn't need to punch anything." He ignored the very visible relief wash away from the younger man. Izuku's shoulders relaxed and he let out a breath he must have been holding in. Meanwhile, there was no visible change on Kodai at all. "Hey, sure. Let's go." The two boys and girl left the dorm in an awkward silence. Mirio was pretty used to this from Amajiki, but that didn't mean he didn't love to break them all the same. "Thanks for letting me borrow you for a bit, you guys." "And no problem, but what did you need our help with?" Midoriya asked, looking around curiously as they approached the exit of UA. Kodai sniffed a bit but otherwise remained stoic. Between the two of them, it's like someone split up the two sides of Tamaki. Nervous and quiet. "I didn't want to advertise this to your classmates because Mr. Aizawa wants it kept quiet, but remember that girl you helped save a few weeks ago?" Mirio asked. "Eri?" Midoriya said. "Yeah, but I didn't do much." "You're the one who stopped Shigaraki." "Maybe, but you stopped her from getting crushed by a building," Mirio replied. "Next thing she knows, you two are taking her to safety. You left a big impression on her. Anyway, she's in the hospital, but the doctors and other pros are having a hard time getting her to open up. We're the only ones she wants to talk to. She keeps asking about you too, so I asked if I could bring you both." "Is she okay?" Kodai asked, breaking her silence for the first time. "Well, physically she's recovered just fine," Mirio explained, leading the two to his car. As they got in and pulled out of the parking space, he continued. "But she hardly says a word. I guess according to Aizawa I'm the first person she's opened up to. He had the idea to get you two over there. He paused for a bit, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. "She's been through a lot," he said, settling on that for the explanation. "You heard about how the Yakuza was making those Quirk erasing bullets?" Kodai nodded from the passenger seat, and Midoriya muttered, "Aha," audibly from the rear seat. It had been all over the news, it would be hard not to hear about such a thing. "Yeah, it was not easy for her," Mirio fidgeted. "I really wish there was more I could do, but for now, just trying to get her to see some good in life is the best we can do." "Oh, of course I want to help," Midoriya assured him. "What kind of hero would I be if I didn't?" Kodai nodded. Mirio grinned as he checked his mirrors. "I figured you two would be cool about it. After all, you jumped into the action and you weren't even supposed to be there. I don't know what they're feeding you first years, but it's doing you good apparently." Midoriya laughed. "I'm sure anyone would have done the same thing." Before Mirio could object, Kodai interjected with a quick, "He's modest, don't bother." Mirio laughed again. "If he's modest, you must be the blunt one." "It's a gift," Kodai answered. Not long after, they arrived at the medical facility. As the third year led the two of them to Eri's room, Midoriya thought back to the last time he had visited Haru in the hospital. Those were somewhat bleak circumstances. The pro-heroine was still trying to rehabilitate her swordplay abilities. Hopefully things wouldn't be so bad with Eri. When Mirio opened the door to Eri's room, the girl brought the blanket up to cover the lower half of her face, which was perhaps one of the cutest things Midoriya had seen in a long time. Eraserhead himself was leaning against a wall in the back of the room. The students all bowed to the teacher, who just gave them a nod in exhaustion. "Hey Eri," Togata greeted chipperly, pulling up a seat. "I brought the two heroes who helped you." The girl's eyes looked from Mirio, to Kodai, to Midoriya, to Eraserhead, back to Mirio, and then to her juice box, which she took a quick sip from, and settled back on Midoriya. "Ichai." Midoriya sat next to Lemillion, and quickly became aware he had no idea what he was doing. "Ichai Eri. I'm glad to see you're okay." She gave a tiny nod. No need to be shy, Eri," Togata assured her, patting Midoriya on the back. "I know you wanted to meet these two." Midoriya gulped. He knew from experience telling someone not to be shy was a good way to make them feel more withdrawn. But before he could think, Kodai spoke up from the other side of the bed. "I like your bunny." Eri jumped a bit and looked at the stuffed bunny on the table next to the bed. "Thanks. The doctors brought it. They gave you a good one," Kodai nodded. Name? Eri paused and looked at the bunny. I don't know, I haven't named her. What do you think? Kodai blinked at it a few times. Cookie. Cookie? Eri parroted. Yeah, look at him. Kodai held it up. Oh, Midoriya said, seeing her point. Well yeah, it's tan with brown spots, like a chocolate chip cookie. The corner of Eri's lips turned up in the faintest ghost of a smile. But, do you want to see some of the other stuff they've brought me to play with? She asked, looking from Kodai to the older boys. Sure. Mirio and Midoriya said in unison. Izuku was a bit baffled. Who would have thought Kodai would be able to break someone else out of their shell, if only a little? The four went around the room, Eri showing them the few stuffed animals and coloring books the hospital staff had given to her, or that Eraserhead had brought for her. Once she was done, Mirio ruffled her hair gently. Looks like you have a lot of cool stuff, Eri. I guess so, she said, hugging her knees to her chest. It gets lonely though. Can you guys visit me every day? It gets so boring. When I was with Mr. Shigaraki, we played a lot of Minecraft. Trying to ignore the odd visual of Eri playing Minecraft with the former leader of the League of Villains, Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck. That might be hard. We're actually getting ready for our school's cultural festival. A festival? The girl echoed once again. What's that? The students gave their best explanation, Aizawa interjecting sparsely to correct them if they got anything wrong. And there's all kind of food, Togata explained. Noodles, mochi, kimchi, candy apples? Wait, Eri sat up. Wait. Candy apples? What's that? You've never Mirio started, but pinched the bridge of his nose to remind himself that he was in a hospital and shouldn't be shouting. He turned to look at Aizawa. Do you think we can take Eri to the festival? This poor kid's never had a candy apple. Can I? Eri yelped, bouncing up and down in her spot. Aizawa paused. Midoriya was a bit surprised. He hadn't interacted with the Class 1A teacher much, but he knew that the man had a reputation for being a hard ass. He had been expecting an immediate no, but the teacher was taking his time weighing the options. That might actually pose good for her recovery, the teacher said finally. But that means one of you will have to be with her at all times. I don't mind. Mirio chimed. I can show her around. He ruffled Midoriya's hair, much to Eri and Yui's amusement. Besides, I wouldn't want to distract the first years from their performance when they haven't experienced a UA festival for themselves yet. We can help, Kodai volunteered quietly. She must have a soft spot for kids, Izuku hummed to himself. Right, of course. All right, Aizawa conceded. I'll talk to the doctors. Gran Torino had been enjoying a peaceful year. As far as he was concerned, he definitely earned it. Spending a good chunk of time helping Toshinori train that reckless Midoriya child had taken a lot of energy, but it sounded like the kid was holding up pretty well. But even as well-rested as he was, it was still an annoyance for All Might and his detective friend to show up at his door unannounced. You better not be here to put me in a retirement home, Gran scoffed. I'll kick your ass if you try it. And no, of course not. All Might waved his arms, especially intimidated now that he was officially tapped out of One for All. We need your help with something. This better be good, the old man replied, moving aside so the other two could enter his home. He added a harumph, for good measure before saying, I'm gonna miss my soaps for this. I don't know what you'd consider good, Detective Tsukachi sighed. But it's certainly big. We have reason to believe All for One is looking for Gigantomachia. That's like saying a dog will sniff out a bone if it's left out, Gran Torino grunted. What's your point? We want to beat him to the punch, of course, All Might explained. That creature, if you could even consider it a man at this point, is docile until it senses All for One. If we can find it and contain it or put it down if need be, it takes out one of the villain's biggest sources of muscle. Hard to believe we lose someone who, at smallest, is the size of a house, Gran groaned. But alright, I'll help you. I hope you have more firepower than an 80-year-old man, a detective, and a man who looks like a zombie. We do, All Might assured him. But we need your expertise. No one alive other than you or myself has ever gone face to face with this beast. Well, ain't I a special snowflake, the old man grumbled. Alright, let me grab my coat. Group Day 8. Tokage sang as the most outgoing of the four as she led Midoriya, Kodai, and Yanagi out for a Saturday evening on the town. Gonna karaoke it up. Can't believe Kendo called me tone deaf. I think maybe those songs just weren't in your range, Yanagi said, patting her girlfriend on the shoulder. You're wonderful at covering outcast performances. Do I really have to sing? Kodai asked quietly. Midoriya shyly slung an arm over her shoulder. He still wasn't quite used to her being part of the group. Granted, that was why Tokage wanted to have a group date with all 4 of them. Just a little. You can just duet with one of us if you want. Yup. Tokage agreed cheerfully. Them's the rules, statue. How do you like them apples? I hate them apples, Yui said before adding. Just kidding. It's fine. That's good. I figured if you really hated it, you would have refused to come altogether, Tokage laughed. I'm still really stoked you came around to giving this poly stuff a try. Despite your best efforts to scare her away, Yanagi quipped, drawing a snicker from Midoriya. Their merriment was interrupted as the sound of shattering glass rang out across the street. No one move or the lady gets it. 2 men, one with red hair and one with sandy yellow hair, were emerging from a bank with sacks under their arms. The red-haired man, much larger than the other, had a woman in a sleeper hold and was dragging her away. His hand had blades extending from his knuckles, a rare quirk. The blades were held to her face threateningly as the smaller man with yellowish hair led them away. The 4 students tensed up, ready to spring into action, but they never got the chance. Sliding into victory. Slide Go appeared from seemingly nowhere, sliding across the sidewalk and grabbing the redhead's leg, pulling him off his feet. The woman went flying into the air from the sheer force of velocity. Yanagi ran forward and activated Poltergeist. She levitated the woman over to their group, where the 4 immediately surrounded her to try and protect her. Knuckle blades. The sandy-haired man villain scowled as his red-haired cohort scrambled to his feet. The shorter villain rounded on Slide and Go. You'll pay for that. You and your weird chin. The yellow-haired man sprouted blades himself, 2 that emerged from above his tailbone. It still didn't slow him down as he ran forward and spun around, trying to impale the pro-hero. Slide and Go merely laughed as he changed course and slid up a wall of the building they broke free from. It'll take more than that to get me and my weird chin. He sprang off the wall and stomped down on the sandy-haired villain, knocking him out. Knuckle blades charged Slide and Go. Get off my buddy. Are you okay, Tail Blades? The larger redhead extended the blades on his knuckles and took a swing at Slide and Go, who slid backwards at high speeds, just out of the villain's reach. Oh, almost got me there. Slide and Go chuckled. Take another swing, come on. Gosh, shut up. Knuckle blades shouted, throwing a deadly left hook at the pro. Slide and Go slid backwards again, dodging. He backed into a lamppost and used it to propel himself back forward, faster than Knuckle blades could react to. The pro decked the redhead with a haymaker, taking him off his feet. Had enough yet? Slide and Go asked as police cars arrived on the scene. Within seconds, 6 officers had guns pointed at the villain as well. Knuckle blades snickered. Fine. You got me. But you missed our friend. He'll spring us before the paperwork even gets finished. Yeah, sure, Slide and Go scoffed as the nearest officer cuffed Knuckle blades, and 2 others picked up the unconscious Tail blades. I bet your friend took whatever score you guys got and ditched you. As the officers finished arresting the alarms, the pro approached the students and the woman who was briefly held hostage, blissfully unaware of the cold looks Tokage, Yanagi, and Midoriya were shooting him. He's in on it. He's in on it, Midoriya gulped, trying to push down the anger that he felt in his gut. And I can't do anything right now because of Hawk investigation. Thankfully, the traitorous pro didn't pick up on any of the tension and grabbed Yanagi's hand, shaking it forcefully. Boy, good thing you guys were there. You're those UA kids from the sports festival, right? Without waiting for an answer, he turned to the victim. Are you all right, ma'am? Why, the woman nodded shakily. This girl made sure I wasn't hurt. Thank you. The woman was led away by the police to be questioned about what happened inside the bank, and Slide and Go turned back to the students. Well, thanks again for your help, kids. I better slide onwards towards justice. Yanagi frowned down at her hand. That vile scum has tainted my hand. I fear no amount of washing will suffice. Tokage and Midoriya scowled and nodded. You can say that again, Midoriya grumbled. Kodai wrinkled her nose slightly. But, did he do something wrong? Midoriya nearly tripped, having forgotten that as part of their work studies they were sworn not to talk about any compromised pro-heroes who were caught up in selling quirk enhancers. They could let Yanagi in as an employee of Mitsuru and Haru, but he was so caught up in his rage he'd forgotten Kodai had no idea about any of what had happened. From the looks on Yanagi's and Tokage's faces, they had let the fact slip their mind too. He just got in our way a lot at our work study, Tokage said, waving her hands dismissively and putting her trademark toothy grin back on. Kodai's eyebrows raised slightly, indicating a bit of hesitation at the answer, but she dropped the subject as the four continued on their way. From a safe enough distance, Go rolled his eyes as he watched them leave, and began texting Mr. Yatsubashi as he was told to. The target and his cohorts are outside of the school. He let out an aggravated sigh. Hawks come in, and everyone treats him like a big shot. I've been a member for years, and what am I stuck doing? Babysitting. He leaned against a wall, tilting his head to keep track of where Midoriya and his girlfriends were heading. At least I got to bust some thugs. When's my chance to be a big shot? His phone vibrated, and he checked the reply from Redestro. Please continue to report on their location. Another aggravated sigh left Go's mouth. Of course. Stress was the defining factor of Rikiya Yatsubashi's life. He accumulated it, he knew how to compartmentalize for his public persona, he knew how to manage it without ending a subordinate, usually, but that's why he offered hazard pay, knew how to make sure it didn't affect his judgment with business decisions, and knew when to bring it to the forefront of his mind for his meta ability. And there had been no bigger force of stress than the man who just recently retired, All Might waltzing into his office to announce an alliance. Rikiya knew about All for One. Destro had referenced a certain proto-villain in some of his lesser-known works. It had taken a lot of research for Rikiya to unearth information about All for One, but there was no mistaking the man who could give and take meta ability like they were Halloween candy. The alliance was one that was mutually beneficial. All for One still had plenty of contacts, and his lieutenant Dr. Garaki was able to practically triple their drug output. They even had a great plan involving duplicating his meta ability and transplanting it to Mr. Yatsubashi? Speak of the devil, he thought, biting his tongue before putting on the joyful, happy mask he wore to accumulate the stress. He turned to see All for One at the door. Come on in, All for One. Go just reported the whereabouts of your son. All for One sked. I've returned, and the mouse still hesitates on locking down the school. Well, that area now has one of the densest populations of pro-heroes patrolling, Redestro laughed. Not to mention the one that can cancel out meta abilities. That will matter little in time. All for One shook his head. Once Dr. Garaki can enhance my body to better handle modern quirks, any quirk short of the one for all holder will be no match for myself and your army. I actually wanted to discuss the next steps in the drugs we are distributing. What's that? Redestro asked, though he had a feeling he already knew the answer. All for One held up the quirk-destroying bullet. Well, with the populace in distress with All Might's retirement, a reintroduction of quirk erasers certainly isn't going to help. Not at all, Redestro laughed. If they don't want to feel free to use their meta abilities, why even have them? Why not embrace what makes us unique? I couldn't agree more. Anyway, you said you had a new recruit? Yes, Redestro nodded. You said you had a problem reclaiming one for all because the will of all the users is stronger than yours. So you needed a way to numb the users, all of them. I might have found the person. He handed the file over to All for One. The villain's eyes scanned the file, and it wasn't long before a smile spread over his face. Yes, I like this one. I believe in a thing called Lovi. Midoriya sang out in his best falsetto. The darkness was always a challenge to sing, but oh so satisfying to succeed at. Tokage whistled as his song ended, with Yanagi and Kodai applauding as well. Once the song ended, Midoriya reverted back to his blushing, stammering self. He had to admit, Tokage was right about getting lost in the performance, so long as he saw it as another form of art. But then it stopped and he felt just as awkward as he did at first. My turn. Tokage jumped up gleefully, looking through the book to try and figure out what she'd perform. Good job, Kodai said as he sat down, giving him a small smile that made his heart skip a beat. Quite, Yanagi agreed. Setsuna will have a hard time following that. That's nothing, Izuku shook his head. Yui, we never knew you could rap. I've never heard anyone forgot about Dre, like you did. A small blush crept across the stoic girl's face. I used to karaoke in middle school with a friend. Oh, so you've done this before? Yanagi asked. Yui's face suddenly became uncomfortable. Yes. But that was before. Yanagi and Midoriya, who were seated on either side of Kodai, exchanged a confused glance over the quiet one as she faced forward, watching Tokage begin to perform. That was a bit of Kodai neither of them had been tuned into yet. But pressing it while Tokage was singing would be rude, so they let it go for the moment. When their hour had ended, the four were ready to grab something to eat, Tokage drawing laughter out of the other three with her wisecracks, all of them still feeling a bit of a high off their performance. Feeling a bit braver because of it, Midoriya waited for a pause before holding Kodai's hand and asking her, Before we eat, what did you mean by before? Kodai looked a bit surprised, but after a moment gave a sigh and looked at the three of her companions. I guess I can tell you guys. She jerked her head towards a bench. Sit. This might take a sec. Tokage rubbed her ear. Double there, Rocky, back up. Since when have you even talked to Freckles before today? This is rather sudden, Yanagi muttered. You hadn't indicated a liking to Midoriya before? Yui shrugged. Sort of just.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.